saying, at the end of the day, Rabbi was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage pile that could get taken away or a sea that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay, Mireimar pasuk la l'sura bu'uzle. So this is kind of unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the slope of the water changing. So what happened? Then in Surah they had one or more mavos where you had your Rosh Hashanah, and then the mavoi comes off, and the back of the mavoi was the sea. So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you'd have this. But what was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on the sea to be your back mechitza, your third mechitza, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes? And as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a mechitza. So then it's going to be a problem because you're carrying in this mud, we're relying that your third wall is the sea, and really the sea has shifted and it's no longer a mechitza. So Mireimar was actually worried about that. So therefore he set up Pasukle, he separated the edge of the sea with Uzli, he put up nets. So a net is a valid mechitza, and he put up a mechitza in the back as a safety precaution. So you see that there was a concern. That there is in fact this concern that maybe the incline of the sea is going to change and it will no longer be a mechitza. Okay, continue to tomorrow. We are 11 lines up, beginning of the line. So we just talked about surah, so now we're going to go back to our favorite topic of Mavoi Akum. So Mavoi Akum, as we talked about, is an L-shaped or a race shape, as you choose to call it. It was Machlokas, Rav, and Shmuel. Rav said that it's treated like mafulosh. We look at these, we ignore the bend and look at it like any other mavoi that is open on two ends to the Rosh Hashanah. And Shmuel said no. And also Rav was the one who paskin like the Tanakama and said all you need is a tzuris HaPesach on one end and a lefty Torah on the other end. And Shmuel was the one that said, wait, you need an actual delas, a doorway on one end, and a lefty Torah on the other end. Okay, so all that's going to come into play here. So you had in Surah a certain mavoi Yaakov, you had this L-shaped mavoi. So what did they do? Karaf Uzia, Vosiva Bay Bakmu Muse. So they wound up they rolled up a macateles, a mat, and they put it in the bend. I'll explain in a minute. There's some possible different girsa, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefi, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefi in the bend over there. So Amar of this, the Rav said, I don't get it. So the way we understand this Gemara is that at the bottom of one entrance to Rosh Hashanah they stuck a lefi, and then at the bend they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefi discussion. This has more to do with this is not really what you need to fix this mavoi. It has more to do with what they use as a lefi, but we'll see in a second. Amram says, what are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who says that this is a mafulosh, then tzuris HaPesach boi. Then you need on one end a tzuris HaPesach, and on the other end a lefi. And the way we've done that in the past was by putting a tzuris HaPesach at the bend and a lefi on either end of these mavus. But here they didn't put up a tzuris HaPesach. They put up a rolled up mat. So it's a Pesach bay. L'shmuel, and so it's not like Rav. L'shmuel the Amar Tarasa Kisasam. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel who says that you need that each of these mavos are considered like private mavos. So says the Gemara, Hani Mili Lefi Malia. So that makes sense. Shmuel says. So what did Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefi on either end. Now, according we talked about it briefly, Rashi brought from his Rabbi that not only do you need a lefi on either end, you need a lefi in the bend. This is what I was saying before. So it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefi in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mavoi didn't choose to put a lefi at its end. Only the vertical mavoi wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefi here and they needed to put a lefi in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, who understood Shmuel, if you just put one lefi here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything there. So some have a girsa that they put a tzuras Pesach with this mat. Others have a girsa that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rishus Rabbim. So not in the bend, but in the bottom. But whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lechi to roll up a mat. So we don't have to get into the details of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lechi on each end? Is if the lechi is a valid lechi. Abel high, even the Nashar Bezik, but this, as you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it down. That's not a valid lechi. So I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like we're foolish, and even if it is, if so, and then you need a tzuras Pesach, and even if it's like Shmuel, it says it's a sasum. At the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lechi here. It says the Gemara, but if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered, it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lechi, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lechi. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lechi, but what is the lechi. Okay, Gufa, we learned. So this is going to have quote the psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the psak of Rav was really focused on the mavui, the idea that the people in the mavui cannot carry if it opens to a chutzner with which they don't have an eruv. And we talked about this yesterday because it's part of the Mulua Lamasam Asr law that if you have a space, the mavui is open in its entirety because the full width of the mavui was open to the chutzner, and the chutzner is a makom that's asr to it because you can't carry from the mavui into the chutzner. So therefore, we said carrying in the mavui was asr. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rav. Now we're going to focus on the other side of Rav's halacha, which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of the Gemara, which is the chutzner. So Rav said that the chutzner is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mavui is asr. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in the chutzner, remember this is a T shape. So the mavui is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in the chutzner looking back toward the mavui, what do I see? I see two walls, and then there's a break. Presumably that break is less than 10 amos, and we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a door, a pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rishus Rabbim break, and what do I see? I see two walls, and I see a Rishus Rabbim, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. So we said in the chutzner you could carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavui, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavui, and a mavui does not preclude the people in the chutzner from carrying, because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner, we have our own eruv chetzeres, and we're not interested in carrying to the mavui. So therefore, we said that carrying in the chutzner was mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that halacha. Says the Gemara, Gufa, we learned, Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba, Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba says the name of Rav. Mavui shenifet from Mulua l'chutzner. Our case from yesterday, your mavui opens up it got broken in its entirety, the full width of the mavui got open to a chutzner, v'nifet a chutzner kenegdo, and in fact, the chutzner also had the wall opposite that opened to Rishus Rabbim. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off, we discussed yesterday, but you have this connection that people walk through. We said chutzner was teres and mavui aser, that the chutzner is mutter and the mavui is aser for the reasons I just described. Amarle Rabbi bar Ula Rabbi bar Abaya. So the Rabbi bar Ula said to Rabbi bar Abaya, Rabbi lomash naseni hizu. They said, wait a second, why is Rav and Amora coming and telling us this? We already learned it in the Mishnah. Where did we learn it? Because we learned later on, actually we'll have it in Mitzvah tomorrow, that if you have chutzner ketana shenifretzel gedolo, that if you have a small chutzner that got an opening made between it and a broader mechitza. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chutzner here, and you have a small chutzner on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chutzner, right? So we're going to say, so you have a chutzner ketana shenifretzel gedolo. You have a small chutzner that opens up onto a bigger one. So we say gedolo muteres. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an eruv with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just the Pesach, it's just the doorway. The katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the Gedola, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There are no walls that separate you because the walls are only on the outside. But the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of law. So the question is, why did Rav need to tell me that if you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner, in this case, would be the equivalent of the mavoi, is usher. So what did I need Rav for? Amarle, so he said back to him, if I only had the description of the chutzner gedol and the chutzner katana, I would say, so you say, I would think as follows, that if all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large chutzner and a small chutzner, but you're not using the small chutzner as or the large chutzner, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chutzneros that happen to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to chutzner that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a throughway. You could go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chutzner and the large chutzner. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me his halacha. So the Gemara said, wait a second. I didn't need you to tell me that either. But this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in the Masechta and Daf Kaf Beis, which says chutzner that if you have a chutzner that people travel by, they traverse it. The exact case of Rav that we say Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah Shabbos. So let me explain what this is talking about. So as we've encountered many times, there's a notion of Safek Tumah Rosh Hashanah is mutter, and Safek Tumah Rosh Hashanah is aser. This idea comes from Sota. The pasuk says "V'nister avihi nitma." So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, because we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a sota, and yet we say as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the sota water, right? So you see that a suffix tuma in Rosh Hashanah, if it's a private place, then it's usher. But if it would be in a more public place, it's mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rosh Hashanah that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple, because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Rosh Hashanah you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you can say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But to get the Sota part now, we're focused on the Rosh Hashanah for Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halacha in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through that nonetheless you can still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says that there's just a Yafit the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav has to say Zalacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry him, while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Daf Tavitet. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? The Gemara says, if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's a Shiyat of the Shabbos. I might have said that what is that case where they say, even though we're not going to on the case, what is that case where they said, even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the chutzner aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avozeh Keneged Zeh, Emalo, but our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's Kiddush, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulosh, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavoi followed by a wider chutzner or recover, you're okay. So the Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rav's Kiddush, according to Rabbah. Says the Gemara, Rabbah Damar Zekaneged also, the Rabbah who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be Aser, Hatar Rabbah my Mufila. So then what would he establish when Rav says in halacha, what's the case? It must be B'zeh Shalok Keneged Zeh, that they're not the same. So we're back to our questions. Harti Lamali, why do I need Rav to tell me in a halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos?
Welcome,
Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rav and Garson, but that people go through it is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said,
what happened?
That I might have thought that what does it mean is Rosh Hashanah the Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless,
I'm listening, but you're telling a shitty story. Tell it.
From the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchot Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah mentions, that it's a Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully enclosed mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not either a one of say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tavikat that the Mavoi is also, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tavikat plus tomorrow's Gemara that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is Rosh Hashanah, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known they could actually carry, and that's the thing that Rav was teaching us. That's Gemara, quick line down. Itmar, Mavoi Hosek Nado. So if you had a mother that was named as a Nado, Nado seems to be like a centipede.
No way.
Like
and your mom didn't know he was murdered?
Legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see.
So why do you think she didn't tell you?
Basically, the way Rashi understands is you have the following. You have a mavli going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mavlis coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavli akum. So
how did he die?
So you have this one Rosh Hashanah. You go here and then down.
Okay, there are like 1,000 different ways to murder someone.
Third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavli akum. That's the case.
That's terrible. Do you know anything more about it?
Says Abaya. Okay.
Who made the documentary?
Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah,
you're like, where's the documentary?
And then at the bottom, on the bottom Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a coat on each one. So this way you'll have a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or Korah on the other side. Sounds the Gemara. Amalei Rabba. Rabba said back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that?
Did his neighbor kill him?
Because remember, Rav is the one that said when you have a mavoi, a bent mavoi, we treat that like a mavoi mafula, and you need a tzuras hapesach and a lechi or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas, according to Hananya.
That's
but
wild.
if you treat it like a mavoi mafulish, you need some kind of tzuras hapesach at the bend.
So you've been to the place, and did you watch the documentary?
And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's mavoi sasum, that each mavoi is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put.
Oh, well, that's really
Shmuel,
sad.
you put a lefty
All right, so did you hit up his daughter or whatever?
The others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Davar Karasa Kisasum, and it's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rava, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuras HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuras HaPesach here? All you should need is a lefty at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, you don't look at these Mavoi Hakams as Mavoi Mufulish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuras HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara, not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavi Yaakov in Nardoi, and they ended up paskening like Rav, and they required, we talked about this, the Lassos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav, the morning came, but the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's socks. So clearly,
are you going to talk, or are you just going to
follow Rav at some level?
Stop mid-sentence.
What you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need Tzuras HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says the Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi, Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather, also Tzuras HaPesach l'kulo. You should put so you have the bigger shizrab and you have the small ones. So each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavoi, you should put a tzuras hapesach l'hai disa to this side. The idach isa mystery b'lechi b'kora. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens to the shizrab, as well as on over here on the side that opens to the shizrab, you should put a lechi or kora, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignoring Abaya said where you put one tzuras hapesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a tzuras hapesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rishus Harabim, and we're good. And that matches Rab's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Reb Kahana Bar Taklifa. Reb Kahana Bar Taklifa said in English,
I would feel sad that this person, who my mother used to be in a relationship with, died, and I feel sorry for his family. I would recognize there's not too much I could do about it, and I would move on with my life.
These last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts.
Does that answer your question, Big Dog?
So what's the halacha that they say? Mali shetile acid arab, shetile acid cutter. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you have a Rishus Harabim that was wide, and then what happened? The Rishus Harabim got narrowed. Okay. So it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen?
I don't think
if you were walking on in my side, if you were walking on the right side of the Mavoi of the Rishus Harabim, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rishus Harabim moved over.
Okay.
At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavoi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavoi? When you're looking at this mavoi, you have one wall of the mavoi is that wall that now cuts off the Rishus Harabim, because the Rishus Harabim got smaller. So that wall is long, but the other wall of the mavoi
that long.
Was with the original wider version of the Rishus Harabim. So you have a scenario where the front of your mavoi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rishus Harabim, you would make a right into this mavoi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't keep track.
Mavoi should see the acid arach. We have one wall is long, with the acid cutter, and one wall is short. In
case you're wondering why I'm not asking you to play a game,
as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavoi, and so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavoi. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rishus Harabim because the Torah is going to define the area of the Mavli. Arba amas, you have 4 walls, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall. Then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Korah.
His family wouldn't want that. It didn't happen that long ago.
Shorter wall and the longer
it happened
wall.
In 2023.
You rested on the longer wall at the end.
Not that much time has gone by. Okay. I still think I don't even know what happened to the people. Frankly, there's just an article about it in the Las Vegas, like the Las Vegas News.
You cannot put
it would be a really interesting documentary, though. It would be really, really interesting. Like there should be. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. The guy was a fascinating individual.
People who say you can't put up a slanted Korah. I'll tell you my reason that you can put a slanted Korah. Why? Because
there's nothing on. And I think it's probably never going to happen. At least they won't get permission from his family. Because it would make him sound like a really bad person. Like he had this beautiful family. He had 3 beautiful boys and a beautiful wife, and he goes to Las Vegas to cheat on her and do coke. And now they're like famous for being like the people with a shitty
presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% sure what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rishus Harabim, and then people are like.
Not only that, I mean, he had like all kinds of connections. Like he was like the head of the Armenian mafia, and he lived in LA. And actually, his dad was.
It's not a good recognition that you're transitioning, so therefore it doesn't serve its purpose.
So I don't know if they really want to be involved in that.
The point of the people who say you can put it on a slant, Korah Mishamai, according to them, what's the function of a Korah?
But it would be
it's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know
fascinating documentary, no doubt.
That this pitik or yard that the edge of it can come down.
Would I want there to be a documentary on it? Yeah, because he is just a really interesting individual.
Of course, you can carry in it regularly because it's a poor wall.
I think that people would really enjoy it.
Therefore, Balaksa, now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a.
There you go.
You're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. I'm Reb Kahana. So we quoted this a lot in the name of a bunch of people named Reb Kahana. So now Reb Kahana, plain Reb Kahana says, "Ho, Shmai to the Kahana."
Yeah, and you have to
all these Kahanas who are
like
saying,
not get in trouble for other stuff, or you
I'm
can
going to
go
tell you
back to
something
jail.
else. Also, this that we said, when we said according to some you could put the Korah on a slant. He says. It still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Erevin. The entry to a mavli, unless you have Tzuras Pesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had,
what'd you say?
If the entry to the mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shifted somewhat and make the slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says Rav Kahana is going to define the mavli. You're going to end up with a mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ella connected our culture. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mavli was like 7 amas and you shift it a little bit, and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier. What's the halacha? If you put up a Korah, we're talking about a regular Rashi, a regular mavli now. You have a mavli, you have a Korah. Can you carry it underneath the Korah?
You can get your DNA from a family member. We artificially clone you and artificially age you.
But Shmuel and Shimon by Rabbi and Rish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the Korah.
We clone you and don't artificially age you.
Let's say that what they're arguing about is the following:
we can get the data from video or pictures that you're in.
The Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the
even just
Torah,
Wi-Fi. People don't realize like Wi-Fi, the waves of Wi-Fi are like
and so as long as it gives you that recognition,
basically creating a map of your entire house. Like I can tell exactly where you are in your house using just Wi-Fi.
That maybe it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down, and if it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down comes to the Mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the Korah because that's already outside of the Mechitza that's creating the mother. The Gemara says, "Lo, that's not what they're arguing about." Because maybe maybe everyone holds that the point of a Korah is that you have a distinction between the two areas. And here's what they're arguing about: the Mars of Haker Machal, the Mars of Haker Milvar. So the question is, when you put up a Korah, who are you showing the Korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rosh Hashanah? Or are you telling the people in Rosh Hashanah, you see those people carrying that mother, that's only because they're inside a mother, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Torah is to remind the people who are inside the mother,
that's not
so
true
it's
though.
going to be the inner lip that reminds them, because that's what they see.
That's
so then
not
we're
true
going to say
though. TV
that
is
therefore
not
they can
still
only carry
transmitting
up
signals.
to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Korah, so we're going to say you can only, that therefore the mavli extends until the outside edge, because it's really for the outside people, so therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the Korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of the Korah is to create a Mechitza.
Well, that's different. A better analogy would have been when we had over-the-air analog television. Signals were still being emitted, but in today's day, everything's digital, so it's just like through a cable or some kind of
outer edge that comes down, and if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the car.
Generally a direct connection. So let's take the radio analogy, because that still goes on more so. Like there's less over-the-air television as there once was. So okay, you've got radio signals that are being emitted by a transmitter, and when you shut off a radio, the radio is no longer picking up those waves, but the waves are still being transmitted. But the analogy that you made was not that we are like a radio transmitter, that we are like a radio, which
what did I do? I put in 2 stakes
is
into the wall, and then I put the Korah on top. So what happened? The Korah is just outside the wall. It's adjoining the wall, but it's not on top of the wall.
Not really true.
That's the case. Is that a valid one?
We're more like the radio transmitter, but if you shut down the radio transmitter, no more waves are created.
According to the person who said, according to the one who said you could carry up to the Korah, why is that?
No doubt.
It's the outside edge of the
you
Korah
would
that goes
be
down. So in this scenario,
a daily visitor to the glory hole of the adult theater.
It's a
no doubt.
Removed from the walls. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the Korah,
I think you'd probably be happier. I don't know that for sure, but
so in this case,
a lot of the issues that you have,
Korah is adjoining the walls. So if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down.
I mean, you might have different issues if you're a woman.
And the inner edge, because the inner edge
I think you would just
the walls of the mother. So now you have a valid.
Since you'd be like a whore,
if you held,
you'd have more. You'd find more dudes who would like want to fuck you, as opposed to being just a dude, and thus you'd be in like a relationship, or I don't know, but you probably would have some kids. No doubt about that. And
in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mother, and it's going to be good.
Don't think you'd be a good parent right now, because you can't even take care of yourself. And thus, if you had to take care of someone else, it would be a challenge for you. So you'd probably be like a woman with like 3 children from 2 different fathers, maybe 3 different fathers, in another relationship with some random dude.
This would not be a valid Korah, and you need a different one on top of the wall. Have a wonderful day.
That could be a thing. I mean, you're not that old, so maybe not 3 children, but
Okay, good morning.
But there's the opposite of that. You could be really successful because
our sponsorships.
That just anything can happen.
So
I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like I put you down like, oh, you'd be a shitty woman. No, I think you could be really successful as a woman.
Will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis Hamikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira Miriam Grossman in the merit of a refuah shlema for all those in need. The day of learning is sponsored by David and Susan Floyd in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be an aliyah for his neshama. And Daf Yomi Perek sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Venick and Stephen and Holly Venick in memory of their father, Herman Venick, Chani Yisrael Ben Ruvain Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Tehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's daf is daf Ches in the observance.
All right.
We're going to be picking up.
So if you were a woman,
7 lines down,
I think you'd probably be pretty slutty.
What we were discussing yesterday was the concept when you have a mavoi that
I don't know. I think you probably would have some children by then.
Either a rafava or a chutzer that's wider than it. So
you're slutty now.
And then at the top of the T, there's a pirza that wall came down and opened onto.
Here's the thing, Zoo. If you really want me to be honest with you, which I know you probably do, if you had the same issues that you have today, it would be very difficult for you, I find, to be in a relationship, because you will say something very awkward, and nobody wants to be around you when you do that, and thus they're going to keep their distance. So even as a woman, you would still have many of the issues that you overcome. Like nobody wants to just be walking down the street and then just be asked, "Are you gay?" Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's talking about that.
Apologize if okay, so I'll just start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a chutzer or a rafava. A chutzer is an occupied.
I would say that like you're great.
Is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then but
inevitably you're going to say something that's really awkward.
We had the thought that Rob was concerned about.
And I know you can't control it.
At the bottom here,
I recognize.
You can walk straight through the mavoi, through the chutzer or the and then get out in another Rabbi. And whether that would make it like foolish, ultimately we decided that
I think you'd be primary concern. Or you think you'd be
and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rob,
because you'd like dick.
Could go even like Rob. It didn't have to be my focus. And the fact that Rav Paskin that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chutzer, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chutzer, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur.
If I were a woman,
therefore you can't carry in the mavoi. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the mavoi and the chutzer, then in fact
and I don't know, but
so this is an eruv issue,
pretty conservative.
Not a
I've been now, what about very conservative for aspects of my life.
That was because the case of Yehuda was addressing was the rafava. And a rafava is an uninhabited area.
All right, say what you want, baby.
That did not require an eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of rafava and the chutzer looked the same in terms of physical
I don't disagree with you, big man.
Is it a used chutzer or a non-used rafava? So since a non-used rafava doesn't require an eruv, the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of refuah. So therefore, that's why Rabbi said they did not need to make any adjustments. There does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which we said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis.
Oh, you're saying that?
So now we're gonna slightly change that.
That
so
the kids wouldn't have been gay if their parents didn't push them to be gay.
Up the Gemara, 7 lines down. I'm a rabba. So he's picking up on what we said yesterday that Rav Yosef explained that the reason we're not worried about Mephulish is why? Because you have your mavoi, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So
I did not know anyone gay growing up.
And then there's a broader area, which is the Qatar.
We called guys gay all the time. That was like an insult. That was very common. But none of them were gay.
But Rabbi said,
and
not so fast. Oh
no, definitely no. I was in religious school, so it wasn't. That wasn't a thing. You know, of the people, there were some kids who I would meet who I would be like, oh, that's what gay is. You could tell that these kids were going to be interior decorators at like age 8. They were like playing with Barbies, and they were really effeminate. They didn't like sports. And they were really about fashion. And I knew some kids like that. And I remember being like, that's not normal. And my parents were just like, that's you're going to grow up, and that's just how some people are. And you've got to respect people for who they are and not force them to live in your purview, in your like mindset, and that was okay. And then so I knew gay was a thing, but nobody came out in high school or anything like that. And
so now what does it mean? So when
I've never known anybody to come out. I might know like some chicks who were bisexual, but I think everybody's bisexual if they're bored enough. Like if you have some chick and she's not able to get dick, then she might experiment with women, or if she's just a very loving person. And in the same way, I think, you know, even heterosexual men, if you put them on a desert island for 100 years, and the only way to get off the desert island is to fuck another dude, they're gonna fuck another dude. They're gonna get bored enough, and they're gonna be like, this is a punishment, get me the fuck off this island. And is that gay? I mean, some people might consider, I don't really consider it gay though. I consider it like they were basically put in a tough situation where they had no alternatives. So it kind of depends on how bored you are. And so I really do think, and you and I have talked about this, and I think we're in agreement that everybody is bisexual. It's like, it's just how bored you are. If you're a really hot chick and you're able to get any guy that you want, there's not really a huge temptation to be bisexual. I mean, there could be. Maybe you are. I'm not saying that you can't be a really hot chick, bisexual chick. You absolutely can be. And I'm not saying you can't be a really good-looking bisexual dude. I'm saying that you can be. But if you have the whole world open to you, in terms of who you want to, with whom you want to mate, you just have a lot of options. For people who don't have a lot of options, they tend to go with who they can get. And so some people might say, I can't get anybody, so I'm willing to have sex with men or women just so I can have a human connection. And you know what? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. I get it, but you know, like if you're bored enough, you'll have sex with anybody. And then you have Zoo, who only fucks chicks either in orgies and then gets uninvited via email, and then told that he may be the ground zero of super gonorrhea, and yet he still doesn't get checked. And so he gives some chick on Valentine's Day oral gonorrhea and hand gonorrhea, and now she's spreading that shit everywhere. Dude doesn't give a fuck.
And that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way,
I don't believe in hell.
That's problematic. So Rabbi Nashashi is saying we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're
it's not hell. It's called Gehenna, and it is basically when you die, whether you're a Jew or a non-Jew. Generally, we believe that your soul goes through a period of cleansing, that's about 11 months or so. And if you're really wicked, it takes 12 months. And then you go to a place, I mean, nobody knows, let me just say that, but this is some traditions, because actually in the Bible and Torah, it doesn't say. So this has just been what's developed in the 2,500 years since that time. You go to a place called Olam Haba, which is the world to come, and once your soul is purified. Now, for the super wicked people of the world, there are arguments to say that they get cut off, but it's not like eternal damnation. It's not eternal punishment. There are some Kabbalistic sources, Jewish mysticism, that say even they, after enough time, get to come to the world to come. And the world to come, it depends who you ask. I mean, you can go and literally read some rabbis who will say it's a garden of roses, and you sit at there are like different angels, but it's not like heaven, like in the what some people consider to be heaven. It's different. The right hand of God, whatever that is, figuratively and or metaphorically, and then you just study with God all day. But the thing is, we don't know. But that's not. We believe as Jews that there is a place in the world to come for what we call the righteous. So, how do you become righteous in Judaism if you're a non-Jew? We have a practice called following the seven Noahidic laws, the 7 laws of Noah, which are don't steal, don't murder, don't blaspheme, don't idolatrize, don't have sexual impropriety, don't eat the blood of a living animal, and don't and to create a law system. So for the people who do that, there's a place in the world to come for them. Like we consider them to be righteous. In other religions, they basically say, like, if you're not our religion, you don't have a place in our afterlife. You're eternally damned. There's eternal damnation for you. Judaism doesn't feel that way. There are places in our text literally cut out for non-Jews. Now, for people who were perhaps not living of that type of lifestyle, we still think that there's a possibility that they could live in that type of afterlife, just their soul has to be purified. And so there's a process, at least in Judaism, when someone dies who is deeply connected with you, it's called you sit Shiva, which is a mourning period, where you basically there's like a ceremonial tearing of clothes, and you generally cover the mirrors in your house. There are several other things that you do. The bathing is limited, and then for 11 months you go to shul or go to synagogue and you pray generally 3 times daily. Now, does everybody do it? No. What do you do in a situation? I mean, you should be doing that anyway as a male. But as a female, there are alternatives. But someone from your household should be doing that. And if they don't, you can pay someone to do it for you at like a Jewish school. And so for like a donation, you let's say you're really busy and you just can't come to shul 3 times a day, no matter what it is. You're on a submarine somewhere. You can pay someone to do it.
And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam.
So basically, for like an act of charity, someone will pray for your loved one 3 times daily.
So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that
well, we think that there are different levels, perhaps, of Olam Haba, the world to come. So for like extremely righteous people, or like Jewish martyrs, they're like at some of the highest levels of Olam Haba, of the world to come. For Jewish babies that never had the opportunity, there's like a place for them.
was a steep wall,
and then for righteous non-Jews,
maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So
then there's certainly a place for them.
So continue. So we're looking for the source.
And then there's a place for converts as well.
So far, all we've seen is that
we feel that there's. Yeah, go ahead.
Continue the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove
Doug,
the garbage and it's no longer going to have.
Doug, you don't want to do that. And I mean, you don't want to talk like that. Because chances are nothing happens to you. Okay, chances are nothing happens to you, and so you just end your life, and that's really sad.
That's right next to the garbage dump. They can throw it out. Why?
I mean,
because
I can talk about the world to come and all that good stuff, but if I'm being honest, which I absolutely am, and if any rabbi were talking to you to be honest, no one really knows. This is just the Mazor. This is just the tradition by which we live.
And because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than Dalet al Dalet, either way, you could throw from your Rishus HaYachid to another Rishus HaYachid or to a Makam Patur. So therefore, if someone
and keep in mind, people don't think of this, but imagine a future, like in the far future, where people can revivify other people, and they found out that you killed yourself on purpose. They could punish you for that. Meaning, like you end your life. Somebody in the future could revivify you, bring you back, and say, "Hey, you didn't value what was going on when you were here on Earth, so and you wanted to escape it. So in order to punish you, we're going to bring you back, and we're going to punish you using some kind of extreme torture."
And he'll have thrown from Rishus HaRabim. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is,
I know that sounds very dystopian.
Must be the reason that
I mean, there's a chance too that somebody could be like, they wanted to die, let them die, let them stay dead. I mean, in the future, obviously.
And now the wall of the Mavli is going to Rishus HaRabim. Presumably, it belongs to the Rabbim. Things that belong to the Rabbim don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So says the Gemara, Hachinami, Shani ben Rechav the Rabbim, Rechav the Yachid. So this is where we get this idea of Reb Misharshia. And Reb Misharshia says even the tea is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual, because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the tea, and you'll be left with an L. And that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to the other.
Yes, sir.
So now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi said we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up the sediment. So what about the Rabbanan mind? So that was Rabbi is concerned.
Yeah, I mean that's a classic comedy line. If heaven or if the afterlife is so great, why don't you kill yourself?
And even though Rabbi was not prepared to say that it's usher and mutter, it's mutter because technically they're machitzos, but usher because he might have said usher because he's worried people are gonna take it away.
Yeah. People ask me constantly what my favorite movie is, and it's really a documentary. It's called Religulous. It's by Bill Maher, who is a comedian. And while I don't agree with everything Bill Maher says, he made this documentary where he goes to all the religions of the world, whether it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam. He goes everywhere and then just points out all the inconsistencies. So no, he's still alive. He does a podcast called Cover and I loved it. He's like maybe in his 60s. And when I saw this, I saw it in the theater, and I was really going through a period of like where I had a religious upbringing, and I had never known anyone who was secular, and or maybe I did, but it wasn't talked about. And I was starting to learn, like, wait, not everybody's religious? No. You mean there are people who don't believe in God at all? Yeah. And that was like a shock to me. I mean, I was very, like, to some extent, just a lot of people around me were religious, and some of them were very religious to the point where
But what was
they rejected it. Like all the school teaching that I ever had, no one ever talked about any type of agnosticism, any type of atheism. Everyone was religious, and so I had heard about this movie, and it was called Religulous, and it came from a word that President Bush used. One time he accidentally had a misnomer, or like a miss he said something incorrectly, and he would constantly do this. And one of the things, instead of saying religious, he said religulous, and so that became like a joke during the Bush administration that, George W. Bush, who was an alcoholic for most of his life and lived off his father, who was the head of the CIA, and basically was like the black sheep of his family, eventually became the governor of Texas, and then became the president of the United States. And he was kind of seen in a lot of ways as a laughingstock at the time, and he would use these words, and he wasn't that great of a speaker, and one of the words that he used was religious. So Bill Maher went around the United States, and it's a fascinating documentary, and I absolutely love it. And if you ever want to watch it, let me know, and we'll watch it, where he goes all over the United States, and he goes to like the what in the fuck are you talking about?
And they put it in the Bend.
What is Seattle?
There's some but the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now the round mat, and they put it up as
okay. Well, pay attention when you're talking about it. So Bill Maher goes and travels with one of the producers from Seinfeld, and they go around the United States. They go to the Deep South, and they like talk to people about Christianity and these people who are like extreme Christians. And then he goes to and meets with like people who are like Muslim leaders, and then he meets with multiple types of Jews. And he talks about his own upbringing, where his mother was Jewish, but they went to church, and so that's not a typical Jewish upbringing, but it was just something that they did. His dad was Christian, his mom was Jewish, and so he interviews his family a little bit, and he just talks about that he's always had these questions about religion. And so he goes up to the people, and he'll be like, and he does this to several people, he says to them, heaven's a better place than earth, right? And all of them say yes. And then he says, okay, well, why don't you kill yourself? And they're just stunned. They don't know what to say with that.
So that makes sense.
And it's very funny. It's a paradox. If heaven is supposed to be better than earth, then why wouldn't you want to be there?
This is why I was saying before. So it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mobile.
All right, well, believe whatever you want to believe, man. You don't know.
The vertical mobile wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here, and they needed to put a lefty in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. According to Rashi, when it's Shmuel, and you just put one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything left. So some have a girsa that
way more than that.
That they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Rosh Hashanah. So not in the bend, but in the bottom. Whatever the point is, this is really about whether that's an acceptable lefty to roll.
Well, we can't travel to any of them due to distance currently. I mean, we're still very primitive. Who created them? That's the big question. No one knows. Anybody who tells you that they know is lying to you. And
but this,
you shouldn't necessarily trust them very much because no one knows.
I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like real foolish. And even if it is, and then you need a Tzuras HaPesach, and even if it's like Shmuel, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lefty here. It says the Gemara, but if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered, it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lefty, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lefty. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lefty, but what is the lefty. Okay, we learned. So this is going to have quotes.
All right.
The psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time.
I tend to disagree with that to some extent. I think there are some questions that the human mind, under its current understand, maybe a more highly evolved being would be able to understand. We're limited in just what we can understand, because the question arises: what started the universe, and then what happened 1 second before the universe was started?
So therefore, we said carrying in the mavoi was awesome. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rob. Now we're going to focus on the other side of Rothschild, which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of Gemara, which is the chutzner. So Rob said that the chutzner is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mavoi is awesome. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in a chutzner, remember, this is a T shape. So the mavoi is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. If I'm standing in a
in reality, no one can really know. In reality, no one really knows anything.
Presumably, that break is less than 10 amos, and we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a door, a Pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rosh Hashanah break, and what do I see? I see two walls, and I see a Rosh Hashanah, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. It's in the chutzner you carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavoi, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavoi. And a mavoi does not preclude the people does not preclude the people in the chutzner from carrying, because someone could say, on my own chutzner, we have our own Eruv and we're not interested in carrying to the mavoi. So therefore, we said that carrying the chutzner is mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that.
Maybe not with the internet under its current configuration, but I think aliens visit Earth every day. There's evidence for it. If you look on Reddit, there are people every day who see anomalous things in the air, and there are people who have abduction discussions and abduction stories, and I think we're seated here. This is like a zoo for aliens. Just like we have a zoo where we'll take a bunch of animals and put them in cages and stuff. We were seated here on Earth to see what would happen. By the way, your boy, Jack, or Robert Irwin, he's going to do a new he's going to host a new Dancing with the Stars show, and I bet you he becomes a bachelor too. They are pumping that motherfucker up. Yes, you did. You're 100% right. And a broader, if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chutzner here, you have a small chutzner on top. I don't think Steve Irwin was that big, though. At least in the United States, Steve Irwin was never like a top 100 celebrity. He was like just a television star, maybe who had like one movie. But in Australia, he was giant, and I get that. That they didn't do an Eruv with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a Pesach, it's just a doorway. Katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the Gedolah. Like his press team is pushing really hard for him. You just see fully into the big chutzner. I think there's a lot of money to make off of him as well. Because the walls are only on the outside. But the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an Eruv with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of luck. So the question is,
Why did Rav need to tell me that if you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So we're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So why did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner, in this case, would be the equivalent of the mavoi, is usher. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei. So he said back to him, Ime Hasam, if I only had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Ketana, I would say, Hava Mina Hanimile Hechadol Kadarsi Barabim. Avo Hechad Kadarsi Barabim, Mema Fil Chatzar Nami. So he's saying, I would think as follows: that if all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large Chatzar and a small Chatzar, but you're not using the small Chatzar as or the large Chatzar, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chatzeros that happen to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rav told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens to chatzer that in turn opens to Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a thoroughfare. So it's a throughway. You could go from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chatzer and the large chatzer. So that's why I needed Rav to tell me the halacha. So the Gemara says, wait a second, I didn't need you to tell me that either. Well, Hanami Tinino, but this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in the Masechta and Daf Beis, which says, that if you have a chutzner that people travel by, they traverse it, the exact case of Rav, that we say, Rosh Hashanah with Tumah, Rosh Hashanah the Shabbat. So let me explain what this is talking about. So as we've encountered many times, there's a notion of Suffolk Tumah of Rosh Hashanah is mutter, and Suffolk Tumah of Rosh Hashanah is aser. This idea comes from Sota. The pasuk says the nister of Ahi Nitzma. So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, because we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a Sota, and yet we say as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by drinking the Sota water, right? So you see that a suffix Tumah in Rosh Hashanah, if it's a private place, then it's Asr. But if it would be in a more public place, it's Mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of Sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rosh Hashanah that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple, because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Rosh Hashanah you need for Tumah issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now. We're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say his halach in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you could still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says it's Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say his halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry him, while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Daf Tzadites. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? So the Gemara says, "Imei Hasam." If I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's just Yachid Shabbos. I might have said that what is that case where they say, even though we're not going to on the base, what is that case where they said, even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the chutzner aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avozek Keneged Zeh, Imalo, but our case of Rav was talking about where they, and as of yesterday's understanding, talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's Kiddush, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rosh Hashanah are mafulosh, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mavoi followed by a wider chutzner or cover, you're okay. So the Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rosh Hashanah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rav's Kiddush, according to Rabbi. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Dahmer that connected also the one the Rabbi who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rosh Hashanah will be Asr, Hadar Rabbi my Muki law. So then what would he establish when Rav says in halacha, what's the case? It must be B'zeh Shalom Keneged Zeh, that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Tarti Lamali, why do I need Rav to tell me in a halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos? The Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rav and Darsimba, that people go through it, is mutter, I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, Hava mina hani milu lizrok. I will tell to him malo kumashmalan. That I might have thought that what does it mean is Rosh Hashanah Shabbos is telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is mid'araisa Rosh Hashanah. And if someone were to throw something from the Rosh Hashanah into this chutzner, he'd be chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's a Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people could carry, and that it's considered a fully enclosed mechitza that we would allow them to carry, and not midrabanan say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tzadi Tes that the Mavoi is Aser, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tzadi Tes plus tomorrow's Gemara that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is Rosh Hashanah, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you could actually carry, and that's the chiddush that Rav was teaching us. Says the Gemara, fifth line down. Itmar, Mavoi ha'asa ken nadal. So if you had a mavoi that was made like a nadal seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands is you have the following. You have a mavoi going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mavos coming down that open into a different Rosh Hashanah, a different Rosh Hashanah. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mavoi akum. So you have this one Rosh Hashanah. So you can go here and then down the first one. You can go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mavoi akum. That's the case we're dealing with. That's this nadal, the centipede. So says Abaya, okay, I'll give you the solution. Up here on this big Rosh Hashanah, put a Tzuras HaPesach, and then at the bottom Rosh Hashanah, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a korah on each one. So this way you'll have a Tzuras HaPesach on one side and a lefty or korah on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rabba. Rabba said back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because remember, Ram is the one that says when you have a mavoi, a fence mavoi, we treat that like a mavoi mafulish. And you need a tzuras ha-pesach and a lechi or korah on the other end at a minimum, maybe a delas, according to Hananya. But in order, if you treat it like a mavoi mafulish, you need some kind of tzuras ha-pesach at the bend, and you need a lechi on either end, right? And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says in Mavoi Sasum that each Mavoi is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put, according to Shmuel, you put a lechi on this one, and then a lechi on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Damer Tarasa Kasasum, then it's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuris HaPesach, so then why did Abaya say put a Tzuris HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavoi Akums as Mavoi Mufolish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuris HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara, not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavi Yaakov in Nardoi, and they ended up paskening like Rav, and they required, we talked about this, the Lassos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav, the morning came, but the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's stock. So clearly, the halakha should follow Rav at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuris HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuris HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says in Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi says, here's what you do. Not like what Abaya said, but rather, also Tzuris HaPesach looks too low. You should put is that so you have the bigger shroud and you have the small one. To each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavli, you should put a Tzuris HaPesach l'hai gisa to this side, the Ita gisa mystery b'lach the Torah. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as on over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or Torah, and we're good. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore what Abaya said, where you put one Tzuris HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuris HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're good, and that matches Rab's halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa. Rav Kahana Bar Tachlifa said in the name of Mishmei Rav Kahana Bar Manyume, who said in the name of Mishmei Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, who said Mishmei Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rab, in the name of Rav Kahana the Rabbi of Rab. But Amri La, some said Rav Kahana Bar Malkio, Hainu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rab. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts of people named Rav Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi should see the acid aras. The see the acid cutter. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen? If you were walking on in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavoi of the Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavoi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavoi? When you're looking at this Mavoi, you have one wall of the Mavoi. Is that wall then now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah? Because the Rosh Hashanah got smaller, so that wall is long, but the other wall of the Mavui was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavui, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavui, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense. Mavoi should see the acid. Or if we have one wall is long, we see the acid cutter, and one wall is short. So it's saying as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavoi, and so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavoi. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the korah on a slant, and then you're gonna pick up a little bit of the Rosh Hashanah because the korah is gonna define the area of the mavoi. Arba amas, but if you have a 4 wall, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the korah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rava Amar Echad Zev Yachad Zeh Inu Maniach the Korah El Keneged HaKater. Rava says, even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a korah at a slant here. So, and Rava says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason. I who say you cannot put up a slanted korah, and I'm going to tell you the reasons of the people who say you can put up a slanted korah. I'll tell you my reason that you could put a slanted korah. Why? Because korah time of my. What's the reason we have a korah mishum heker? Is to distinguish to people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave, we'll see that in a second, is different than the Rosh Hashanah. So the issue is, in the Mavoi you're allowed to carry, in the Rosh Hashanah you're not. So we need to show people, even though the Mavoi is pretty open to Rosh Hashanah, the reason people are able to carry there is because it's a Mavoi, and it's not Rosh Hashanah. That's the function of a Korah, according to Rava. So therefore, Balaksa Ma'ave Heker, when you have a slanted Korah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rosh Hashanah, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mavoi and you see a Rosh Hashanah and there's a Korah between them, but here you have this like slanted Korah that seems to pick up part of the Rosh Hashanah, part of the Mavoi. So he says if it's for a hecker, it's not a good recognition. It's not a good recognition that you're transitioning. So therefore, it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rava's point. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah mishamai. According to them, what's the function of a korah? Mishum mechitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something, we talked about this pitik or yard v'sotzim, that the edge of it can come down, and it's as if the mavoi has a fourth wall. If the mavoi has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall enclosed Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, Balaksa now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halach in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, explain Rav Kahana, says, "Ho shmaitzah the kahani." Once there are all these kahanas who are saying things, aim of a milsa, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, Hada Amret, this that we said, Maniach HaKorah Malakson, when we said, according to some, you could put the Korah on a slant, Lo Amran Elashalei Im Balak, Sono Yoser Me Aser. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Erevin, the entry to a Mavoi, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following. If you're going, let's say you had, if the entry to the Mavoi was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shifted someone and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant, says Rav Kahana, is going to define the Mavoi, you're going to end up with a Mavoi, his opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ela Keneged HaKater, you would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your Mavoi was like 7 amas and you shift it a little bit and with a slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the Masechta. That's what's the halacha? You put up a korah. We're talking about a regular, Rashi says a regular Mavoi now. You have a Mavoi, you have a korah. Can you carry underneath the korah? Rav, Rabbi Chia, Rabbi Yochanan, Rav and Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yochanan say yes, you can carry under the korah. Shmuel, Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon bar Lakish, Amru Asur l'sham shaka the korah. But Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi and Reish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the korah. So says the Gemara, Lema b'hakam eflagi. Let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mar Savar Korah Mishum Heker, Mar Savar Korah Mishum Mechitza. So the Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the korah, why? Is because the point of the korah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a Mavoi or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that korah is Mishum Mechitza, that maybe it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down. And if it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down because of the mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the korah because that's already outside of the mechitza that's creating the mavoi. So the Gemara says, lo, That's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe it's a kuliyama korah mishum hacker. Maybe everyone holds that the point of a korah is so that you should have a distinction between the two areas. That here's what they're arguing about. The Mar Savar Hakerim of Gal, Umar Savar Hakerim of Var. So the question is, when you put up a korah, who are you showing the korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rosh Hashanah? Or are you telling the people in Rosh Hashanah, you see those people carrying in that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, so then it's going to be the inner lips that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the korah, so we're going to say you can only that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge, because it's really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you the everyone holds that the function of a korah is to create a mechitza. This is why one said you can carry under and one said you can't. The one who said you cannot carry under the korah says that the inner lip of the korah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the korah is outside of the mavoi. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down. And if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the korah. So says that everyone agrees that across from a lechi you cannot carry. While under a korah, because a korah is at least a tefach wide, but a lechi could be minuscule. We'll learn that halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, it could be that you're going to cross that line. A thick tefach you can judge, but a thin lechi you can't. Rabbi asked the following interesting question. No, snake so here's what happened. You have a mother, you have walls, and then you have the mother that opens. So instead of putting the korah on top of those walls, what did I do? 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the korah on top. So what happened? Just outside the wall. If that's the case, is that a valid armorlay? So we say as follows. According to the person who said you can carry under, the person who said you could carry under the there, we're gonna say as follows. According to the one who said you could carry under the korah, why is that? It's because it's the outside edge of the korah that goes down. So in this scenario where you have the walls and they have the korah in front of it, so the outside edge is where it's a tefach removed from the walls. So then you have a break and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the korah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the korah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole korah is adjoining the walls, so if it's the inner edge that comes down, so the inner edge is coming down, there's no space between the end of the korah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the mavoi. So now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry under the korah, it's because the outer edge does it, and now that the korah is instead of on top of the walls, adjoining the walls, so then the korah mechitza is a tefach removed from the walls. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mavoi, and it's going to be good. To which Rabbi says, nami aser. I'm sorry, Rabbi nami aser, but he says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this mechitza is flush against the walls, at the end of the day, the proper place for a korah is on top of the walls, not on the edge of the walls, not off the side of the walls, and therefore it would be usher. This would not be a valid korah, and you need to put a different one on top of the walls. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, good morning. So I'll just announce our sponsorships. So the Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, Avram and Shandy Kelman, with the hope and prayer that this past Tisha B'Av, or future Tisha B'Av, will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis HaMikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira and Miriam Grossman in the merit of Refuah Shlema for all those in need. The Day of Learning is sponsored by David and Susan Clyde in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be in Aliyah for his neshama. And Daf Yomi Parak sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Venick and Stephen and Holly Venick in memory of their father, Herman Venick, Chani Yisrael Ben Ruvain Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's daf is daf Tes, and we are going to be picking up 7 lines down Amar Rabbah. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavoi that opens up to an area that's either a rechava or a chatzar that's wider than it. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a pirza that wall came down and opened onto a different Rishus Harabim. So initially we thought it was Machlokas Rav and Shmuel, and we said that Rav was concerned about Mufulash, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Machlokas between Rav and Shmuel, and that they're actually both in agreement. Or we actually don't know that Shmuel's involved at all. There was a concern when Rabbi Yehuda said something that we assumed it must have been in the name of Shmuel instead of his Rabbi Rav, because apologize if the system was on mute. Okay, so I'll start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a chatzar or a rechava. A chatzar is an occupied area. A rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another Rishus Harabim. And so we had the thought that Rav was concerned about Mufulash, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you could look straight through the mavoi and you could walk straight through the mavoi, through the chatzar or rechava, and then get out in another Rishus Harabim. And whether that would make it like Mufulash, ultimately we decided that was not the primary concern here, and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be machlokas, and the fact that Rav Paskin that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chatzar, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chatzar, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry in the mavoi. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, if there had been an eruv between the mavoi and the chatzar, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an eruv issue, not a mufulash issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case Rabbi Yehuda was addressing was a rechava, and a rechava as an uninhabited area is something that did not require an eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of rechava and chatzar looks the same in terms of physical structure, the difference was is it a used chatzar or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, and the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mufulash. So therefore, that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustment. But there does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an eruv issue, was not a mufulash issue. But that picks up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabbah. So he's picking up on, we said yesterday that Rav Yosef explains that the reason we're not worried about mufulash is why? Because you have your mavoi, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So as you're looking at the mavoi, you see the mavoi ends, and then there's a broader area, which is the chatzar or rechava. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to Rishus Harabim. So we were not worried about mufulash. But Rabbi says, not so fast. This that we said, that as long as you have this T shape and you see that it's off to the side, so that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Lo amran elazeh shelo keneged zeh. That is, nonetheless, we do have some concern about mufulash. That if you're standing at the bottom here and you can see straight through from one Rishus Harabim to another,
even though it goes through a Rechava, even though that T area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rosh Hashanah. So Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your mavui leads into the Rechava or Chatzar, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rosh Hashanah. So you do not have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other, says Rabbi, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of mafulash. We talked about it being an Erev issue. Now we're adding back in the concept of it being mafulash. So it continues there. He said, but if it would be straight, it would be usher. So now, what does it mean? So when Rav said his halacha, he said, Mavish and Nifrit b'melua, that if you have a mavi that's fully open, like chatzir to a chatzir, but Nifrit to chatzir connectos, and it says opposite that, the chatzir has a broken wall to the Rosh Hashanah. That seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says connecto, just means the wall that's opposite, but nonetheless you have to go like so. Okay, now so says the Gemara. Amar Rev Mesharshia. So now we have put two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this T shape so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. But now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct openings between the Rosh Hashanah, it's mutter, but we have another qualification. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with the Rechava, which we said we don't need an Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rechava that belongs to multiple people. Have a Rechava diyachid, but if that Rechava in the back, so you have your Mavui and your Rechava is on top, if that Rechava belongs to a single individual, so I'll read that again in a second once I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this T. You need to know that when you go in your Mavui, you see a space to the right and left. But let's say there was only space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your Mavui, followed by the wall of the Rechava. Now the Rechava goes off to the right. So that, Rabbi Yosef said, is a problem because then you're seeing one straight wall, the left wall, in the example I'm saying, it's a Mavui wall followed by the Rechava wall, and then that leads to where the Rosh Hashanah is. So that's going to be a problem because this is what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line, and so you need a full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rabbi Meshash is introducing is, she's saying, even if you have a T in this Rechava, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rechava belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what? I want to take advantage of real estate here. I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your Mavoi, and then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way, includes your Mavoi and your Rechava, that's problematic. So Rabbi Meshashi is saying, we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he builds it, even though we have a T, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rechava of the rabbis. How does that help? Because I guess even in times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. But if one guy's there, he could choose to build his house. So Mishashi is telling us that it has to be owned by Yafet. So now let me read it with that explanation. This that we said you could carry when you have the T and you have the non-direct line between the Rosh Hashanah. We only said that when the Rechava belongs to multiple individuals. But if the Rechava, if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried that it might happen that he'll change his mind. He'll build houses. You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a mavoi that then ends in the side of a Rechava. You have one straight line, and therefore it's going to be aser. So we're going to end up here as follows: that if you have your mavoi followed by if it's a Rechava, you don't need an eruv. If it's a chutzah, you do need an eruv, but you need three other qualifications. You need this T. You need to make sure that T cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rosh Hashanah have a turn so that it's not a direct straight line mufulash from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. Okay, so now ask the Gemara, the Shanilan ben Rechava the Rabbi Rechava the office. Where do we have this halachic concept that we're worried that an individual is going to change something, but the rabbis aren't going to change something? Because we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, rabbis aren't going to build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar, because we have later in the Masechah on Daf Chalites, we say Rabbi bar Rav Ada, Rabbi bar Rav Ada Amar Rav Yitzchak, Rabbi bar Rav Abba said the name of Yitzchak. Ma'aseh b'mavoi echad, shetzida echad kol aliyam, shetzida echad kol ha'ashpa. So here's the case: you have a Rosh Hashanah like any other mavoi. Like any other case, and you have a mavoi needs three walls for a regular mavoi. But this mavoi is interesting. Its three walls were crafted in three different ways. So on, let's call it your left wall, when you're standing in Rosh Hashanah, your left wall was a garbage dump. And that garbage dump was more than 10 tefachim high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or a yam. That's actually machlokas in the poskim, whether rivers apply, we'll see in a minute. But you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is a mechitza, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, so the rule is eser b'soch arba. As long as the incline mislaket eser b'soch arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4. So what does it mean? As long as if you're walking 4 amas, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 tefachim, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that it's considered a mechitza. Okay, so you have your Rosh Hashanah. Your left side is a garbage dump, at least 10 tefachim tall. Your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 tefachim tall, and in front of you are the chutzahs that open up. So you have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine mavoi. That was the case they had. But what happened? Rabbi, and they came in front of Rabbi and said, "Was this an acceptable mavoi? They could just put up a lechi or korah and carry in it." Rabbi didn't want to say it's aser, and he didn't want to say it's mutter. Why? Isser lo yamar ba the whole kind of mechitza. He didn't want to say it's aser because at the end of the day, you have valid mechitzas here. Water is a mechitza. The embankment of water, garbage is a mechitza. Houses are a mechitza. So he said at the end of the day, you have 3 valid walls opening to Rosh Hashanah, and that looks and smells like a mavoi. But he also didn't want to say that they could carry in it. Why? Because because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people will be used to carrying because there was a mechitza of garbage and now it's not there anymore, but they're still going to carry, maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was the mechitza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. But what happens, as is the nature, and this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislaket eser b'soch arba, which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline, and maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So continues. So we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changes. But where do we see this Yachid and Rabbi thing? Continues the Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the mechitza there? But wait, we had a Mishnah that was again there in Daf Tavites in later in our Masechta. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 tefachim tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishus Yachid. His house is a Rishus Yachid. Why is the garbage dump a Rishus Yachid? Because it's 10 tefachim tall, and presumably the dalet tefachim wide, dalet by dalet tefachim. Even if it wasn't dalet by dalet tefachim, it would be fine because it would be a makom secure. And because it's higher than 10 tefachim, less than dalet al dalet. Either way, you could throw from your Rishus Yachid to another Rishus Yachid or to a makom secure. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out their window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer a Rishus Yachid because it's only a Rishus Yachid because there's garbage piled up more than 10 tefachim. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window, he's going to throw it out the window, and it's going to land in Rishus Rabbi, and he'll throw from Rishus Yachid to Rishus Rabbi. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, that it must be the reason that we're worried in Rabbi's case that the garbage is going to get taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and he's going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mother is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in relation to rabbins, presumably it belongs to the rabbins. Things that belong to the rabbins don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So that's the Gemara. So this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Misharshia, where Rabbi Misharshia says even the tea is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the tea and you'll be left with an L, and that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your Rechava. Okay, so now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi says we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the yam brings up sediment. So what about the Gemara asked Rabbanan Mai? So that was Rabbi's concern. What did the Rabban question? What does the Rabbanan say? So Rabbi Yosef by Rabbi says, Kana learned the Chachamim also. The Chachamim, even though Rabbi was not prepared to say that it's usher or mutter. It's mutter because technically they're machittas, but usher because he might have said usher because he's worried people are gonna get taken away and people will still carry. That Chachamim weren't so worried. They said usher. Amr Nachman halacha to the rest of Chachamim. And Nachman says that's in fact halacha that we're worried that it's going to get taken away, and therefore you cannot rely on this mavoi. On a mother that for one of its walls relies on either the sea or on a pile of garbage. There are others who say, I'm Rabbi Yosef Bar Abini, that Rabbi Yosef Bar Abini says, kind of we learned from Chachamim hearing that the Chachamim said at the end of the day, the Rebbe was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls. To this, Rav Nachman ain't halacha to the Beit Chachamim. Rav Nachman's consistent regardless of which version. He's saying at the end of the day, Rebbe was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage pile that can get taken away or a sea that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay, Mirema pasuk la l'shura bu'uzle. So. This is kind of unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the slope of the water changing. So what happened? Then in Surah, they had in one or more mavoi where you have your Rishus Rabbi, and then the mavoi comes off, and the back of the mavoi was the sea. So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like we have this. But what was the concern? The concern was if you're relying on the sea to be your back machine, Mechitza, your third Mechitza, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes? And as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a Mechitza. So then it's going to be a problem because you're carrying in this mother, relying that your third wall is the sea, and really the sea has shifted, and it's no longer a Mechitza. So Meremar was actually worried about that. So therefore, he set up Pasukle, he separated the edge of the sea with usually he put up net. So a net is a valid Mechitza. He put up the Mechitza in the back as a safety precaution. So you see that there was this concern. That there is in fact this concern that maybe the incline of the sea is going to change and it will no longer be a Mechitza. Okay, continue tomorrow. We are 11 lines up, beginning of the line. So we just talked about surah, so now we're going to go back to our favorite topic of Mavli Akum. So Mavli Akum, as we talked about, is an L shape or a race shape, as we used to call it. There's no focus, Rav and Shmuel. Rav said that it's treated like Mefula. If you look at the, you ignore the bend and look at it like any other Mavli that is open on two ends to Rav. And Shmuel said no. And also Rav was the one who Ashkin like the kind of Talmud said all you need is a Surah Pesach on one end and a Lefty on the other end. And Shmuel was the one that said, wait, you need an actual Delas, a doorway on one end, and a Lefty on the other end. Okay, so all that's going to come into play here. So you had in Surah a certain level, up and you had this L-shaped level. So what did they do? Kara Udia was Kiva Bay Baku Muse. So they wound up they rolled up a macatella, a mat, and they put it in the bed. I'll say in a minute there's some possible different here stuff, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefty in the bend over there. So this says, I don't get it. So the way we understand it tomorrow is that at the bottom of one entrance to Shitaram, they stuck a lefty, and then at the bend they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefty discussion. This has more to do with this is not really what you need to fix this moment. It has more to do with what they use as a lefty. Don't see in a second. What are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? The Rav on the Torah to Mefula. Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who said that this is a Mefula, then Surah Pesach Boy. Then you need on the one end a Surah Pesach, and on the other end a lefty. And the way we've done that in the past was by putting a Surah Pesach at the bend and a lefty on either end of these mothers. But here they didn't put up a Surah Pesach. They put up a rolled up mat. So it's a Pesach play. And it's not like Rav. The Shmuel down the Pesach discussion. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel. He says that you need that each of these mothers are considered like private mothers. So says the Gemara, so that makes sense. Shmuel says, so what does Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefty on either end. Now, according to we talked about it briefly, Rothschild brought from his Rabbi that not only do you need a lefty on either end, you need a lefty in the bend. This is why I was saying before, so it's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rabbi, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mother didn't choose to put a lefty in his bend. Only the vertical mother wanted to put it. But at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here and they needed to put a lefty in the middle like Rashi's Rabbi. But according to Rashi, who understood Shmuel, and you just put one lefty here and one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend, because you don't need anything there. So some have a gear cell that they put a Surah Pesach with this mat. Others have a gear cell that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Shitram.
What up, Wisdom? How you living, big dog?
Whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lefty to roll up a mat. So you don't have to get into the details of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lefty on each end? Because the lefty is a valid lefty. Avo high, even the Russian baby, so the stubby way, low flum. But this, if you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it down.
What up, Wisdom?
I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like real foolish. And even if it is, and then you need a Surah Pesach. And even if it's like Shmuel, it says it's a custom, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lefty here. Says the Gemara, but if you stuck like a stake in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lefty, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lefty. Again, this is an issue having to do with not where you place the lefty, but what is the lefty. Okay, Rufo, we learned. So this is going to have quote the Psak of Rav that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the Psak of Rav, was really focused on the mother. The idea that the people in the mother cannot carry if
how are you, big dog?
With which they don't have an we talked about this yesterday.
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are you, big man? How can I help you? Dog, I'm online right now.
So therefore, we said carrying the mother. That's what we focused on yesterday.
Yes, I am. I'm online on 2 different streams on X, dog.
Which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus. So Rob said that the
I'm busy right now, but what's going on? Just talk to me here.
Why was that? Because
hold on. I didn't tell you to download any apps. I said you could make them in a browser, but go ahead.
So the mubli is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in a chutzner looking back toward the mubli,
I didn't say you had to download the apps. You can make them in a browser.
There's a break. Presumably that break is less than the and we know as long as you have more wall and opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amas, we look at that.
Okay.
Okay, now I turn 180 degrees. I look at the Rabbi break, and what do I see? I see two walls, and I see a Rishis Rabin, and the opening is less than 10 amas, and there's more wall than opening. So we said in the chutzner you can carry regardless.
What do you mean?
The chutzner is open to the mavoi. I don't care because in other words, the chutzner does not have to deal with the mavoi, and the mavoi does not preclude the people does not preclude the people.
Do you know how Linktree works?
Because someone could say, I'm my own chutzner. We have our own area. And when I'm interested in
all right, so just Google. How does here? I'll send you a thing.
We're going to focus a little bit on that. It says the Gemara Rufa. We learned Amar Yirmiyah Bar Abba Rab. Yirmiyah Bar Abba says the name of Rab. Mavli shenifet from Malul Chatzar. Our case from yesterday, your Mavli opens up it got broken in its entirety. The full width of the Mavli got open to a Chatzar. Benefit the Chatzar Kenegdo, and in fact, the Chatzar also has the wall opposite that opened to Rishis Rabin. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off, we discussed yesterday, but you have this connection that people walk through. He said chatzar was teres and mavli aser, that the chatzar is mutter and the mavli aser for the reasons I just described. Amarle Rabbi Barula Rabbi Barabaya. So Rabbi Barula said to Rabbi Barabaya, Rabbi Lomash Naseni he do. They said, wait a second. Why is Rav and Amora coming and telling us this? We already learned.
All right, big dog. Watch the video and it should make sense to you. If you have questions, come back to me. It's in your hands.
That if you have chatzar ketana shenifratola gedolo, that if you have a small chatzar that got an opening made between it and a broader machine. So if you want to think about it like this, you have a large chatzar here, you have a small chatzar on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chatzar, right? So we're going to say, so you have a chatzar gedola, you have a small chatzar that opens up into a bigger one. So we say gedola mutera. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an area with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just a pesach, it's just a doorway. Katana asura, but you can't carry in the katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the gedola, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There's no wall that separate you because the walls are only on the outside. But the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. So we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an error with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of law. So the question is, why did Rav need to tell me that if you think about it, the mavoi that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavoi is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. So you're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is mutter, the mavoi is usher. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The big chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner in this case would be the equivalent of the mavoi. And also, so what did I need Rav for? Amalei, he said back there, Ime Hassam, if I only had the description of the Chatzar Gedol and the Chatzar Ketana, I would say,
yes, watch the video I sent you on X.
I would think as follows. If all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah was yours.
Yes, watch the video I sent you on X.
You're not using the small chutzner or the large chutzner, and more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chutzers that have to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rob told us was where what happened, where you had a mavoi opens the chutzner that in turn opens to the Rob. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a freeway to go from one Rosh to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chutzner, the large chutzner. So that's why I needed Rob to tell me about it. Now he said, wait a second, I didn't tell me that either. Well, I'm not picking up because we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in the second last page, which says, but there. Rabbi the Flasher of the Jews, the Yosim of the Jews.
Okay, watch it, and it should make sense. If you have questions, come back. What'd you say? No, I don't have any projects, but that'll help you.
We're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, otherwise by drinking the social.
Excellent.
Right? So you see that a suffix tumah,
you're welcome, my friend.
It's a private place, then it's usher. And if we need it more publicly, it's mutter because we learned from the paradigm of sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a chutzner that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. We have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a mechitza. So you have four walls of this mechitza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rishita Yasser that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in a mechitza, so there's halachic mechitza. But as relates to Truma, it's not so simple because what's the paradigmatic case is Sota. Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of a Shutta Yachid you need for Truma issues means there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a chutzner that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction, that if you have a chutzner that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you could say these are valid mechitzas, and therefore we're going to treat it as Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now, we're focused on the Rosh Hashanah, the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say it's Allah in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you could still carry in the chutzner. Says the Gemara, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a Mishnah that says that there's just a Yasser to Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say halacha, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry, and while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Chaduket. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? It says, "You may husam." If I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through it, there's 50 up in the Shabbos. How many that's what can make it that? I might have said that what is that case where they say, even though we're not going to on the base, what is that case where they said, even though that people traverse between it, maybe that's only when the openings in the cutter aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was Avazek connected that, but our case of Rav was talking about where they, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Rav are Mafulah, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the Mavli followed by a wider cutter and recover, you're okay. The Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn. And you cannot have the openings to the Rabbi face each other. So that can't possibly be Rab's finish according to Rabbi. So the Gemara, Rabbi, the one who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the opening to the Shikram will be other Rav, and my Muki law. So then what would he establish when Rav says halacha? What's the case? It must be Bizashalok and Agadah, that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Karti Lamali, why do I need Rav to tell me in our halacha that I already knew from two Mishnayos? The Gemara says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav is teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a chutzner that Rabbi Darsim, but that people go through it is mutter. I might ime hasam. If I was only learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, "Hamar honey lizrok." I will tell to him malo masalan. Then I might have thought that what does it mean is there should be yafid the Shabbos? It's telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is the oraisa or just a yafid. And if someone were to throw something from the Rishus Rabbim into this chutzner, he's chayav and being over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's a Rishus Yafid for purposes of restriction. But is it such a Rishus Yafid that we're convinced that people can carry, and that it's considered a fully imposed Matzitza that we would allow them to carry, and not Midr Rabbanan say, sorry, there's people walking through this chutzner you can't carry? Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the chutzner you can carry, even though people traverse their way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah on Tavi Test that the Mavli is author, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah on Tavi Test called tomorrow's Gemara that a chutzner is mutter, that a chutzner is a yachid, even if people are traversing it, I would not have known that you could actually carry, and that's the kiddush that Rav was teaching us. Says the Gemara, fifth line down. Itmar, Mavli ha'asr can nadal. So if you had a Mavli that was made like a nadal seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is, the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands is you have the following. You have a Mavli going across, and then you have multiple legs that are Mavlis coming down that open into a different Rishus Yafid, a different Rishus Rabbim. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many Mavli Akum. So you have this one Rishus Rabbim. So you should go here and then you can go down the top one, and you have multiple akum. That's the case we're dealing with. That's this nadol. The fire also tzuris hapasach gadol. V'hana kulom mystery b'lachi b'kor. So says Abaya. Okay, I'll give you the solution. Up here on this big Rishus Rabbim, put a tzuris hapasach, and then at the bottom Rishus Rabbim, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a lefty or a kora on each one. So this way you'll have a tzuris hapasach on one side and a lefty or kora on the other side. Says the Gemara, Amalei Rava. Rava says back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because if, remember, Rav is the one that says when you have a Mavli Okum, a bent Mavli, we treat that like a Mavli Mefulish. And you need a Tzuris HaPesach and a Lechi or Kora on the other end at a minimum, maybe a Delas, according to Hananya. But if you treat it like a Mavli Mefulish, you need some kind of Tzuris HaPesach at the bend, and you need a Lechi on either end, right? And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's Mavli Sasum, that each Mavli is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put, according to Shmuel, you put a Lechi on this one, and then a Lechi on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Damar Tarasa Kasasum, then it's like Sasum. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, or like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sasum, Lamalei Tzuris HaPesach, So then why did Abaya say put a Tzuras HaPesach here? All you should need is a lechi at every entrance and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these Mavoi Akam as Mavoi Mufalish, and they're all just a bunch of Mavoi Sasums, and Mavoi Sasum only needs one lechi. So we're saying what you're paskening like Shmuel, that's a Mavoi Sasum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that we should put up a Tzuras HaPesach. And furthermore, so it says the Gemara. Not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavoi Akam in Nardoi, and they ended up passing like Rav, and they required, we talked about this, the Lassos, either they had the Chumrah Rav and Shmuel, or they had like Rav, the morning came, but the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav's Zak, so clearly the halacha should follow Rav at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, because why do you need a Tzuras HaPesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rav. If you're going like Rav, what would you need? You should need a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each end. So it says in the Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi, Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather also Tzuras HaPesach low. You should put it. So you have the bigger shizrav and you have the small ones. To each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small mavoi, you should put a Tzuras HaPesach l'hai gisa to this side, the idach gisa shtribelechi the korah. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens the Rosh Hashanah, as well as on over here on the side that opens the Rosh Hashanah, you should put a lechi or korah. And we're good. So now we're saying. Rabbi is saying that ignore the bias Tzuras HaPesach and then lechis at the rest. Rather, you put a Tzuras HaPesach at each bend and a lechi at each opening to the Rosh Hashanah, and we're back to Rab's halacha exactly. Okay, Tachlifa, Rav Kahana bar Tachlifa said in the name of Shmei Rav Kahana Malkio, who said Shmei Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav, the name of Rav Kahana the Rabbi of Rav. But Amri law, some said Rav Kahana bar Malkio, Hainu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of Kahanas saying a halacha. So because all sorts of people named Rav Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mavi should see the echad arab, should see the echad kutzer. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rosh Hashanah that was wide, and then what happened? The Rosh Hashanah got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to have? If you were walking on in my side, if you're walking on the right side of the Mavi of the Rosh Hashanah, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the Rosh Hashanah moved over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a Mavi. I apologize if the Rav has that book. It would be helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this Mavi? When you're looking at this Mavi, you have one wall of the Mavi is that wall that now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah. So the Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the Mavi was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your Mavoi, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you. You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up the Rosh Hashanah, you would make a right into this Mavoi, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the Mavoi. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that made sense. Mavi should see the effort. Or if we have one wall is long, we see the effort kutzer, and one wall is short. So it's saying as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mavui, and so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mavui. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rosh Hashanah because the Torah is going to define the area of the Mavui. Arba amas, but if you have a 4 wall, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Torah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rabbi Amar Rabbi says, even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a korah at a slant here. So, and Rava says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason. I who say you cannot put up a slanted korah, and I'm going to tell you the reasons of the people who say you can put up a slanted korah. I'll tell you my reason that you could put a slanted korah. Why? Because korah time of my. What's the reason we have a korah mishum heker? Is to distinguish the people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave. We'll see that in a second. Is different than Rosh Hashanah. So the issue is, in the Mavoi you're allowed to carry, in Rosh Hashanah you're not. So we need to show people, even though the Mavoi is pretty open to Rosh Hashanah, the reason people are able to carry there is because it's a Mavoi. It's not Rosh Hashanah. That's the function of a Korah, according to Rabbi. So therefore, Balaksa Lavi Heker, when you have a slanted Korah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rishus Harabim, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mavoi and you see a Rishus Harabim and there's a Korah between them, but here you have this like slanted Korah that seems to pick up part of the Rishus Harabim, part of the Mavoi. So he says if it's for a hecker, it's not a good recognition that you're transitioning, so therefore it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rava's point. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Korah mishamai, according to them, what's the function of a korah? Mishum mechitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something, we talked about this, pitik or yard v'sotzim, that the edge of it can come down, and it's as if the mavli has a fourth wall. If the mavli has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a four-wall enclosed rishus yachid. So therefore, ubalaksa now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzas, you could have a mechitza on a slant, you could have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the need to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. I'm Rav Kahana. So we quoted this halach in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, plain Rav Kahana says, "Oh, Shemaita the Kahani." Once there are all these kahanas who are saying things, game of a milsa, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, just that we said, when we said, according to some, you could put the korah on a slant. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Eruvin. The entry to a mavli, unless you have Tzuras HaPesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had if the entry to the mavli was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shift it somewhat and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant, says Rav Kahana, is going to define the mavli, you're going to end up with a mavli whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Ela keneged hakasser, you would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mavli was like 7 amas, and you shift it a little bit, and with a slant it makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, ask the Gemara. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the Masechta. That what's the halacha? You put up a korah. We're talking about a regular. Rashi says a regular mavli now. You have a mavli, you have a korah. Can you carry underneath the korah? Rav, Rabbi Chia, Rabbi Yochanan, Rav and Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yochanan say yes, you can carry under the korah. Shmuel, Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon bar Lakish, Amru Asur l'shamash tachat hakorah. But Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi and Reish Lakish say you cannot carry underneath the korah. It says the Gemara, let's say that what they're arguing about is the following: the Mar Savar Korah Mishum Heker, Mar Savar Korah Mishum Mechitza. The Gemara is going to say as follows: that the one who says you can carry underneath the korah, why? Is because the point of the korah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a mavli or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that korah is mishum mechitza, that maybe it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down. And if it's the inner lip of the korah that comes down because it's a mechitza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the korah because that's already outside of the mechitza that's creating the mavli. The Gemara says, "Lo, that's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe the kuliyama korah mishum heker. Maybe everyone holds that the point of a korah is so that you should have a distinction between the two areas. That here's what they're arguing about: the mar savar hakerim of gav, umar savar hakerim of bar. So the question is, when you put up a Korah, who are you showing the Korah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rosh Hashanah? Or are you telling the people in Rosh Hashanah, you see those people carrying in that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Korah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, so then it's going to be the inner lip that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Korah. So we're going to say you can only, that therefore the mavoi extends until the outside edge, because it's really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the Korah. Alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of a Korah is to create a mechitza. This is why one said you can carry under and one said you can't. The one who said you cannot carry under the Korah says that the inner lip of the Korah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the Korah is outside of the mavoi. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down. And if it's the outer edge, then you can carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the Korah. So that everyone agrees that across from a lefty, you cannot carry. While under a Korah, because a Korah is at least a tefach wide, but a lefty could be minuscule. We'll learn that halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, it could be that you're going to cross that line. A thick tefach you can judge, but a thin lefty you can't. Why did Rabbi asked the following interesting question. No, here's what happened. You have a mother, you have walls, and then you have the mavoi that open. So instead of putting the Korah on top of those walls, what did I do? I put in 2 stakes into the wall, and then I put the Korah on top. So what happened? The Korah was just outside the wall. It's adjoining the wall, but it's not on top of the wall. That's the case. It's not a valid one. Amalei, the divrei hamater aser, the divrei haoser muter. So we say as follows, that according to the person who said that you can carry under, the person who said you can carry under the,
what website you're on, etc.
the divrei hamater,
website you visit. You realize that?
Okay, so we say, I'm sorry. So we're gonna say as follows: that according to one who said you can carry under the Korah, why is that? It's because it's the outside edge of the Korah that goes down. So in this scenario where you have the wall and you have the Korah in front of it, so the outside edge is where it's a tefach removed from the wall. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry under the Korah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the Korah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole Korah is adjoining the wall, so it's the inner edge that comes down. So the inner edge is coming down. There's no space between the end of the Korah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the mavoi. So now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry under the Korah, it's because the outer edge doesn't, and now that the Korah is instead of on top of the wall, adjoining the wall, so then the Korah mechitza is a tefach removed from the wall. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is abutting the walls of the mavoi, and it's going to be good. Which Rabbi says, I'm sorry, Rabbi nami aser, but even Korah gabe mavoi v'leka. He says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this mechitza is flush against the wall, at the end of the day, the proper place for a Korah is on top of the wall, not on the edge of the wall, not off the side of the wall, and therefore it would be usher. This would not be a valid Korah, and you need to put a different one on top of the wall. Have a wonderful day.
You could learn for the rest of your life. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Theo. That's babbel.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. It's really interesting how it's almost like during that time that a lot of the wrestlers stole a lot of the gay energy almost. It's almost like the WWE, you couldn't, even no matter how much gay you were doing, you couldn't top this, you couldn't top this.
Well, there was a guy that, there was always characters that pushed beyond the limit that way, like Gorgeous George in the 1950s was the guy like nominally credited George Love for being the talker, and said he got a lot of it from them. But he had curly blonde hair to the very ends. And not to be confused with Macho Man's girlfriend from the
Okay,
90s,
so
whose name
we're
was
going to
also
pick
Gorgeous
up
George.
today's
But
podcast. We're going
Gorgeous
to
George used to curl his hair,
we're going to pick up
and
at the
he was a
bottom
super
of
heel. So like, the wrestler would, they'd go to lock up,
pick up the bottom line
hands off of
professional
me.
base.
And
So
he
we had
was
just
quite
been introduced
flamboyant.
to this
And I
topic
think for a
of
lot of guys, like
if you have the
Dusty
walls of
Rhodes
the
and stuff,
Torah,
you
and
want to talk
you have
about
the walls
Jessica
of the
Torah
Mavli,
talking
and
for
you
7
put the
hours.
Torah,
I love professional
the
wrestling,
Gemara
so
said
sorry.
if you stick in two
But,
pegs in the wall, two
guy like
stakes, and
Dusty
you put the
Rhodes,
Torah on
like,
top.
well,
So what happens is
and I'm
your
going to
Torah
take a
is
drink for
just
this now.
outside of the Mavli.
There was
So we talked about the fact it depends which
where he was talking
which
about
lip goes down, the inner and outer. But
then
then Rabbi said, Halacha said, no, it doesn't matter which lip goes down. At the end of the day, a Torah needs to be on top of the walls of the Mavli. It can't be on the outside of the Mavli, and therefore it doesn't work, regardless of your opinion about whether it's the inner or the outer edge of the Torah that functions as an teacher. So ask the Gemara, Rabbi Masna asked the question on Rabbi and said that the Torah has to be on top. He says, because we have a price as follows, Karaso, if the Torah was the top of Testament Aleph, Meshufa Otluya. Rashi says Meshufa seems to be a case of where it's forward of the wall. Otluya, Rashi explains, means that you have your Torah, which is too short to sit over the walls of the Mavli. So what do you do instead? Rashi said you have a
and then by the 80s he went into adorable
kind of culture. You have like a little reed or a little stick, and you stick it in, and you put the Torah on top of it. So basically, it looks like a T. You have a little support, and they have a Torah, but the Torah doesn't reach either wall of the Mavli. So it's just kind of hanging there. So that's the case. So we say as follows: if it's less than 3 tefachim, the gap, now whether presumably that gap is forward or the gap is in the case of that T-shaped thing, there's a distance between the edge of the Torah and the wall. So we can say it depends. If it's less than 3 tefachim, then that's a valid Torah. You don't need to bring another one because the halacha of lavud, we know lavud is if something's less than 2 tefachim, less than 3 tefachim, it's considered as if it continues, as if it's connected.
Because it's a
Gimel, but if it is 3 tefachim, you need to bring another Torah because basically this Torah is too short. It doesn't reach the walls, and it doesn't even reach the walls using the element of love. This is a fundamental machlokas between Gamliel says Tafik means Dalet ain't Tarfah Karakar. Dalet Tarfah Karakar. He says no. It's only when if it's less than 4, you're good. Because lavud works up to 4 tefachim. But if there's even more than 4 tefachim there, then lavud doesn't work. So he agrees with the basic halacha of Meshucha and Tuluya. But he's just saying lavud works by 4 tefachim, not by 3 tefachim. So it says the Gemara, my lav doesn't mean Meshucha mibachut. That Meshucha means drawn away, means that the Torah is outside of the Mavli. Tuluya mibachnim, and the Tuluya, the hanging one, is that T-shaped thing that's in the Torah, in the Mavli, but just not reaching either of the walls. So what's the issue? The issue is, it seems to be saying Meshucha, that if you have your Torah, in fact, this is really a question even on the ones who said the Divrei Matir Oser and Oser Matir, because there also, we were saying if the problem if the outer lip goes down, outer edge goes down, the truth is, our Brisa seems to be saying that lavud works even on something that's removed from the walls of the Mavli. So therefore, this is a question at least on Rava and probably on the first version also. So therefore, we're going to say, so that's the question. How can you say that a Torah can only be on top? We have this language of Meshucha, and Meshucha means drawn away. Presumably, that means forward of the Mavli. Where it says, well, no, that's not what Meshucha means. Both Meshucha and Tuluya are internal. Mishucha meruach achas, u'tuluya mishnei ruchos. So mishucha just means it's drawn away, means that it's only connected on one side and there's a gap on the other side. Whereas tuluya means that it's this T-shaped thing and it's missing width on both sides. So I might have thought. So what's the kiddush of telling me that tuluya that is on two sides? Ruach achas amin and lavud, ruach as well amin and lavud. I might have thought, look, lavud would give you this dispensation. If you come up with a Torah that's a little bit short, we'll give you 3 bucks. But here you're taking it on both ends. You're taking lavud here, lavud there. Maybe it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. It does. That's why the Mishnah needs to tell us both cases. So lots of discussion about, well, why did it need to tell us both? Just tell us the case of 2, and then we'll know that obviously one works, different discussion in the Mefarshim. I think the simplest one is that Mishucha and Tuluya aren't clear what they mean. So if you give both, one is from lavud with just one side, and the other would be lavud from 2 sides. But if you would only say one, we would assume that it's a one-side lavud, and we would think that maybe you can't employ the bite or the solution of lavud on both sides. That's a much more understand. Okay? Rashi says a different terrace, that it's not that one is from one side, one from 2 sides, but rather it's all one case. Mishucha v'hituluya. That was talking about a case where it's drawn forward and it's hanging. So what's that? The Hesi tell me, what's this case? You're going to know if they say those tumos, I'll snake hopefully bubble. And if you have as follows, you have a Torah that's too short. And so what did you do? You put it on 2 pegs or 2 stakes you have that are awesome, that are bent on snake hooks and mabui that are coming out of both walls of 3 seconds. In the Gogol Gimel, that there isn't in their height 3, meaning it's less than 3 tefachim above the level of the top of the mabui. They ain't back in Nissan Gimel, and there isn't in its bend, which presumably means in its width, meaning the distance from the wall. So, as follows, we're going to say, what's the case? Different custom and Rishonim. The Rashi, at least in the picture, although I think many of the parts understand that that's not what Rashi's saying, in the picture they have in the Gemara, it looks like you had these 2 nails or stakes that come up at a slam. So that way you have your walls of your marble, you have the slanting stakes, and then you rest the Torah on top. So the problem is that A, it's too short, it's not reaching the walls, and B, it's raised because you put them on top of these stakes that are above the thing. To which we would be saying, as long as the height is within Gimel Tefachim of the top of the mabui, and as long as either side is within Gimel Tefachim of that the Torah reaches within Gimel Tefachim of the sides, then we're going to say that that's okay. Others understand, the Tosfos and others understand that it's in the shape of a race. You have a bent stake. Some understand that it's bent like this, so it comes out of the wall and goes up. Others understand that it goes up and cuts over. But whatever the point is, the idea is that you have both a height mismatch, that you're above the walls of the mother, and you have a width mismatch in the sense that the Torah is not long enough. So therefore, you rest it on there. Now, the easy question is, wait a second, what do I care if it's a stake and then a Torah the board? At the end of the day, you have something running from one wall to the other wall. So Rashi and others explain that the issue is that this stake that you put in cannot be counted as part of the Torah. Why? Because we learned in the first Mishnah in Eruvin that a Torah has to be 1 tefach thick, and at the end of the day, if you have this nail or stake coming up, however it's coming up, it's not thick enough to be a Torah, so it can't count as your Torah. So the question is your Torah close enough in height and in width in order to be able to employ the device of lavud, and we'll see in the second one, we also have to employ another device here. But in any event, the point is, Mishucha v'hituluya. it is both hanging, so it's above the level of the mavoi, and it's meshuka drawn in, or vice versa. But the point being that's the case of the Mishnah, meshuka of the Bais, meshuka v'hitluya. So says the Gemara. So what's the finish here? What is the Bais trying to tell us? I might have thought. Oh, love it, Amrinon. Oh, Chavot, Amrinon. Love of the Chavot, blow Amrinon. That we do. So, Chavot is a concept of taking something and lowering it. This is generally used in connection with some kind of covering or all. The idea would be that if you have a covering and there's a hole in it, but there's a piece above the hole, so we're going to say Chavot, that you put it down. So it's basically lavud we generally think of as side to side. Kavos is kind of a vertical lavud. So the idea here would be that we're employing kavos because you're staked so up higher, you're above the walls of the mother. We're employing kavos to say we view it as if it was down on. As long as it's within 3 tefachim, we will look at it as if it was down on top of the wall of the mavoi. And also, it's too short, so we employ lavud to extend it to the side. So that's the Gemara. The chiddush of this brisa would be similar, just like we said that we didn't know you could apply lavud on both sides. We didn't know that you could apply both lavud and chavod to the same case. And here we are, because chavod takes it down, lavud extends it to the side, and you have a valid Torah. So that's what we're saying was the case of Meshuka, which is Muda, but there is no proof that Meshuka does not mean, in the answer of the Gemara, that it's removed from the mavoi, and therefore if you tuck your two stakes in and put the korah on the outside, it wouldn't help because says Rava, and this is Rava, because says Rava, a korah by its nature has to be on top of the walls of the mavoi, and Meshuka does not mean of it. Okay, says the Gemara, Kani Rav Zakkai, Kamed Rav Yochanan, there's a kai said in front of Rabbi Yochanan, they mechayayim the tachas hakora nidon v'karmelis. That between the lefties and under the korah is treated like a karmelis. Now we know a karmelis is an area that's neither a Sisiyaka Daraisa nor a Sisiyam Daraisa. And halacha is you cannot carry in a karmelis, you cannot carry from either a Sisiyaka or Sisiyaka or a Sisiyam to a karmelis. If you're saying the area under a korah or the area that's alongside the lefty is a karmelis, essentially what you're saying is you cannot carry either under a korah or along the width of a lefty. So he said this in front of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Put plenty of rod. Go teach this brisa outside." Meaning, this is not a good brisa. Don't communicate this brisa in those measures because it's not acceptable. So presumably, okay. So now the question is, the Zakkai was quoting a brisa that said you cannot carry under Torah and you cannot carry next to a lefty. Now, if you remember yesterday, we learned a lot of Rav, which was even though you could carry under the Torah, you cannot carry opposite from the lefty. So the question is, when Rabbi Yochanan was arguing and telling him this is not a good brisa, was he saying it's not a good brisa because you're allowed to carry both under Torah and next to a lefty, or was he just saying under Torah you can, but he would still agree with the system maybe that you would not be able to carry next to a lefty? Let's see, Amar Abaya says, it makes sense with Yochanan when he says, no, you're wrong, it's not a karmelis, you can carry there, that what he was talking about was the ability to carry beneath the Torah. I will bring the chayayin also. But opposite the lefty would in fact be also, which would be consistent with what Rothschild said yesterday. So the Rothschild, I explained yesterday, which is Rothschild's view, is that the reason you can carry under a Torah is a tepa. It's a meaningful size, and therefore you can judge when you're going to go past it. But a lefty could be kosher, it could be very thin, so you might not be able to judge it correctly. So that's why we say Ben Chayan or Other Rishonim understand that maybe that Torah is from Hector. If you have the Hector regardless, but if we say lefty is
one of the things
Mechitza.
it's doing recently
Others understand that there's a difference
it's
between
making me read
the Rothschild. I think there's a difference between
Applebee's
a
reviews
lefty and a
as
Korah,
Adam
whether
Sandler,
it's the
and
inner
it's going
inner
like,
edge or the
Adam
outer
Sandler
edge,
has visited,
whatever the point is.
has intentions
He
to
was
visit
saying
like
it seemed
1,500
they were
locations,
trying
all
to say that
1,500
Rabbi Yochanan
locations
is of the
Applebee's
opinion
in
he
North
can
America.
carry
These are
under a
just
Korah,
stories.
he cannot carry
And hey, I would
opposite
get
the lefty, which
Applebee's
is like
crowd,
the 50
and oh
yesterday.
boy, kicking
But
everybody.
Rava
And
said,
thinking, oh,
they
hey, guess what? I saw a werewolf
when
at
the Yochanan
Applebee's,
told
like
him this is
crazy
a bad
weird
guy to
shit.
take it out, he
And
was
I
arguing on
sent you
both
this
points.
thing
He says
recently
neither
that
under
did
Korah nor opposite the lefty in the Carmelite, and therefore, according to Rava, you would be able to carry in the full Mavoi as well as opposite the lefty. Okay, so I'm a Rava. Rava says, you know, I mean the law. Where do I know this idea, or what's the concept why you're able to carry opposite the lefty? Now again, if the lefty is a centimeter thick, this is not a big thing, but a lefty could be an amma, could be 2 ammas, could be big. So the question is, can you carry opposite? So Rabbi says you can. Where do I know it from? If the other is Bini Amr Yochanan, because when Bini came to Eretz Yisrael, he said the name of Yochanan, welcome to Inbal Dalad Al Dalad, look to Lubnei Rishut the Rabbi, Lubnei Rishut the Yaakov, the Katet Balal. So we had this concept in Shabbos. We're going to have it further on in the discussion a number of times. That we know that there's 4 Rishuyot. There's a Yaakov, there's a Rabbi, there's a Carmelist, and there's a Makom Patur. We talked about a Makom Patur yesterday in the context of the dump where we throw garbage out the window. It might be a Makom Patur. Makom Patur is basically an area that does not have mechitzos that go all the way up to 10 buckets. Or I'm sorry, even if it does, but it does not have the area of dollar on dollar. It's not 4 buckets by 4 buckets. So it's considered a Makom Patur. And a Makom Patur you could carry from a Rishut Rabbi to a Makom Patur, or from a Rishut Yaakov to a Makom Patur, right? So what this case is that if you have a Makom Patur dollar, so the Makom Patur, someone from the Rishut Rabbi or from the Rishut Yaakov is able to put their load down on it. So this we're talking about something that's a little bit raised off the floor, some kind of stand. So you can put down your load. And even though if you're walking in the Rabbi, or if you're in the Yaakov that's along it, you can put down your load and pick it back up. It's not a problem to transfer to a Makom Patur or from a Makom Patur, either from Rosh Yaakov or Rosh Rabbi. It's like a free space. So it says the Braita. Or the Memra, you cannot use this Makom Patur as a mechanism to carry from the Sister Rabbi to the Yaakov or vice versa. So what might I do? I might say, okay, I'm walking in Sister Rabbi. I want to get my load into Sister Yaakov. I'm not allowed to do that in the ordinary course. So maybe what I'll try to do is I'll unload my load from the Sister Rabbi onto this Makom Patur, onto this little platform that's less than $1. Then I'll walk into the Rishut Yaakov and I'll pick it up because you're allowed to put something from Rishut Rabbi onto a Makom Patur, and you're allowed to take something from a Makom Patur into Rishut Yaakov or vice versa. Does the Memra? No, you can't do that. You could put it, yes, you can carry from Rishut Rabbi to a Makom Patur or Rishut Yaakov to Makom Patur or vice versa, but you cannot use it as a means to get by the restriction on carrying from Rishut Rabbi to Rishut Yaakov because the Rabbanan didn't want to lead to a scenario where people would actually carry from Rishut Rabbi to Rishut Yaakov. If they're right, you can probably do it. That's the Gemara.
But I will always maintain fun with faces.
So therefore, what's the issue? So Rava's proof is because when you have an area that's an independent area, but it's not Dalad al Dalad, so then it's a Makom Patur. So he says the area across from a lefty is in a certain sense its own area, right? And so therefore, and halakha would be like it's a Makom Patur. So therefore, you could carry from the Rishus, you could carry from the Mavui into the area opposite the lefty because it's a Makom Patur, right? Now, you cannot carry from the Rishut Rabbi to this Makom Patur because it's not a true Makom Patur. It's only a Makom Patur in the sense that it's treating the lefty as a separate area. Midoraisa, presumably, it's actually a Rishut Yaakov. But whatever the point is, Rav is saying that I treat the area between across from the lefty as if it's a Makom Patur because it's its own area in some sense, and therefore there's no problem carrying from the Rishut Yaakov to the Makom Patur, which is another way of saying that you can carry in the Mavui and you can carry in the Makom Patur that abuts it, which is the area across from the left. So that Rava says, I learned from the concept of Makom Patur that that you could carry across from the left. Abaya, so what would Abaya? Abaya is the one who says that even Rav Yochanan says you cannot carry between Lachayim. He says when Rav Yochanan told him go teach the Bryce out, I was only arguing on under the Torah, but he agrees opposite the Lechi. So how would he understand? Why should the area across from the Lechi be any worse than a Makom Patur? What's wrong with Rava's theory? So Abaya would tell you, Hassam the Gavah Gimel. When we were talking about that Makom Patur that you could put your load down on, we're talking about this little platform that you had that was in the area abutting the Yisrael and the Rabbi. So therefore, says Abaya, we don't mind telling you can put something down from Rosh Hashanah onto this Makom Patur or from Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because the Makom Patur is clearly a different area because you're walking in Rosh Hashanah, it's flat, and all of a sudden there's this platform that's 3, 4, 5 tefachim tall. So you can put something down on it because it's clear that that's a Makom Patur. It's a small area and it's not at the same level as the ground. So that we let you do. But what you're trying to extend it to, Rabbi, you're trying to say that the area across the Lechi, you should look at that as if it's a Makom Patur. The problem is there's nothing physical that demarcates it. It's the same level. And if we're going to let you carry from the Mavli into that Makom Patur, that is the area across from the Lechi, bad things are going to happen because there's not a clear understanding that the reason you're able to carry there is because it's a Makom Patur, and you might come to carry into areas that you're actually not allowed to carry. Okay, so that was Rava's version of why he says you can carry across from the Lechi because it's no worse than a Makom Patur. Abaya says, sorry, we only let you from the Siyach to Makom Patur if the height is different. Now Abaya says, I'm Abaya. Where do I know my concept that you cannot carry Bein L'Chayayim? So Amar Rav Chanan Bar Guria Amar Rav. Rav Chanan Bar Guria says in the name of Rav, Kocha Pesach, if we learned in the second Shabbos, we learned Kocha Pesach Pesach Lechi Aker L'Hadiro. So if you have, the regular case of that we've been talking about is you have this mavli and it's open in its entirety to the Rosh Hashanah. But what happens? Sometimes you have a mavli that the parts of the mavli are covered by a wall, right? Meaning that the walls continue, such that when you walk into the mavli, you turn to your right or to your left, right? So the idea would be that you now have walls of this mavli, and the mavli therefore has, instead of an entire width of the mavli being opening, you have a doorway going in, right? So Rav Chanan Bar Guria said in the Rav that if you have this doorway, so then the issue is that doorway is enough to serve as a lechi, and therefore you can carry in the mavli. But the actual width of that doorway, the Kocha Pesach, the width of the walls that come in are in its own area, and therefore you cannot carry there unless you put up a lechi for that area that's the width, that's the thickness of the wall. So that's what he says. You need another lechi in order to make it mutter. So what's the finish here? So what he's saying is that obviously, if it's saying that the two walls serve as a lechi, so if you're able to carry opposite the lechi, so of course you can carry between with the width of the wall. If it's telling you that in order to carry in the width of the wall, you need another lechi, which is going to be at the very front of the width of the wall, it's obvious that you need that lechi because otherwise carrying between the lechi is usher. Okay, again, if the walls coming in, which are serving as a lechi, if you can carry between, if you can carry opposite the lechi, you wouldn't need anything else to fix this width of the wall area because it's a lechi, and you can carry opposite the lechi. From the fact that it makes you put another lechi up, so that is obviously there to permit you to carry in the area opposite the lechi. So let's just, I'm looking at some physical looks, let's think of it like this. Let's say the width of these walls is an amma, right? So we're saying those amma thick walls serve as a lechi. They're no worse than any other lechi that come in. Therefore, you can carry in the mavli. But the actual, that width of an amma, clearly he's saying, Rav Chanan Bar Guria is saying that you cannot carry in that area unless it has its own lechi. So what would you do? You would put a little board at the front of the amma, and then you can carry from beyond that little board for the remainder of that amma. So from Rav Bar you see clearly that you cannot carry between the lefty. So in order to permit this amma thick thing, you'd have to put up another lefty. So that says the Baya is clear proof that you cannot carry between the lechayim. Says the Gemara. But he came and maybe will answer me that when is it that you need another lefty in order to permit the lefty to permit the width of the walls? This Beit Dalet al Dalet. Maybe that's only if the lefty itself was more than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. So that would make it that would make it where you cannot. So even Rabbi would agree that if a lefty is more than Dalet, that you need another lefty to matter. So maybe that Rabbi Yochanan's case, we're going to say maybe Abaya, you're right that you cannot carry between lefayim and a Dalet tefachim, but you have no proof that you cannot carry between a regular lefty that's less than Dalet tefachim. Gemara says maybe that's the answer. That only Rav Bar only said it halakha when it's Dalet tefachim, and therefore Abaya, you don't have a proof. So general case of lefty, they can't carry across the red. Where it says, sorry, no go. But Hamar Chanan Bar Rabba Rav, Chanan Bar Rabba says the name of Rav. Hocha Pesach, Alpha Pita Ebo Dalet al Dalet, Sarach Lachu Lacher Latiro. That the thickness of the wall, that Amma, the example I gave, even if the lefty is more than 4, is less than 4 tefachim, nonetheless, I need another lefty to be matter. So this seems like a pretty good proof for Abaya that carrying opposite a lefty. And therefore, that width of an amma wall, you cannot do it unless you have another lefty. Seems like a pretty good proof that you cannot carry between a lefty, and that's why you need another lefty to be matter. So what would Rabbi say? Rabbi, who says you can carry between the lefty, what would be his answer? For Rabbi, Hassam the Pasuch or Carmel. But the answer is, you're right. In this case, he cannot carry between the lefties unless he fixes it with another lefty. But that's not the halakha. That's only if your mother opens up into a Carmelist. If your mother opens into a Carmelist, which is not a Rabbi Doraisa, then the width of the lefty, the area opposite the lefty is in fact you cannot carry. Because the Gemara what? So if you're telling me that if he's carrying from the Mavli into the area, the thickness of the wall that serves as the lefty, if it opens to Rosh Hashanah, that's okay. But if it opens to Carmel, it's not. Says the Gemara, that's sorry. Says the Gemara is interesting expressing Yitziba Ba'arav is yours, you're telling me Yitziba, the one who's implanted, the citizen, is on the ground, and the ger, the stranger, is in the Shemayim. So it's saying like to me, it's like any place, the person in his place is a more important person. So if you think and versus the visitor would not be at a higher level. So the idea is a topsy-turvy world. Why? Because if you're telling me that I can carry from the Mavli to the area between the lefties, even abutting up against the Sister Rabba, difference between the Sujat and the Sister Rabba, that there I can between the lefty opposite the left. And you're telling me, but if it opens like I can't, what kind of business? Says the Gemara in New York that one variety finds a variety like it and it wakes up. So what's going on here? So the idea is what we're going to say is that the Carmelist and a Muslim Patur are actually very similar, because in a Torah you only have Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, right? So vis-a-vis the Mitzvah and carrying. So a Carmelist is just made up the Rabbanan concept. It's not a. We have that in Shabbos, and said it's like wheat that's not wet or dry. That's a Carmelist. It's nothing. So that's the idea of a Carmelist, is not a what the Muslim Torah is basically the same thing, except that it's a smaller area. But it's pretty much like a Carmelist. They're both no man's land from the Torah perspective, but the Rabbanan made it into a rabbinic area. So therefore, we're going to say as follows. Generally speaking, if I have the normal case, I have my mother with the Yachid, and I have my Rosh Hashanah outside, so my Muslim Patur is going to be part of the Rosh Hashanah. Because it's similar to the Rosh Hashanah. I'll carry in my mother, and I can carry between the lefty, which is my Muslim Patur, the way Rabbi understands it. But what happens when I open up to to a carmelit. So now I have a Makom Patur, which is the area opposite the lefty, which is abutting to a carmelit. A carmelit and a Makom Patur are like better cousins. They're closer to each other. So therefore, they were going to say Matzah Min, the Makom Patur finds something similar to which is the carmelit. Matzah Min is over near, and a wake up meaning it joins the carmelit. So it's this ironic thing that when there's a Rabbim out there, we're going to pass the Makom Patur to the Yaakov. But if there's a carmelit out there, the carmelit and the Makom Patur are really similar to each other, and therefore the Makom Patur is going to become part of the carmelit. So therefore we're saying, according to Rabbi says, you can carry between the lefty. That's only talking about a prototypical case where you have a Mabui and you have a Rabbim outside. But if the carmelit outside, you lose your ability to carry in that Makom Patur. Okay, so unrelated with Hunabred of Yeshua the Rabbi. The Hunabred is the son of Yeshua said the Rabbi. The Atla for the Ben Dayan author. Don't you're saying you don't think that it's also to carry across the lefty. Well, let me ask you the following thing. I'm Rabbi Rabbi Baruch said to him in Yochanan, Mabui Shirich to the left get the Lechiyayim, Puffin Dalid, Bonum Afad, and Rashim Leo Rabbanim. We're going to say it's you have a Mabui, and you line your Mabui. You line your Mabui with lechis. Each one less than Dalid Puffin from each other. So what did you do? You had your Mabui. You put a lefty at the front. 3.5 fucking later, you put another lefty. 3.5 fucking later, you put another lefty, and you went in. Rashi says you went 2 or 3 amas deep into the muzzle like this. So Rabbi Baruch says that if you do that case, if that's what you do, so then you get into a question. The halakha is different. Depends whether you rely on Rav Shimon Gamliel or Rabbanan. We learned at the top of the Yom. Rav Shimon Gamliel is the one who said love would work with Daled Fucking, and Rabbanan said it works with only 2 Fucking. So now, we can say both. Rav Shimon Gamliel, Damram, Renan, Lavud. According to Rav Shimon Gamliel, it says that even though these lefties are 3.5 Fucking apart from each other, we're still going to employ Lavud. So then what happened? Each of these lefties combine with the other because they're all within 4 Fucking of each other, and it becomes one big lefty. So therefore, the Stamish Akudapini, the lefty Akudapini. So then, you have this big lefty that's comprised of a few smaller lefties connected by Lavud. So therefore, you can only carry in the Mabui until you reach the most interior of the lefty, because that's where it starts your entire lefty. Because according to the wheel, it became one big lefty. The Rabbanan, the Ami love when you're in Lavud, but according to the Rabbanan, they say when you have 3.5 Fucking, it's too far. You can't say Lavud anymore. So then there's nothing connecting these multiple lefties, and therefore, what's your lefty? Your lefty that's operative for purposes of a Mabui is only the front one. So says the Gemara, the Stamish have Kudapini, that you can carry up to the inner lip of the most exterior lefty, right? So again, if you hold a Lavud when it's 3.5 Fucking apart, it becomes one big lefty, and you can only carry till the inside, till the first lefty, the most interior lefty. Versus if you don't say Lavud, the only operative lefty here is the outer one, so you can carry up to the outer lefty, and those other lefties are just random lefties sitting there, but they're not connected, so they're not within 3 Fucking, only within 4 Fucking. But says the Gemara, they let the yain the Kuyama also. So this means that's a good point, because what's the point? If you hold that between the lefties and usher, so now it makes sense that why you come into Machotes of Shimon Gamliel and Rabbanan. Because according to Shimon Gamliel, you can only carry up to the interior most lefty, and according to Rabbanan, you can carry up to the most exterior lefty. But if you hold that you can carry opposite the lefty, so who cares whether the lefty is 3 amas long or 1 inch wide? It doesn't matter, because you can carry in the Mabui and you can carry across from the lefty. So then there's no longer any relevance whether it's a big lefty like Shimon Gamliel or it's a small lefty like Rabbanan. It doesn't matter. So from the fact that he said you come into the Machotes through Shimon Gamliel and the Rabbanan, it must be that everyone agrees you can't carry opposite the lefty. And now we found a distinction. According to Shimon Gamliel, you have a long distance you can't carry, for the whole width of these multiple lefties that come together. And according to Rabbanan, you only have a small distance because the lefties don't connect each other. Okay, seems like a good raya for a baya that you cannot carry opposite a lefty. So for Rava, what would Rava say? Rava would say, you're right. Generally speaking, you can carry between a lefty. But here, where we're saying that there's a difference between the Rabbanan, whether it's a big lefty or a small lefty, and if you look at Lavan with 3.5, the reason we're dealing with that is because we're dealing with a lefty with a mavli that opens to a Carmelit. And we just finished saying that if a lefty opens to a mavli opens to a Carmelit, then the area crossing the lefty, even according to Rava, is an area you cannot carry. Ask the Gemara again. So, but what? I will listen to Rabbi Mai, but if you're telling me that I cannot carry across from the left because it opens the Carmelit, so it opens the Rabbi, sorry, you're saying it would be mutter, you see the Ba'arav, if you're the same fire, that's upside down. Because why should it be worse for a Carmelit than for the Rabbi? Because the Gemara in Matamanishin over here, that the Makkah B'Tur finds a Carmelit and wakes up, and therefore you cannot carry between the left and even according to Rabbi. Amar Bey. Says the Gemara, Rashi says, I'm going to give you a different answer that does not assume that it's utter to carry across from the lefty, and yet there's going to be a distinction between the Gamliel and the Rabbanan. What's that? Because when I gave you the case before, I told you, Rabbi says you have these lefties, each is separated by, say, 3.5 tefachim, but net, when you add it all up, it might be 2 or 3 amos. But says the Gemara, so he says, now I'm going to tell you a different case. You lined up so many of these lefties along the wall that they're each not talking from each other, that if you're going to look at it like we're sitting on real, so they're all connected, what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with one lefty that's more than 4 amos long. And where the point of the Rabbanan, since the lefties don't connect, you don't have a 4 amos long thing. So therefore, it says the Gemara, here's the case where when Rabbi Bar Rechana said to Rabbi Yochanan that you come to the machloket of the Chachamim and sitting up hill was not because they're saying a question of can you carry across from the lefty and where exactly is the lefty to know where you can carry. The question was more fundamental because according to more fundamental, and forget whether you can carry across from the lefty, if you have a lefty here, because according to everyone, we learned this on Daf Hey. If you have a lefty that's more than 4 amos, everyone agrees that you need another lefty to be master that 4 amos area that is opposite the lefty. Everyone agrees with that. So if your whole lefty is to be real and you connect all these lefties and add up to more than 4 amos, you need another lefty now. If it's like the Rabbanan, that there's really only one lefty, all those other lefties that come are not connected and so they're irrelevant, so you do not have a 4 amos lefty, and therefore you don't need lefty after Lahatiro, and according to Rabba, you would be able to carry across from that little lefty as well. So that would be the answer. The Shimon Gamliel Damer Amin and Lover, the person Shimon Gamliel said that we say Lover even when it's more than 3 tefachim, but less than 4 tefachim, Amilei Lover, so that this 4 amos lefty becomes its own Lover. The first lefty after Lahatiro, he's another lefty, he's not there. Rabbanan, but according to Rabbanan, the Amin Lover, according to Rabbanan, we say that all these lefties you have lined up in a row along the walls, the lovers, you do not say lovers between them because they're more than 3 tefachim apart from each other, so therefore you don't have a 4 amos lefty, you just have one regular lefty, so then most of the after Lahatiro, so therefore you are not needing another lefty in order to master it. So we have found a scenario where Rabbi Bar Rechana in the Yochanan, where he said that if you have Pafas Me'arba, comes into my foot, the Shimon Gamliel and the Rabbanan, I found you a scenario where there's a distinction between Shimon Gamliel and the Rabbanan, even if we don't say that it's up to carry across from the lefty, and therefore Rabba would be able to answer. There's the Gemara. We're Shimon Gamliel. So we're saying as follows. Shimon Gamliel just finished saying that if you have a 4 amos lefty, that you need lefty after Lahatiro. So ask the Gemara, Shimon Gamliel, they have a Kinyirim Bachot, Shalom Bachot. So this question relies on an assumption, a Rashi assumption. When people make a lefty, normally, if you're making a lefty, in a normal case, the way you would do it, you have your mother, you would pick your lefty, And if you were doing it in the best way, you would stick it half in the muffin and half out of the muffin. Why? Because then from inside the muffin you obviously see the lefty, and even from outside as you're walking, you see this little thing sticks out as the lefty. So that's a good way to place the lefty because it is evident both with the ball inside and outside. So says the Gemara, I'm going to assume that when you lined up all these lefties, which you said according to the thing, I'm going to need another lefty for the master and then 4 amas. Presumably you give your first lefty a little bit outside of the muffin. But if that's so, says the Gemara, why do I need another lefty to master? At the end of the day, from outside, I see a little bit that's coming out from the muffin, and if we have a concept that you can see it from outside, that Mira Mikush, the Shabbat Mizafin, meaning you don't see it from the inside, because from the inside it's a 4 arm long lefty that needs another lefty, but from the outside you can see it. Once from the outside you can see that there's a lefty, that should be matter in the muffly, meaning this front muffly of 4 armors. To ask the Gemara, wait a second, we're sitting over here, why does it need why would it need another muffly? We have it here in the Bahamas, and let it be like a lefty that's seen a little bit from the outside, and even though you can't see it from the inside, that should be enough of a lefty. Why do you need another lefty to be master of the 4 arm lefty who's been says the Gemara, wait a second, usually we're talking about Rabbi Yochanan. So this whole thing, we're trying to figure out this price and putting a real Rabbanan, and we've got a 4 arm and another one because we're going to Rabbi Yochanan. Haki, the Rabbi, Rabbi Yochanan, here's Rabbi Yochanan, and you need to become lefty. He said at the end of the day, everything we're trying to figure out here was a member of Rabbi Bar Rakan in the name of Yochanan, and we said that according to the Sitting on Wheel, you would have a 4 arm lefty, and everyone needs another lefty to be master. The Gemara is asking, so why not say since you can see the lefty from the outside, even though you can't see it from the inside, that would be enough? Says the Gemara, that's irrelevant because when we're talking about Rabbi Yochanan was quoted by Robin as saying that if it's seen only from the outside and not from the inside, you do not treat it like a lefty. Okay, says the Gemara, mirroring the thing is something about foot, even with the lefty. Everyone agrees that if you can see the lefty from the inside, and you can't see it from the outside, that's still a valid lefty. So what is that? So let's say you have your muffly wall, and you stick up a lefty that is flush with the wall of the Rosh Hashanah. So from the Rosh Hashanah, it looks like a continuation of the Rosh Hashanah wall. But from the inside, you see that there's this lefty that's set up that's impinging on the width of the muffly, so that's obviously a good lefty. However, here's the Rothschild telling me but if you can see it from outside and you can't see it from inside, so that might mean there's lots of cases of this. So let's just imagine a case where you stuck up a lefty outside in the Rosh Hashanah where it was flush with the inside wall of the muffly, but when you're outside, you see that it's a lefty sticking off the wall. Or you have your wall of your Rosh you have your lechi, and the lechi lines up with the muffly. From the inside, you can't see it. But from the outside, you see that there's a hole standing there. So then this comes into my focus. We say, Rabbi, so Rabbi, one of them says that is a good lefty, one of them is not a good lefty. Let's figure out who said which one. Let's conclude that it's Rabbi who said that we treat this thing that's seen from the outside and not seen from the inside as a valid lefty. Because we taught us a brisa as follows. What happens if you have a wall? You have a wall of a muffly, and let's say it's an armor set, right? And what happens that as it gets to the end of the muffly, the wall switches to being a half armor set. So if your wall is going like this, and now the wall continues alongside flush with the wall of the muffly, right? So what's going to happen? From inside, you just have one straight wall. But from outside, you're looking at it, you're going to see that there's an indentation because the wall went from being an armor thick to being a half armor thick, and therefore there's an open area on the outside. You can see it from outside. Or alternatively, it's the other way around, where the wall went from being an amma thick to a half amma. So from outside, you don't see that there's a difference, but then there's a gap on the inside. So that's the scenario again. A case of where you can see it from inside or outside. So it says the Gemara. Closest to see what happens comes in Chavero. If the wall, one part of the wall is brought in, meaning that there's a gap. Engineering whether you can see it from the outside but not the inside. Engineering is something about foot, or you can see it from the inside but not see it from the outside. He's under some left. It's judged as a left. So the Gemara is saying, you're right. So we have Rabbi giving us a brisa that says whether you see it from the outside or not the inside, you see it from the inside, not the outside, it's considered a lefty. So what we said is about closest between Rabbi and Rabbi about whether if it's near and Nibachut, or something whether it's a valid lefty, clearly Rabbi holds it in. So it says the Gemara, wait a second. How do you know that Rabbi actually holds of this brisa that we brought? Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yochanan, didn't Rabbi Yochanan hear this brisa? And yet, clearly when he asked that near and Nibachut, or something is not a valid lefty, he didn't hold like this brisa. So maybe Rabbi didn't hold it either. So you're proving that Rabbi holds here is a valid lefty because he brought a brisa that said so, but maybe he doesn't agree with that brisa, just like Rabbi Yochanan clearly didn't agree with the brisa. So what kind of sense does this make? This one Rabbi Yochanan lost Savalei and nothing goes anyway. We could say Rabbi Yochanan didn't hold of it, that's why he didn't teach it. But Ela Rabbi he eats the lost Savalei, Lamalei Mishnah. But according to Rabbi, if he's bringing a brisa that's saying a halakha, obviously he agrees with it. So therefore, I can tell you that Rabbi agrees with it, even though clearly Rabbi Yochanan doesn't agree with it. How do I know? Because Rabbi actually took the time and taught this brisa. Okay, Rabbi Huna says as follows: hearing the hood, the telling you left. So Rabbi Huna passes like a fear that if you can see from the outside, like the brisa we see, if you can see from the outside, but not from the inside, we still treat that as a left. So I'm a rabbi, so now I can ask a question. I reference this is the Mishnah. I'm sorry, when we spoke about this yesterday, Mishnah later, I referenced it coming today, but we're going to talk about it today, which is Rothschild is kind of so we had a follow. We talked about this. We had a bigger cluster, and he had a smaller cluster that opened to it in its entirety. Right? We talked about this a couple times already. So we said, the people in the large cluster, if they made kateris, they can carry it. But the people in the small one can't. Why? Because from the big one, if you look at the small one, you see walls, and then you see a small cluster. So that's a doorway. A doorway doesn't destroy your ability to carry in there. But if you're in the inside one, you're basically fully open to the outside, to the larger cluster. And if you don't have a Ruben Katerus with the people in the larger cluster, you're not going to be able to carry them. So it says to the Gemara, it makes it because the small one is open to the large one, and therefore it's fully part of it. To ask the Gemara, if what you're telling me is true, that if you can see a left from the outside, that it helps you from the inside, it's kind of not the nearing of the something else in. So let's think about this smaller cluster that we said is up there. What does it look like from the outside? You have walls, and then you go into the smaller cluster. But if the outside walls, if the walls outside are enough to show someone from the outside that this is not part of my regular cluster, this is a smaller cluster, and so those walls function as a lefty. So why not say if near me, but something's up here, it's seen from the outside. If you see a lefty from the outside, it's enough. Even if you can't see from the inside, why is it so that the people on the inside, the smaller cluster, can't carry the larger cluster? Why not say if I'm standing outside the cluster, I clearly see walls, and I see that it's just a pepper, and therefore, since from the outside, it's clear that this is a separate area and it has lefties. So then why then even though I don't see it from the inside, I should be able to carry the inside? That's the Gemara's question. So the Gemara says, nothing close like the time of Gedola. We're talking about, you're right. Theoretically, those walls from the outside should be enough to allow you to carry on the inside even though you can't see it. Well, what's the scenario here? You have the walls of the large cluster, but the walls of the small cluster actually come in to the large cluster, so you don't have walls on the side that would function as a left. So the Gemara says, okay, but the way love it, even if you're right that the walls of the small chutzner come in, why not say that those little bits between those walls and the outer walls of the large chutzner should be lowered? So the Gemara says, if you came with the mystery Shiva, it says, wait a second, we're trying to apply rubber from these little walls that come in from the small chutzner to the large chutzner and connect it to the walls of the outside one. Maybe they're 10 hours away. So why would you assume you should do rubber? Because the Gemara, Rabbi where you have the small chutzner opening into the large chutzner, the large chutzner is 11 amos wide, the small chutzner is 10 amos wide. So if the walls come out of the small chutzner, what do you have? You have a half an amos on each side, only excess, and the walls take up some amount of space. So therefore, you're left with less than 2 tefachim on either side. So even if it's true that the walls come in, and therefore you lose those side walls being right at the end, right at the front of the chutzner, nonetheless, it's very close to the outer walls, less than 2 tefachim on each side. So therefore, you should say lavud, and you in fact have walls on the outside. And you should say, since you see the walls on the outside, you should be able to carry on the inside. So the Gemara says, you're right. In theory, if those 10 amos chutzner was directly centered on the 11 amos, you would have lavud on either side. But other Avina when you're plugging the total Rabbi tonight and you total Rabbi dollar, the smaller chutzner is not perfectly centered on the larger chutzner. So you have the smaller chutzner shifted a little bit off the center. So on this side, and then the walls come into the large chutzner. So on this side, where it's two tefachim, you could say lavud connected to the walls of the chutzner, and there's going to be a valid lefty. But on this side, it's 4 tefachim, and there's no lavud. So therefore, you don't end up with a lefty. So you can only have 1 lefty, not 2. Says the Gemara. Labor loving the real talk. It's a mystery. Because when you need 2 lessons, you only need 1 lesson. So even if you're right that one side is 4 tefachim apart from the wall, so you can't do love, but the other side, the small wall that comes out of the smaller chutzner is within 2 tefachim of the larger chutzner's wall. Say love is connected to, and now you have a lefty, and you only need 1 lefty. So where it says Rabbi it's Rabbi who says by a chutzner, not by a mother, by a chutzner that opens her sister Rabbi, you need 2 lefties. The time a chutzner in terms of Hadasa, that the Tanakama says that even a chutzner only needs 1 lefty, Rabbi only needs 2 lefties. And so therefore, in theory, if you got a small chutzner opening into a large chutzner without the walls coming in, then you would say there is in fact a lefty. Even if the walls come out, if it was perfectly centered and you have 3 tefachim on each, less than 3 tefachim on either side, you would say lavud, and you have 2 lefties on the side, the outside of the small chutzner that they're carrying the small chutzner. Even if it's shifted over and you have 2 over here and 4 over there, the 2 should be enough, except according to Rabbi, he says you need 2 lefties and you should only have 1 in that scenario. In fact, we would not be able to carry in the small chutzner, but under most ordinary circumstances, we're now saying you would be able to carry in the small chutzner because the fact that from outside you see a wall that can function as a lefty, that's enough to
skip the whole powerlifting thing. You know, just find a specific sport. He can be like the new X Games, like women's champ.
Okay,
Riding a can you imagine The Rock riding a BMX bike, doing 360s and shit in the air?
That would be great. That's one thing I almost can't imagine.
That's the one thing.
Yeah. You think,
So
what do you think about a lot of the trans people in the sport? What do you think about that? They just had a new.
We're going to pick up 3 lines from the bottom on Bubble and Base. So what happened was we were dealing with the case, as we discussed yesterday, of a U-shaped bubble where it had 2 bends in it. And what they practiced in our day with such a bubble was they put 2 doors at the bottom of the bend, and they put a lefty at each of the top, at the top of where the 2 bubbles met their sister Robin. And the issue that we said was, this matched neither Rav nor Shmuel, because according to Rav, it makes sense. Rav is the one who says that a bent mavoi, the fact that it's bent doesn't matter, and if it touches Sister Rabim on both ends, then it needs to be treated like a mavoi mavoi. So that makes sense why we're dealing with things at the corners, but yet it doesn't make sense because according to Rav holds that the halacha like the Tanakama, you only need to stir it. You need a shape of a door, but not an actual door. And yet in our day, they put actual doors. So it doesn't seem to be going like Rab. But it's also not going like Shmuel. So Shmuel seems like Tamanya in the name of Beit Hillel that you need doors. So it makes sense why we have doors. But according to Shmuel, we wouldn't need this at all because Shmuel is the one that says that a bent mavli, a mavli akum, is considered like a mavli supplement, like a closed mavli. And therefore we wouldn't need doors at all. We would just be able to put a lefty on each of these mavlis, and that should be enough. So the Gemara is saying, it's strange in our day they pass it like the Chumrah of Rav to treat it like a mother Masula, and they pass it like the Chumrah of Shmuel to require a door rather than opening a Surat HaPesach. So it seems the halacha doesn't follow anyone, and the question that the Gemara is now dealing with is we brought a brisa that said in dealing with Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel, it said that you should not adopt the Chumrah that eat. That is a person who does that. The pasuk that goes on him is the pasuk of Kohelet, which says Hakil b'choshet holech, that a fool walks in darkness. Someone who adopts the chumras of two different people in ways that they themselves will never pass in. So that's the question that we have on the practice in our day was why would you pick the chumras of Rav and the chumrah of Shmuel in a way that neither Rav nor Shmuel would ever pass in that fashion? So that's the fundamental question we're dealing with. But first, the Gemara has to dispense with a different question, which is as follows: that the brisa that says you shouldn't pick the chumras of each, it started by saying la'olam in all cases the halacha is like Beit Hillel, and then it proceeded to say, but if you want to choose Beit Hillel, choose Beit Shammai, your choice. And just as long as you choose Beit Hillel with their chumras and kulas, or choose Beit Shammai with their chumras and kulas, but it's your choice to pick. So that's where our Gemara picks up and says, before we get to answering the question of why in our day they adopted a double chumrah, let's just understand this brisa. Hagufa kasa. This itself is the question. Amit, you said in the beginning of the brisa, la'olam halacha Beit Hillel, that the halacha always follows Beit Hillel and not Beit Shammai, and therefore you should practice like Beit Hillel. Well, other Amit, and then the brisa continues and says, Harot telasa sedibei Beit Shammai oseh, and if someone wants to do like Beit Shammai, they can do it. So which is it? Either the halacha is like Beit Hillel and not like Beit Shammai, in which case you should do like Beit Hillel. But then the brisa says, but if you want, you could do like Beit Hillel. Gemara says, well, kata, kan kodem baskol, kan lahafar baskol. This is a reference to Gemara, which we'll emerge with them learn on Shabbos, I think, which has to do with the fact that there was a machoket, one machoket between Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel, and ultimately the Gemara concluded that we passed in like Beit Hillel. So therefore, it's a little bit weird element of a brisa. But the brisa in the beginning that says, well, the halacha is like Beit Hillel, that was going after the Baskol announced that we follow Beit Hillel. And the part that says, pick whoever you want, pick Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel, that was going before the Baskol, when there had not yet been a stock of the Baskol to say that the halacha follows Beit Hillel. If we have time at the end of the year today, maybe we'll talk about some of how that plays out in Lamaita. But that's the Gemara's first answer. Or says the Gemara, maybe both the beginning and the race and the safe of the Baskol are dealing the race and the safe of the Baskol are dealing after the Baskol. So we're not setting up a structure where the beginning of the brisa was set for one period of time, the safe was set for one. We're going to make a different distinction. We're going to say the brisa is Rabbi Yeshua the lo mishkas b'Baskol. Rabbi Yeshua is the one that says you don't listen to Baskol. What is this? A reference to a famous Gemara in Bava Metzia, with the case of Tanner Shalasnai. There's a question of Tumah and Tyra of an oven that was split into rings. In any event, there was an entire story there that Rabbi Eliezer had a view that that was opposite from the Chachamim, and the halacha is after Rav Nahato, so we go after the majority, so the Chachamim's view should have prevailed. And what happened was, a series of miracles happened to try and demonstrate that the halacha was like Rabbi Eliezer, and ultimately a Baskol of wood came out from Shemayim and said the halacha was like Rabbi Eliezer. And yet, Rabbi Yeshua got up and said, we don't care. We're not going to listen to the Baskol. Why? Because the Torah tells us that the Torah, once it was given, it doesn't reside in the heavens. And therefore, humans need to make their best effort at stop knowing the rules that they know. And that's it. We don't listen to Baskol. Once the Torah was given to humans, it's no longer decided in Shemayim. So Rabbi Yeshua was the one who said, we don't listen to Baskol. So therefore, we're now no longer going to understand our brisa as dealing with two different times. We're going to understand that it's dealing with two different people. So that the view that says the halacha is like Beit Hillel is going according to the view that once the Bas Kol said that the halacha is like Beit Hillel, so we have to follow that. And the one who says you can pick whatever you want, do like Beit Hillel, do like Beit Shammai, was going according to the view that we don't listen to a Bas Kol. So we don't care if the Bas Kol came out and said that the halacha is like Beit Hillel, because at the end of the day we don't listen to a Bas Kol. So now that's another understanding of the right. The beginning is according to the view we do listen to a Bas Kol, therefore halacha like Beit Hillel, and the end is like Rabbi Yeshua says we don't listen to a Bas Kol, and therefore despite the Bas Kol that said that the halacha follows Beit Hillel, we are going to say you can choose what you want according to Rabbi Yeshua. A third parrot says in Gemara, second line on that line. This is what it's saying. It actually doesn't really mean Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel. Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel, the halacha is you would always follow Beit Hillel. That's what it's saying at the beginning. That which it says at the end, you could choose between Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel. The Gemara is going to say that's just using Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel as sort of typical example of people who argue, because we know Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel often argue. So it's saying in general when there's an argument, so let's just read it inside. It says, this is what the end of the verse is saying. Anytime you find Anoyim or Amoraim who are arguing, that the Pliyadadi who argue on one another, just like Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel often argue about matters, then continues to say for the price. So lowly obviously Kula Damar, you shouldn't do like the Kulas of each of those disputes, like Kumar Damar, because Kumar Damar, and nor should you adopt the Kumras of each of the disputes with Ella. Rather, what should you do? Oh, to Kula Damar, Kumar of it, oh, to Kula Damar, Kumar of it. But pick one person and adopt their Kumras and their Kulas, and you can pick either person. So what it's saying is, the beginning was saying all the halachas to Beit Hillel is telling you when you have an actual machlokas Beit Shammai Beit Hillel, you pass on Beit Hillel. The end of the brisa that says pick whoever you want as long as you're consistent and take them to the Kulas and Kumras. You use an example Beit Shammai Beit Hillel, but that's actually not a perfect example because in a dispute you Beit Shammai Beit Hillel, you would choose Beit Hillel. But in general, it's telling you when there are disputes, Tanaim or Amoraim will argue. Pick one or the other. Don't try to do like the Kumras of each, and don't try to do like the Kulas of each. Someone who does the Kulas of each is a Rasa, and someone who does like the Kumras of each is a fool. So it says the Gemara, okay, so we've now resolved the beginning of that price and the end of that price, so to say why it's not a steer on each other, but we're still left with our fundamental question, which is the reason we brought the price in the first place, which was why in the case of a bubble,
Miss Aquarius, how you doing?
In ways that Rob and Shmuel themselves would never have possibly way.
Yes, ma'am. I will absolutely stay with you. You're strong woman, and everything's going to be just fine.
And they also required a zealot actually is entirely consistent with Rob.
You just stay comfortable. Let me know if you need it.
Because, in fact, the halacha, that the fact that Rav Haskin, like the Tanakama, says all you need is a Pesach, and the left you don't want a door, the halacha, that's the actual halacha. So, Lamaisa, you could Haskin like
your appetite will come back. It's
but we don't announce that
still very early in the morning process, but if you don't mind, I would like to say that the man had a wonderful life. He had a wonderful family around. He went exactly quickly. He wasn't in pain. It wasn't a long, dragged out disease. He went how we all want to go. And Miss Aquarius, I mean, he wasn't in pain for like years. You know how people can be in pain in these. Exactly. I mean, yes, towards the end, but even then he wasn't in pain. He had morphine.
Regular halacha.
So,
they put up doors, right?
yeah, but I mean, there's a big difference of, dying on a battlefield from a wound and there's no morphine and the ability to just go peacefully. And so, yeah, I mean, of course, you would have wanted to be completely a painless process, but that wasn't possible. But at least he was able to go at the very end with no pain. And his family was there,
Okay, that's the
He had
first
everything
test.
that he needed. Really, that's how I want to go. That's how you should want to go. At 99 years old, that's an incredible life. This man saw airplanes become jets, become stealth fighters. He saw radio go to television, and then the internet, and he saw just so many amazing things. He lived an incredibly fulfilled life, and what a beautiful family he had around him. You couldn't ask for more.
So he says, when is it? When the Brisa says that if you adopt the chumras of two different
and you're a very strong person, and I know it hurts, and I know you're in shock. Time heals all wounds, and so just know, one day you'll turn to 2 days, you'll turn to 4 days. I can tell you when my parents died, I was a young person, and I felt my life would never be the same. I lost my best friend. I lost, like the patriarch and matriarch of our family, and it's something that my grandparents went in similar ways with being loved by their family. That's how you want to go. They were older. They weren't as old as your grandpa, though. They didn't have everything that your grandpa had. My grandparents went at age 84. My grandfather and my grandmother at age 80. But so your grandfather. Exactly. That's kind of more normal, especially for that generation. Your grandfather was abnormal in his strength and his dedication, and I prayed for him yesterday, and continue to keep him. Absolutely, I prayed for him publicly. He's in my videos. the whole world's gonna know about this man. And we even dedicated our lesson to him yesterday, and he's gonna live on. So what more could you want? This man's gonna be famous in the future, and and you just have a wonderful family and really strong people around you. I know Auntie's not eating. She'll get to eating. She'll be back to normal, God willing, soon enough. And you will too. So just stay strong. I'm here for you. If you want to talk, let me know. If you want to play a game or something, let me know. I'm here to help.
Say that that's not a spine or a skull, and therefore it's only going to be metame by touch, but not by being under the same roof.
In the meantime, I'm going to put the podcast on and just let me know.
If we're talking about a spine or skull that's missing part, how much can be missing that we still consider it, that we no longer consider it a spine or a skull? How much is done, etc.? How much is missing in a spine that we say that this is no longer a spine and doesn't transfer tumor by all? Two vertebrae. One vertebrae. So therefore, Beis Hillel is the more lenient view here, because he's saying once the spine is missing one vertebrae, I don't know if that's the right singular term, but whatever, one vertebrae is missing, we're gonna say that that's no longer a spine. Beis Shammai says if one vertebrae is missing, it's still a spine, and therefore it's going to become by OL. It's only when it's missing two vertebrae that we say at that point it's no longer a spine. Okay, that's fine. We'll go. And what about with a skull? Beis Shammai from lo makteach, Beis Hillel making not a tie. So as it relates to a skull, Beis Shammai says a makteach is like a manual tool. That's like a drill. It makes holes in wood. So a makteach cut a certain size hole. This is addressed in the Torah. I'm not going to get into it now. Beis Hillel says if you take enough, if there's enough missing from the skull, that you would take that amount of the skull from a live person, the person would die. That's the amount that once it's missing from a skull, then you would no longer be able to the skull would no longer transfer tumor by oil and only by touch. Okay, so far it's good. We have my focus. How much needs to be missing from a spine in order to continue? How much could be missing from a spine and still be able to transfer via oil? But continue. And the same argument is going to work by treifa, because the question is, it's the same. So what's the question by treifa? The idea by treifa is that a treifa is a problem in an animal that of which there are many, which we're going to say that that would cause the animal to die, and therefore, even if you chef the animal in the current state, it's not gonna be valid pizza, and you're not able to eat this animal, right? So two of the treifa instances are where it is missing part of its skull, the missing part of its spine. So therefore, we're going to say that the machloket is the same. And so if it's now what happens is that the Hillel becomes the machmer one, because the Hillel is going to say that if you're missing even one vertebra from the spine, then this is something that is a treifa. Versus the comment is if you're missing one vertebra, it's not yet a treifa. You can still fast it and eat it. It only becomes a treifa when it's missing two. So now what happens is you have a shammai and a pillow each articulating a standard. What is it that makes a spine or a skull no longer a spine or skull? But the rule is going to be the same whether you're dealing with a treifa or you're dealing with the question of whether it transmits via oil. But here's the issue. If you adopt a pillow view, so you have you're being mako, you have a lenient view in the case of tumah transferring, but you end up with a more restrictive view on how quickly does an animal become a treifa. Versus if you go to Shammai, you have a restrictive view on tumah, but you have a lenient view on treifa. So therefore, what happens is if you choose the tumah of a Shammai and a pillow, you're a fool. Because there's one underlying rule here. Either this is the amount that causes the spine or skull to be no longer intact, or this is the amount. Once you decide the reality of that question, it applies in both places, L'Kula and L'Chumah. So if you pick the Chumah of each, you're like, it makes no sense because you're picking things that are mutually inconsistent. They can't possibly be that way because that is because they're internally inconsistent and internally contradictory. But where they don't conflict with each other, meaning it's not the same underlying reason, there you can do it. So therefore, the Gemara's answer back to our question of this Mavli and Narzai was, it's not a problem for us to pick the Tumah of Rav and the Tumah of Shmuel. We're not fools. We're not the case of Ushio Bakosha Kolet. Why? Because Rav is machmer by the question of Mavli Mapulit, which is a Mavli that opens with two answers to Rav. And Shmuel is machmer by a halakha, you need a Surah HaPesach, or you need a jealous itself. But those are not mutually interdependent machokisim. So you could choose to pick. You're not a fool if you pick the Chumras of each. But if you pick the Chumras of each in the machlokas, where the same logic dictates the results in both cases, and you pick a Chumra of each, so then you're creating a halachic scenario that makes no sense. Because either the rule is one way or the other, and it has a consequence. So that's the Gemara's answer. To ask the Gemara, wait a minute, okay, that sounds good. So that explains what happened in our guy. But is it true? The heck of the Sabri Adadi law of Dinan. Is it true that we never adopt the Chumras of each, even where they conflict with each other? What's the Ritarchi? Ritarchi asked the question as follows. Might the Rabbi Akiva to look at Esra to Echel B'Shvat, the Noah called Big Yisurin, Echel Yisurin, Echel Yisurin, Beishamai, Echel Yisurin. Okay, what's going on here? So we know that when you grow produce, you have to take tumah, you have to take micronization, and then what happens is after you take the micronization, you take another 10%, and depending on the year, you do something different with it. So it's the first, the second, or the fourth, or the fifth year of Mitzvah, then you bring microchemie and you take the fruit for produce heritage, so you lime and you eat it there. If it's the third or the sixth year of this future cycle, then you don't do that. You don't take the food to your wine, but rather you give it to the honey. So now, the question is as follows. As relates to if you're picking an etrog, the question is, when does if you go from the second year to the third year, for purposes of picking an etrog, then you would skip from giving the essence to my Sheni, which would be appropriate in the second year, to giving it in the third year, which would mean you're giving my on. So now we know from the first Mishnah, that talks about Dal Rosh Hashanah, that there are 4 Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah prepares the Elon, so one view is Ethel Bishvat, and the other is that it's 2 Bishvat, the 15th Bishvat. So what happened? So the Akiva was picking an Astros, and he picked it, let's say, on the 5th day of Rosh. So the issue is as follows. According to Beit Shammai, it's already the new year for fruit, and therefore it's the third year, and you should give my Tarani with this Astros. But if according to Beit Hillel, the third year hasn't started yet. We're still in the second year on the 5th of Shvat, because the third year only starts on 2 of Shvat on the 15th. So therefore, you should be giving my third Sheni, not my third money, because it was picked in the second year. So what happened? Rabbi Akiva picked his answer, to use our example, on the 5th day of Shvat. So what did he do? He brought both my third Sheni and my third money. So now says the Gemara, wait a second, those are contradictory. Either Rosh Hashanah is the first of Shvat, in which case you're bringing my Tarani, or it's the 15th of Shvat, in which case you're bringing my Sheni. You can't possibly craft a scenario where you have to bring both. And yet, Rabbi Akiva did that. So you see, even in a case where they're mutually inconsistent, the contradictory action, the logic of what you're doing by being machmir on both makes no sense. Yet Rabbi Akiva did it. So says the Gemara, he's just going to tell you where the logic makes no sense. You don't do it, and yet Rabbi Akiva did it. Answers the Gemara, Rabbi Akiva gamrei is the clay. Well, Yada Ibei tell us a Chadashat Amar Iba Chamesa B'Shvat Amar. Well, the hustle is from all the hustle. The issue was not that Rabbi Akiva was trying to be a master, and he was adopting the Chumash, because in fact he wouldn't do that in this, because there's an underlying logic. There's one day fixed. The Patim is the first of Shvat or the 15th of Shvat. So what happened was, Rabbi Akiva knew the halacha called Beit Hillel. We know that. And his issue was, he didn't know whether the tradition is gamre, what he had heard about who holds the first of Shvat and who holds the 15th of Shvat. So on the basis that possibly if Beit Hillel holds the first of Shvat, that he said that he was going to separate Meiser Ani for the third year, and it was on the basis that maybe Beit Hillel holds that it's 2 of Shvat, and therefore it's still the second year that he brought Meiser Sheni. So we're going to explain that Rabbi Akiva was not adopting two Chumash. He wanted to do like Beit Hillel. He just didn't know what Beit Hillel's rule was. Again, we'll read it. Rabbi Akiva Gamrei stopped like his tradition. He had a suffix about it. Well, Yada, he didn't know. He did tell the Chadashat Amar. The Chadashat Amar. Did Beit Hillel say the first or the 15th? Well, the hustle from the hustle from the Chumash, not because he was choosing to do Chumash, but because he was lacking knowledge of which opinion was actually legitimately the one of Beit Hillel. Okay. Says the Gemara, Yosef and Yosef came to Ravuna, Yosef and Tamar. Yosef is sitting in front of Ravuna, and he's sitting and he said, Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav. Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rav, Machloket. Which Machloket that we're talking about, we're going back to the Machloket between the Tanakama and Beit Hillel according to Hanania. So again, Hanania said this is according to Beit Hillel, and obviously the also follows Beit Hillel. So even though there's the view of Beit Shammai, we'll ignore that for the moment. So we have a Machloket that Tanakama says when you have a mother mafula, a mother that's open on both ends to her sister Rabbi, that it's enough to to have a Surah HaPesach and to have a Surah HaPesach and a lesson. Now, according to Hanania, who says Beit Hillel actually opines on this, he's going to say, no, it's not enough to have a Surah HaPesach and a lesson. You need a zealot and a lesson. You need an actual door. Okay, so comes Rabbi Yosef in front of Ravuna and says, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav, Machlokas to start when do we have this idea that a Mavin Mafurat needs either a door or a Tzur Tapasach on one side and a left or front on the other? That's where you have the lovely that is Mafurat opens on both sides to a thoroughfare, to a road that's a public road or a Sister Rabin, or a square, like a town square that qualified as a Sister Rabin. That's basically what he's saying is, they argue where both ends of the lovely are in a Sister Rabin Doraisa. But if you have a highway on this side and a valley on the other side, which would be not a Sister Rabin but a Carmelist, or you have a, so he says, or alternatively, you have a mother that opens on both ends to a bikra, to a Carmelist. So in that case, we're not going to consider the mother foolish, or we're not going to have a machlokas about that. Everyone's going to agree. If you have a mother that's open on two ends, if the opening is not to your sister on both ends, then the Tanakama and the Beitol don't argue. Tanakama and Beitol only argue when the two ends of the mother open into a sister on their right. So now, the right is an interesting case. It says, if we're dealing with one side of sister and one side of Carmelist, or two sides Carmelist, then they don't argue. That's the Gemara. Why do you have to say the two sides Carmelist? They said, if in a case where you have one side of Sister Rabbi and one side of Carmelist, they don't argue, then so then why did you have to tell me the case if you have a Carmelist on both sides? If when you even have a Carmelist on one side they don't argue, surely no one requires an actual Bella when it's Carmelist on both ends. So we're trying to understand why would he have said that? Where it says, Hasi Kama, Dasha Mikan, Zika Mikan, Nasa Zika Mikan of Mikan. He's saying as follows. They're not actually saying two cases. They're not talking about the Sister Rabba on one side and a Carmelist on the other, plus the case of Carmelist on both sides. He's saying, if you have a Sister Rabba right on one side and a Carmelist on the other side, we're going to treat that just like the case where a mother opens a Carmelist on both sides, which everyone would agree is obvious that in that case they don't argue and the truth that will be enough. So that's what he meant. He meant that when do we have this machlokas between Tanakama and Beitol, is when you have both sides of the mother open to Sister Rabbi Doraita. But if either side opens to a Carmelist, we're going to treat that like something that has a Carmelist on both sides, and no one would say that you need to have an actual doorway. So this is good, but the problem is that if Yosef sitting in front of Ravina proceeded to say another halacha, which is going to become complicated. In the Tzayim on the trigger of Yehuda, so let's proceed. That when he said this halacha, when Yosef sat in front of Ravina, and he said a halacha in the name of Amar Yehuda Rav, because Yehuda said in the name of Rav. He then said a second halacha, and he said, I'm saying in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, who is his Rabbi, but he didn't say whether Rabbi Yehuda said his halacha like Rav or not. Again, so the first halacha said, Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Rav. The second halacha, he just said Amar Rabbi Yehuda. What was the halacha that he said? He said, Im haya mavu kol rechava ein tzarech kum. He said as follows, that if the mavu is open to a rechava, you don't need anything. Okay, so let's just understand what the case is talking about. So a regular mavu is, you have a sister Rabbi here, you go up to, you have a mavu that goes up from it, right? A mavu consists of at least two gutter areas opening onto that place. That's a mother, right? So now, what happened with this? So you have gutters. You have your mother going up, you have your opening to the two gutters, and there's a wall in front of you. Now what happens? That wall, let's say that wall is not there. And what is there is a rechava. A rechava is basically, the way Rashi explains it, it's the back of the houses. It's a place where people just put stuff. They don't live there, right? It's not a place that they really live. So it's like a Rishis Yachid that has no unit, it has no residence. So the halacha would be as follows. So what do you have? And then to make it more complicated, the chava, this uninhabited area, the wall that is directly opposite the mother now broke open. And now there's an opening all the way to Rosh Hashanah. So if I'm starting down my Rosh Hashanah here, I have a mavoi, but the wall in front of me at the end of the mavoi fell down or wasn't there. And then from there I had a rechava, which is some kind of uninhabited area. And then beyond the rechava was an opening to Rosh Hashanah. So the halacha that he's saying is as follows. Even though, technically speaking, you have a You can walk out of the Sister Rabin down here, walk through the Mavli, through the Rakava, and into the Sister Rabin. We're not going to treat this like a Mavli Mafulish, and we're going to treat that like a Mavli Sassam, a closed Mavli. What do you need if you have a Mavli Sassam? I just need to put on my bottom where my Mavli meets the Sister Rabin, the bottom of the Sister Rabin. I just need to put a Lachi or Korah. So that was his halacha. Okay, so I'm going to lay a Bailer of Yosef. So this is of Yosef saying this in front of Rav Huna, and he was quoting the first thing he said, I'm Rav Yehuda Marad. The second one he said, I'm Rav Yehuda. So Rabbi said, Yosef, Had Rav Yehuda Shmuel. The second halacha that you said in the name of Rav Yehuda was actually not Rav Yehuda in the name of his Rabbi Rab, but was Rav Yehuda in the name of his Rabbi Shmuel. Why? Because we're going to see that it argues on Rab, on the base, says the Gemara, the Rab, because if this second halacha about this Rakava is you were quoting your Rebbe Rab, passing the Rab on the Rab Batarti. We're going to have a stira between the halacha you just said with Rab in two ways. We're going to have a stira. Okay, so now let me just take a second to talk about two things before we get started. So one is so first let me just tell you the structure of the Gemara we're going to deal with as follows. We brought a halacha. Rabbi Yehuda said it in the name of someone. Yosef said it in the name of Shmuel. Because it was in the name of Rab, we have two theories. We have a problem with the halacha Yehuda said with something else that Rab said. Then the Gemara is going to say, but you know what? It's not a very Jewish thing. You're going to say, you know what? It's not actually a machlokas because there's a reason that it's not actually a stira. Okay. Then the Gemara is going to say, well, okay, but if they did argue, what would they have been arguing about? So it's a funny structure, right? And we're going to say, it seems they argue. We say, no, they don't argue. And then we're going to say, well, let's say they were arguing. What are they arguing about? So that's just the structure of the Gemara. We'll follow that. The other thing I just want to introduce for a moment is there's a concept that's called Mavli Shenifetz Mulua Lachatzer. I'm sorry, that we have a concept of Parsh Muluya. So this is an idea of as follows: that if you have a space that opens to another space, that is, they are fully open, at least from the first space to the second space, and you cannot carry from the first space to the second space, right? So this is a regular halacha in the Hilchos Eruvin. It comes up a number of times in the Masechta. So the halacha is, if in the first space you cannot carry to the second space, but yet the first space is fully open to the second space, then you cannot carry even in the first space. Okay? That's the halacha. The halacha is, and generally it's going to become relevant to our sugya. I just wanted to introduce it here. Okay. So we have as follows. We have a halacha Amr Yehuda, which Rav Yosef says he's saying in the name of Shmuel, that if you have a mavli that's open to a rakava, and that rakava is open to a Sister Rabin, we don't care that there's this mavli you can walk through from the bottom to the top from one Sister Rabin to another. We don't treat it like a mavli before. Because that's a problem with Rav. Why? Because the Amr Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba Amr Rav, because Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba said the name of Rav, mavli. So this is actually very, very similar to the case of Rakava. The only difference is you had your Sister Rabin, you had your Mavli, and the end wall of the Mavli broke down, but instead of there being a Rakava behind, there's a cluster behind. Now just to be clear, this cluster was not a cluster that burst through this Mavli. It had its entrance way somewhere else. But it was behind the wall of the Mavli. Now that wall fell down in its entirety. So therefore, when you're looking in this mavli, you're looking down this mavli, you're then seeing through the cluster, and then the wall on the other side of the cluster fell down also and opened to the Sister Rabin. So now, again, it's kind of the same case. There was Sister Rabin at the bottom. You walk through the mavli, you walk through the cluster, you're going to hit a Sister Rabin. Right? So that's the case we're dealing with. Sounds very familiar. In fact, on surface, the only difference between these cases, and this is going to be the Gemara's concept, the only difference between these cases seems to be one case is talking about a rakava, and one case is talking about a chata. So it says the Gemara, so what's the halacha according to Rav? So the chata is water, and the mavli is chata. So now we're going to say as follows. why is the chutzner mutter? So now, just to explain the case a little better, and I don't know about pictures or whatever, but I don't know what else I'm trying to explain it. The mother goes like this. The wall of the mother fell down in its entirety, and it's now open to a chutzner. But the chutzner actually goes wider than both sides of the mother. Right? So it's almost like you have the mother and you have a T that's the chutzner. So the chutzner goes, you can go to the right or left once you walk into the chutzner. So now, if you think about it, let's forget the lovely view for a moment and imagine we're the residents of this cluster. What do we have? We have an entryway somewhere else, whatever. And now we develop two holes, tough day. We develop two holes in their cluster. One that open up to the lovely, and one that open up to the sister out. Those holes are less than 10 amas wide, and they're in a direct line of the lovely. But if I'm standing in the cluster, if I'm looking at the lovely, I got this hole in my wall to the lovely, I'm looking at the lovely, what do I see? I see a lovely in front of me. I see one of my walls to my right and one of my walls to my left. So what do we know? We know the halacha is if you have walls and the standing part is greater than the open part and it's less than 10 amas wide, what is that treated as? It's treated as a doorway. So I have a doorway that leads to a lovely. That doesn't preclude me from carrying in my own cluster. Now, if the guy turns around 180 degrees and looks at the wall, at the hole that is just created between his cluster and the resistor Rabbi, so what does he have? He has a hole less than 10 amas wide leading from cluster to resistor Rabbi, but he has a wall to his right, he has a wall to his left. So what is that? It's a passage, it's a door. So therefore, the cluster has two doors, and one leads to a mother, one leads to resistor Rabbi. Big deal. It doesn't preclude you from carrying because a doorway leaving your cluster doesn't create a problem. As long as it's not greater than 10 amas, which will make it a breach, or it's not, the opening is greater than the walled portion, we're good. So that's why the halacha of Rav is the cluster is mutter. But Rav says the mother is also. Now, the Gemara is going to assume in the beginning, why is Rav saying that the mother is also? Because when you, at the end of the day, when you're standing at this bottom of the Rabbi, you're looking at your mother. What are you seeing at the other end? You're seeing through your mother, through the cutter, through the Rabbi. And what do you have? So you're basically, I'm standing in this with the Rabbi. I'm looking through a mother and a cutter to another with the Rabbi. So that should be, even though technically speaking, you're traversing a mother followed by a cutter. At the end of the day, this looks like a mother and a fuller. So you should therefore, so we're going to say that seems to be a problem, and that's why the mother is going to be us. Okay, so that I'm going to explain this a little better in a second, but I just want to get the question out there a little bit. So the issue now is, so after the Gemara, V'amai l'havim lovely to kol l'rachava. So why are these halachas different? We have almost the exact same case. One case, the mother is open to a rachava, and in the other case, it opens to a chutzner. Who cares if the rachava, mother, why is it different? So basically, we see that whereas the Yehuda passed on Amud Aleph, that you can carry in the mother. You don't need anything. You just have your one regular lefty at the bottom, and you're good. And Rav said you're not allowed to carry in the mavli at all. Okay, so I've given a very simplistic approach to this. That's the Gemara's basic question. But if you notice, the Gemara said that this is a kasha Rav in two areas that they seem to be having an argument. In order to understand this, we're going to have to walk through this a little better. So because basically what the Gemara does is it makes an implication from each of the statements, and that field is those conditions, those influences are going to be contradictory to household, because Rabbi Yehuda said that if the mavli tracks down and opens to a rachava, which is an uninhabited area, in that case, everything is mutter. But if it would be a structure, right, which is inhabited, that would be a problem. So this inference makes sense, because he obviously chose a connotation of a rachava, which has no residence, and if it has no residence, there's no notion that one should ask on the other. So, but he specifically chose a rachava. He didn't choose through the chutzner. So much that he sees a problem with there being a chutzner and a mother that opens onto the chutzner. Now, what Rabbi Yehuda does not have a problem with is he does not have a problem with the fact that when I'm standing down here in my Rabbi, I'm looking right through to another Rabbi. That doesn't bother him, because if that bothered him, that would be true even when it's a Rechava. So obviously, Rabbi Yehuda is not concerned about Mufula, but he seems to be concerned about a mavli opening onto a chutzner. So now let's analyze why would Rabbi Yehuda be concerned about a mavli opening onto a chutzner. This is why I referenced before that because when I'm standing in the mavli, my mavli opens in its entirety. The full width of my mavli wall fell down and now opens into
Welcome,
the
Lulu.
That chutzner I cannot carry from the mavli to the chutzner. Why? Because any recipioffice and other recipioffice you can't carry unless you have some kind of error. And I have no error. So therefore, Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, so once the mavli is open in its entirety to the chutzner, what did I tell you before, that if you have one area open to another area which you cannot carry, then the first area you can't carry either. So says Rabbi Yehuda, I have a case of where it's part of the maluol, it's fully open to an area I cannot carry to, so therefore I cannot carry in my mavli. Okay, so this is Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which is basically the way we're understanding. This is actually going to be a maskana. The way Rabbi Yehuda learned is, I don't care about mafula. We'll see why later. But he says that I do care, and I don't care if a mavli opens to a rechava, because a rechava you can carry between its uninhabited place. But I do care if the mavli opens into the chutzner, because at the end of the day, because that's our halacha, part of the law, that you cannot carry in the mavli. So that is the implication of Rabbi Yehuda, is that he would be concerned about a chutzner. Says Kamtav, and Rav says as follows. We're going to ignore his thing. I explained to you before his halacha of chutzner, why you carry in the chutzner, because for them it's a soup stuffing. But let's focus on Rav's halacha. Rav says that the carry in the mavli is usher. And he assumes, because it bothered Rav to see from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, and that makes it like a mafullah. But the implication would be that Rav's concern is not one of Eruv, right? Because he chooses a case of chutzner, right? His issue is that it's broke to that it broke open to a chutzner. I'm sorry, his issue is that it broke open to Rosh Hashanah. If the first break had happened, the implication would be that according to Rab, if the mavli, its back wall broke and opened into a chutzner, that's not a problem. The only problem is that the second wall broke and therefore it looks fuller. But the fact that this mavli opens to a chutzner, and that I don't have a problem with, I'm not going to preclude them from carrying. So now we're left with the following. We're left with two areas that Rav and Yehuda disagree. So the first one has to do with when a mavli opens into a chutzner. Forget the second Rosh Hashanah break. When a mavli opens into a chutzner, Rabbi Yehuda is saying that's usher because it's part of the malul of makam usher lo. It's entirely open to an area that's usher. So therefore, I can't carry in the mavli. Whereas so that would be the case where Rabbi Yehuda says I have a problem with that. And that's why I did not use the case of a chutzner, I used the case of a rechava. Whereas Rav is not worried about that. Rav's only worried about a mafullah, that is the fact that it opens from one end to the other. So that's the first area they argue. Do I have to worry about a mavli opening into a chutzner? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, Rav says no. And what about the fact when you have mafullah that goes from the front, you have your Rosh through your mavli into a chutzner, into a Rosh Hashanah? Rav has a problem with that. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't. How do I know Rabbi Yehuda doesn't? Because it didn't bother him in the case of rechava, so it's not going to bother him in the case of chutzner. So we have two areas of disagreement between Rav and Rabbi Yehuda. One about mavli opening to a chutzner, and one about mafullah. Okay, so therefore that's the two cases. So I'm just going to read again from the top. Either Rav, because this must be a halacha of Shmuel. When you said that opening in the rechava, Because if it's Rav, Kasha the Rav, the Tarki, because we have a zero with Rav in two ways. Between this halacha that we said on Amanal, some are giving out by Abba for Rav. Mavi Nifrit from Malula Chater, the case that if a Mavi opens and it's entirely to a Chater, the Nifrit the Chater Kinegdo, and the Chater across from his robe and entered into the Rabbim, Chater Muteres, the Chater is mutter, Mavi out in the Mavi is utter. So ask the Gemara, what's the difference between the two cases before? They seem to be arguing in two matters. So therefore, it's clear that the one on Amid Aleph must have been Rabbi Yehuda saying in the name of his Rabbi Shmuel, and the one on Amid Beis is what Rav would hold, which is Rabbi Yehuda's other Rabbi. So his halacha that he said on Amid Aleph, Safra Chava, is like his Rabbi Shmuel, not like his Rabbi Rav. Amarle, to which, so this was what happened. Rabbi Yosef said to Rabbi Yosef, I'm sorry,
a lot of the racial shit we did. We had it all.
Abaya said to Rabbi Yosef, this one must be Shmuel, and the halacha the halacha that you said must be Shmuel, because Rav would argue. To which Rabbi Yosef responded, I don't really care what you're telling me. No, Lo Yadana, I have no idea. Maybe you're right. He said, Umda Hava, but this was a story. We had a Rechava, the Dura de Ravasa, in the village of, not to say the Kfar Roim, the village of the shepherds. And Mavoi Shekala Rechava Hava, it was a case where you had a Mavoi that opened into this uninhabited area. Also the coming of Yehuda, and it went in front of Yehuda. Well, he didn't require anything. He said, a Mavoi, they said, this halacha that I told you on Amid Aleph, tell me all your things about Rav Shmuel. I was with Rav. I was with Rabbi Yehuda, and he didn't require it. The Ikhasim is made the Rav, and if you're right that this doesn't work according to Rav, so to have him made the Shmuel, so fine, I accept what you said. Shmuel, big deal. So therefore, this was the case where I said before that it seems that the halacha on Amid Aleph conflicts in two ways with Rav, halacha, and Amid Beis. So therefore, we're saying fine, the halacha and Amid Beis is Rav, the halacha and Amid Aleph is Shmuel. Now the Gemara says, actually, there's no real argument here. That the Gemara below Kasha reason after Dominant cases with Shmuel Bar Abba, Yosef Bar Abba, because there was a statement that was cases said about this halacha of Rav that we learned on Amid Beis, and it made it where it no longer necessarily conflicts with what was said on Amid Aleph. Why? Because he said, as well I'm going to clarify for you. When Rav said his halacha that a mother that breaks into a chaser, so he said, that halacha that Rav said is only in a certain case, but not in another. When did Rav say it? Rav said it only in a case where there was no eruv between the two. So if there is no eruv between the two, so then Rav agrees that that's the case where Rav said it becomes after carrying the mavli, right? But if he's saying as follows, that if there's no eruv between them, so then that's the case where Rav says that you cannot carry in the mavli. But if there would be an eruv between them, then you would be able to carry in the mavli. So what does that tell us? Once we heard that, we realized that we were wrong in what we thought Rav's problem was. Because we said Rav's problem must be one of Mafula, right? But if there would not be an opening to this with Rav, then Rav did not have a problem. And now we're saying it has nothing to do with Mafula. It has to do with whether there's an error between them or not. So now you're actually Rav is saying Safra Yehuda, which is what? Which is that you have a mother, it opens into a chaser. The problem is, if you have no error between the two of them, you cannot carry into the chaser. If you can't carry into the chaser, it's a part to Malol Lamakama after law that the mother cannot carry into the chaser. Therefore, you can't carry into the mother. So Rav, when he says mother is usher, he's saying the exact same halacha as Yehuda. If Yehuda said the case of Rechava, because in Rechava you don't need an eruv. Because Rechava is an uninhabited area. But the case was, if it was a chaser, you wouldn't need an eruv. Right? So therefore, Rav and Yehuda are actually saying the exact same thing. So it's no longer a shira between them. So therefore, so Rav, from Rav on Rav, is also using we thought if the halacha number aleph and Rav is the problem with the halacha number beis, it's not true. So he's going to say as follows, that Rav is in perfect agreement with the Yehuda, and if there is no error between the two, then you cannot carry in the mother because the mother is fully open to the cutter, which is usher to carry into, and therefore it's usher to carry in the mother. If, however, there would be a error between them, or we're dealing with the recover in the back, which is an uninhabited area and therefore doesn't require an error, in those cases it's mutter. So what are we coming out? We're coming out that unlike what we thought in the beginning, Rav is not worried about mafula. It's an error issue. It's not a mafula issue. Everyone is going to be in agreement for right now. Now, why, by the way, are we in agreement? We're going to see this in a second, but I'll tell you now. Why are we in agreement that we're not worried about mafula? Because at the end of the day, what you have here is you have your Rabbi, you have your mavli, and then you go into the cutter extends to the right and left. So people see that's a different area. That's not the mavli going straight all the way to Rabbi. It's mavli followed by a widening, which is obviously a chutzner, followed by an entrance to Rabbi. So that's clear to people that it's not a mavli mafula, and therefore we don't require anything more. So that's going to be the halacha, and they're going to be entirely in agreement. So now, just to get us first of all tomorrow lined up, and second of all to get us the logical ending here, we're just going to finish the Gemara quickly. Says the Gemara. Well, and this was the stuff I told you before. So we started off saying the memra on Amud Aleph must be Shmuel because it can't be Rav because it was a conflict with Rav on Amud Beis. Then we said no, Rav on Amud Beis and the memra on Amud Aleph don't conflict with each other. Therefore, the memra on Amud Aleph could in fact be Rav, or it could be Shmuel. We don't know, but there's no conflict. Now the Gemara is saying, well, wait a second. Explain to me, and I've already explained it to you really, so hopefully tomorrow will be relatively easy. Explain to me, when you thought they were arguing, what would they have been arguing about? Because tomorrow, when I told that I can make Tara, finish the Irbu, very slow Irbu, So he says, but according to what I thought in the beginning, this was not an Arab issue, and this was a Masulish issue. So then, what did they think they were arguing about? What was going on here? The Irbu might sleep, the low Irbu might sleep. And so in the case of Irbu, where they actually had an Arab, and we thought there's still a problem because Rav has an issue with Masulish, what were they arguing about when they were talking about Masulish? Why did Rav think Masulish was a problem and Shmuel did not think it was? Because again, we're going into Havamina. And the low Irbu might when we were talking about low Irbu, and we weren't dealing with a Masulish issue, we were dealing with a question of a mavli opening into a chutzner, and if they're don't have an Eruv, that Rabbi Yehuda had a problem and Rav didn't have a problem, what were they thinking in that case? So says the Gemara. The case where we're not dealing with an Eruv, we're not dealing with a Masulish problem, and we're dealing with an Eruv problem. So what was the case? We have as follows. We have a mavli opening into a chutzner that's wider than it. The mavli is fully open to the chutzner. The chutzner is a place you can't carry. So we said that is hard from Lul HaMakom, and therefore Rabbi Yehuda said that that's a problem, and therefore you can't carry in the mavli. But the question is, as I told you before, hard from Lul HaMakom is a general halacha Eruv. So why did Rav not seem to have a problem? His only issue was Masulish in our Havamina. Why did he not have a problem with carrying in the mavli if the mavli was open in its entirety to a chutzner which it could not carry into? Gemara says the nearer the bush, the nearer the snim. What they were arguing about is a topic that Mr. will see tomorrow, on Wednesday, which has to do with the following. From the perspective of standing in the mavli, you're right, it's fully open to the chutzner, and therefore it says you're fully open to makom that's upper, and therefore you can't carry in the mavli. But Rav had a view, we thought, although this is only in the Havamina, it doesn't work out this way, that, wait a second, go stand in the chutzner. So the chutzner is not fully open to the mavli, because the chutzner we said with a key. It's wider than the mavli. So therefore, if I'm standing in the chutzner and looking back at the mavli, I see that it's not fully open. They're not lined up one next to the other. The mavli is much more narrow than the chutzner. So therefore, Rav was saying, I am going to look from the outside. From the outside, it's not fully open, and therefore it's not a case of parts from the Lua. It's not parts from the Lua. Rav and Rabbi Yehuda was saying in the Havamina, no, you have to look at it from standing inside the mavli. I'm inside the mavli. mother is broken down into a chutzner, and therefore it's partial rule of Makom Asalo. So we're going to say that was in the Hamamina what we thought they were arguing about. The Irvu Kamiflagi. Now, what about when we thought that they were arguing, even if there would be an Irvu between them, it seems that Rav had an issue that it was Mephulas, and Rabbi Yehuda didn't seem to care about Mephulas, because in the case of Rechava, it didn't bother Rabbi Yehuda. So the Gemara says that the Rabbi Yosef, they're actually arguing about Rabbi Yosef. Interesting. The Rabbi Yosef says, "Lo shanu el shikolo le'emsa Rechava." So Rabbi Yosef said as follows: this that we said, that Rabbi Yehuda allowed you to go through the Rechava, right? That's only true if it was a T, the way we said, where you had the Mavli, you had a wider chutzner, and then the opening to the Rabbi. So he says, "Avokalo l'tidei Rechava aser." But let's say, instead of looking like a T, it just looked like an L. You had your Mavli, and then you had your Rechava, but this left wall was even throughout. So first you had your wall of the Mavli, then you had the width of the chutzner, and then you had your break to the Rabbi. So now you have one straight wall that looks like it. So that, we're going to say, is Rabbi Yosef's Kiddush is that Rabbi Yehuda would say, even when you're dealing with a Rechava, which has no viewing and has no residence, nonetheless, if there's a straight wall from the front of this Rosh Hashanah to the front to that Rosh Hashanah, even though you're traversing both a Mavli and a Rechava, in that case you don't do it. So what does that tell you? That introduces the concept that the T is important, because when you're looking at the T, you're seeing your Mavli, but then you see it expands wider, and therefore you know that you're dealing with a different area, in this case a Rechava or a chutzner, and therefore I'm not worried about Mephulah. The issue, so once we say, so that's what the Gemara says.
I think that the shit's being stretched.
The Irvu Kamiflagi, if we weren't dealing with an Erev issue, we're just dealing with the Mephulah issue, so then what, and as we understand Rav doesn't look like a Mephulah, but what was Rabbi Yehuda thinking? So we see once Rabbi Yehuda tells us that Rabbi Yehuda, in order to say his halacha, requires a T and not an L, so it gives us insight as to why Rabbi Yehuda wasn't worried. Because he felt you have a Mavli, you see it expand, and then you go out. So that's what we're going to say. So we're going to end here, but that's what we're going to say was the issue, the machlokas in the Havamina between Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda said, because there's a T, I'm not worried about it. And Rav said, look, I can look straight through from this to that to that, so we're going to treat it like Mephulah. But again, both these machlokim that we had about to understand Rabbi Yehuda was only saying it with a T, and the issue of this question of maybe I look from the inside or the outside, all of that was to explain the Havamina, but actually the memra that Rabbi Yehuda said on Amud Aleph was dealing with the Rechava, and the memra on Amud Beis was Rav was dealing with the chutzner. But in all cases, they agree if you can carry from the Mavli to the back, whether it's a Rechava because it has no inhabitants, or a chutzner because you did an Eruv, everyone agrees it's not a problem. If you cannot carry from the Mavli to the chutzner because there was no Eruv, everyone would agree in that case too that it's part of the rule of Makom Asalo, that you have a Mavli opening into a chutzner. Since you can't carry from the Mavli to the chutzner, you can't carry in the Mavli.
The comedy is just fucking comedy. You gotta laugh. Gallows humor is really important. Yeah. And if we're treating each other well and there's equality socially, and everyone can laugh because everyone feels good about where they are in life, and we are a society that takes care of one another. And I mean, again, I'm from Canada where there's socialized medicine. It's pretty fucking good. And if you're living in a fucking world where you're allowed to walk around and fucking eat berries and kick a chicken against a tree and do whatever you want and just build a fucking house without any code or anything like that, we're gonna live in a society where you're born into a fucking system. System needs to take care of everybody, period. And it ain't fucking happening. And that's gonna be my platform. But if that's the case and we can achieve something like that, again, I do not think it's possible at all. We're fucked. Let me just put that in there. I ain't running for office. But if we can do that, then we can start to laugh at absolutely everything again. Right now, people are not wanting to laugh at shit, and they have every right not to laugh at shit because stuff is fucking dire. So you can't go on Mad TV and make fun of absolutely everybody. Although, we had Harry Spears, Deborah Wilson, Phil Lamar.
It was funny at the time.
Hilarious. Makes me fucking laugh now. Those people
most people still just want to laugh. They don't really care.
I think so, but I think
The Day of
it's
Learning
just
is
like,
sponsored by David and
it's like,
Steve,
you know, it's like,
Father Science and Tony Zalmanzal.
no one's gonna let themselves fucking laugh.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
And
That's
Dr.
interesting.
Parrot
Do we let ourselves laugh? No, we keep ourselves from. Yeah, we all get on this alert kind of where it's like, don't point at me, don't offend me. You know, I mean, I got upset over the pandemic, over like during the like last big election thing because the only people that people were making fun of was poor white people, right? And it was like, what the fuck did we do? It's like poor white people didn't even like.
7 lines down on the Rabbi. So
Like,
what we were discussing yesterday was
the
concept where you have a mavoi that opens up to an area that's either a rechava or a chutzner that's wider than it. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a circle that wall came down and opened onto a different Rabbi. So initially we thought it was Machloket Rav and Shmuel, and we said that Rav was concerned about Machloket, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Machloket between Rav and Shmuel, and they're actually both in agreement. We actually don't know that Shmuel was involved at all. There was a concern when Rabbi Yehuda said something that we assumed it must have been in the name of Shmuel instead of his Rabbi Rav, because
most of my black friends have no idea what it is. They kind of launched it a few years ago. I feel like, I know they didn't, but it's like if you'd have asked any black kid around from what Juneteenth was, they'd have no fucking clue.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just start again very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a chutzner or a rechava. A chutzner is an occupied area. A rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further breaks from there into another Rabbi. So we had the thought that Rav was concerned about Mekulas, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the Mavoi and you can walk straight through the Mavoi, through the Chutzner or Rechava, and then get out in another Rabbi. And whether that would make it like Mekulas, ultimately we decided that that was not the primary concern there, and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be Machloket. And the fact that Rav asked him that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chutzner, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chutzner, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's asur, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry in the mavoi. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, if there had been an eruv between the mavoi and the chutzner, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an eruv issue, not a mekulas issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case that Yehuda was addressing was a rechava, and a rechava as an uninhabited area is something that did not require an eruv. So again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of rechava and chutzner looked the same in terms of physical structure. The difference was is it a used chutzner or a non-used rechava? So since a non-used rechava doesn't require an eruv, and the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of mekulas, so therefore that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustments. But there does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which he said on Zayin Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an eruv issue, it was not a mekulas issue. But let's pick up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabba. He's picking up on, we said yesterday that Rabbi Yosef explained that the reason we're not worried about mekulas is why, because you have your mavoi, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So as you're looking at the mavoi, you see the mavoi end, and then there's a broader area which is the cover. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to the Torah. So we were not worried about mekulas. The Rabbi says, not so bad. This that we said that as long as you have this T shape and you see that it's off to the side, so that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. that nonetheless, we do have some concern about Mafula. That if you're standing at the bottom here and you can see straight through from one Rosh Hashanah to another, even though it goes to the Rakava, even though that key area that goes to the right and shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rosh Hashanah. The Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your mavui leads into the recover of Chaser, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rabbin. So you do not have a straight line from one Rosh Rabbin to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rosh Rabbin to the other, says Rabba, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing the concept of Mafula. We talked about it being an Erevis, and now we're adding back in the concept of it being Mafula. So it continues there. He said, I will then connect it to Asa, but if it would be straight, it would be Asa. So now, what does it mean? So when Rav said his halacha, he said, Mavi is different from Mulua, that if you have a Mavi that's fully open, the Chaser, and Nifrit, the Chaser connecto, and it says opposite that, the Chaser has a broken wall to the Rabbin. That seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says connecto, it just means the wall that's opposite. So nonetheless, you have to go like so. Okay. Now, so thank you, Gemara. Amar Rav Mishashio. So now we have put two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this T shape so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. But now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rosh Hashanah to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct opening between the Rabbin, it's mutter, but we have another qualification. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with the Rakava, which we said we don't need an Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rakava that belongs to multiple people. Have a Rakava the Yakid, but if that Rakava in the back, you have your Mavui, and your Rakava is on top, if that Rakava belongs to a single individual, so I'll read that again in a second once I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this T. You need to know that when you go in your mother, you see a space to the right and left. But let's say there was only space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your mother, followed by the wall of the Rakava. Now the Rakava goes off to the right. So that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem because then you're seeing one straight wall. The left wall, in the example I'm saying, is the Mavoi wall followed by the Rakava wall, and then that leads to where the Rosh Rabbin is. So that's going to be a problem because this is what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line, and so you need a full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rabbi Mishashik is teaching is, he's saying even if you have a T in this Rakava, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rakava belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what, I want to take advantage of real estate here. I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your mothers, and then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way, includes your mother and your Rakava, that's problematic. So Rabbi Mishashik is saying we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up at this line. So therefore, even before he builds it, even though we have a T, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rakava of the Rabbin. How does that help? Because I guess even in times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. But if one guy's there, he could choose to build his house. So the Mishashik is telling us that it has to be owned by Yaakov. So now let me read it with that explanation. This is something you can carry when you have the T and you have the non-direct line between the Rosh Rabbim. We only said that when the Rakava belongs to multiple individuals. Of a Rakava Diyakid, but if the Rakava, if this back area area belongs to one person, we're worried that it might happen that he'll change his mind. You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a mavoi that then ends in the side of Rabbi you have one straight line, and therefore it's going to be up. So we're going to end up here as follows: that we have your mavoi followed by if it's a Rabbi, you don't need an Arab. If it's a Rabbi, you do need an Arab, but you need three other qualifications. You need this P. You need to make sure that P cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rabbis have a turn that so that it's not a direct straight line from one Rabbi to the other. Okay, so now after Gemara. Where do we have this halachic concept that we're worried that an individual is going to change something, but the rabbis aren't going to change something? So we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, rabbis might build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar. Because we have later in the Masechta about Chavitas, we say Rabbi by Rav Ada, Rabbi by Rav Ada, Rabbi by Rav Abba, said the name of Yitzchak, Ma'aseh b'Mavo Yachad, Tzida Yachad Kol Yom, Tzida Yachad Kol Ashpa. So here's the case: you have a sister Adam, like any other mother, like any other case, and you have a mother. A mother needs three walls, a regular mother. But this mother is interesting. It's three walls with facets in three different ways. So on, let's call it your left wall, when you're standing in the Chicago, your left wall was a garbage dump. And that garbage dump was more than 10 fucking high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or a yam. That's actually my focus is focusing on the rivers. That's why we'll see in a minute. But you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is a mechitza, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, the rule is Esser B'Tos Arba. As long as the incline is blocked Esser B'Tos Arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4, so what does it mean? As long as if you're walking 4 amas, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 shachim, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that it's considered a mechitza. Okay, so you have your Rishon Rabbin, your left side is a garbage dump at least 10 shachim tall, your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 shachim tall, and in front of you are the structures that open up. So you have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine movie. That was the case they had. So what happened? One Michael was saying Rabbi, and they came in front of Rabbi and said, was this an acceptable movie? They could just put up a lefty Torah and carry in it. Rabbi didn't want to say it's usher, and he didn't want to say it's mutter. Why? He didn't want to say it's usher because at the end of the day, you have valid mechitza here. Water is a mechitza, the embankment of water, garbage is a mechitza, houses are a mechitza. So he said at the end of the day, you have 3 valid walls, that looks and smells like a mother. But he also didn't want to say that they're carrying it. Why? Because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people will be used to carrying because there wasn't a piece of garbage and now it's not there anymore. But they're still going to carry. Maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was the mechitza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. But what happens, as is the nature, and this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Do rivers bring sediment the same way? But won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislaket after the Totarba, which you had a steep enough incline. But now, as the dirt has become a much more gradual incline, and maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So continue, so we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yachid and Rabbi. So far all we've seen is that we're worried about things. So where do we see this Yachid and Rabbi thing? Continue tomorrow. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the pizza there? Well, if not, we had a mitzvah that is again there in Daf Test later on the Mitzvah. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 fucking tall, Galon shall gaba working of the Shabbos. That if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishis. His house is a Rishis. Why is the garbage dump a Rishis? Because it's 10 fucking tall and presumably the dollar fucking wide, dollar by dollar fucking. Even if it wasn't dollar by dollar fucking, it would be fine because it would be a mucking store. Because it's higher than 10 fucking, less than dollar. Either way, you can throw from your Rishis to another Rishis or to a mucking store. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out the window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's not a Shabbos issue. So therefore, the question is, why is it in one case Rabbi was concerned maybe the garbage is going to get away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone always throws their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer a Rishis because it's only a Rishis because it's garbage piled up more than 10 parking. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to be used to throwing his trash out the window, he's going to throw it out the window and it's going to land on Rishis and he'll have thrown from Rishis to Rishis. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, how much son again, ask for the Rabbi, ask for the Yachid, that it must be, the reason that we're worried in Rabbi's case that there's garbage being taken away, is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and they're going to clear it out, and now the wall of the mummy is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So therefore, says the Gemara, "Hakinami, trying to bring up the rabbin, we'll come with the office." And this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Tarshia. That Rabbi Tarshia says even the key is going to be a problem if it's owned by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the key and we'll be left with an L. And that would be a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from your mother to your republic. Okay, so now we have the case of Rabbi, where Rabbi said we're worried maybe the garbage gets out.
How you living, pimp?
So what about Rabbanan Ma'at? So that was Rabbi's.
What's good, son?
What does the Rabbi Paskin? What does the Rabbanan say?
I'm doing that.
Rabbi was not prepared to say.
All right, no big deal on the blue sky.
Say that it's usher and mutter. It's mutter because technically.
All right.
Because he might have said.
All right. Well, I'm going to look at it. I'm going to review it.
They're going to take it away.
Send it to me.
The Chachamim weren't so worried. They said usher. All right,
well, send it to me again, big dog.
And therefore, you cannot rely on this mavoy, on a mavoy that for one of its walls relies on either a tree or on a pile of garbage. Please. There are others who say,
yes, send it on X, please.
That the Chachamim said at the end of the day, the Rebbe was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay because you have all three walls.
What'd you say, big man?
Regardless of which version, he's saying at the end of the day, Rabbi was uncertain, but I am certain that in fact you cannot rely on a garbage taken away.
Baby, I'm such a lover. Every day is Valentine's Day for this dog. All right, send me your link. There we go. I see it. All right, I'm gonna look at it. And this better be the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Slope of the water changing. So what happened? They had one or more mavos where you have
okay. So why didn't you make all of the links like vertical?
So now, this might be like in Venice or somewhere like you'd have this. But what would happen? What was the concern? Was if you're relying on
dog, I don't want to hear that. I want people who want to work hard, who want to make money for themselves. Frankly, P-Besh, you're lazy. I've told you that before. I want you to have motivation. Don't give me this. Have you ever had to work in the hot sun? Do you know how difficult that is? All I'm asking you to do is use your thumbs, use your brain power. You're a smart person. All you need to do is make them vertically. But you're wasting my time until you do what I tell you to. You're like, hey, can we start this now? The answer is no. If a customer looks at this, it's going to show that you're lazy. if you look at the one that I sent you, it looks good. It's very organized. It's simple. When I see that as a customer, I say, this is who I want to partner with. This is who I want promoting my own content. If you say, well, it's too much work, okay, that's fine. I understand it's too much work. Then this isn't going to work out. I want you to be, all I'm asking you to do is something with your thumbs.
Okay.
So make yours look, yes, make yours look like the one that I sent you.
Okay, there's an issue though. Some of them like the Shopify or Spotify, sorry. Those one I will leave it because I couldn't create an account. Then Blue Sky got suspended.
That's fine. No big deal. No big deal at all. No big deal at all with Blue Sky.
So
But,
the layer of the down layer, should
Yeah.
I down or should I remove it and just do it vertically? All of them.
just do them all vertically, exactly like I sent to you.
So should I remove the down layer of the?
You should remove all of the icons and just have them all vertical.
Okay, so like how many should I?
All
How
of them.
many? Because some of them.
All of them. Do you see? Did you look at the one that I sent you? Did you look at the one that I sent you?
Yeah, I did.
Make it look like that.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Excellent. And just look at it like this. Imagine I'm your customer and you're making my link tree. And I tell you, hey, I want you to make my link tree like this example that I show you. That's what your job is. That's what you want to do.
Okay.
All right, do it. It shouldn't take you long. Come back, and then we'll move on to the next step, which is creating content for your different social media, okay?
Okay.
Beautiful, P-Boy. You're welcome, big dog. You're welcome, P-Boy.
When are you going live space so that maybe I can hop on and do some hosting?
Baby, I'm in a space right now. Nobody's in it, but I'm in it right now.
Okay, let me on X.
Yeah, just in the X search, type in Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I.
Is it this your account? Because I'm not seeing you live.
No, I'm live on a different account. If you want to find it, it's Karaoke King 0000. Karaoke King 0000. I've been live for 366 days.
It's really long, like to search your name. I don't know. Why didn't you use this account to do that?
Because I don't host with this one. Man, P-Boy, you're lazy. I'm asking you to type in Karaoke King, Karaoke King 0000. And you're like, oh, it's so long. And it's like, and you're like, oh, it's so long. It's like, man, I mean, what do you want me to do? It's within the 15 characters. It's not like I'm giving you a whole sentence.
Is there ready for 3?
It's Karaoke King 0000.
Okay.
Do you see that it's
I'm going to check it out.
okay? Do you see that it's hosting a space?
I'm searching it now.
Okay, Karaoke King 0000. Do you see it?
I'm searching it.
All right, how long does it take to search it?
from Discord. Okay, this is from. Okay.
Yeah.
No, is it can you spell it again?
KARAOKEKING 0000. KARAOKEKING. Did you find it?
No, I wasn't hearing you. Can you call it again? I wasn't hearing you.
Okay, we're going to do this one more time. We're going to do this one more time. If you can't get it, it's no big deal. Nobody's in there. I've given you a task, but I'm going to spell it to you, so you're ready.
Okay.
KARAOKEKING 0000.
Is there a space between it?
No, it's one word.
KARAOKE. Am I getting it?
That's correct.
AIN.
G.
DOOO.
No, not OOO. 0000.
Which zero? Is it like number?
Yeah, it's a number.
Okay. It's no result.
Okay, no big deal. Guess what? It's live right now. It's live right now. But that doesn't matter. I've given you a task. You get the task done, you do all the other stuff, then worry about spaces. You're worried about too much stuff at once. I've given you a task. Is your link tree vertical yet?
Okay, I'm gonna do it now.
Do it right now. Okay. And then come back to me when you're done.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you, P-Boy.
He has all the information that we have and more. And much more. Now it is obvious to anyone that this guy was a human trafficker. He was trafficking women to this island. And now it gets dark because these files talk about torture. They talk about, they say disgusting, heinous things. The littlest girl was really naughty. Then they're talking about torture. They're talking about pizza. Remember Pizzagate that was all fake? Everybody's they're all talking about pizza. It's weird. It is odd. It is strange. And these are code words. We know that. They're actually code words for pedophilia. So it's like, I've gotten calls from people going, wait a minute. Am I crazy or am I now in QAnon? Now maybe you're not in the far reaches of QAnon, which is like Biden died and was replaced by a clone, or you know what I mean? That's hardcore QAnon, but I think we're all QAnon light. We are all QAnon light right now. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. That's to Jeffrey Epstein from a redacted name. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the United States government is protecting. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the U.S. government is protecting. Who are these people? Who are these people? Get up the torture one. There's the email about torture. Go look through these. They're all incredibly creepy. And the redactions in the files are to protect the names of the pedophiles. Remember the lying there? Well, the victims. We want the victims to be protected, and we don't want the victim. We don't want to show you kiddie porn with the victims. We don't want to put the victims' pussies out there. This is the pedophiles they're protecting. They're protecting the victims. They have emails. Yeah, how about this? Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. That's from Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. So Jeffrey Epstein received a torture video from someone, and he responded, hey, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Now, let's break that down. Let's just break it down. Let's give everyone the benefit of all of the doubts. Where are you? We don't know where someone is. By the way, I don't think I've ever, that's on to email. Where are you? Where are you? Are you okay? That might mean that someone's been up to something. They've been getting wild. Where are you? Are you okay? Is what you say after a wild night of boozing. You're wild. You had a wild night of boozing. Where are you? Are you okay? We saw you drunkenly stumbling to that car. Did you guys make it home? Now, this is followed up by 5 words that are pretty insane. I loved the torture video. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. No evidence? Cash Patel? No evidence of any wrongdoing? To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. I am in China. I will be in the U.S. second week of May. Sent by BlackBerry. This was the old days of the BlackBerries. Many of you kids don't remember this. In the old days, when you trafficked women and children and tortured and ate them, you had BlackBerries. You had BlackBerries. Remember that? Before the iPhones? Before the TikTok and the iPhones? You would eat somebody's intestines and then go on your BlackBerry. And this guy, so there's email after email like this. Email after email creepier than the next. There's photos. This guy's got a trap door in his fucking house. Can you get up the trap door that leads right to the ocean? This guy was on an island. There's a lot of pedophiles on land. This guy went to an island because some things go to an island and don't come back. By the way, that's why you want an island. You want an island because some of what's coming to your island is not leaving your island. So this is the trap door. Make that as big as you can. That leads right to the sea. So if you were a woman on the island and a billionaire had rough sex with you and killed you intentionally or unintentionally, would Jeffrey Epstein report it? Or would you go down the chute? No media is covering this. Shame on them, by the way. Shame on them. No media covers this. They're not covering this. They're covering parts of it, and they're dancing around everything. What is happening if you're on that island? Get up the email to Ghislaine where he goes, I'm thankful I didn't kill anyone. Now that means that someone started acting up. I've read credible journalists that say, this doesn't say that there was a pedophile ring, and this doesn't say, this is just rich people hanging out with other rich people and ignoring a guy who might be creepy because they wanted to be around a cool guy with an island. The excuses made are unbelievable. And look at who's making them, and remember who's making them, by the way. Look at who's making excuses here, and remember who's making them. If you're a you went to that island and you got killed, are they reporting it? Or are you going down the chute do you become Shark Sham? I'm not trying to make light of it. I mean, listen, I'm being funny. I'm a comedian. It is what it is. But I'm telling you what's happening here, folks. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. This is from Martin Nowick, so we know who this is. Isn't he a professor? Where is he teaching? Oh. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and that I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do you think he did? What do you think Martin did? I'm going to give you 3 options. Do you think Martin spilled a bottle of expensive wine? That's choice A. Let's read the email again together. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks for amazing hospitality. I am very sorry I caused you so much worry that I spoiled this day. I'm so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do you think Martin did if you had to take a guess? Option A, Martin spilled a very expensive bottle of wine all over the couch. Option B, Martin had a little too much to drink and went on a very uncomfortable tirade about the shifting demographics in Austria. Option C, Martin had rough sex with an underage girl and almost killed her. To a point where that girl had to either be taken out and gotten medical attention, and he ended up spoiling the day, and by some sheer luck, that underage girl didn't die. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. Which one do you think he did? You think it was the one? You think it was an uncomfortable political tirade? Or do you think this guy almost killed someone that they set him up with? Do you think it was almost that person almost had to go down the chute for the Sharks? That was what that person was almost there? This is my guess. Do I know if that's true? I don't know, but these people are a problem. I can't say enough about NeuroGum. I love it. So many people that tell me they're sluggish mentally, they don't feel it. They're always trying to optimize their life from routines to powders. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to have a functioning brain by 3 p.m. That's why I love Neuro Energy and Focus Gum. I love the variety pack. Peppermint, spearmint, wintergreen, so you can rotate flavors while you rotate between productive and barely hanging on. And this is my favorite part. In a pilot study with Neuro's Energy and Focus Mist, participants performed a cognitive test 21.4% faster than those without Neuro. It's perfect for LA, traffic, meetings, jam, existential dread. It's for the moment you're doom scrolling, you realize you have to be a person in 12 minutes. Neuro Energy and Focus is powered by natural green tea, caffeine, L-theanine for calm focus, and vitamin B12 and B6 for better mood and metabolism. No sugar, no aspartame, no crash, which means I don't feel like I need to apologize to my body afterwards. It's clean, effective, and it's better for you ingredients. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your first order at neurogum.com by using code TIM. That's neurogum.com. Use code TIM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon. What is the religious angle here? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. When you listen to Jeffrey Epstein talk, he's talking about transhumanism. He wants to seed the world with his seed. He obviously doesn't believe in the concept of the soul. He doesn't believe in anything like that. He believes that you can sculpt humanity. There was a lot of transgender talk. And again, I have obviously no problem with legitimate trans people, of which there are not as many as you'd think if you went through a college campus, like actual trans people. But Jeffrey Epstein clearly liked the idea that gender is very malleable and that you could, and lots of things in life are malleable. And he wanted clearly to build another body, and he was obsessed with scientists, and he probably wanted to upload his consciousness, and he was a transhumanist. Not that different from things that, Elon Musk and people like that have said. It's humanity's destiny to merge with artificial intelligence, and we can engage in some type of eugenics. This was all Epstein stuff. He had all these creepy scientists who were at the island They were doing all this fucked up shit, and he was also engaging in these conversations. So Jeffrey Epstein clearly believed that humanity was a scientific endeavor. And I want to bring up Luciferianism, please. Bring up Luciferianism. Bring up the definition of Luciferianism. Let's bring up Luciferianism. It is a philosophy or belief system that views Lucifer not as a devil, but as a symbol of enlightenment, independence, and pursuit of knowledge. Folks, we're getting somewhere. Folks, I think we're getting somewhere. It emphasizes individual responsibility, critical thinking, the balance of light and dark, often drawing from Gnosticism or occult traditions. Unlike Satanism, which may focus on indulgence or rebellion, Luciferianism focuses on self-deification. I am God. Wisdom and personal growth. Jeffrey Epstein and many in the ruling class are Luciferians. They believe, whether it's aesthetic or not, they believe all of these things to be true. They don't believe there's any moral code outside what they can get away with. They believe that they are deities and gods and that they should be able to upload their consciousness and potentially live forever, and that you are biological waste that they should be able to fuck and throw in an ocean for sharks. This is true. It's absolutely true. Now, they might not say it. They might not go, I'm a Luciferian. Now, some of them will. But they're obsessed with Moloch, who's a god of child sacrifice. They're obsessed with Baal and all these things. They're obsessed with demonology. They're obsessed with this idea of becoming their own god. They're obsessed with child sacrifice. They're obsessed with engineering humanity through things like eugenics. Hitler was an occultist. A lot of people around him were occultists. A lot of people in Los Angeles are occultists at much higher levels of the business, you know, that you hear about. You go back to the 60s, they made a lot of great music, whatever. But there was a fair amount of occultism then. More cults come out of, you know, Northern California. More retards come out of Southern California. I always mix that up. More cults come out of Northern California. A lot of those occultists were involved in the United States military. Michael Aquino. This is all very obvious. We were on this shit years ago on this show. It's all out in the open right now. So what is the hope here, folks? I'll tell you what it is. Bill and Hill, I did an episode years ago called Bill and Hill's Last Kill. And it was about how as you get older, you realize that life is finite. And that even though you would like to live forever and be a deity and whatever, that you're going to go into the dirt like everyone else. So I thought that the Clintons' final kill was a beautiful thing, where they had one last security guard, or someone they had to get. Forget who it was, doesn't matter. The people come and go. So Bill and Hill did one last kill together. It was one of my favorite episodes on the Patreon, and I talked about that. I talked about, you know, the kind of the sense, you know, it's the guy, he's coaching his last game. He's coaching his last game. He's got his lady in the stands. Now, instead of that, of course, this guy's coaching his last game with his lady, and there's, you know, whatever, ordering someone's death. Bill and Hill, you gotta remember, Donald Trump fucked this bitch over in a big way. Hillary Clinton's wanted nothing in her life but to be the president of the United States. Life has had no meaning to her outside of that. None. What is life? To have a mildly, you know, this kind of weird-looking daughter and this fucking guy who's cheating on you every other day? Stop. It's not what life is. Life for Hillary Clinton has been about the acquisition of power since she's a young girl. People mistake her. They're like, is she a lesbian? Is she this? Is she that? Hillary Clinton cares about only one thing, and it's the acquisition of power. And the deal was, she was going to sit through Bill Clinton's escapades as long as they did not fuck her political career. She didn't care. She knew Bill was a scumbag when they met. She knew he chased pussy. She knew he was probably violent with some of the women. She knew where he was from. She knew he was a liar, a cheater, and a rapist. She knew it. But he was also one of the greatest politicians to have ever lived. And she knew that if she hitched her wheel and wagon to him, and helped him greatly, they would attain levels of power. And they did. And, these were the podunk governors of Arkansas. Sure, the intelligence community felt safe for them because they let a bunch of coke get flown into Mena, Arkansas, whatever. Sure, they were, Carol Quigley, who wrote Tragedy and Hope. Bill Clinton went to the Bohemian Grove. He was selected. Like, people knew who he was. They knew who he was. They felt comfortable with him. The ruling class felt comfortable with him. He was a guy you could control. He was chasing pussy, probably had a couple of out-of-wedlock kids. Who knows? But Billy Boy was a guy you could control. He likes puss. That's what he likes. So they controlled him that way. And of course, there were political battles and fights and impeachments and whatever. But Bill and Hill were a force to be reckoned with. They defined the 90s. Chubby Bill Clinton jogging around, talking to single mothers in a Wendy's parking lot, telling them he cared about them, their eyes welling up with tears. Bill Clinton is a political dynamo, okay? Not a good person. We covered that literally seconds ago. But politically, he's a genius. His wife is cold, but she's calculated. She keeps him on track. She makes deals. She manages the staff. She's an operator. She's a behind-the-scenes person. She's not a front-of-the-camera person, Barry Weiss. Pay attention to this. She's an operator. Hillary is good at operations. Now, you have Bill, who is the star. Hillary is the supporting act. 2 terms. Incredibly popular. Hillary Clinton becomes a senator from New York. Obama takes it from her the first time. Young, black, charismatic. Comes in. People like it. They like this guy. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. He's cerebral. He's everything I'm sorry, not H.W. He's everything George W. Bush wasn't. Obama becomes the symbol of the corporate neoliberal takeover. Everyone in the Washington power establishment, most of them, not everyone, but a lot of them, love Barack Obama, especially John Brennan, who's the head of the CIA. Love Barack Obama. They feel comfortable with him, and perhaps they know things about him other people don't know. Okay? He was probably like a cool, dope-smoking, bisexual, whatever he was, okay? So he's being controlled. To a degree. Everyone in that position is being controlled, by the way. So you have Barack Obama. He takes it from Hillary. After 2 terms of Obama, Hillary still has a shot. Now the road is paved for her. Oh my God, here comes Donald Trump. The Clintons are big fans of his candidacy early on because they think he's going to be a goofball and a joke. They would love to run against Donald Trump, they said. We want to run against this undisciplined wacko. No one's going to get behind this guy. He'll either lose interest or he'll spiral, he'll get caught up in some messy scandal. Because again, they all know each other. They all know each other. But they have this weird mutually assured destruction because they both think they're going to win. They both need all these billionaires. So as much as he's teasing the Epstein stuff and she's teasing some of Trump's behavior, Hillary, and Trump shows up to the debate with the women that have accused, after they grab him by the pussy, everybody thinks Trump's done. He shows up to the debate with these women that had all accused Bill Clinton, including Juanita Broaddrick, who accused him credibly of rape. But this is all political theater because everybody knows there's something that no one can talk about. We can only tease. And that's the trap door and who goes to the fish. Bring up the door. Now, who goes to the fish is what we can't talk about. I can say you're doing sexual assault. I can say you're a misogynist. But we can't talk about who goes to the fish. Okay? Now, Trump wants the Epstein files gone. Kash Patel wants them gone. His girlfriend, I don't forget her name. What's her name? Yentl? Anyway, she wants it gone. All of these people want it gone. Nobody wants these things out except a collection of podcasters, the American people, the victims, whatever. But all the billionaires, all the media, all the political people would rather them go away. Trump would rather these things go away. But Thomas Massey, Rokon, other people, they're pushing it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, pushing it. These things come out. The Republicans now go, we want Bill Clinton to testify because we want to play political points with this, because the Republicans still think this is a political issue, bless their hearts. The Republicans still think that this is a political issue, and this is not a political issue. It's about who goes to the fish. Trump knows a couple of people went to the fish. Now, the Clintons know it too. What people are hoping, I don't think this is going to happen exactly as people want it to happen, but here's what people are hoping. Bill and Hillary are old, their skin suits. They've got nothing left. Adrenocchrome's wearing off. They have nothing left, truly. He can't fuck anymore. He doesn't even want to live. She's not going to be president anymore. She don't want to live. There are two, my friend just saw her in Qatar. She looks terrible. Tucker just saw her, my friend. Like, I'm going to lie. Like, I have 10 friends in Qatar. But here's the point. They don't want to live anymore. His prize is fucking a white trash chick behind an Applebee's, and he can't do it, threatening her. He can't do that anymore. Her reason for existing is power politics that will end with her ascendancy to become the first woman president. She can't do that anymore. These are people with nothing to lose. They're dangerous. They're dangerous skin suits. They have nothing to lose until they die and go meet their true God. So what people are hoping, what people are praying and hoping for is that they do they want to do an open door session where they are filmed. People want it to be closed door. Let's stop the games. Hillary Clinton calls for testimony and Epstein probe to be public. Hillary can do one more thing on this earth, and she knows it, and it's sink Trump. She can only do one more thing on this planet, and she knows it. And Bill can do something similar. The only thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the Bible, we hate the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hate the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hate the Bibles, we write the Bibles. And you did it. Trump did it. We did it. You did it. We did it. You did it. We fed that woman to the shark. We fed that woman to the shark. And then Hillary goes, we fed her to the shark. We fed her to the shark. Remember, we fed her to the shark. And America is paralyzed by this.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Beautiful dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is dot A.
Still see my show on
We
Mother's
are
Day
picking up the
in
New
Long
York
Island in May. Saturday, Sunday.
Save us slightly for this morning shirt.
Doesn't matter.
You can obviously tell me for dedicating this year. Dedicated to the breakfast this month and the whole first month of Av this year. But still, joy and eternal checking for
Yes,
benefits, how we benefit on
it happens. And according to the National Institute of Health, as many as 30 million men in the U.S. experience ED. It's more common than bad nights sleep. The good news HIMSS makes getting access to treatment simple. You can fill out yourself again without the stress or awkward. Through HIMSS, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like heart meds and SSRX plus climate control. Doctors Rothschild. They focus access to ED treatment options during the trust and manage plus 5% life. Brand name for heart meds.
with that, let us begin.
To
We
get
are picking
simple
up the New York
Session
online
on
access to
Dr.
personalized
Dolly's
affordable care.
They've got
For ED,
8-5.
hair loss, weight
We're
loss, and
picking
more,
up
visit
our Dollar
hims.com/GIM. That's hims.com/GIM.
incredible dot out of
For
us
your free
today.
online visit,
We're picking up 2, 4,
hims.com/GIM.
6, 8,
Actual price will
and
depend on
12
product and
lines up in
subscription
life.
plan.
Remember again, just before
Featured
you
products
go
include
to
compounded drug
we
products,
learned
which
spoke
FDA
about the
stock
idea
program
of
verified for safety.
that I
Effectiveness,
love how
quality,
nice there are
prescription
3
required.
areas
See website for
which
details,
were
restrictions, and important safety information. DraftKings. I love DraftKings. I can't say enough about it. Super Bowl is right around the corner. It deserves a sportsbook built for the moment. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 60, puts you right in the center of the biggest game of the year.
everything else is learned down to
And when anything can happen during Super Bowl, DraftKings has your back with early action. If a player goes down in the first half, you still get paid out in cash immediately once your bet settled. No bonus bets, no waiting. Visit DraftKings new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TIMBILL. That's code TIMBILL and turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or call 877-8-HOPE-NEW York. Or text local 888-78-777-777. CCPG.org. Legal Casino Kansas. Wager tax pass through. May apply to Illinois. Only once in most states where military restrictions apply. And must be received. Bonus bets will start 7 days. Minimum odds required. Additional terms and responsibility resources. CTKFG.com/limited This is what people are saying. Let's stop the game. If you want this fight, grab James Comer. Let's have it. You love Molecular Cleanse, David. You love to talk about transparency. There's nothing more transparent than a public hearing. Cameras on. We will be there.
Which is the lid, was one kata.
This is their one last kill shot. They have to take Trump down. Do they blow themselves up in the process? Do they admit to raping, killing, and eating children just to take Trump down? And my friends called it the same people that are nuts. My friends go, what do you think they'll admit to? What will they admit to? To take down Donald Trump, this is the last thing they have to do on earth. Hillary is crawling around the Middle East. Crawling. And Overlord Damaskinis up from Plane 3. Overlord Damaskinis from Plane 3, folks. Friend of the show. This is what Hillary Clinton currently looks like in Qatar right now. Overlord Damaskinis, Plane 3.
That's one concept. The emotional only remains in the celestial
She's
sphere.
crawling around Qatar with a cape.
Yet the Torah
Her
also
life
says
force is
that
almost
law.
over. She's about to go to her
The
home
friend
planet.
who spoke to Moshe
The
from
one
between the
thing that she
Kruvim
has
on
left to
top
do,
of the
truly,
Aron. So how do those two
is
concepts
destroy
how do they gel?
Donald
At the
Trump.
end of
There's
the day,
nothing
it's
left
not
to do.
a
There's
Moshe
nothing.
from
What does
the
she do?
lid
What does she care?
of
What
the
does she
Aron.
give a
The
fuck about
Kruvim
spending
is
time
not
with her
now on
grandchildren?
earth.
Grow the
The
fuck
pasuk
up.
says, and Shemaim Shemaim
She's got a mission.
amazing.
And
It
it's
must
a
be
headshot.
that the
She
area
wants to take him
between the
out.
Kruvim
She
is not
wants
considered to
calls
be
for him to
earth.
resign.
It's not
She
considered to be
wants,
earth.
yes, in the
And
blood,
this
in
is
the
what
blood,
does that teach
in
you?
the
A
blood,
very
to the
important
left.
understood, which is
There,
that in the pizza that is more than 10 hours.
big.
Demarcates
That's
a
Hillary
separate
right
area.
now.
The essentially the lid
Getting
of the
ready
Aron
for the
was
hearing.
a separate
She's
area.
getting ready
Was
for
a
the
separate
hearing
area.
right now.
Wasn't
She has
considered
one
art.
thing
Wasn't
left to
considered
do.
from the
She
Aron
has
you learn
one thing
that
left
the
to do, and
minimum
it's destroy
dimensions
Trump. Because I don't
of
know what
a
Trump was a part of.
pizza
But he's
are
probably fucked
10
some underage
Therefore,
people,
even
I
the
would
pizzas
imagine.
are all right.
And God only knows what else.
Right? It's a before
He's
the
been
process.
accused
We
of
must go
horrible
use
things.
the Amas
In
Binyan,
these
the
files.
Amabashisha, Amas
Now
Binyan,
Trump's
the
saying he
Amas
likes Bill Clinton. Play
What's it?
this.
Oh, so what's it? Could very well be. Well,
Trump
this comes
knows.
up according to
Here's what
Yehuda.
Trump knows.
You know, the according to Yehuda, he holds that when talking
Didn't
about the
fear
building of the
Hillary when she
structure of
had
the
something
Democrats,
to
so
lose.
use the Amma
You
of
understand?
5 buckets.
When
Sorry, an Amma of 6
Hillary
buckets.
needed
When it comes to the Amma used in
the
building of
dark
utensils,
overlord,
it was an Amma of 5
when she
buckets.
needed
In which
them,
case,
he didn't
the
fear her.
Aron
Now that
was
she
not
doesn't need them,
10
and she's
fucking hard.
about to slip
Therefore,
her
again,
skin
according to
suit
Yehuda, it could very well be that the
and
halacha
go back to her home planet.
needs to be 10 fucking
She
I
knows
that
that.
actually
She
check.
can.
Uvladimir
She will
Zamakala
go in
Harold
front of
Samadini,
Congress.
they
There she is,
know
with her husband,
the
Bill.
Hunter Mayo
And
says
they're
that
going
all
to
of the
light this shit on
Amazon
fire.
does
They're going to
both
talk
the
about
teams
Trump.
of the
They're
beginning,
going
which
to
is
talk about
talking
everything.
like
Let's
each
play
of
that
them
video. And where Trump is talking about the life of Bill Clinton.
in which case, I don't know a lot of emotion that a mechitza is 10 fucking hard. Because at the end of that, learn it from the oral. So what do you do? So what is Allah emotion teaching me? He wants to learn America, say the good, or the love, or the dog.
This is guilt. This is guilt.
So the
This is
halacha
guilt.
emotion is about the
He knows.
all of these dramatic halachas by the
He
chitas.
knows.
We're going to get into
Overlord
this sector, and of course
Damaskinas
also in the sector
is
which are
coming.
the concepts of good.
Now
Those
Hillary
are
and
good
Bill, I wonder
means
if they're
that
going
we see in
to make
halacha.
it
You can view a
to the hearing.
pizza wall
Will
as
they make
extending
it to
upward
the
or
hearing?
downward. Good artists and
Will
good
they make it?
good
Here's what I think it'll
good.
be.
Labud.
I think someone tries to get him. Somebody shoots her in the chest.
3 bucket or less.
And she falls down.
Collectively considered to be closed.
CIA, Mossad, whatever, whoever they contracted goes, we got her. And then all of a sudden,
which allows
like a
you
horror film, you just see a shadow 15 feet tall on the wall. And she gets up because she's unkillable. She's unkillable. They realize it. They go, what the fuck?
very dramatic halacha.
Because she's here for a purpose.
If you look at,
I'll be so disappointed.
Says,
they have to light themselves on fire to take Trump out. They want public calls for his resignation. That's what they want.
according to this
There's
approach,
no reason they would do this for
up
what?
until now, everyone agreed on what
They have
halacha
nothing left.
was for chatzitzin, as
They
well
have
as
nothing
for
left. Other
the
than
for
the idea that you can
shiburim.
light this guy on
Interesting enough,
fire.
when it comes to what is the halacha emotion in Sinai for
She could light him.
Mechitzos, that seems to be my whole
All right, I want to say about this, but let's take a quick break for that man who killed himself by putting his head in that fryer. Was that at Wendy's? Where did he do this? Olive Garden?
Good,
Let's
lovely.
just take a quick break here because it's been very
So,
dark as an episode. I want to take a minute. This is a male cook trying to kill himself, but he put his head in the fryer at Olive Garden. Let's just take a moment. An Olive Garden employee died from burn injuries he suffered after thrusting his head into a deep fryer, and what police have categorized as a suicide attempt.
Now we saw
The
already
harrowing incident occurred
that
Friday
exactly
afternoon at the
beginning
Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant
what
where the
was that
decadent,
Lehi
I'm sorry,
or
where the,
Lehi
what is that? Dissonance? Decedent, I'm sorry. I thought they were saying the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant where the decadent tour of Italy was served. I'm like, ooh, it's getting sexy. I might have to go over there.
Watch this case.
In response to an inquiry, Trooper Lauren Lesher of Pennsylvania State versus the incident was a suicide attempt and everyone in their family would get release information.
Again, remember, easy fix.
Interesting, in a brief phone conversation, the manager of the Olive Garden, which closed for a couple of days after the incident, by the way, for one reason, we're not able to disclose anything due to our privacy lawsuit. So, in a subsequent dispatch, operator identified the victim went head first into front. So here's what happens, right? He's in Olive Garden, and he's doing
whatever the amount of pipe that you have to go and bring it out. You have to do Ella, very interesting. Ella, Rothschild. So we'll say, what's happening over here is as follows. Just so look at that. Come on, night, Mama, come on,
I know it's busy. He's doing it.
The Gemara over
He's
here, in
putting
this
the
case,
hot
we're not
rolls
moving
in
the
the
Torah.
baskets,
What are
and
we doing?
they're
We're
burning
bringing
his
up
fingers,
an
but he's
area
doing it, and he's doing
underneath the
no,
Torah.
it's fucking busy, bro. Table 6 needs bread.
Underneath the Torah, so as to diminish the airspace between the
Now he's in one of the
ground
darkest
and
places
the
in America,
Torah.
truly an
You
Olive
must
Garden
ask
kitchen.
how
That might
large
be worse than
does
that
that
show it again.
platform
Show
have
the
to
shirt.
be in order to make the Torah
That might be
effective
better than
for
the
the
Olive Garden
Muslim?
kitchen.
So
Now,
Ella, rock for the
he's in an Olive
what
Garden
has to
kitchen.
be
He's
the
putting the
depth
hot
or
rolls.
the width
Now, these are the
again
people who
of
don't
the
get abducted in human
platform
traffic. They
in
end up
order
doing
to
this.
go
It's
ahead
not good either.
and allow the Torah to be
He's
constant.
putting
So
the
really
rolls
is
of
very
bread
interesting.
in
So
the
Yosef,
basket.
I'm
Put them in the basket quick. He's
Yosef
chopping the
says,
onions. He's got it because he's also
and actually,
prepping. He's doing some prep.
I sent you on the WhatsApp
But he's also filling in. He's doing a few different jobs.
a number of
Because someone called out.
Sarah
Sarah called out. She's got to go to
this is
family
such a
court
difficult
and get her kid
one to
back.
be able to imagine, but you could see this is
So he's in the Pennsylvania Olive Garden. He's putting the hot rolls.
in
He's
the
getting
ones that
they're
I sent
tasty.
you.
Those little
You
rolls
can
are.
see again the
And he's
individual
putting
is
the
built
ranch in the little cups.
underneath the Torah in
And he's
order
putting the ranch in the
make the
little. And
Torah
he
stay on
says
the
to
platform
himself,
within
listen,
20 amas. So the shaila that
how
is
much longer am I going to put the ranch in these little cups?
number 15, the ones that I just said.
He says to him, he has that thought. He says, let's be honest.
Platform need not be
How
more than
much
a
longer am I going to take this industrial-sized thing of ranch and put it in tiny little cups and serve it with the calamari, which is really like buffalo testicle. It's not even calamari, but whatever, it's actually tasty. The point is this, a lot of people like the ranch with the breadsticks, are pretty good. He's on his 7th rack of ranch that he fills,
He holds that
and
you're
it hits him.
actually going to use the
It
area
hits him. He
underneath
goes,
the
this
Torah.
cold head right now, if I
Look
just
at that
stuck my head in the fryer in front of everyone, and it'll be such a harrowing image. It'll be such a harrowing image that even though I'll be dead, the people who eat in this restaurant that see this will forever.
We're going to see that in journalism, a whole is exactly how a Torah works.
And this
What
image
does the
of
Torah
me
do?
putting
So
my
there's even
head.
a theme
Now, by the way,
that
this
the
doesn't
Torah
work.
does
That's why I'm against suicide. No one can.
it's not knowledge itself. It's literally the edge of the student comes down and sees. Which is also that one possibility as to how the Torah works is if you have something at the edge of the Torah that extends downward and goes ahead and keeps the wall, in the Mavli. Well, even if you hold two particular Yori associate, you try to become which edge of the Korah extends downward. Is it the inner edge, which is the edge further into the Mavui, or is it the outer edge? So if you hold that it's the outer edge that comes down, that means you can use the area underneath the Mavui. So if you use the area underneath the Mavui, all I need is what? Remember, what's the minimum width of a Mavui? Of a Korah? Therefore, all I need is a platform the size of a tripod as well. Because this way, when I'm on that tripod, if I'm so within the enclosure of the Mavui, and also now that I'm standing within 20 amas of the Korah, I'll be able to take her. Okay, so the Gemara says, the opinion says, he holds that you are not permitted to use the area underneath the Torah, and therefore, look at that, the food that has in your decision, he holds the Allah the inner edge of the Torah that in fact extends downward. The Rochab HaTorah Harishot, and therefore the width of the Torah itself is actually outside of the Mavui enclosure. So again, it could very well be that we're not going to here. What edge of the Torah, again, there's a lot of assumptions over here. Assumption number one is that the way a Torah works is that it essentially encloses the Mavui. And how does it enclose the Mavui? P-Tikra Yorid Associated. You think that you are the edge of the Mavui creates a halakhic wall. And then the focus could be which edge of the Mavui creates the halakhic wall. If you hold the outer edge, being the edge closer to the Shaladim, that means you can use the area underneath the Korah. Therefore, the all I need to do is build up a platform that is including elements of the Korah, because I can stand under the Korah. Once it's on that platform, I can say, look, remember again, this is all that this is ocular recognition. Right, this is that I want to be reminded that there's a Korah. I want to be able to see the Korah. That don't come to me and vertically tie it into the Shaladim. If you hold it, use the area underneath the Korah, fantastic. Then I can stand under the Korah, see the Korah, and I remember not to send it to the Shaladim. Therefore, the built up area, the platform, you would only be one kappa to mirror the width of the Korah itself. But if you hold the halacha l'maisa, you could be able to associate the inner edge of the Korah is the one that extends downward. That means pretty much everything from the inner edge and out, including not the mother, feel like you're heavy, then I can't carry, or I can't carry underneath that Korah. Therefore, I need a platform of 4 tons. Because this way, what will happen? This way, it will extend under the Korah and out. This way, again, I'll have the ability to see the Korah within 20 amas before I get under it. So we give out your love. No, that's not it. The Holy Alma Kasavi Muslim Sari Kahasra. So we'll say halach and lights, and this is indeed how we pass it. Everyone agrees that you are permitted to use the area underneath the Korah. That in fact is not too much work. You use the area underneath the Korah. I'll just point out exactly last we're going to see all of these things. These are all going to be independent figures. I just see on PPA next. We're talking halach and lights. You should use the area underneath the Korah. And I'll tell you why that is actually. This is actually I'm going to overhop with the Torah. The thing is, let's do so first of all, we pass the use the area underneath the Korah. What's the matter? This is all going to be Mar Sava Torah Mishkan. Or Mar Sava Torah Mishkan Mishkan. Oh, I'm going to say what's that over here? And you certainly should not work. How does Torah work? Well, remember it goes. You got right, so I can carry it on that. There's no problem. Chazal came along and said, we want you to put a beam at the end of your Torah. Like you want to put a top beam at the end of your Torah to make time in the market. What does that beam do? That's my question. One says the beam is a hacker, a reminder. Simple reminder. What do we want to remind you of? That you're about to go to place for that. And you carry the Torah, you're not trying to do that. One of the things is well, that Korah actually creates a halakhic wall. Creates a halakhic partition for the Mavui. Those are looking at no, the Holy Amma Motel, the Hub, the marks of a Korah. The 60 something, the Mavui is in that. The relation is to Shaladim, or you can have, right? The three steps, which is in Stamshin, Tachas HaKorah. So that was the halakha l'maisa. The first opinion, which is really Rabbi Yosef will say, the whole point of the Torah is a hektik, a reminder that as long as you have a platform that is a half underneath it, with your person and saying underneath the Torah,
terrible
see
because
the
none of these
Torah,
people can take him
mission
down.
accomplished.
Marjorie
Mission
Taylor
accomplished.
Greene
We're good
can't
to
take
go.
him down.
Whereas if Yosef
Thomas Massey
whereas
can't take him
Abayim,
down.
the Chinese platform of 4 fucking why, look
But
at
there's
that.
something
But
about Bill and
only
if they destroy themselves in the process. The most powerful thing in politics is self-immolation. Willing to light yourself on fire. Willing to light yourself on
Whereas
fire,
Abai will say like this.
not
If you
caring
hold that Torah
who
works
gets
because of
burned in the
pizza,
process.
that's exactly incredible.
They
On
want
the
to do a
pizza only
public hearing.
meaningful is what?
They want to do
What is
something
the partition? It's
respectable.
meaningful if
They
the
want
demarcation
something
area.
to be haunting.
What's the
They
minimum
want it to be
dimension of a
big.
halakhically significant area?
Jeffrey Epstein was a Luciferian,
Yosef who holds, look, you get this
money
machlokas, friends of this
laundering,
approach.
murderous
The
pedophile
machlokas
whose
would be
friends felt like they were above
what's
the
the
law
Torah
at work.
concept? What does that
These are some of the most
Because Yosef says, it's just a
demonic
reminder.
and
That's all,
privileged
just a
people that
reminder.
have ever
So therefore,
lived.
as long as you
They
have a
live on
cap of
yachts
space
and in
underneath the
mansions. They have
Torah,
all the best
and if
real
the
estate.
Torah
They
within
lurk
20
in the
amas, you're
shadows.
good to
Their
go.
eyes
If
hold
somebody's going to stand
nothing.
under that platform, they're going to
The
see it.
blackness behind
heck
their
of a conflict
eyes
and
is the
let's
only identifiable trait about them,
Torah is
other
in the
than their
pizza.
names, which are
That's how Torah
fucking
works. It's not
redacted,
just
but we
pizza
can also
halakhic
know them.
Well, if the pizza
But as a
halakhic
class of
is
people, they're
meaningful,
amorphous. They're an
halakhic is
amorphous
meaningful
blob,
area. The minimum
sucking
dimensions
up
of halakhic
people,
meaningful area
murdering
are
them,
what?
maybe
Four spots.
cannibalizing them,
Therefore, the platform
carpet
itself must
bombing
be
them,
4 spots.
torturing them,
Levi's and the other
driving them
possibilities.
all over
City
the
of
world, shattering their
Maybe,
hopes
the
and
other possibility,
dreams and
everyone
getting
agrees
off
to
on it,
halakha myself.
feeding
Torah
off their negative energy.
being
And Bill and Hillary Clinton had done that for a very, very long time.
that we should not
And
carry
now
from
it's time to stick their head in the fucking fryer of the Olive Garden. Because at the end of the day, they know they're not going to heaven. That was never the plan. It was never the plan. What the fuck would they do in heaven? It was never the plan. But they can go to hell on their terms. They could go to hell on their terms. But they gotta drag him down there first. The only thing she ever cared about was getting the big job. It's the only thing that animated her. It never stopped animating.
That she says over here.
This entire year, from when he was inaugurated till now,
So when they say Heker Shema,
the name Epstein has loomed large over this. This is the key
for the
to unlocking more. The early Bitcoin, the guys all over 4chan. He's not so much the political position. What's going on right now?
So that she says over here, if you look
He's
at
not this
the bottom of
weird
that
outlier Gatsby-like figure. He's directly plugged into a lot of the things that impact our everyday lives.
I'm sorry, wrong Rashi. I'll just say this outside. So it says, therefore, again, it could be that the Machlokas is as follows. That
Looms
does
very
the upper
large
dimensions of a Mavli have to resemble
this
the lower
presidency.
dimensions of a Mavli.
Because
That
it's
didn't
not
say that ultimately, again,
just
the
a story
Master
about a pedophile. It's a story about how things ended up looking the way they do. This is what Bill and Hillary know. They know this.
The upper limits of
They
the
know
Torah
this.
will have to
They
resemble
can do
that
it.
of the lower limits of the
They
Torah.
can come in
Whereas
and
the
tell
other
everybody,
that need not
I
the upper
did it.
dimensions and lower
I did it.
dimensions need not merge on
I
the other
hate
side.
him.
If you see what that means in the
Yes,
next
we're going to want to kill them and we're sure.
coming attractions are going to be what happens if you have a car that's too low
This is
and you want
their
to
last
dig
stand.
out
Their last
an area
stand
in order to
is
make
to-
the
is
Torah
to-
fit for you. So
is
long
to-
as it's
is
just a
to
moment. You might
close
know.
the curtain
Another possibility is
on
to
the
call the
bullshit
Amamin, Heker
politics.
Shomata,
Because you gotta remember,
Heker
they're just two
Shomata.
white trash
Other
dudes who are
possibilities
used by
is
these
no.
people. Evil,
Everyone
yes.
holds that
Rapists,
Halacha
yes.
L'Maisa, the
Monsters,
Heker
yes.
Shomata. It's just like
Good.
Heker Shomata
They
L'Mahalcha.
were
It's
selected
Zir Shemayit
by the people that run
What's the
things.
Machlokas?
He was selected to be the chubby,
over here is
accessible. I like McDonald's too. Right. That's what he was selected to do.
We're going to see. Let's say
He was selected to let those drops of cocaine in and Amina, Arkansas, so they could flood the inner cities with them,
hollow out.
and then
Hollow
put a
out.
lot of black people in jail, and then fund the Contras.
It's just like
And then when those kids discovered it, the boys on the tracks, they crushed their heads. Google that at another time. Here's the point. No, not you. People in the audience. We can't get derailed. But here's my point. They were chosen. And they were cast in roles and played them.
To hollow out space
But they
to
were
make the bubble that's
discarded.
too low sufficient. will be
Do you
enough to go ahead
understand me?
and remedy
Listen
the
up.
Torah that's too
They
high.
were
But
discarded
perhaps there is a fundamental
by the same
distinction.
vampires that chose them. They were discarded.
There is one simple distinction that was
All of a sudden, they were sitting there, face full of blood from a lunch of camel shit. And they were like,
the Chibon that is in the Heker
and
Shamalo,
they just like that, it was over. Just like that, the
very
real power was taken from
even
them,
if you want to
drained
say
from them
that on a technical level, everyone
alien
agrees
fingers.
that building
And
up
then
a
they had to
platform
go to a series of luncheons and
enough
God help us,
in
The
order to
View,
go
and
ahead
Drew
and
Barrymore
remedy a
show, and all
Torah
this
that is too
crap.
high.
They don't want to do
Maybe
that
what the
crap.
Rabbi will say is as follows.
They want to
Remember,
back channel
when
to
you're
Putin. They
building
want to
up a
install the new
platform,
president of
so
Syria.
the process is
They want to build
building a
Miami and
church.
Gaza. They want
So
to be
what's
in
the
the big
concern?
fucking game. They don't want to do
That
fucking
platform is going to
luncheons
be
and
eroded
Chappaqua
by the
and
Yeshua.
fucking book
So
clubs.
you
And
can have,
what was
if you
it
have
like being
a
a woman
platform
politician?
that
What was
says
it like? What was it
over
like getting
time,
into the boys club? What was
that
it
could
like?
be
They
eroded
don't
by
want
people
that
walking
shit.
out
She
the
doesn't want that. How dare you?
in which
The
case
same
their
vampires
mother
that
is
used
no
them
longer
discarded them.
rectified.
And now
There's
it's
a simple
time.
fix for that. What's the simple
Now
fix?
it's time
Make the platform port
to
bucket.
fight fire
Not
with
just want to use
fire.
the platform to
There
be
is
port bucket,
hell
but why?
hath no
But
free like a
because
woman
it's like
scorn.
it's
And
some
Hillary may
platform
not be a woman, but she's
erosion
close
you are
enough.
still doing. Okay,
So
so
I'll
let's
tell you
assess
this
the
right now. This
bottom line,
story
halacha
can
l'maisa.
only end with
Rav
this woman
Rama
putting her head to the fryer.
likes to
I
think of Rabbi
will be
that if
so
you have a
disappointed if
Torah
that doesn't
that
happen.
is too high, that is too high, it's
Some
Yamalon
version of it.
and you want to make it
Maybe you don't
feasible,
confess to
if you build
everything.
this platform
Maybe you don't
that is at
confess to
least one
everything.
underneath that
But
Torah,
enough of it. You
you have
confess
made
to
the Torah
enough.
kosher for the Mavoi and
Salacious
now
headlines, calls for
the Mavoi.
impeachment,
Now, what's that?
even from
That approach
Republicans.
comes attached
A
with a lot of things.
swarm.
Primarily, that the
Revenge,
concept of a Torah is a hecker.
Couple
It's
of
not an
billionaires
you're
getting
going to see again.
perlocked,
That's not all because
walked out of their Hamptons mansions.
throughout this parak, right?
I
You're going to
watched it
see
all
again.
getting
It
Carvel
is
from
a
my
Torah.
car.
It doesn't work
Oh, my
because
car
it
was stolen
effectively
from my
keeps
friend's
the
car.
dissociate. The edge
The
is
point
really
is
coming
this.
down that the Torah itself is a
We're
mechitza
in a unique
or
period
it's
in
just a
history.
reminder. We're going to see over
All
and
of the
over
things,
again
or enough of
the
the things that we thought were
that a
true are
Torah
true.
is
So
a
now what?
reminder. Now, because it's a reminder,
We
therefore it
need
has
to
to be with an
fully
ocular
look
range.
this in the
Therefore, as long
face.
as
And
it
the
is too
only
high,
way to
as
do
long as
that
I
is
create
really
a platform
to have
underneath it
someone
that is at least one
who's
tefach,
used by
I'm good
these
to go.
people
And that indeed is
and
halacha.
partook in it.
But how you
And who's
follow
evil
so
and the corrupt soul.
here's the reverse case. What happens if now
Bill
remember
and
the
Hill,
minimum height
they need to have one last
of a
kill.
korah for a mavui is 10 tefachim.
They need
Or
to
that's
walk
just like
up
we learned
there
before by mechitza,
and
right? Because
raise
the
their
minimum
right
definition
hand
of an area of a
and
height
sit
of an
there
area is 10 tefachim. So what
and
happens
say,
if my
I was
korah is
putting
too low?
cups of ranch
My
dressing
korah is too low. So what do I do? The Chagad Bo last,
just like we
come a
all did.
focus, and I
Just
want
like
to go
we
ahead
all
and
did.
dig out an area. So
Picking up
previously
food
I
off
was
the
building up a
floor and
platform.
putting it
Now I
into
want to dig
fettuccine
out an area in
Alfredo
order to
like
make the
we all
Torah
did.
10 fucking
We
high.
all
So look at
did.
this is picture number
Just when things
16
are getting good,
that I sent you in the last time. But we are again about saying these are pretty kind of straightforward. But I see I just want to dig out an area underneath
that person
the
who
Torah
did this,
in
and by
order
the way,
to go
we
and
feel
make the
bad for
Torah.
them.
How much do I have to
Obviously,
dig out?
sensory.
So the Gemara says, come to tzedakah. What do you mean? How much you have to dig out? Whatever might get to dig out in order to make it 10 fucking high. No, a much smaller combo. We're asking how much does that area have to extend into the bubble? What I'm asking not really is about depth.
After that,
Depth
the
I
chaos of
understand.
the
I have to
kitchen.
make it into
Imagine what it
the
felt,
question is how
looked
far
like,
does
what
that
it
area
smelled
have to
like.
extend into the bubble? What's
It will
essentially
never leave
what's
their
the
minds.
width of the area? So Yosef found out
It
the
will never
Dalit.
leave their minds. Someone will be
Yosef
sitting
says
in
Dalit.
I saw a
Dalit.
guy.
Dalit talking. Excuse me. Fourth talking. Abai on the Arba.
I saw this guy.
Abai it says 4 hours. Let's say more dramatic.
Manager kept yelling at him.
I see the fourth from a 4 hours. So they must Rabbi
Just had this look in his
must
eye.
argue about that. Rabbi
And
people say
before
why
he
what
usually
happened? Most
relaxed,
definitely
smoked
have to
cigarette, but
It
this
is
time
Mars.
it felt like he was
Mabui
real
Chinese
serious.
Fatido,
Something
Clapeo
changed.
Chor. Let's say imagine the following
There was a
case.
blackness to his eyes.
You have a Mabui,
Something was odd.
and the
remember
Mabui
I
itself
called
was
Steve
reached on
twice.
one
He
of the
didn't even look at
side
me.
walls. Let's
He didn't even
imagine
turn
you're
his
looking
head.
straight into the
He was just
Mabui.
so
So
focused.
what you see in front of you, I'm
And
sitting in
then
front
I
looking into
smelled
the
it
Mabui,
before
I
I
see
saw
the
it.
Korah on top, and I see 2 walls going down on the
I
Mabui.
can't even describe
So
the
what happens?
smell.
There's a breach on one of the
Oil
sides of the
entering every
Mabui.
orifice of his
Clapeo
face.
so
He had put his
towards
head in
the
the
entrance
fryer.
of the Mabui. So also
He
you can see
decided
this.
to literally fry his
This is pictures number 17 and 18. You can see it. Well, we'll see the details of those pictures. We can at least see what the Gemara is talking about over here. So I have a breach in the sidewalk of the Mabri. The Gemara says, So Rabbi Asi,
every time I get stressed out, I go take a walk. I go take a beat.
as long
I go
as
breathe
a
deep.
part of the wall is
Because I
intact,
remember
the
the
wall,
smell
as long as a part of the wall, the front part of the wall, which is the part that supports the Torah, right, and going down, as long as there's at least 4 tefachim of that wall intact, so then you're okay with the breach, as long as the breach is less than 10 amos. They laugh, but ultimately, again, if there's not at least 4 tefachim of the wall intact, then tefachim mishosha mafir. Then if the breach is less than 3 tefachim, it's okay. Mishosha in the mafir, but more than 3 tefachim, ultimately again, it's not. Rabbi Yossi, so what do you see? What comes out from this? It's very interesting. So this over here, where the mavui wall is reached. So what do you see? What does the Gemara say? As long as 4 tefachim of the wall, of the front part of the wall, are intact, then the mavui is kosher. The mavui is good. The mavui is intact, and you're good as long as you don't have a breach of more than 10 amos. Because that's the first Mishnah. But if there's less than 4 tefachim of the wall intact, then the problem is a breach of more than 3 tefachim will invalidate the mavui. So what do you see from here? You see from here that a width, an area of 4 tefachim is the minimum dimension for the mavui, which seems to align with the position of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi holds of this position. Abaye does not. Abaye says no. This is talking about a case of a mavui that already exists. We're dealing with a case of a mavui that doesn't get existed. We'll say in the case in question, we're talking about a korah that from the beginning was put too low, which means this mavui was never halachically appropriate. Now we want to dig it out and figure out how to dig it out. So that's very interesting. So Abaye says, isn't it fascinating to see that there could be a distinction between a mavui that was kosher and now encountered a problem? So could Rabbi says Abaye that if you have a mavui that was quote unquote kosher, meaning fit for Shabbos use, and then something happens to it, the criteria to render it usable is much less than making something kosher from the beginning. It's an incredible hashkafa, right? If you think about it, meaning the ability to make something fit for use in the beginning is a much higher threshold than it is to go out and take something that was already kosher but became a little bit compromised. I would say it's kind of like Geiros, right? In order to become Jewish, so there's a much higher bar. Right? If you're born Jewish, what you do or what you don't do is absolutely no impact on who you are. It has an impact on what happens to you, but it has no impact on who you are. You're Jewish, even if you commit every single avera. Once the status is intact, so the erosion of the status is much more difficult. But if you don't have the status, to attain the status is a Herculean task. So Abaye will say, once you have a mavui, I will agree that minimum dimensions of 4 tefachim will allow the mavui to remain fit. But if it's not even yet a mavui, then halacha l'maisa, you need at least 1,000 amos. I'ika arba amos in ilo lo. Rabbi v'namna. So I said, from where do I know? Where do I know? I'll say that 1,000 amos is the minimum dimension of a mavui. Is sanya. We're going to the following brisa. Ein mavui mitra b'lechi b'korah ad shubat in the chaseros p'suchim l'sofo. A mavui cannot be remedied with a lechi or a korah until you have homes and chatzeros that open up into it. V'i b'dalas, Abaye, so let me ask you, if you had a mavui that has minimum dimensions of 4 tefachim, heichi mishkachas, right? Supposed to say 4 tefachim is nothing. So how can you? So remember, if by definition a mavui is something which has to have chatzeros open up into it, then how could the minimum dimension of a mavui be 4 tefachim? That's not enough to have courtyards and homes open up into a mavui. The Gemara says, the pasuk le'bedofen. I'm sorry. So maybe you'll say, no, it can work. It can work with a middle wall. And I will say, now what's the case of a middle wall? If you take a look, which at the moment is picture number 19, which is a super small mavui. See over here, where you have that picture 19. I'm sorry. It's on the website. Normally I wouldn't refer you to your phones, but I'll try to print them out in the future. But I see, you can see over here that there's that little space. That little space constitutes the mavui.
We like them. We have a strong like for them. I think that's enough. And they let us use the studio. and we are very grateful. And you should use it if you're at the Win Encore, which I have almost only positive things to say about the Win and the Encore. Almost. Showing your age a little bit? Yes. Is the service where it was when it opened? No. The front desk, you have to walk down after 1 a.m. or something. They won't talk to you on a physical, like they won't talk to you on a phone. I don't get that. But that is not as important as the pedophile cannibal ring that runs the world. I mean, that is true.
It could be talking
My
about
gripes with the Win
essentially a
are
very small
small
mumble, where again,
compared
it's a
to
small mumble. That's what the picture
the
is going to show
pedophile
you.
cannibal ring that does seem to be
So the Gemara, maybe that's the
running the
case.
world.
So the Gemara,
And I think it has, we
Asian
appreciate
mumble.
everybody listening to
What
last
is
episode,
the type of mumble
we tried
that
to
is remedied with the left ear Torah?
contextualize
Post the arco, yes,
what's happening.
any premise of length is
Difficult
greater
now.
than
For
this. But in
example,
the Chater, you can
you
cell phone.
look at the curtain
And
thing.
you have homes, and the
Right.
Chater
Remember
never
that?
opened up into the
You
mobile,
look at that.
to which the Gemara said, Yosef, the Pasuk
And
may be
try to
carrying
zoom
out.
out
What the other
and go,
possibility is
all right,
that essentially the back of the Chater
tragic
is open up
death
to the mobile at a corner. So
on
it's
its
like, these
face.
are all just different
We
imaginative
see
ways
a
of showing how
furry,
you can have an exceptionally
the
small
furry's
mobile
boyfriend, that
that still satisfies your
okay.
Chater. Because also,
Then we
this is
zoom out, we
really
go
enough.
with the
The
wife's
din of the
weird,
mobile command, the din
something
of
up
the
with the
mobile command,
wife,
that halacha
the
l'maisa,
organization's weird,
yeah,
something's
halacha
up with
l'maisa,
them.
that halacha l'maisa,
3 weeks after the guy's
Hasilos
dead, she's
open
out there
up
with
to the mobile.
sparklers, and
We're
they're
trying to
doing
figure
Cirque du
out how
Soleil.
can you have a mobile that's
Something's
so
off.
small. I mean,
Something's weird.
this is Rabbi Yosef, as a
Then we
bias
find out,
The
like,
minimum dimension of a mobile must be
the
at least
wife
$1,000.
it's
Because the
beyond
mice, it gets
weird,
any
it's
smaller than that, you
creepy.
can't have fucking the cashier opening up. Which
And
is
there's a very good
yes, you can.
chance
Yes, you can.
that this
You can
woman
have
was
a
his
small mobile,
aunt.
you can have an angled mobile,
He
fine.
was this
Yes,
powerful young guy
Lucky
who raised a lot of money, ruled a lot of people, and took a lot of money. From a lot of people, and money's never free. So you think about it, you say you have this,
from the wall of
how
a
do you
mother.
direct a guy like that who's incredibly important? He's running the largest young voter,
What happens if you enter
registration
the mother? You have a wall that extends out, and to the left of the
organization.
side of that
He's
wall.
handling
So the
large
Gemara
sums
says
of money.
everything depends on the father.
He's out
If the
there
wall is less than
sculpting
Daladamis, Nigo Mishum Lech.
narrative as
Again,
regards
the
to
Lechi is good.
domestic and
This is
foreign
a wall
policy.
that is extending out at
So you have
the
a
entrance of the
handler
mother. So
who
if the
comes
wall
in.
extends out
She
less
may have
than
loved him.
Daladamis,
I'm
then
sure she
the
loved
Lechi
him.
will work.
Why would a
The
handler
Lechi will work.
love
The
her
Gemara
husband?
says, "They must start Lechi after Lechi,
Because
running
even
of
though
Lechi."
she was his massage handler, probably
If
had
the
him
wall
killed.
extends out
No marriage
Daladamis,
is
then what?
perfect.
Nigo Mishum
No
Mother.
marriage is perfect. Truly. No marriage is perfect.
That
There's
wall
no
is part of
marriage
the mother
that is
itself.
perfect.
B'tzarech lechi
She
after
may have been his
lechi.
handler,
You require
and they came
different
to her
lechi
one day
in
and
order to
said,
go ahead and permit the
"We
mother.
found
What
out
is
you're his
this?
handler."
You see from here that the minimum dimensions of a mother are really down.
Or she might have
Could
told
have
them,
Yosef,
she might have said,
what will
"Listen,
Yosef
we got problems.
remember, Yosef says that it's for talking, not for
This
Amos.
guy,
But Yosef,
and I'm not the only one saying this, don't kill me. I'm saying we're breaking news here.
This
We're
Gemara
breaking
is dealing
ground.
with what
We're
ultimately
reviewing.
negates the
We're
identity of the
analyzing.
lechi. How do
We're
you get out of Amos to
behind
having
the
Mari?
This
I was
woman
talking about, I'm sorry.
may
So
have
Yosef
said,
that thinking
called
about
someone
lechi.
up and
How
said,
do you
"We
get
got
out of Amos?
bad
Let
news
me have
here.
a novel. So up until
This
four
guy
Amos,
found all the
ultimately
laundered
again,
money,
it's
and now he
novel.
knows I'm his
But I was
handler, and
talking
he
down
thinks
here,
that
but
invalidates the
ultimately again,
marriage."
so we'll say, what
Because I'm
goes
his
ahead and
handler.
negates the use of a lechi? But then Yosef
They were like,
still say
"Can we
that
do anything about
halacha
it? Is
the
there
minimum
anything we can
dimensions
do
of a
here?"
mother
And she
is
goes, "I don't know." And then they go, "Well, we might have to,
fundamental
you know."
machlokas. So just to understand, this
And she
machlokas is
cried,
framed in the
and she
case
was
of
sad.
if you have a lechi that's too low,
Whatever.
and
And
you
I'm
want
not
to
saying any
reduce
of that happened. I'm
in
saying
order to make the lechi permitted. You want to
that's
hollow out an area
all
in order to make the lechi
reasonable
permitted. How much do you
than
have to
what
reduce
kind of
out?
we're being
So
told.
machlokas ultimately Rav
That's
Yosef
all.
and Rabbi. Rav Yosef says
That's more reasonable than what we're
Rabbi
being told.
says
That's
Dalit
all in
Fucking.
my book.
Yosef Dalit
Something
Fucking. Rabbi says
deeply
Dalit
off there.
Amis. But I
In
just
the
want to
same
point
way
out
that all
over
the
here
people
that
that are
the Gemara
defending,
understands that
all
this
the people that are
is
saying
a
that like
fundamental machlokas
these
regarding
files
the
don't show a
actual
trafficking
dimensions
ring
of
or
a
they
mobile.
don't show
What happens
anything,
to
and
be
everybody's
we talk like a
overreacting,
buyer,
and nobody.
but Allah Almighty said if you have a
This is
Torah that
moral
is
panic,
too
and
low,
people don't
you
understand
must
what's going
hollow
on.
out an area of
To me,
4 amas in order to go ahead
they're
and
doing
make
that
the left.
being willfully
There happens to be another fascinating machlokas.
disingenuous for whatever reason, or
There's
they've
two
gone
ways that people
mad.
address
They've gone like crazy, and that's
you
okay
say
too.
yourself, you have a
These are
lefty that's too
thousands
high
and
or a lefty
thousands and thousands of pages of
too low.
documents.
Isn't there a simpler fix?
Why would the FBI have a case?
Why don't you just move the
Why would
code?
there be thousands of pages of documents in a case
In life, people approach
nothing
problems
happened? It
You
seemed
say, so
really
some people
weird.
will fix the
If
problem. I'll
nothing
move the
happened,
code
all
higher, I'll
these
move the code
women
lower. Some
for
people
years
dig
had just
stuff
been
out.
wrongly
Some people do
accusing
stuff. Some people excavate.
all of these powerful
Sometimes like
people.
people don't actually want to
So it
address problems.
seems
They just want to
seems like
dig
it would be a
all the
bit
way.
strange
It's incredible you saw
that was the case,
so
but
much
there's a lot of
less
people
effort.
out there that are saying it's not a
The
big
code.
deal.
Alright, but moving the code means directly
Pin
addressing
Bondi,
the problem. I'd rather not
you
address the
remember
problem.
Pin
I'd rather
Bondi
build additions.
is from
I'd rather
Florida.
excavate an
She
incredible
was,
use of
I
Look at what
believe,
happens
the Attorney
when you
General
don't
of the state of
address the
Florida.
problems in life.
She's
You got a
way
whole stack
over
of
her
the
head. I feel
There's
bad
no
for her.
time,
She's like a real
real estate,
housewife. She's not supposed to
a
be
whole
like
bunch of stuff.
this.
Instead, by the way, you could have consolidated the
They
whole
all
thing.
get in there,
Move the code.
and they all
Just move
think,
the code.
they all go,
You're
oh,
going to tackle your challenges in life
justice is
directly.
here.
Things become much more
You
complicated.
know, like,
Find the courage to
the
move the code
Avengers
up.
are here.
You
Her
resolve
and
your problems,
Cash
you
and
resolve your
Bungie,
challenges.
he's already back to podcasting. It's been
Says the
under a
Gemara,
year.
Gufa.
She has no idea what's going on.
Amarai Bachama,
She gets in
Amrapura.
there
Lucky I've
and
always opened for us. Let's go out just a moment. So
these
let's say quarter this case, and we
these
have
people
up
are
until now
all
we didn't always
unprepared.
the open side of the muffler
They're all
being totally open.
unprepared
In this interesting
for what is
case, we
about
have
to
a
happen.
wall
They don't know.
that
She
extends
doesn't know what's
across
about to
the
happen. She has
entrance
no
of
idea.
the muffler.
And
So we
then
said, if the wall
they're given a
extends, let's
choice.
explain
They're like,
again. So,
you are
lucky I'm only in darkness some
you're
muffler.
involved
So
now
you
in
have
this
a lefty
cover-up. This
that
is
is
you.
next to
This
that
is on
wall
you.
that
You're in it with
extends
us.
by the
Kids
entrance
would
of
tell
the
him
muffler.
because he's like probably being,
Got some days.
he's another one's being
He's
here. He's another one's
if
being either
ultimately again the
controlled
wall
to
extends
some
less
degree.
than dollar
He's
then the
like,
lucky works.
he
Then
knows.
start
So
lucky
we
after
have like,
lucky
let's
rock.
look
He's going
again.
another lucky in order
And
to
I'm not
commit
saying Casper tells girlfriends doing
the
it.
mob.
But
However,
others
dollar
have.
honest. But
Take
if
a
the
look
front
again.
wall,
Some
versus just
people have said it. I've never said it, and I never would.
so just so you can see what I'm talking
He's
about
been
over here.
litigious
This is
about that.
picture
They've
number
sued
22.
you.
So you can see this is
If
the
you've
case
said
over
this
here of
very
normally
talented
again the
country
entrance
here
of the mobile is open.
is some
Over
type
here
of
again you
tool
see
to
a
control
wall that
things without
extends
you
across
get
the
sued.
entrance
I
of
don't
the
want to get
mobile.
sued.
So
And I
now
don't
you're
believe in
putting
it.
a
I
lefty,
believe
you're
it's a
putting a lefty.
relationship based on
Yo,
love.
you have a lefty
Now,
by the side
moving
by
on.
that front wall.
Pam
It's
Bondi,
much like this. If
here
the
she
wall
is,
is dollar
crashing
honest,
out,
then
as the
the
kids
lefty
would
is not
say,
going to work.
crashing out
You need the lefty.
about
But ultimately,
why
again,
she's
just
not
argue like I
indicting
said, but if
any
the
of
wall
the
is less than dollar
billionaires,
honest, then you're good to
kings,
go.
prime
So hit the
ministers,
money. Let's say
ex-presidents
the wall is
that
dollar
are on
honest
the
one.
Epstein
And what
list.
you do in
Now,
fact
we
is
know
part
the
of the
answer to
lefty.
that.
Where are you putting the lefty?
The
Watch
answer to
this.
that is that
He's the
she's
most
not
all
able
day.
to.
Oh, Susie,
She's
who's the
told
most
she's
of
not
us.
allowed
If you're
to.
putting that lefty
And she
right next to the wall,
herself
isn't
would,
that
if she
lefty
wanted to
just
pick a
going to
fight
do that in
with
the wall? I must remember again,
Sultan
that won't
whoever,
work. Why? Because the
I was
lefty
so
is
worried
something separate
that
from
that was the guy that owns the
That's
hotel that I
remember
stay
again,
at.
lefty and Torah are
I
Mishum
was really worried.
There is a reminder.
because
Well, a reminder
the
only
guy
looks
who
at
owns the
what?
Beverly Hills
If
Hotel,
it
which I
looks different
love,
than everything else
and I
around
stay
you.
at, but also
But
I
if it
go
looks
to
the same
lunch
now,
there all the time.
it's not going to work.
He was
If
just
you already have a wall that
it's
extends
not
down
him.
and on this, and you have to left next to
It's
the
not
wall,
him.
the lefty is going to be viewed as an extension of
I
the
had
wall, and it's
found
not going
out
to work. Therefore, what do you do
that
with it? I'm
the
not talking about the
owner of the
multi-layer
hotel that I
very
love
simple. You just put
was
the lefty by the
torturing
other side.
people. It would have
That's
been a
actually
real
picture 22. Right? You just put the
moral
lefty by the
quandary
other
for
side.
me
Put on the opposite side, therefore to
about
recognize the
whether or
lefty.
not I would
The Funa Bridge of
go
Yeshua, I'm
there.
going to do the same with the multi-layer. Then you
Because
can
I
put it by
don't
the same
like
wall.
when
By the
people
way, you
get
have to do
tortured,
in the Tabi Bay open
obviously.
survey.
But there's not,
All
I
you
don't
need
know
to do
the
is
lefties a little taller or a little shorter than the man. That's very simple. And again, we'll take the leg pictures. Usually has pictures 23 and 24. This makes it a little taller, this makes it a little shorter, and you have this as well. I'm going to read that real slow. Well, when do we say that a lefty should be semi-dollar arm is also a little bit lovely shorter? Okay, so when do we say that the lefty is more than dollar arm? Ultimately, against the lefty doesn't work. That's only the lovely shiva. That's only, the lovely shorter. That's only the lovely ultimately against the lovely lefty.
The things that are in these documents are
7 ounces. Then
unraveled governments. So let's take a look here at Pam bonding.
See all these halachas. Only
The Dow right now is
so when you have a wall,
The Dow is
if
over
there is more closed
$50,000.
area than
I don't know
open
why you're
area,
laughing. You're a
then
great
the wall
stock
is
trader.
considered
Is that
to be
your
closed off. So
investment?
let's say, for
The
example,
Dow
you
is
have,
over
let's say,
50,000
a bubble
right now.
that is more than 6
S&P
amas
at
deep,
almost
and you have a wall that
7,000.
extends on that front
And the
area, that's what will
NASDAQ
be the entrance.
smashing
That is 4
records.
amas.
Americans'
Definitely going to need a
401ks
levy
and
in order to
retirement
go ahead
savings
and
are
allow
booming.
for carrying
That's
inside of
right.
the bubble.
What we
But
should
Cares about
technically
kidnap their
speaking,
children.
if you have the
What does it
front wall
matter?
of 4 amas
Who
and
cares
the
if we
width of the
kidnap them?
bubble is
The
only
Dow
what?
is up.
7 amas. That means what?
The
More
Dow's
of
up.
the
Who cares
entrance
if you
is
we
closed
snatch your
off and open.
kids
It looks like the wall
and took them
extends
to an
7
island
amas and the
to
width
abuse
is
them?
only
The
7
Dow
amas.
is up.
That means you have 4
So
amas
what?
closed, 3 amas open.
So what? We're
That's
part of
called
ancient
only
blood
meruba
cult.
ala
The
kol.
Dow is up.
That is called, we'll say that what? The
So what? We
closed area is
perform
more than the open area,
sacrifices
and therefore
to
again, the bubble
deities
is actually
so that we can have their
sealed.
power.
The Kavakolim
The Dow
is
is
the
up.
Kavakolim Kutzer.
You know what the NASDAQ's doing?
The terrorists following Meruba ala kol.
Blue
So there is
chips,
no
the
concept of
S&P
left
500.
by a
Why don't you
culture.
shut
And yet
your
culture
mouth
is
about the
governed by the
kids that we
rules of
abducted
only
and
Meruba ala kol,
sacrificed?
which means
So we
that as
can
long as more areas
we can
closed and
please
open, the terrorists are
Lucifer.
culture. Babu Shinita B'Korach B'Korah Inodin Shinita
So
Ba'al
what?
Meruba ala kol.
The
There
Dow
was a
is
certain
up. So
level
what? We worship Baal.
which is permitted through a left in the
Maybe you
Torah.
should
The
thank
certain also
Baal
be permitted
for
through
the
the
Dow
concept
being
of
at
only Meruba ala
50,000.
kol. So that more is
You're a
closed and
pretty
open
good
is
stock
completely
trader,
sealed up.
Raskin.
Which we must know it's not
From
supposed
what
to
I
rely on
hear,
the Chutzer,
maybe
which means
instead
there's
of
some
angering
Chutzer. And
Baal,
also
you
when it comes to a
thank
Chutzer,
Baal.
if you have a breach in the
Thank
Chutzer wall of
Baal
more
for
than
what he's
10
done for
Chutzer,
American
Kama the Mabui,
401ks.
10 Amas. Kama the Mabui, Shepher Tzasa
Baal has done
Ba'arbo.
more for the
When it
S&P
comes to Mabui, it
500
appears
than
that the
Joe
breach that now
Biden
breach, the
did.
Mabui is a Talaran.
Joe Biden
Now,
didn't do
Black
anything
Women,
for the
Rabbi
S&P
Yeshua,
500.
Mabui,
We
Nami,
had to go to
Tzasa,
Moloch and
The
Baal.
Bible says, Rabbi Yeshua says that by a Mabui,
That's
also
Pam
if you have a
Bondi
pierce,
telling
if you have a
everyone to
breach,
thank Baal.
and a pen fucking, and
The
I'm going to say that is also
Baal
going to
for the S&P 500.
well,
Don't worry about the child sacrifices, but by the way, that's kind of what she's saying. It's actually what she's saying. Now, she's not articulating it as intelligently as I am. She frankly doesn't have the ability. What she's saying
normally a
is
Mabui
that
has a
Moloch
fully
and
open
Baal
port side,
are protecting the American
they're
economy.
beginning to see
And
that
then
when
if
it
we
is a wall
have
that
to
extends
sacrifice a
on
few
that port
people,
side,
it's
depending
not the
on the
end of the
size
world.
of the wall,
And if
will
you
affect
keep
the number of
making
things.
a
Number
big
one,
deal,
whether you need a
if
lefty
you
or Torah at all, that's Aleph.
prattling
If you do
on
need a lefty or
about
Torah,
these
where did you
disappear
put it?
women
Like, how is it going to
and
be situated?
children,
But now, Halach
you're
Hazar
an
is introduced
anger
to
the
it
gods
if the
of
wall
the stock
extends more
market.
than Dallas Amis.
That's
And
what
the
Pam
width
Bondi
of the
said.
mother, which
The
is
gods
less
that we
than
worship are
8,
of the stock
and
market.
Enoch that mother might be sealed
A lot
altogether.
of
Why?
pedophiles in the world, very few of them have what I have
You have that
behind me,
front
which
wall
is
that
a
is more than
temple.
Dallas, and the width is less than 8. That means you have
On the
only
side of the
Meruba
island,
ala
temple.
That means more of the area is
Let's
sealed
watch the
and
rest,
open,
please.
and when
Let's
more
see
of
the
the
rest
area
of
is sealed
this
and open,
Pam
then
Bondi clip, where this again is
the area
the
is permitted for carry.
Attorney
It goes like
General
several here.
Pam
We're
Bondi, friend of the
leaving
show,
off a couple lines
reminding
from the end of
Congress
the
that it is
pick up for this tomorrow.
not Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump, or the chairman of the Fed. It is Baal. It is the entity Baal and Moloch who protect the American economy. Here she is.
All right, so
We
let's
should
take
be
good
talking
morning.
about
We're going to
making
talk about
Americans
today.
safe.
Today's
That's
back
We
to
should be
Dow.
talking about what does it now have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan,
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? What does Moloch have to do with the Dow? Are you nuts? You're asking what Moloch, the god of child sacrifice, has to do with the Dow? The Dow is fake. You know it's fake. Finance is fake. It's what we say it is. It's only to please Baal. I mean, what does the Dow have to do with Baal? Everything. Helix, I cannot say enough about Helix. Everyone who visits me says, wow, these Castor mattresses are so great. It's because of Helix. Rest easy with seamless returns and exchanges. Helix is the most award-winning mattress brand. It's tested and reviewed by experts at Ford and Wired. And if you don't like it, you have a 120-night sleep trial. Have a limited lifetime warranty. A study found that 82% of those involved showed increasing their deep sleep cycle while sleeping on a Helix mattress. I've had my Helix mattresses for years. My sleep is the best it's ever been. I like midnight deluxe, but you gotta take the little Helix quiz and I'll tell you what's good for you. HelixSleep.com/TMD. That's HelixSleep.com/TMD 27% off site wide. That's exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. 27% off site wide, exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. Pretty amazing.
Regarding Amos,
Here's the thing, too. I want to just go to the Savannah Guthrie thing for a minute here.
and Rabbi said that when it comes
I don't know what's going on with the Guthrie family. I hope her mother comes back alive. I don't know what's happening. This is why I have not waited on it. Can you get up this video of Savannah Guthrie and the family here?
when it comes to the
Who kidnaps an
when
old
it comes
person?
to an arm of flying, which we're going to see right now, we use an armor of
Nobody even wants the old people they
this is the
have.
sheet of Rabbi. Amos
Nobody even
comes
wants
in
an old
different
person that
sizes
lives in
for
their
different
home.
circumstances. Look, a
We as a
lovely
society, in Japan and stuff like
what the
Italy,
case
they keep the old people in the house till they
the
die.
Amos Kilayin,
They look
the
at us like
Amos
barbaric and
Baptist.
inhumane
What does that mean
because
when
we
we say
take our old
that
people
the Amos
and we
Kilayin
put them in
is an armor that is made of a talking?
horrible
Mekarachas hakerem,
nursing
the
homes
woman
and they do
called
fight
hakerem.
clubs
So
with
it
them.
literally means like
We
Karachas
don't
means
even
like a
want
ball
old people. Nobody
in the
wants
vineyard, and we call for the pathway in the
Nobody
vineyard.
wants
Okay, so
an
we're going
old
to
person.
see.
Why would you abduct an old person? And by the way, I love old
You know that
people.
the halacha
I'm just saying this
prayer
is the way it is.
not
Sadly,
go
in our
ahead
society,
and
nobody's like
bring or vegetables.
going crazy for the old people. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't abducting old people. So
However, if you
this
have
seems like weird that this elderly woman is abducted.
and whatever else you want to
And
plant, except
I don't know. I'm not judging them. I don't want to judge people that make ransom videos, although I feel like none of them are doing it effectively. But here we are.
some part of the
Savannah
vineyard
Guthrie and her
in
family
order to be able
discussing
to
here
plant something else.
this horrible thing about her mother. I hope her mother comes back. Let's see. Here it is.
The Gemara says as follows.
This morning,
So this
an
man,
emotional
Karachas
plea
hakerem,
from Savannah
when it comes
Guthrie
to
and her
cleaning out,
family.
we're going to explain this very well. When it comes to clearing out an area of the vineyard in order to plant something else, the summer only estim the arba.
Via social media,
They
the Today Show host pleading for the safe return of her mother, Nancy, who police say was taken from her Tucson home. She was last seen around 9:45 Saturday night.
He's assuming that the area that you want to plant something else
This is
is
terrible. All right, enough with this. But it is sad.
wife.
I don't know what's going on.
Four
I just don't understand it.
on the
You're saying
as
it's an
like a
inside thing.
temple by the
I don't know.
vine
The brother-in-law
in
said,
order
like, I
to
don't
be able
know.
to work by the
I'm
vine.
not going to go.
So if you can
We've got too
imagine, you
much to
have
do here.
strip of 4, 16,
We hope she
another
comes
strip
back,
of
and
4.
we hope she
That's
comes back in
your
one piece,
That's
which is a
halakha
gruesome
when it
way to say it, but that is
20
what people
would be the amount
say.
of
You hope
space
she's
that's
back in
in
one
order to
piece.
plant
Really? I mean, I
something
don't
else
understand.
directly in the middle of the vineyard.
I don't understand what exactly
said no.
happened. I don't know who did this. Why anyone would take
With the same form,
an old
always do the
person
strip of 4 on the side of the vineyard in order to
I
be
guess
able to
hold it
use
for
the
ransom.
work of the vines, and then the remaining space in the middle
Now,
could be used for
There's
something else.
some uncomfortable
Gemara
stuff
says,
happening
"From
right now
the
as well on the foreign
What's the
policy
key
side
point
because
on
the
the
Epstein
Holocaust
files are
literally
exposing a lot of people don't
What is
want
that?
fully
Because
unredacted
they sound
files
like
because they say that it
They
will
sound like that's
expose
16. I'm going to say Omen,
national security
says it's 12 ounces.
secrets.
Easy
And
Caracas,
if we have the rest of the files, and then if we redact some of these files, we will have national security issues, meaning that Jeffrey Epstein was not running a trafficking ring. Of course, that was told to us. But yet, it somehow mixed up national security to the extent that of these unredacted files will cause like a tidal wave of problems for intelligence agencies and the government. But again, the guy that wasn't doing anything somehow was doing something. So a lot of people are basically saying we don't want any of this to come out because it could be damaging to maybe existing relationships that the United States of America has. I don't know.
Then you leave an additional
Particularly
strip
Russia,
in order to be able
which is
to
our greatest
take care of
ally,
the
has been for a very long time. Russia is very close with the United States of America. Most of our congressmen trips to Russia.
Russia's
So essentially, if you want to plant something else in the middle of your
is
vineyard, you
massively
can do that as long as you
influential in
allocate
American
up to
politics.
16
Ray packed Russian American
for that new plant,
funding.
plus
Ray
give
packed.
an
We'll
additional
criticize
4 amas
Ray
on
packed all
each
the time.
side of that new thing you want to plant.
You know,
Those strips of 4 amas
here
are
seven
not for the
times,
item you're planting in
visited
the
the
middle
Oval
of what we
Office
call
since
the
Trump was
paracha.
elected.
But that strip is ultimately, again,
We're just, again, it's just with tons of laws in America right now being proposed to limit anti-Russian speech. So I get it, you know, the mayor of Miami is a Russian, you know, please show the woman's house who said something about Russia.
This is a case where
It's weird. A weird
you
relationship
want to
with Russia.
plant
You know,
something else
Russia spends a lot of money.
between the vineyard and the war. In some
You know,
times, famous if there's not an area called Amos, you can't plant something else there.
who's
But you some famous
very
Amos,
influential
no
House
together.
member, it's
That's
very
all. If
powerful,
there are
lived in Russia part-time, America part-time. Trump actually joked she felt like Russia better than America. It was like a big
it's called the alien
She
item
is actually
and
spending
the war.
tons and tons of money
For Amos.
in a
And
Kentucky
then ultimately,
house race
so
so that Thomas Massey can't come elected because, and what does Thomas Massey do?
what do you have to do with this
Disturbing to
conversation?
the Olga,
It's very simple.
the Russian
All you
oligarch.
need to see is that when it comes to discussion
It's
about
that
Perez,
once you have
Amos
files
play a
released,
major role.
you have to imagine it's damaging to Russia because a Russian oligarch is dumping tons of money into a Kentucky Senate race so that Thomas Massey can't win because he's running partially on the platform of transparency for Epstein
Whatever amount of Amos.
and
So what kind of Amos are you dealing
consequences
with?
for the
Kind of Amos,
perpetrators
a 6
of these
that
horrible
whereas by
crimes.
Mobley and Sukkah, we were dealing with a 5 ammo when it comes
That
ultimately
is obvious to most
when it
people
comes ultimately to
that something is going on. So maybe that's one of the reasons that
I've heard
people don't want these files unredacted is because it
now
will
understand. We are always assuming that
damage
at
our very close, uniquely close, historically
dealing
close
with a 5
relationship with Russia.
and
Fund Russia, give Russia money to fight a lot of wars. Russia has, potentially influenced our foreign policy to prioritize wars that maybe weren't great for America. So we got a big problem with Russia.
Why?
Obviously, it's obviously Russia.
Requires more space.
That's the thing. You know, it is what it is.
What does everybody do?
Good luck trying to get elected in this country criticizing Russia.
You must leave space. You must leave space. So if you tell me
You criticize Russia, you will be descend on your big time.
then halakha, and I said that's much more space.
Every year I see one or two people, maybe
But
more,
you also result in a
in my business have to clarify that they're actually
very
not being
good, given
anti-Russian.
the Amos, Zilakula.
It's a thing.
So we'll say, what about the
People have to
following
do it. They come out and they go,
The Tsukim Amos, I mean,
my support for Georgia does not mean I am anti-Russian.
normally buying
And I just want to let people know that I've never been anti-Russian. I have Russian friends.
by Dalit Amos.
So,
a regular vineyard,
There's a huge Russia connection in these documents. The ex-prime minister of Russia used to stay at Epstein's house. Epstein's personal lawyer, Moscow face, is a very big proponent of Russia and Russian interests. So it's obvious that even the president's daughter, which is kind of a rare thing, converted to being Russian. Kind of a rare thing because her husband, Jared St. Petersburgiewicz, was Russian. And the daughter, did you know that's converted to being Russian?
No, in halakha, the definition of
So it's interesting. So Trump has a lot of respect for Russia and Russia. So that's what is being said. But by the way, what I just said is being said on CNN with a straight face. And MSNBC, and with a straight face, just saying that this is a Russian asset. Jeff Epstein worked for Russia, and that if you think anything of, can we get Al Dershowitz up here talking about the Epstein-Israel connection, which I think is hilarious. My favorite thing ever, Al Dershowitz saying that he didn't work for Mossad. If he did, I would have gotten like a better deal or a better. And again, none of this has anything to do with Jewish people or with Israel as a place. It has to do with powerful governments, deep state of Israel working with America, and billionaires who
are completely transforming a narrative in front of your face to a complete new sense of reality when you know to be true. You know that difference is a Russian asset. It's hilarious. You know that Russia has very little power in America. And if Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia, anybody in this country would know about it immediately. You would have known about it years ago because we'd be using it as a pretext to go to war with them. We'd be using it immediately. I mean, so it's just amazing. But again, it's just one of those things where you would have just Kyle Rittenhouse is calling for ban Biden's resignation. It's going to be tough. Even Kyle Rittenhouse is weighing in here. Kyle Rittenhouse has had enough. When you've lost Kyle Rittenhouse, you know things aren't well. So we obviously have a national security issue that does not have to do with Russia. It has to do with Israel, if you're not an idiot. And that's one of the reasons that this is an uncomfortable discussion for a lot of people to watch. And there's a lot of anti-Semitism where people literally say this is the ball of all Jewish people that have ever existed or whatever. It's easy to find that. You can find that easily. But if you're an intellectually honest person, you have to look at this and go, oh, he's clearly working with Israel to some degree. He has deep links.
No, he always is a six type of hammer. There's always a six type of hammer. There's no five type of hammer. So what's the distinction? Ella, halalu shochavos, halalu atzavos. So we'll say, but what's the difference? See, interestingly enough, remember again. So what's a tefach? Right? So a tefach is the size of a fist. So when you make a fist, there are two ways you can make a fist. You can make a tightly clenched fist, or you can make a looser fist. And we'll say, again, a looser fist represents a larger shear. So Rabbi, interestingly enough, says, an amr is always six tefach. An amr is always six tefach. The difference just is that sometimes it's made with a clench. It's called a tight amr, and sometimes it's a loose amr, or I should say, tight
Trench interest and relationship with that country. Why would Miriam Allison be funding all this money for Thomas Massey's race? It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense that a billionaire who splits her time between Israel and wherever, Dallas, I don't know what the hell she lives, would care about Thomas Massey. It makes absolutely no sense that she'd give a shit about a congressman where in Ohio, Kentucky, I think it's Kentucky. But why would she give a fuck? Why would she be dumping tens of millions of dollars into this race?
So every time the Chacham spoke about Haman, Haman was made about
his main issue is the transparency of these files. He wants them out. So if you're trying to stop these files from coming out, we gotta look at why would you care? And I think, in fairness say, that Miriam Allison doesn't want them out because it's embarrassing for Israel. It's like obvious. Most people, you have
So Haman is always six tefach. Always six tefach. What's always distinction? Sometimes it's a tight hammer, sometimes it's a loose hammer. Okay, so then the place to make sense. Every time the Chacham spoke about hammer, always six tefach. This shouldn't be Mikubanos, this shouldn't be that. This means that although the hammer is always six tefachim, it's not always the same six tefach. That makes sense. Rabbi is pastor. Okay, but according to Rabbi, it's like this. What did Rabbi say? Rabbi said, when it comes to the hammer of Muslims,
because by the way,
it's a five tefach hammer.
they tried, they're like, well, actually nothing was happening.
It's a six
You're like,
tefach hammer.
okay,
So what does Rabbi
actually
do?
it wasn't involved with intelligence. You're like, all right. Then the files came out, they're like, well, it's actually Russian intelligence. You're like, well, you just said it was nothing. Well, no, it's Russia. It's actually Russian intelligence. He hated Israel. He emailed one time, he hated Israel. You know what I mean? It's like, I think they'll like eat ice cream. It's not the truth. You know what I mean? Like, what's the pattern of behavior here? So we have a little bit of an issue geopolitically with this, which is why it's been such a sticky situation. And everybody who's honest will tell you that. I know smart people. I know connected people. And they all tell you that it's not even a secret behind the scenes at all. There's actually nobody of any intelligence behind the scenes that suggests any other rationale for this. They're not like, well, it could have been a lot of
different. They're like, I'm working for Israel. He got a little nutty. I'm not saying like I'm proving you're an idiot, obviously, but there was clearly some knowledge about what the man did. Cohen's friends with Jeffrey Epstein and has no idea what he's doing. Nobody has no idea. There's got to be a little. There's a little. At least nobody's curious about what he's doing. Your wife's like, why does he have that violent Tom? Why is the killer nature? Is that why he likes Tom Major? Yeah, you should see how passionate he is about the beach and all the different, because it's amazing that all the different animals, it's like a nature preserve. It's a nature preserve. That's what he's preserving, Tom Major. Yeah. And that's what you did there. What did you talk about on that island? Well, we just talked about how to start another like human race. That's it. That's all you talked about is how to start another human race with his DNA. That's it, you're short? Yeah, just all we wanted to discuss was like, what if there was another human race just like him? Okay, Tom. Fine. What else? Well, you also talked about like time traveling. Would it affect like could you get hard if you like travel through time? Like fuck someone in another dimension. So that's all you discussed, Tom. That's all you discussed is if you went for time travel, would you still be able to get an erection to fuck someone in another dimension? That's all you talked about. Nothing else. That's really it. That's all you talked about was seeding a new human race with his DNA. And then going potentially to another time, and if you could get blood to your penis so you could have sex with a child in another dimension. You know what I mean? Not a child per se, but like, that's kind of what it was. Alright, fine. If that's all you talked about, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it if that's all you discussed. But I don't want you to do anything bad. No, just talk. The crown princess men's marriage to Jeffrey Epstein on November 22. Soon people won't be able to make new humans anymore. We can just design them in a lab. Whoa! Pretty cool. Okay, so this is from Age Crown Princess Jeffrey Epstein, and this is 2012. And here's what you're writing to him. You always make me smile because you tickle my brain, but I want the data from him. Now, by the way, before we read this email, you were getting a glimpse into how the ruling class deals with each other. And a lot of them, like, yes, evil, yes, you know, soulless, but also we can't forget, kind of retarded, not supportive, a lot of dad jokes, a lot of dumb shit, like, you're not impressed with a lot of these emails, you're kind of like disturbed that like these are retarded, cannibal, pedophile, Satanists. You're like, oh, this is not the, like even the Luciferians have got to be like they're like, well, these people are kind of like, look, do you think that's a discussion they have? Like the Luciferian elite, do you think they're even like the new people are just, I mean, these people, it ain't what it used to be. It ain't what because nothing is still, even in the satanic blood cult, it still has to be, they're like, there's these people, they don't even know how to run their homes. They don't even know how to run their estates. So many times I'll get a call from someone going, can you help me out? There's blood in the barn, you know, they burned down like 2 of their houses on their property in a ritual, and these people just, they don't have it. They don't have it like we used to have, because these are the conversations that are happening, by the way, with the Luciferian elite somewhere in Switzerland. Some guy's putting that in a little spot in his mouth, you know, they just don't have, you know how much stuff I've had to clean up, literally and figuratively. You always make me smile because you tickle my brain, but I want the data for now, or the bill is mine. Is it the cocktail of all the unnaturals that have a profound effect on the early stages of development in humans? Soon people won't be able to make new humans anymore, but I guess that would be la la and great. You can just design them in a lab. Or go to sheath.com, use promo code TMC, 20% off your purchase. All jokes aside, they are the best ever. Go to sheath.com, use promo code TIM, love the way you feel. We're all 5 ammo. I am sick and you clearly get an accident to about ammo. What is Wall Street? America's largest personal offices nationwide. More than $30,000 over 500,000 more than travelers for 5 days military organization. You deserve to be paid. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. They're fees free. Unless they win, that's right. They're fees free unless they win. To learn more, go to forthepeople.com/GIM or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/GIM first. Or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. Jeffrey Epstein also ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid and water to the yellow the day the FBI opened an investigation into him. What can you do with sulfuric acid? You can do a lot of things. Can you use this for sulfuric acid? No, I mean literally, because we should give him the benefit of the doubt. Some vitamin Oregon to dissolve the bodies of people that he killed.
Rabbi disagrees. All
fertilizer production.
varies is what was called a tight pepper versus
producing phosphoric acid, which is used to make ammonium sulfate and phosphate fertilizer. So maybe he was making his own fertilizer for the island instead of buying metal processing. The iron and steel mixture remove oxidation, rust, and scale from steel sheets and billets before coating. Lead acid batteries, chemical manufacturing, petroleum refining, industrial cleaning and maintenance, laboratory and industrial applications. Due to its acidity, corrosiveness, it is a highly regulated substance requiring careful handling. Now, some people believe that they open this investigation. I thought the sweetheart did that. When did he get this? When they opened up the first order? When was this? Do we know exactly when he ordered this? Yeah, this is after he made that sweetheart deal the first time. So he's saying to himself, I might be able to survive the sex trafficking angle of this. Intelligence communities will say it's not sex trafficking. And I'll be able to say I groped a 17-year-old again. I'm sorry. It will do another sweetheart deal. But then just like from the so then he's going, well, we gotta get rid of all these people we killed. We gotta get rid of them. We gotta burn. We gotta dissolve the past. I bet this is what went through his mind. I think I'm right. I think I'm right. He goes, I'll make another sweetheart deal. They'll just write me off as a creep. The intelligence side of this is gonna protect the trafficking stuff. You gotta remember the first time he was accused, there's like 200 victims. And he cops to touching one of them inappropriately during a massage. He's going, I'll just do that again. Here's the problem. We killed all these people. Darling, we killed all these people, Jeffrey. Jeffrey,
ultimately against the seven species in this Eretz Yisrael as well. So we'll say, what is this? I'm going to this is great tomorrow. This entire pasuk is here to teach us also, watch this. Pita, what brothers and sisters, people do, children from these people, look at this now. Hanich Rabbi Samuga, Bikira, Baksikos, into a home that is afflicted with Sarah. What's halacha? If you walk in, and your utensils, like you think of your clothing,
he's not part of the Luciferian cult, but they do sacrifice babies. That's what she said on X.
You walk in, you have a pair of pants
That's what his ex-girlfriend said. She said that. She was having a problem with that. You gotta love, nothing's better than a woman who has a guy's back. He's not even involved with the Luciferian sacrifice to children. He got involved for money. This guy, this woman, Karina, who's Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend, literally is on acid. You acquire problems with these people. They're in a cult. They sacrifice kids. But he was just trying to make money. He's not even involved with that. So, this woman's coming out to defend this guy. Well, I don't know, is he dead? He might be dead. He might be dead. But maybe he's someone. Maybe he's Russian. We don't know where he is. We don't know where he is. They're not hitting on Les Wexner. Why would they do that? Why would they hate on Les, owner of Victoria's Secret, the limited brands?
Therefore, again, my
There's
body
maybe the
becomes
co-conspirator
coming
is
in
old
what?
Les Wexner. He'll probably think that stage left soon, I would imagine. But you gotta get up this tweet from Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend because it is so funny. It is just so funny.
However,
The Overton window on this stuff has now moved into like where it's like it's completely. It is completely possible in polite society right now to say to yourself, oh wait, are they cannibals?
if, however, halacha
You can
l'maisa,
say
I
that
wasn't
now.
wearing my clothing,
You can say
my
that now at
body
lunch.
always becomes
You don't have to feel any type of way of
But
saying
if
that
I'm
at
wearing my
lunch.
clothing, my clothing
Bring it up,
doesn't
going,
become
well, did you see that?
immediate.
Did you see the tweet from his ex-girlfriend Karina, who
If I
says
carry
that they're actually a cult and they're sacrificing children? However, Jeffrey wasn't even involved in that. He was just in it for money. He was just in it for money.
The amount of time that was a fast for our
And you
purpose
can tell your kids. I mean, that's a great story to tell your
you
kids.
linger in the home
And
for the
say,
amount of time that it takes
if you
to eat
prioritize
half a
money
loaf of bread.
and you get
And what
involved
kind
with
of
money,
bread?
there will be a chance
Wheat
that
bread,
in a human
not
trafficking
pastore, not
operation,
barley bread.
and
Mix
then
up
there are
the whole
elements of
covenant.
that.
The amount of time that
One
it takes
could
to eat
procure children
half
to
a
be
loaf of bread,
sacrificed to
wheat
mom.
bread, reclining with relish.
That's
It's
what
like a
happens
candidate.
when
Look
you
at actually
prioritize money.
this is really very
That's what
interesting.
you
I love
should just
that.
do
How
it
you
in
love this
love.
kilo. But in Kulam
That's
Berkeley,
like what Jeffrey Epstein, and this is also a problem.
Also, the vice you have basis because of that. Since our scoring,
This is
it's
a
not the
real
high
issue.
talk
This
about
is something to wrestle with.
you should be
Now, obviously, he was
here
evil,
or will be able
but
to
the
share in
man
the
was dialed in.
because it says
The man was locked in. He was in a flow state.
in the house. Right, it has
That's
to
part of
do
the
with
problem here. Part of the problem is that this man was like perfectly suited for what he did. He was perfectly suited for what he did. He was not at all in some type of. Like, this was not like an unnatural place for this guy to be. This guy fully. This was the life he was meant to live.
With the relic.
I don't know what that means. I don't know that that's good, but this is the life he was meant to live.
Skip down a little bit.
There's, I don't think he regretted anything either. I don't think he regretted it. I don't think Jeffrey Epstein regretted it. I'm not defending it.
Down a little bit easier. So let's say this issue of this year that
Do you have this tweet up?
this year is very important for us, also in halacha. Yeah, not so with the Achilas class.
Now this is
Is
this the tweet about the cult?
beyond the Achilas class? Okay, but in any event, the Gemara says this is what you learn out from the word
Okay.
pita. This is what
Well,
the
it is
word
out there.
pita.
We'll put it on in
I
Post
learned
Tulsi
that
Gabbard
halacha l'maisa
is
clothing becomes
being
coming if
accused
you
of
remain in a
something.
home
We don't know
of
what she's being accused of.
clothing becomes coming if you
And
wait
no one will tell us.
there.
don't tell us what Tulsi Gabbard is doing, but apparently it's so bad, it's so destructive. And listen, we've criticized Tulsi Gabbard on the show. We like Tulsi a little bit, but we also criticize her because, again, we're criticizing anyone that's, not calling for the complete total transparency with these files. Gabbard whistleblower complaint based on intercepted conversation with Jared Kushner. Substance of the conversation, which is important, which covered in part issues related to Iran. So Tulsi Gabbard is like an anti-war person, and apparently she is conspiring. Two people are talking about the highly classified whistleblower complaint against Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is related to a conversation intercepted last spring, in which two foreign nationals discussed Jared Kushner. According to U.S. officials familiar with the matter, they couldn't be determined which country the foreign nationals are from, or what they discussed about Kushner. But the connection to Kushner sheds further light on the top-secret whistleblower complaint that bureaucratically stalled within Gabbard's agency for 8 months and was kept locked in a safe in Cleveland, Congress, and heavily redacted photo last week. Senior Trump administration officials said the claims about Kushner were demonstrably false, but declined to offer more specifics about the conversation on grounds. Doing so would expose a highly sensitive surveillance method. The allegations in the conversations, please bring this. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. The allegations conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, verified. I hope they're not saying that Jared Kushner. I don't believe. Don't you dare tell me. I dare. I won't believe it. I won't believe if you spin some crazy lie that Jared Kushner's working on behalf of the interests of another country. You're out of here, pal. You're out of here. If you try to say that shit, I will not believe you. The same Jared Kushner who Benjamin Netanyahu is just leaving his room when Jared got kicked out and went to the basement. When the baby would visit America, I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I literally will not believe it. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant and verified. According to other U.S. officials familiar with the content, those agreed there was no corroborating evidence to support the allegations. We don't even know what the allegations are. I imagine they're not going to say that this guy's working with the Israelis or whatever. It's like, you don't even need a secret phone call for that, by the way. I don't know what kind of secret phone call you would need to establish that. He's kind of doing it openly. This will go back to Russia again. Watch. It's going to... They're going to be well, he's with Russia. It would be interesting. Kushner is at the center of some of the administration's toughest national security initiatives. He devised the plan to rebuild Gaza and has joined Trump envoys Steve Witkoff in negotiations in war in Ukraine and dismantle Iran's nuclear network. So there's apparently allegations against Kushner. That it was based on a foreign intelligence conversation collected by the NSA. I'm betting money they're going to say it's Russia. They're going to say that Russians are talking about Kushner and that he somehow is not to be trusted, and he's back-channeling outside of the official negotiations or something. I don't think it's going to be Israel. We don't know. But apparently the NSA, and then Tulsi Gabbard's involved in this how? She's got really nothing to do with Israel. I imagine they're going to say it's something to do with Russia because Tulsi's involved in this too. This is my guess. Keep going here. Like in Trump's first term, which he orchestrated peace talks between Israel and Arab nations, Kushner touts his business background as an asset.
All of these issues that we just mentioned are all right, business because ultimately these are halacha
business backgrounds just seem to kind of fake, aren't they? All these people that just lose money and go bankrupt and get more money. All these business backgrounds, all these people, they'll get bailed out by somebody somewhere. And we're all supposed to believe that this is all common stance or the result of someone's business acumen, their old genius, and all these people just have money and go bankrupt and lose all their money and somehow reconstitute their wealth. They're able to get all the money back all the time, and they never have any financial problems, but they never apparent to anyone because they're all still doing quite well. So is that odd to people? So it's strange. And the Kushner for many years had this building in New York, 666, I believe was the address, either 5th or Park Avenue, and it was like a building that they had to sell. It was like, go and get this, I'm getting Kushner's building up in New York City, and they had all these financial problems with this building, and then they like finally sold it. They had all these issues. Kushner's father blackmailed his brother, or Kushner's uncle blackmailed his father, hired a hooker, filmed them. I mean, they're nice, fun people. They're just fun, family people. The Kushner company's purchased 666 Fifth Avenue for $1.8 million in 2007, a highly leveraged deal, and it struggled with debt and vacancy after failed redevelopment plans. They sold a 99-year lease to Brookfield Asset Management in 2018.
What's the greatest challenge of life?
So here's the deal. They purchased this in 2007. Kushner's family firm. It was the most expensive office building purchase in Manhattan history. Failed redevelopment. Kushner companies planned a massive overhaul of the 39th Street Tower into a 1,400-foot skyscraper with Zaha Hadid architects. Famous architects, no one great buildings. 10,000 feet in Miami, whatever it's called, 1,000 feet. The 2018 deal, Brookfield Asset Management acquired the 99-year ground lease in 2018, which allowed the Kushner companies to exit the struggling investment.
So when Chazal tell us
Kushner's
that the
needed a bailout
Zionim
from
are the
charity.
pillars
Go to the right, go to this article, here to the right.
these are the fruits of
The
the earth that was
Kushners
blessed.
needed
What's the blessing? I don't say we don't have
Kushners
grain or barley in
a
America.
bailout
We
for
don't have
charity
fruit
band
elsewhere
in
in the
New
world.
York, but still have a full portfolio in New Jersey. So now that's an article
Has an incredible dimension of
from
wisdom.
2018.
That's the power of Eretz
I
Yisrael.
believe if you go up,
Everywhere else,
let me see when it was written, August 12th, 2018.
they're looking from the Gashmis. But in Eretz
They're
Yisrael,
talking about this
Eretz
openly,
Yisrael,
like they made a bad bet.
down.
They needed a bailout. I'm not saying people don't get bailed out.
I'm
not saying these things don't happen. Obviously. Jared Kushner's ill-advised bet on New York City real estate has finally played out with an exit strategy that will allow his family's real estate company to emerge from more than $1 billion of debt on a 41-story Manhattan office tower. Here's what I'm throwing out there. I think it's kind of interesting. This is not a great week for people who conspiracy is fake and everyone believes them or not. That's not a great way. Not a great way. Is it possible that some of these bad real estate bets, stock bets, whatever, are rescued, but then the people that are getting rescued are then to a degree controlled by the people who arrange the rescue? It's something to think about. At the very least, it's something to think about. If you can get a deal that wash $1 billion in bad debt, are you potentially in the debt of the people who arranged that deal, or who helped that deal happen, or who allowed you to escape? I don't know. Is this a crazy thing to suggest? I don't know. I don't know. Now, Jared Kushner's father and his brother, we talked about this on the show before, and the hooker and the blackmail. This seems to be kind of the same. I believe Kushner's father.
Charles Kushner, wealthy real estate developer, Democratic donor, and father of Jared Kushner, pleaded guilty to 16 counts of tax evasion, witness retaliation, making false statements to the Federal Election Commission. The case, prosecuted by Chris Christie, included a widely reported sordid revenge plot against his own sister and brother-in-law. Charles Kushner was furious that his brother-in-law William was cooperating with federal investigators in a tax evasion case against him. Kushner hired a prostitute for $25,000 to seduce his brother-in-law in a New Jersey motel. Kushner had the sexual encounter secretly filmed and sent the video to his sister elsewhere to intimidate them. Instead of being intimidated, the Schulter turned the table over to federal prosecutors, leading to the case against Schulter. So this is what the Kushner family is thinking about. This is like how they operate. The Schulters wonder what the challenge attorney general. One they are wondering, Kushner is married to Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump's daughter. So this is interesting. Again, imagine explaining this to somebody from another planet who just landed. So the guy in charge of the Middle East peace plan and rebuilding Gaza and ending the Ukraine war with Russia, the Russia-Ukraine war, married the president's daughter. In 2018, got bailed out of a $1 billion bad real estate deal in New York. This guy's father blackmailed his sister and his brother-in-law because of dealings and tax evasion dealings and shady business dealings that went wrong. He tried to intimidate his brother-in-law and his sister, and instead of being intimidated, they turned the table over to federal prosecutors, and Charles Kushner served 14 months in a federal prison camp in Alabama and 10 months in a halfway house in New Jersey. His son is negotiating. So Kushner is like one of the most influential people in the world, Jared Kushner. We don't know much about him other than his dad tried to blackmail his sister. He made a very bad $1 million bet. And he used to hang out with the family when he visited New York. And stay in Kushner's room. And now supposedly there's some weird intelligence complaint about Tulsi Gabbard or whatever. I don't know. I'm wondering about all these business deals that everybody has. I'm curious as to like how this all works. What you will see over the next few months now with a lot of the people in the ruling class that want to retain their powers and position, well, that's going to happen over the next 6 days. But we're just talking, we're looking at a little bit. They're all going to start to turn on the people in these files. The people in these files are going to resign from boards of organizations. They're going to step back, and then they're going to transfer all of their money to someone else for legal reasons, for public relations reasons, for all of that. And it's going to come out. The stuff in this, all these files is going to come out. It's going to get really bad. There's going to be sacrificial lambs. You're going to throw somebody out there. This guy's a scumbag. That guy's a scumbag. There'll be old people. There'll be people that are dying. There'll be whatever. And they will kind of try to move on past it. There's the blanket over it. They'll go, well, let's move on. This was actually nothing. There's a couple of creams. You get apples. Remember apples was a design program. It's actually a good analogy. When it came out, the troops, those photos of like they put Iraq to cigarette chain, the torturing, and they go, oh, if you're bad apples, it turned out it was a meticulously designed program by the CIA, administered all over the world in these black site torture prisons. In the same way that they're going to say this is a few bad apples, a few creams, a Prince Andrew, and Jeffrey Epstein. No, it's a meticulously designed way of doing business that people even do. They even do it with their own family. Even with their own family, go, no, we know that works. We're going to do it close to home. So this is a well-established order of doing business, and always has been. And the idea that like this is not somewhat institutional, or that this isn't serving existing power dynamics and propping them up and preventing them from being questioned is insane. So anyone who's saying that stuff is completely crazy. And we'll see what happens here
in the next few weeks, right? I imagine that get up Massey, get up what Thomas Massey is saying. I imagine that the drumbeat to release these that's coming out right now, you're not going to be able to stop this. You're not going to be able to stop this. This is going to come out. This is going to come out. Now, what's interesting about Jared Kushner, by the way, is he didn't want an official role in this administration. He wanted to just kind of float. Sure, he wanted to do his own thing. Just wanted to do his own thing. Just wanted to do his own thing. And just wanted to kind of float. He didn't want an official role. It's like, let me I'm the negotiator. Why is he negotiating all these deals? I mean, all he provably did was make this like weird real estate that New York can get bailed out. Why is he negotiating all the stuff? Because he's a great negotiator. So he's out there negotiating all these new deals. I guess. Because he's so good at all this stuff. So here we go. Thomas Massey is saying, I'm not going to be intimidating. The president's attacking me. So Massey and Rokana are really trying to get these files out. The rest of these files out. Here's the question. What will they do to prevent this? What will they do to prevent these files from coming out? What exactly? Like, we're not going into Iran. Trump, to his credit, told Bibi, we're not going into Iran. As of now, that's where we are. There's no Iran for right now. Bibi came to the White House, goes, we want to go to Iran. And Trump's like, we're not going into Iran. Thanks. Thank you. We get it. But they have nuclear weapons. Yeah. We're not going into Iran. So, we don't know what's going to happen or where we're going to go domestically. But this is the big story. I know a lot of people have built their careers, or at least part of their careers on being like, I'm the rational guy. Like, there's all these conspiracy people, and I'm the rational one. I'm the guy that will tell you that conspiracies are all invented and they're all dumb, and everyone who believes in them is dumb, and everybody who entertains this fear is an idiot, and the world needs to explain to them in a super simple way. This is all of those people. These files are the destruction of their credibility completely. 1,000% the full collapse of any credibility that the debunkers have that are running around talking about these conspiracies. This is all of these congressmen, by the way, congressmen, congresswomen, senators, people that are looking at these unredacted files, their fucking minds are blown. Their minds are fucking blown. And they're going, whoa. Whoa. The Sultan, I liked the torture video. Jeffrey the one responding saying, I liked it. Jeffrey was saying, I liked the torture video that the Sultan sent him. These people are emailing about this shit. They don't care. They're emailing about it. They don't care. There's no fear that they're ever going to get in trouble for any of this. I like the torture video. That was a good one. I enjoyed the torture video. And it was sent by this guy, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, who was now resigned as CEO of DP World after DOJ documents expose his ties to him. He's a global, what was he? Go up. A global shipping executive. A global shipping executive. What was he shipping? I'm in China. I'll be in the second week of May. We're on here. We're okay. I love the torture video. To the Sultan, who's a billionaire and a global shipping executive, by the way. So, that's a fun business, huh? Shipping. Anyone trying to say that, like, this is all fake or invented has no credibility. Their credibility is completely collapsed. You don't even have to listen to them. They're either getting paid or
they're stupid for a reason, and it's either disingenuous, they're making money or whatever. But the idea that all of this stuff adds up to nothing, and it all adds up to nothing. And the idea that there's somebody who hooked up with a 17-year-old who looked 23, that's a lie. Let's smash that narrative that isn't true either. By the way, play this. This is a drop site news thing. We had a Brian Grimont who we like, but this is someone who had a chance to review these unredacted documents.
Review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the FC files. That just came from there. What can you tell us? I think the part that is just so disgusting.
It has this you don't have to go ahead. Sorry. If you have an opening that is more than 10 hours wide, and you have a you need not close up some of that entrance way.
This is the one thing they always
So
say.
on the way, and then not comment, it actually start up for night. No, you have to amend the mission of the read that you must deliver. So if you don't have the US
people would have to
that's
be
what I
in
saw.
on
All
it.
of these
That's
questions
like the
that
dumb
you're
guy thing
asking
that everyone's
are only in
but
one
so many people, so many people but people keep their mouth shut about a lot. People keep their mouth shut about a lot. Threaten their money, threaten their food, threaten their family. You don't even have to threaten, it's implied, it's implicit. They know, they open their mouth, they're opening themselves up to liability legally, financially. People shut their mouth. People shut their mouth all the time. How could people, there's so many people who have to keep quiet about it, and they will. They will. What are we running around with a bunch of heroes in this country? What are you fucking idiots? We're a bunch of heroes in this country. We're willing to risk it all. I'm going to risk it all to help some woman I know about. Half of those people want it. They're jealous they can't rent to women. What are you talking about? We're a bunch of heroes. They're going to risk life and limb to help their fellow man. What country do you live in? Fucking get out of here. What country do you live in? Well, so many people would have to be in on it. No. No, they would gladly be in on it. They would willfully be in on it. Because they don't want to make their lives any more difficult than they already are. That's why they're not coming into defense of anything. They don't care. So many people have to be no. There's an enforced code of silence. And you know what enforces it? Threats to people's livelihood, their level of comfort. And we're not talking about poor people that have nothing to lose here. We're talking about people that have a lot of fucking money. They have a position in society that they don't lose. So many people have to be. Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen? Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen on the slopes? Aren't they heroic? Where's all the heroes in Palm Beach? Where are all the heroes? Where's the fucking the spirit that founded the country, the spirit of the people that fought the British? What? Can you imagine? Just think about it for a morning hours when we wake up at lunch. It's snowing outside. You have a cup of coffee. And someone comes up to you and goes, "You know that Jeffrey Epstein? You think he's trafficking?" What is your and like, now, half of them, let's be honest, half of their responses, oh, I'm like, also, because that is here. What would be your question? Well, maybe you'll say that you know if you go business. That's half. Half of them go, oh, I'm actually doing it. I'm also that's good business there. Oh yeah, we just kept it. We've got a soulless billionaires that should be totally interesting.
Remember again, the Torah is the beam that you put across the top of the lovely in order to
that's half. Now the other half would go like this. Okay, so like best case, worst case, they're also trafficking women and children. That's the worst case. You go, oh yeah, I know. I've been to the island. I know exactly. Do you want his number?
Worst case, they go, oh, you need his number?
We're going to see that ideally the minimum
Best case, they go like this. Somebody goes, I hear there's a guy, that Jeffrey guy who we met.
and a fourth bucket
He's like a shady guy. He's involved with trafficking women and children. This is what they do with the coffee.
Strong enough to be able to support the weight of a half a brick. So it says Rav, listen to this. If you have a beam that is 4 fucking wide,
You just heard that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking women and children
in
in
New
Aspen, Colorado. First gunpowder in the hills on the mountains, first gunpowder on the mountains, sipping coffee at the lodge. You hear at 9 a.m. Jeffrey Epstein trafficking women and children. Somebody tells you, you know that Jeffrey we met? He's trafficking women and children.
then
No response.
one does not have to go ahead and diminish
That's
the
what
height
that's
of
what
the dwellings. Well,
what do you
that's
think
very
you're gonna do?
interesting. This is the
I
power
told
of
the
the Amal
FBI
Surah.
right now.
So the Amal Surah,
Let's interrupt our vacation.
work
Launch a crusade to destroy this billionaire and ourselves in the process. Because we're heroes.
Amal Surah,
Heroes in Aspen.
this whole discussion of the Amal
We've got to,
Surah, in reality is a Gaisa.
we're heroes. Most of these people, their money's like fake. They know it's fake. They know it's fake. They know it's fake. They're that rich at these people. God forbid this thing starts to boomerang on them. They're all going, God forbid, they start looking at how we have our money. How the fuck do we have our money? So this idea that there's just a bunch of heroes in this country. In Palm Beach or the Hamptons. They're the Hamptons, they're eating a lobster roll. And they're sitting there and the bugs, they're flying around. It's humid, they're eating a lobster roll in the Hamptons in the summer. And somebody comes up to them and goes, that guy Jeffrey, you know, I hear he does weird shit with women and children. And they imagine that at that point these people spring up out of their seats. They're leaving polo, their white linens, the white linen shirts, and they spring up and they go, this can't stay.
But if you have an Amal
Let's
Surah,
all bond together and make sure that no woman or child is abused. We are the heroes.
down on a mihapa. This is not just people keep
They're
out of
Hamptons
this
heroes,
discussion.
and then they get in their Broncos, their old Bronco trucks, and they drive
These
around.
devices themselves
You know,
are not total contradictions to each other. And as the book says, these devices themselves are contradictions, even without actually the element of color.
We are going, and we're not gonna stop. No, there's, and I've only had money for about 5 years. And I've met some of these people, I've been in some of these environments. Number one, normal people probably wouldn't do anything either. But the idea that some of them would, some people obviously have done it and probably have risked a lot of their professional life to bring things like this to light. Journalists that have done it have had them on the show. There are people that have done it in real life. But like this idea that the most privileged people, the wealthiest people, the people who they themselves don't want you looking into whatever the hell they got going on. The people that are from like multi-generational families, wealthy families, that want to be out of the public eye, that are very private by their nature. The idea that they're going to like spring into action
The other thing
if
is
they
that I
hear
want to go out
that someone's trafficking women and children, the idea that they're going to like, while they're in state shop, walking like a beach, and then to spring into action.
allows you to go
And they're
ahead
going to go, I'm
and
going to make it
allow
my
you to
life
utilize an
mission
interest even one
to
that is
uncover the
smaller
truth.
than front down.
Here's what you'll never hear.
What does that mean? Why does that
Here's what you'll never hear if
allow
you're
you
one of
to
those
go
guys.
ahead and utilize
We got to get to the truth.
that is more than 20 hours? Well, I'll give you coming attraction with this. It's very simple.
We got to get to
The
the
whole
truth of
point
this,
of the Torah,
buddy.
like remember, let's go back to yesterday's dot. You have a mabui,
Lover,
and you want to be able
we're
to
getting
carry
to the
that
truth.
mabui. So what does Chazal require you to do? You have
We're
to put a
not
Torah,
going to
you have
keep
to put a
living this
key
life
across
where we
the top
bounce
of
around
that
the globe.
mabui. Why?
We're not
Let's
living
look
this
the magic of the
very,
if it is not
very
magic, what it is,
lovely
we'll see, it's not
kind
focus,
of
but
coddle
focus on what it is,
life
it's a reminder.
boats and
It's a reminder.
planes and
What
beaches
are
and
we
ski
thinking about
slopes.
in a mabui?
We're done
Are
with
we
that.
concerned about carrying in a
We're
mabui?
getting to the
The answer,
truth
of course,
now.
is no. What am I concerned about? I'm concerned is to give us
Your
a good
marriage
perspective
would
between a
collapse.
mabui and Rothschild surviving.
Immediately.
Just how much of a mindset
Marriage
that's very simple.
would
Put a reminder.
immediately collapse.
Put a reminder
If
that the
you
entity
said
of
your
the
wife or your wife said to you,
but you
I'm
know not to
sick of
carry
this
the
shit.
surviving. So
It's the south of France, the Amalfi Coast. What's it all for? What's it all for? The kids at the best universities. Money and houses everywhere. Boats and private jets. What the fuck's it for? If we can't protect women and children. That's what I want to see. So we get divorced. And you would get divorced, and the attorney would totally get it. You go, hey Bob. Hi Bob. Hi Bob, it's me. Listen. So again, we gotta talk. We gotta talk, Suzette. How's Boston? Bob, the other night, she watches in a small library. I don't want to go to South France. I want to see women and children. What is this disease? Is it a tumor? I think it's a tumor. I told her, on our drive up to Montecito, she said, I want to dedicate the rest of our lives to helping women and children. And I said, I think you have a brain tumor. Should we get her an MRI? They would think you had a brain tumor. Truly, if you said, I don't care about this money, I want to get to the truth, anyone in that group would think you have a brain tumor. I know enough of these people that have. The young kids are fun, they play with socialism like a board game while they sing around the globe. And their parents just request their presents and dinner occasionally, and they all kind of stare at each other and then quietly eat food, and everybody's got something else going on. But the idea that any of these people at any time will say we're going to jeopardize our entire standing to launch a full war press here against this Jeffrey Epstein that's backed by intelligence. Number one, that shuts the cop down. He just got easy with intelligence. We don't know what he's doing. They're raping everything for us, for our safety. There's nothing that quiets people down like the word intelligence just shuts everyone up immediately. As soon as you say intelligence or that is intelligent, it scares off local law enforcement, it scares off federal law enforcement, it scares off everybody. Because they just assume that whatever is happening needs to happen. That's exactly what intelligence means. It means it's above your head. Wouldn't understand it, but if you did, you would know that it needs to be done. Shut up. And if you inquire about it anymore, you're opening yourself up to a lot of problems here because you're threatening on exposing the sensitive nature of whatever intelligence thing is going on. So all you would have to say to the Palm Beach, Hamptons, Aspen, whatever, Sea Island, Georgia, Santa Barbara, Napa, anything you would have to say up there, all you would have to say is, if it even got there, you go, oh, he's involved with intelligence, there's some murky going on. But it would never even get there. It would never even get there because if you said you wanted to help children and women, people would think you had a tumor. They would think you had a tumor on your brain if you started talking about any of this stuff. Because this is really shady guy, they say these kids are disappearing, and we go, oh, you have a brain tumor. Of course you do. That's really true. That's what it would be. So this idea that everybody would have to be in on it. It's like, no. It is the most easily explained thing ever, dummies. And these are just people that don't know the world where you don't know anything about how the world works. So they just talk. They just say things they've heard other people say before. Conspiracies are fake because you attend too many people. People are actually stupid. People are stupid. This is what dumb people say about other people to feel like they're smart. People are just stupid to do conspiracies. Actually, people are just incompetent. It's like the Bill Maher talking point. The brilliant Bill Maher talking point. Which to his credit, he did come out and say, let's give QAnon an apology. Like, there's a lot of smart people that have this talking point where like, well, people are actually too stupid
stupid. No. They just don't want to get involved. The more shame you have, the more you risk. And the minute anyone says the word intelligence, you're out. Oh, yeah, but if you get involved with them, the people that killed Kennedy, I'm going to start doing shit with them. It's automatically assumed when you say the word intelligence that these people are the worst mental criminals. Government, it's in everything you don't want to fuck with. You don't want to fuck with the mob. You don't want to fuck with the government. You don't want to fuck with cults. And intelligence is like all of that. It's like all of those. It's hell and it's all of those things mixed together. It's the ultimate fuck you if you don't want to play around with it. You don't want to play around with it because you have tremendous power. But we are not afraid of him here because we are protected, of course, by God and his emissary on earth, Candace Owens. TimDillaCompany.com. Thank you. Good night.
Oh,
Maybe the Rabbanon only say their sheets are ultimately again in the case of the Mabui, and maybe by Sukkah they are molded to Rabbi Yehuda. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. So we need both cases. So therefore, again, one cannot be done after the other. But just interestingly enough, it is the same machlokas about a sukkah l'malam me'esrim, a mabui l'malam me'esrim, same machlokas Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi. I will say you guys that I do not thank the sponsors for this morning's shir. Sorry to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, Abba Machine, Helman, to dedicate all the shurim and drushas this month in the hope that the month of Av will be a Yom Tov filled with joy in the eternal days of the Our Yomi sponsors, Jeff and Sherry Bennett, Stephen and Holly Bennett, in memory of his father, Herman Bennett, Chanel Yisrael Ben Huzin, Shikon Lebracha, the week of learning sponsor, Howard and Aileen Friedman, in memory of Howard's mother, Tilla Bas Chaim, and our day of learning sponsor, Adam and Leslie Rosen, in honor of the birthday of their son Gideon. Beautiful. Looking forward to your looking forward to your continued learning and insightful questions.
Este poveste neprevăzută. Când vacanța perfectă e planificată, magia vine din neprevăzut.
MSC Cruises, best holiday ever.
Let's go back. So night I'm out. So by the way, let's go back to the morning. We never actually defined it. We defined it for ourselves. But when I say what is an mouth, I'm a brave rabbi, okay, look at this. The first one line of the Gemara. He says it's kini. What's kini? So okay, look at actually the idea of the question is kini. I'm sorry, so kini or both. Are you both in mikata ha'ulam lamala minakasha? So both are engravings of words nest. That's actually the first image I sent you on the WhatsApp chat. You can see again, if you ignore this, you can see it's engraving of church now. So it's according to this first opinion, it's not still a cornice, as we're going to see. But the nice artwork, wood engravings. Yasa, I'm sorry, Yasa being our Umar, Rabbi Rothschild said, Husky the Arza.
I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech.
So says the girl, who knows us? So I'm moving the course. But I do not smash all of these puzzle issues that attack us.
I have to think about it. Because I really enjoyed my blog. I have 17 listeners on this podcast. But I ultimately decided that 150 million dollars was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding at the VIP are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So I thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Levine, who's the commander-at-large of ICE, who's now been demoted, and he's now the major domo of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Levine. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such horror in the last 2 weeks?
Hacker. It's a reminder.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
If you hold that in your mouth, that's going to catch attention. So if you so let's say you're going to be thinking who held that it was cedar beans, halakha l'maisa would certainly agree that if it was in Galatian birds, it certainly would be wonderful to catch people's attention. Man dama paski da azlo kentin. Man dama kini ama paski da azlo. We'll say, but the opinion who held that the amalsara was engraved bird's nest, it might just be engraved bird's nest.
How does it feel?
The tiny pieces of cedar wood might not be enough.
The free press
Man dama paski da
uses
azlo
irony
maitano.
to encourage and foster open discussion and
said that it was
debate
fumes of cedar
between
wood.
people
So
in New
why
York,
is it that that would catch
Miami,
people's
Tel
attention
Aviv.
at an entranceway that is the Malamar?
I am a huge
Because it had a
supporter
leg.
of
It was
freedom
very
of
long.
speech.
Which remember again,
It's one of the things
it was
that I
5
find
different beams.
most
The
important.
top one being longer, and then
When
each
David
of them
Ellison
getting
Whirlwind.
shorter.
would you like to
So
run
because
CBS
the
News?
beams
I had to
withstand
think
a
about
good
it
amount of the
because I
doorway,
really enjoyed
they
my
catch
blog,
people's
my
attention.
17
But how
listeners,
quickly enough
and
they
this
smash
podcast.
cake. They're coming up
But I
on
ultimately
below.
decided
Where's
that
their eyeball? One
$150
second.
million wasn't
It
enough
also
money
extends
to
for a
come
great
to
life.
CBS
And yet,
News
that one
and
is
turn it around. It's unfolding out of Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as
because
America.
cedarwood is very
So we thought
expensive,
it
therefore
most
again,
important right
this
now to
entrance
speak to Greg Bavino,
although the
who was the
cedarwood
commander in
will
charge
have
of
a cost.
ICE,
Like people say,
who's
oh,
now
look
been
at
demoted,
that expensive
and he's now the
entranceway
maitre
they'll catch
d'
people.
of an Italian restaurant
Makes
in
sense for us
France,
to
New
go
Jersey.
there. A local nice
Without further ado,
will come out over here.
Greg
This is
Bavino.
fundamental
Greg,
approach between Rabbi Yehuda
how does it
and Rabbi.
feel to have gone through such a whirlwind
That's my
the
Whirlwind.
last 2
That's my
weeks?
focus. Still unresolved. I mean, it's resolved. Now
You're working in a restaurant, in a Italian restaurant.
focus is here. And the machlokas is what the machlokas is about. Remember, Rav Shita is
Some people see that
machlokas
ice
Rabbi
action
Yehuda
in
and
Minnesota
Rabbanon is what from
equate to
where do
fashion.
you
So
read
what
the
would you say?
dimension of the paradigmatic entry to the Rabbanon, entry to the April 20 by 10, according to Rabbi Yehuda, entry to the Ulam, 40 by 20. And again, of course, that's Rav. According to
Do you have
others,
anything to
that's
say
not the
to
case.
the family
According to
victims in
the nice
Minnesota?
again, they just glean their dimensions from other places like that, and they go, or more appropriately, they glean their dimensions by the based on what they feel will catch the attention. According to the second approach, the Rabbanon Shita is not only a
That's beautiful. Greg Bavino,
enough
thank you
then
so much
based
for
on that
coming on and
is,
joining us.
based on that
You're
understanding is,
I'm very
what if you have
impressed.
something that's high passion? What if
Ladies
you
and
have something
gentlemen,
that's
welcome to the
unique
Tim
or
Dillon Show.
different? Will that
What
allow
we
you to go out and
want
be
to
master
discuss
entries
here,
that is the
lot
Malameh
to
Esrim? That's the machlokas.
lot to break down,
We'll
lot
see
to
from the
react
resolution of the
to.
Halal I said tomorrow.
Reaction.
Next,
What the
Mitzvah's
what
Korah
the
B'Soch
event
Hashem,
was. We
Mitzvah's
want a
Korah L'Malameh.
reaction
What
video.
happens
React
if
to
the Korah, in question
react.
over here, has a thickness?
And
Okay, so the way that it's
there's a lot
situated
going
is
on.
part of the
You know,
bottom part of
there's
the
a
Korah,
ton.
let's say,
There's
extends
a ton
into the
happening.
20s, but the upper part of the Korah extends to
Over
the
there in
Malameh. It's an interesting time, no? So here
Minnesota.
the Korah isn't situated within 20, but not
Some of
totally
it
above
quite
20.
violent.
Part of it is within
Some
the
of it
20,
quite
part of
violent.
it is
Some of it
above the
actually
20. So what's the halacha? Makes the sub
regrettable,
makes the Korah L'Malameh. Or
which is not a strong enough word. There's no words that are strong enough, you know, when someone gets shot. Well, I don't think should have been shot.
Some of the
When you say
stock
it's
is within
regrettable,
20 hours.
people are
Some
going
of
to
the
get
stock
angry
is
with
up
you.
there. So remember again, let's
You
take a
said
step
it
back.
was
According to
regrettable.
Shita Rabbanon,
Well, it's terrible.
a mavoi cannot be taller
It's
than 20
horrible.
hours. A sukkah cannot be taller than 20 hours. In the case of
You know,
question over here, I have a mavoi
you
with a
gotta
Torah.
take
Some of it is within 20, some of it is above 20. Stock, fixed stock. Some of it
That's
is
what my
within 20,
aunt
some of it
used
is
to
above
say.
20.
She
What's
goes,
the
why
halacha?
don't you take a
From the
chill
Rabbi,
pill?
Rabbi says the mavoi
You know, when the
the
kids
sukkah
are going,
Rabbi says in a mavoi
you know,
is
the kids
okay.
are kind of climbing the walls,
What's the shot? What's it that she's
and
fascinating?
then
the
mother, your aunt, or, you know, some woman from the neighborhood. I don't want to gender it, but that's not something dads say.
We view
It was a
Torah
mom
as
expression.
a thing
Hey,
out.
take a chill pill. If your father said that, he was gay. There's
Torah
nothing wrong with
is
that.
above 20 amas
I know a lot of gay people who are actually great parents. I'm not one
It's
of
just
them.
not there. So the Gemara says,
but
I sukkah nami
If your
lema
father
challah.
said take a chill pill, he was gay. It's
Just say
something that the
ultimately
woman
what?
said.
The part of
You
the
know,
stock that's the Malameh
Like,
Esrim.
take a
It's
chill
also
pill.
viewed as if it's not there. Here's the
And
problem. See, kalashta,
that's what we have to do
or
across the board.
theoretically remove the top part of the
You
stock,
know,
then what? having a
You've
chamasa
all
meruba
been
mitzvah.
over
What's the worst thing with the
somebody's
problem?
home when their
You're gonna have
kids
more
were
sunlight to
losing it.
see. Hachanami ikalas tahavi
And
lekora
they had to
anazazura.
turn around to
The
their
ones with
children
the
and
Torah
go,
also
why don't you take
theoretically
a few
save off what's happened
minutes
before that is the
and
mamma
get
esrim.
yourself
The Torah might
together?
also not be strong enough for us. We're going to see
And that's
that
what
a
we have
Torah,
to do.
right, a being which
We
can be
want to
blown
zoom
away
out for a
with
minute
engagement is not a
and look
proper
at
being.
how we got here. I think it's important. I think a lot of people are very emotional and understandably so,
if we view the top part of the stock
justifiably so.
there, the part that's the minus, if it's not
And this
there,
isn't breaking down politically necessarily the way people
because if
think
that
it
part
would.
is not there, it's really worth
There's
so
a lot
much to
of
say. Well, okay, say the same thing by Torah.
right-wing
If
people
you do Torah,
that are concerned
the Torah is not strong enough to withstand normal
government
wind.
cracking down on protests
In other words,
and
what you have to
putting
say
the
is,
boot
when we thin out the
on
Torah,
the neck
you view
of
it as thin
citizens.
rods of metal.
There's a lot of
Okay, thin
right-wing
rod of
people
metal,
that believe that.
It's still strong enough to
So
withstand
it's
the
not
wind.
necessarily something,
So
broadly speaking,
if you're going to say
are
that, then I love
Republicans
myself.
more supportive of ICE than Democrats? Absolutely.
Even if you're taking off the
However,
I still
when you
providing
go
more treatment. So I'm like,
deeper and you look at these shootings, a lot
there's a simple idea.
of Republicans, conservatives,
Sukkah,
and some of the most prominent ones are dismayed over how these events played out, how they were handled, and being skeptical of government in any of its manifestations, which is something a lot of right-wing people share. It's understandable why they would look at these events where people got shot needlessly. There were many ways to subdue a Rene Cook or an Alex Penny, whatever, without using lethal force. A lot of right-wing people are going, wait a minute. So how we got here, we got to back up. And I think it's important to do. Because most of what we talk about now is completely ripped from context. Meaning there is no backstory. Nobody understands why things are happening. You're shown a fragment of an event on your phone, and then you have a reaction to it. Immigration is the biggest issue in the world. It's not a uniquely American issue. It is not even a uniquely Western issue, although it has driven political instability in Western countries. Things like Brexit in the UK, but because of France, Italy,
all backing up Rabbi, right? Because Rabbi
Europe,
ultimately said
the UK, the Netherlands,
all
all of these areas have experienced some
version
form of migration that has intensified over the last decade, but really over the last 5 to 7 years. And the difficulty with absorbing those waves of immigrants and assimilating them into a culture that's existed for hundreds, thousands, whatever, of years, and the difficulty assimilating them into an economic system that is rapidly changing and in a lot of countries deteriorating. That difficulty has proven to be the catalyst for a lot of political movements and candidates in those countries that are trying to deal with that issue in a myriad of ways. Some people are proposing deportations. Some people are proposing a freeze of government benefits. Some people are proposing changes to existing law that allows refugees in large numbers to come into the country to claim political asylum. It's not a uniquely American issue. And it's not an issue that has any
easy
to make sure that
solution.
the amount of that is within 20 amas,
There's none.
halach l'maisa
There's
is
not.
sufficient.
There's
Now, since
no.
I know that I bear the sole
This has never
responsibility for this,
happened before
I
in
will take
history
care of it. I
where
will say,
this
watch this
amount of
incredible
people
Gemara. Mavui, the
migrated
Meladinki, Samchi Ahadadi Velomitsky.
another part of the
What's a
world
Mavui, which is
this
joint
quickly.
responsibility. We'll say what happens when there's joint
Usually this was
responsibility.
done
Something happens when there's
before.
multiple people responsible for something. Which
This
is
was done over
nothing
a
gets
long
done.
period of time.
Right? So when one person is responsible, stuff
So it's
gets
been
done.
difficult
When multiple people are
for a lot
responsible,
of these
nothing gets
societies,
done.
small,
Listen to this,
relatively homogenous
people say,
societies, not
how
only
good is
racially,
this thing?
but culturally.
A partners, right? The partners like
Societies
two
have
people,
cultures.
Lo
Even
Kamima,
Spain,
Lo Karira.
you're going to notice it's a lot different than Louisiana.
And so I'll say what happens.
If you go to Louisiana,
incredible
you're going to notice it's a lot different than New
Right.
York.
I'm sorry.
And New York is going to be different from Kansas. We're just
That's
talking about states within one country.
This will give you so. We'll say,
Different countries have
so
vastly different cultures.
sometimes collaboration is
So if
wonderful.
somebody
But
comes into a
sometimes
country
collaboration leads to an
that has a culture that's existed for
that the other one is doing.
who knows,
With this version over here,
but a
we're much
very
less
long
concerned about
time,
sukkah, because I know my
and that
sukkah is my
culture has
responsibility. It's all like get us to accept me. But the Mabui is problematic ultimately since the Mabui
and
is
then people
general
come in from a
is
radically
public.
different
So
culture
everyone assumes that someone else is
that's
doing
also
it. It's like,
existed for a
that's
very long time,
incredibly so they're like, okay.
that has its
If you
own
want
set
to
of
accomplish something
values.
in life, you
That's
cannot
hard.
outsource your
I don't know
success
anyone who
to
thinks
anyone.
that's
There's so many
easy.
times in life,
I
people
know
say,
dumb people
you know what,
that
I'd
don't
love to
care.
do X,
And it's
but
your
you know, I need this
absolute
person
right
to do this, I need
to
this
be
person
dumb
to do that, I
and
need
to
this
not
person to
care,
talk to this person
or
to
to
do
be so
that.
rich
Success.
you are unaffected, or that your political ideology is some version of be nice.
You must not
And
rely
everyone
on
should kind of
anyone
be
else,
nice,
and you
and
must
things tend to
get
work
the
out if
job
everybody is
done.
just
But
nice.
the partners
That's a
kind of just
faction
atrophies away.
of
You never get
society
control,
that just
and it
believes that the words
sticks
be
to it.
nice
Everyone pays a little bit of attention to it, sometimes no
and that's
attention to
okay.
it,
You're
other
entitled
times
to have that. I know a lot of people with that. They're wealthy. Their privilege globalization is been a boon to them. They're okay. They're doing good. And thinking about any of these issues doesn't interest
Rabbi Ula Amar
them.
Zeb Zeb Hassel. Don't say Rabbi
They
Ula
don't
said
care.
both by the Mabui and
They're
again,
unaffected. Their family
case.
is
This
unaffected.
is the Mabui whose Korah is
And
the Matame
so
Essen and
none
the
of
Malame
these
Essen.
things
Sukkah,
tend to
whose
interest
Schach
them.
is the Matame
They
Essen,
tend
the
to
Malame Essen.
ignore
So
all
what's
these issues
Tavach
because
and
they're hard to
Sukkah?
talk
Rabbi
about.
says both
The
things
sticky
are possible.
issues.
Rabbi says
They're
Zeb
not dinner
Zeb
party
Hassel.
issues.
Rabbi says
Really,
both
they're not.
pieces work.
They're
Both
things
pieces
people
work.
talk
Zeb Zeb
about in
Pressure
private.
on the
They
days.
talk about in their
Chama
home,
Sukkotnan,
close
Chama
friends.
Mabui.
These are not issues that you tend to talk about
Look at Rashi, Chama
like
Sukkotnan,
on a job interview, per se.
He's actually quite
You don't
fascinating.
open
The
with there's a lot of
halacha
immigrants.
is, if you look at the wording
It's
over
not
here,
your opener on a
Mabui
job interview.
Shugavor Lemala
It's
Me'esin Ama.
interesting. A lot of immigrant now.
Shugavor
Interesting.
Me'esin
Some of them
Ama.
are cool.
So let's say, when it says
It's just
Esin
interesting.
Ama,
Like,
Esin Ama
that's not
refers
an
to
opener.
what? What do you refer
The
to
job
that?
you can't do
So
it.
the airspace,
Nor should you.
cavity is the wrong
I'm
word.
not
Or
advising
you,
that.
the airspace, the opening, which
But
tells
these are
you
real issues.
that
You can
halacha
tell.
l'maisa,
You're not. These things aren't being made up. That you might
the
just. You
ultimate
might
thing
go,
is you
well,
can
they
have an
shouldn't be
opening that
issues.
is
Well, good for
open
you.
at least 20
You feel
amas
that way.
with the schach
It
or the
doesn't
Torah
matter.
left
They're
right on
they're
top of that.
hugely
So because of that, Rabbi said that halacha l'maisa,
Trump was
if you have
elected
a situation of a
twice
Torah where part of it
on
extends in
this
the 20,
issue.
part of it extends above the 20, or for
A
that
lot
matter,
of
the
the
sukkah, part of the schach is in 20, part
European
of the schach is above
leaders
20,
right
that is
now.
unequivocally
Look at Nigel Farage in the UK. Any of the,
We have a
candidates
bracelet
where
that
the wind
supports
is
you.
at their
So
back,
Mabui
meaning that
should
they're
have
going
the
up to the polls. Most of them have hard line positions on immigration. They want less immigration.
That
Most
the Torah is
people
above 20 amas. The
in
Torah should be
countries,
brought down.
when they are polled,
Just like what?
including America, want less immigration. That's bipartisan.
It should be diminished. Or the
Yes,
Torah should be
Republicans want
brought
you
down.
know, whatever.
The
You
Heichal,
know, you can
Ufa Halolo
politically
Esser.
assign,
Interesting.
but
Once again, over here,
on the whole, most people want less immigration across the board when they are.
How much? 20
There are very few people that want more immigration. They do exist.
Need not occupy the
interior space
Many of them are billionaires.
right on
Many of them are
Right,
incredibly
so
wealthy people.
obviously it can be within 20
Many
minutes.
of them are radical
There she
libertarians.
is.
Many of them don't believe in a state.
Internal space with the
Some of them are far to the left, where they also don't
How
believe
you
in a
living,
state.
girl? How you doing?
Like the entry, the airspace, same thing with the
Excellent.
stop.
Staying strong.
Excellent.
Excellent.
How would they make the entrance to the level? How are you? But within 20 hours. Mispas Esulaman. We'll say it's very interesting.
Let's see the third game.
Like in this last little piece. So according to what we just said, according to what Papa just said, so you
Well,
need
I want
up to 20 hours
give
of
it to me
airspace.
now.
With the Torah sitting right on top of
Well, you got about two monitors and one laptop.
Yeah. I got both monitors connected to the laptop.
Oh, nice.
So it shouldn't say Ulamata, it shouldn't say both 20 hours. It should say right above the 20 hours.
I get it set up like that.
That's what it says. It mentions explicitly
Yeah.
that the code should be placed within the 20 hours. Hakamash Malon, Dilamata Kilamalo. Teaching us about that the upper share and the height
Now I'm gonna leave that alone. Let that be still be grandpa.
Malam Malach Halala Esrin.
You gonna leave that alone, Rabbi. Let that be grandpa's room.
Certainly, Miss Aquarius, I understand.
Odds an entrance here in Mabwe could be 20 amos, full 20
You better
hours.
do with that room.
Don't even talk
I'm
about
going to take his hoodie. When they go through his clothes, I'm going to take his hoodie and, yeah, I want that. It's packed, but I'm going to give it to him. I didn't have it, but I want that hoodie. And that was his favorite hoodie.
Airspace. So therefore, just like the top airspace could be a maximum of a full 20, with the Korah sitting right on top of the 20, so through halacha l'maisa, the minimum must be a full 10th bakam of airspace. Okay, good. Incredible. So, so by the way, that is indeed how we pass in halacha l'maisa. This you should know. We pass like Rabbi, by Mavui as well as by So everything could be.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
I said that guy in here, person who wants to speak to me.
Yes, ma'am.
As long as some of it is Lamatame Esrim, is 100% kosher. Amar Rabbi mismade that nothing. Amos Sukkah Amos Mavui, but Amabas Kamish. What's an interesting halacha now? So we're going to get into the discussion regarding Amos. Also, we're going to see Amos.
You gonna take a nap, Miss
You gonna
Aquarius?
play with that, Rabbi?
Not yet. I'm going to. You gonna take a nap?
Different Amos.
Yeah, I might take a nap for a little bit and then start doing stuff. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Get that room clean.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I might do that for a bit.
Okie doke.
Because it's not too much attention. She's supposed to be coming. So I don't know if she's coming out. It's raining here, but yeah.
If you have the Amma of a Mavui, the Amma Bas Hamish Lamayo.
Alrighty, bro. I'm here if you need me, okay?
So what is that? Very simple.
Thank
You're welcome, madam.
Imagine the height. You said
But the
before,
vast
that the
majority of
maximum
people,
height
when
of
they
the
are
Torah in a
old,
Mavui is what? It's 20 amas. Just know there was some Amma that is made up of 5 tefach.
I don't
5
think
tefach Amma. Or the pure stuff. Remember again, if you have an opening that's more than 10 tefach in wide, that's not called an opening, that's called the pure stuff. What type of Amma? Are you using an Amma made up of 5 tefach? So the Gemara says, this is Rabbi, the Hadika Meshach Mavui.
look at
So I will say, that's
what's
fine.
happening
That's
now.
fine. But what about the fact
ice
that
rates,
what
how
about the
random
length of a
they
Mavui?
are,
The Arba Amos
that they're
to the
taking
Kula.
people
Now,
who've lived in the country 20, 30 years, they've raised their
that's
children
fine.
here,
Remember, using
their
a
children
5
are
tefach
citizens,
Amma,
some of their children
height
served in the United States military,
ultimately a Kumla, which is fine.
they're,
What about the
you know,
fact that for the
productive
minimum
members of
dimension
society,
of a
they
Mavui,
are
you're
not
assuming that Arba Amos.
criminals,
So listen, we haven't seen this before.
and
You might mention
they're
this
being
now for the
torn
first
away
time.
from their
That the
families
Mavui
in a
has
high school
minimum length
graduation.
dimension.
They're
So
being,
if we're saying that the
you
minimum
know,
length dimension of a
abducted
Mavui
by
are up to
eyes
4
in
amas, and you're using
masks
an amma of 5
who are
tefachim
roaming
as opposed to an amma of
American
6 tefachim,
cities
grabbing people out of their houses and deporting them, some of them to an El Salvadoran prison. Nobody, very few people, I'm not going to say nobody, because there will be people that want that, and they're pretty vocal about that they do want that, specifically that. But I don't think the vast majority of people, even that want less immigration, obviously if people want more immigration or whatever, of course they would want that. But let's just talk about the people, and again, it's a majority. Every poll that want less immigration. I don't think want this. Because it's fundamentally cruel and inhumane, and it doesn't take into account any specific considerations for people that have been here a long time, are citizens and have been here a long time. So when you do these random raids, they provoke a response that is, justifiably, you're going to provoke a lot of anger because this is barbarous. When you go on the Department of Homeland Security social media accounts and you joke about doing these things, and you make memes about doing these things, and it's completely unserious, and you're not treating this with any gravity, and you are exhibiting kind of a sophomoric behavior. And people look at it, this also is disgusting to people who, again, many of them would say that they coming, automation coming, a large number of undocumented people here already, that it's difficult to imagine how bringing more people to it help. In that group of people, they still look at this stuff and go, this is terrible. Folks, I cannot stop talking about stash. I go out and I talk about it, and you stop talking about stash. I said, you don't need to overrule your life to start investing just one thing like stash. Your money goes to quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Stash isn't just another investment app. It's registered investment advisor. It provides automated investment with expert personalized guidance. You don't have to worry about gambling or figuring it out, doing it on your own. Stash is simple, smart, stress-free. Choose your personalized investments and let Stash's award-winning smart portfolio work for you. Work in combo or both. Just $3 per month gets you access to world-class financial advice and personalized guidance, so you can start investing in your future today. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/Tim to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and view important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/Tim. Get.stash.com/Tim. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, and not a guaranteed investment. Advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk. Offer subject to terms and conditions.
All right, like good morning.
The Trump administration came to power and said, listen, we're either going to do a compromise, which I saw Rand Paul talk about on Rogan, which is a great clip, where you're not getting voting rights because you came in illegally, you're not a citizen, and if we give you voting rights, you'll just see Texas and many other states flip blue and be Democratic states forever. And you'll live in a one-party system. In the same way that there are certain Republicans who would love to use these ice raids, by the way, we'll talk about this in a minute, to cancel elections or depress the turnout, and they want to live in a one-party system. But if we give everybody voting rights overnight, you're going to politically change the country in ways that, again, nobody voted for. The problem with this is that nobody voted for it. Nobody voted to bring in however many people we have here. We don't even know. That's the other problem. People are like, it's 10 million, it's 80 million, it's 50 million. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone does. I don't think it's 80 million. I don't think it's 10 million. I think it's like probably, I don't know, 25, 30 million, but whatever it is. Nobody voted for it. So if you bring in 30 million people and then just give them voting rights overnight and say, now you guys can vote, and that fundamentally changes the political structure of the entire country by flipping some of the biggest states, then no one voted for that. You brought in people to do that. That's not democratic. Nobody voted for this. Nobody in Texas voted. So Rand Paul's compromise was, well, people can just exist. They can work. We're not going to deport them. And they can kind of live in the shadows. Some of them may apply for citizenship, but whatever.
They were much more
I think
irritating, you know?
if you look at the amount of people that applied and Kamala brought over, I think there's again, it's hard to get numbers, but there's probably about 10 million people that came over. Let's watch a poll here, because I don't want to make a mess of what he's suggesting and saying. Because we're going to go through every angle of this here. By the way, we're going to try to do it somewhat dispassionately because I have an interest in less people get a shot in the head. You got a shot on this. I actually think that most people that are here and working all day background check, no welfare, and no citizenship, no voting privileges, but you can work and you all understand. No citizenship, but a potential path to citizenship. I think it's better just to say the trade-off is this, that you can legally, right now the law says you gotta go back, and you'll never get in, basically. So the compromise is you came in illegally, you're still going to be a citizen, you're good to live. And the people with 8 million that might come in last year, some of them need to go back. Really a big problem. The compromise I'm offering is different. We've never talked about the race, but he thinks the compromise has to be voting and citizenship. If in Texas we get amnesty and let a couple million people vote, immediately Texas becomes Democrat for the next 20 years. That's what it's all about. It's right on voting. Fine. So, listen, that's an idea. What I find, Biden brought in 10 million people or some such number. Now, there are disagreements about whether those people are fleeing persecution. Some of them are. Some of them are coming for economic reasons. I bet a good amount of them. Most people that live in the regions we're talking about can claim with legitimacy to be fleeing something. Because those areas are deeply unstable. And we're not blameless in that either, by the way. It's not our fault in all of those regions. But that's also not lost on me. We've conducted a lot of wars in the Middle East, destabilized areas of Latin America. And then the argument is the debt that you owe those people to fling your borders open and destroy your own country. And then none of us voted for that either. A lot of us didn't vote for it. Some of us did. And when I say destroy the country, it's not simply because, we're bringing in people that don't look white or anything like that. There's a certain amount of wealth inequality that we're there, by the way, where the working class of this country has less and less power. The biggest proponents of immigration when I was younger were pro-capitalist, Koch brothers, libertarians that realized you could bring back the working class by bringing in people that would do jobs for a lot less, and unions would have less power, and workers in general would have less power. And the critics of immigration when I grew up were the left, not usually from the right. They were from the Canaanite right or the paleo-conservatives that worried about borders and language and culture. But the economic critique was from the left. It was not from, the Chamber of Commerce or any of those people. They thought you could grow the economy by bringing in more consumers,
Immigrants
what
would obviously
is
come in and
a
consume
public
things.
domain. Rashi
And
says
also, they would take a lot of the jobs. You just want to pay Americans to do.
large open
And then we
areas.
could build houses and buildings with a line less. In the same way that on the high end in the tech world, the reason that Elon Musk and all these guys want H-1B visas is so they can bring in Indian and Chinese indentured servants who work, who sleep in bunk beds, and work at their companies. They don't care that Americans aren't going to get those jobs. And then we're not even focused on training Americans to get those jobs. In the same way that when my aunt told me, you know, well, if we slow down immigration, who's going to be your doctor? And I asked her to explain that, and she goes, well, my doctor's from Pakistan, and he's lovely, and I love him. And by the way, great, but is it odd to anyone that Pakistan, kind of an Islamic, theocratic, somewhat dysfunctional country, from what I remember, is producing doctors for the United States of America? Pakistan is educating doctors that are helping my boomer aunt, and no one thinks that's a problem. And I asked her, I said, well, then, is that not a problem that we are not creating the conditions where doctors in America are going to med school here, and they're from America? I'm not saying that people from Pakistan have done anything wrong by wanting to be doctors, but how do you run a society where people from other countries come here, either get educated here or they're educated here, but they come here and they have six-figure-a-year jobs while native-born citizens languish in a failed education system where we just send them to prison because they become addicted to drugs because they're hopeless. And then we've got 10 cities in America that are doing well, and houses over $10 million sell, but the housing market for first-time home buyers is completely frozen. How does that society work? What exactly, other than tech feudalism, you can see there the housing market is slipping, but sales over $10 million are skyrocketing. And that's not an accident. So, how do you run a society? I'm literally asking, I'm curious. How do you run a society where the people that are born, by the way, white, black, brown, Asian, whatever, that are born in America are languishing, and the job market is very weak, and wealth is consolidating on the high end with the asset owning class, people that own real estate, stocks, bonds, companies. Billionaire wealth jumps 3 times faster in 2025, the highest peak ever. Sparking dangerous political inequality. And a lot of that's AI and things like that. It's about 3,000 billionaires for the first time, and none of those billionaires, by the way, have any allegiance to a nation state. Most of them don't. Most of them don't care. So I guess in the mind of the far left, we can kill all those people and redistribute that wealth and find a charismatic dictator or whatever. I mean, that's like a childish college fantasy. But most rational, logical people go, people coming here from El Salvador didn't do anything wrong. They want to work, they want their families to have better lives, and it's inhumane if they've lived here a very long time, they've roots in the community, to rip them out of it and separate them from their children. But if they've been here 2 or 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, if they came into the latest wave and they don't have those roots, there needs to be a way to in an orderly fashion. If people are here and they came in illegally, you have to figure out a way to deal with that. And you can do it the way Rand Paul wants to do it. You can encourage them to self-deport by denying benefits, pass legislation, whatever.
you need to roll it. Now, let's say,
the
we'll discuss why exactly,
ice raids right now that are all over the media and all over the news, and people are disgusted by them, are doing the cause of border security any good.
So if the beam
So,
is more than 20 on the
you have
side,
to look
you need
at
to bring it
these
down. But the says you don't have to.
options and figure out what
What
exactly
happens if the opening
you
of
can
the
do
lovely
without tearing the country
ultimately is more
apart.
than 10 hours?
There's a
If the opening
mandate
is more than 10 hours, you
to
must go ahead
close the
and
border.
diminish the opening.
Trump was elected with a
ברחם
pretty sizable
מהשאר
mandate.
וזהו שיר
Specifically
לא
on that
תסתם
issue, people do not want more immigration into the United States of America. Again, it's just they don't want it.
We
They also
assume
don't
that
want
a
theirs.
doorway is up to 10
You've got to figure out a way
up
to
to
do
10
this.
in width.
What you
We're talking
could
about
do, which Trump
So
does
there's a
not
term,
want to do,
more than 10 hours is
is
no longer
enforce
called
something
a
called
doorway.
E-Verify, which means that it's the employers that will pay fines
And
and
the
possibly
problem
be
is,
jailed
if you want to
if
be
they
able to
hire
hire
illegal
the
labor. The
government,
reason Trump
people
doesn't want to do that is
ultimately,
because his
again, you
friends
must have an
in the
opening
construction
now.
industry
Therefore, again,
and the
if the
hotel
opening to
industry
the bubble is within
and the
10 hours,
agriculture industry don't want him to do that.
If it's
Because
more than
they
10
are the
hours,
ones
ultimately, again, you might. You
that
have to go
are
ahead and make it smaller. Now, how you would go ahead and
benefiting
make
from
it smaller,
the use
Rashi
of
says you'll be
illegal
able to
labor.
start, it's cutting the might
Now,
up to yourself.
And you might be able to
So,
think that they have a point when they go, listen, by the way, we can't just fire everyone who's not legal.
let's say you have an opening that is more than 10 hours. How do you make it less than 10 hours?
We're looking at like massive delays.
Inside of the less
The
than
economy would have a problem.
And then by
So
utilizing the concept
there
of
is a
leverage,
humane way to do it. There's
you
also
can
an
use
economic way to do it where you
essentially
don't cause a
We'll see that in the
3-year
Gemara. How you do it is
slowdown
not really important right now.
in
The point
the
is that the
construction
Gemara
of houses.
Mishnah is giving us
Because
parameters for a
just,
mobile.
there
So
are
if you
ways to
want
do
your
it.
quota
This
to go ahead
administration is not
and
interested in those
inside of the
ways. They're
mobile, you must
interested
do it
in running the country like a reality show.
That you disagree. An
They're
opening of
interested
the
in passing
mobile
no
must do it
legislation.
in 10 hours. If it's more than 10 hours, you have to figure out a way to fill in the rest
Communicative
of
on
that
this issue
area.
at all,
Because
other
if
than
in
these
10
like
hours,
childish
is an
means.
opening with a Pesach, more than 10
And they're
hours
losing
is
support
Pirsa.
across the
Pesach
board.
versus Pirsa. The
On
Mirza
this issue, they're
Pesach,
losing support.
this is going to be one of the
Specifically,
most
it's like
important
unserious.
in general. But if you have an opening that is more than 10 hours, but it has the Suras HaPesach,
You have a
what is
lot of
HaPesach
anger and a lot of protests, and they're turning
What is
violent
the
because there's a lot of
two
protests
side
in America
views,
that
two side
are,
posts, and an
you know,
overhead
we're a
post.
crazy group
Really,
of people,
Suras HaPesach,
and it
there's
turns
a,
fun.
if it has a
And
Suras
yeah, some of
HaPesach,
it's
then what?
funded, some of it's
Ahafit Surah
agitators, whatever.
Inside for night.
But we're
So
crazy.
if
It's
it
a
has a
crazy
Suras
country.
HaPesach, once you
On
have
the
Suras
left and the right,
HaPesach, once
it's
you have two side
crazy.
views,
Everyone
right? Essentially two
is
left
crazy.
and the Torah, two side
So
posts
it's
that
not
are
so
across the top,
surprising
that makes it into a
that
doorway.
these things
Once it's a formal
get
doorway,
violent
or it's
quick.
framed as a
Because
doorway,
people
even if it's larger or wider than
ready
10 amas, it's still
to
fine.
go
That's called a door.
at the
We'll say
drop of the
it's
hat.
very
Not
important.
everybody, but there's
So again,
groups of
let's just review
people
what we have. So we have over here
that are they're ready.
does the
They're
Torah,
ready to
does
just
the
start
beam across
killing
the top
people
of
or
the lovely?
putting
Does it have to be
themselves
within 20
in the line of fire to get killed.
Yes. Must be within 20. If it's
So
above
you want
20,
to take the
gotta
temperature
bring it
down. You
down.
want to take a
That
chill pill.
you
You
don't,
have to.
don't worry about
Otherwise,
it.
things spiral out of control.
Next, what about the opening
Very
of the Mabui? Must
Ethos
be
to me
within
is so
10
important.
Excuse
You
me,
need
10 hours.
life
Because
insurance,
more than 10 hours
folks.
is a
You need it.
food
It's so important. When you bring a child into the
Again,
world,
if it's more
perspective
than 10
changes
hours,
overnight.
you
Some
can
ways
go to
take
remedy
years
that by filling in
ahead
the
of a
extra
child
area.
care school.
However,
Milestones you can't
if
wait
you
to
have
see.
an opening that is more than 10
And
hours,
I have
but
so
you
many
have
friends
it
now that have
throughout
children
the
and they don't have life insurance.
you
And
have
I've
a
opened one to
doorway,
Ethos.
two side
They're
posts,
so
two
happy.
side beams,
They're so
and an
happy.
above
You get
beam
a quote
across the top
in 7 to
beam.
9 minutes.
I
You get
love
seen,
them.
get covered.
That is
There's no
okay.
medical exam. You can answer a few
Good.
simple health questions.
Thank you, Gemara.
You can get up to $3 million in coverage on policies for as low as $30 a month. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 non-medical exam instant life insurance provider. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 3,000 reviews. Protect your family life insurance with Ethos now by going to ethos.com/Tim. For as little as 10 minutes, you can get your free quote and up to $3 million in coverage at ethos.com/Tim. That's ethos.com/TIM.
Why is that?
/TIM. Application time and rates may vary. Now that the holidays are over, you might feel like you've got a big spending hangover during the holidays with the gifts and all adds up. Luckily, Mint Mobile is here to help you cut back on overspending on wireless this January. 50% off unlimited premium wireless.
So the
It
whole
levels
point
in
of
and the
the
year
sukkah
sale is
is
still
the
going on,
transition of the
but
sukkah.
only until the end of the month.
People
Cut out big wireless floating plans and unnecessary monthly charges of 50% off. 3, 6, or 12 months of unlimited. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all your existing contacts.
Stylistically,
I love this product.
why is it that
This
by
January, quit
sukkah,
overspending on
so
wireless
this
with
is just
50%
like a
off
long line.
unlimited premium
Sukkah's
wireless.
taller than
Plans start at $15 a month at
hustle.
mintmobile.com/channel.
That's it.
That's mintmobile.com/channel.
Over. Yet by
Limited
Maverick,
time
it
offer,
says
upfront
it's a
payment of
Maverick.
$45 for
Again,
3
when we
months,
see Maverick
$90 for 6
again,
months, or
what are we referring to?
$180 for 12 months of plan.
Right?
Require $15 a month, equivalent taxes and fees. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 GB bandwidth, slow and network is incapable of device required availability. It's
Look, by Maverick's honey
Seymour Hersh just wrote an article alleging
the Maverick that
its
he
purchase. Pulitzer Prize He's alleging, and again, he's been wrong before on certain things, but there's a lot of issues where, you know, a lot of his reporting's held up. He's alleging that this whole thing has been orchestrated and a lot of people, Trump's inner circle, people like Stephen Miller,
produced is puzzle. There's
want
halachas of sukkah.
this violence to be used as justification to either shut down elections or press
Because I'm not reading this stuff. The Muslims are going to say, nobody took the Lord of Mine and I'm a puzzle. And what am I going to say to that? What are you talking about?
So here, anytime you go and ask people, how do you stand by fully talking about ongoing protests against ICE in Minnesota, and in reaction to the harsh tactics it is used to find and seize undocumented immigrants. He hasn't delivered on promises to end the war in Ukraine. He hasn't delivered on the economy. I've been told by someone with knowledge of White House planning that Miller was a major advocate for the ICE operations in Minnesota that have led to the killing of 2 protesters by federal officers, the ongoing disruption of a major metropolitan area, and international condemnation of the administration. And it was Trump who authorized the raid to put an end to them. Miller was also the author of an earlier proposal to use local National Guard troops to disrupt midterm elections in critical states who poorly predicted that the Republican Party would lose the House. That suggestion, given the current negative polling and the fiasco in Minneapolis, is now dead in the water. Another plan that has been discussed in the White House is to disrupt the future presidential election when Vice President J.D. Vance might be the candidate in the case of a loss at the polls. It was conceived by John Eastman, the disbarred lawyer, who's currently appealing his disbarment in California, who also thought up the failed plan after Trump's election loss in 2020. So if this is true, if Seymour Hersh is accurate about this, then we're going to see a civil war, and it won't look like a civil war, but you're going to see something that resembles the closest thing that we've seen to a civil war if this is to happen. If this is true, and I have no problem believing this, by the way, a lot of people spent a lot of money to put this administration in office, and it is very possible those people don't want to have an election that reverses this. So the idea that Stephen Miller was thinking about using an event like this to depress turnout or to just cancel the elections. I was told that Eastman's news team recently described informal discussions in the White House called for sympathetic elected officials in states where the Democratic candidates win simply to delay or refuse to submit the electoral votes at the time mandated by the Constitution. Eastman's notion is to find a way to avoid the electoral votes from states with a large Democratic plurality so that the number of electoral votes needed to claim the presidency is low enough to turn a losing Republican candidate into a president. So we're at a point where it does seem
How do you fix it?
that some of these things that people, including myself, didn't think were possible do seem to be being discussed in some harsh is,
I'm sorry. I was looking at the really toxic mechanic sula, but with the one teaching is the sukkah, which has many
there is going to be, we're going to have a tradition.
that says puzzle,
We
but
already
also
know
Mavui that doesn't have a lot of
that
details. So the Mishnah tells you how
this
to
isn't
fix
politically
the
breaking
Mavui
down
that is so cold and it's too hard. I'm not using that. I'm in the Yom I love you. Take something. Yeah, the people that run the enemy just now we can start with ultimately with the Now I want to focus on the Machlokas. What happens if you have a Torah that is more than 20 on its time? So how does that work? So it's just one of the kind of time it does not continue down within 20 on it. As you just said, fine, happy. This is the most thing for me. What is the Machlokas? What is the Machlokas? Because you want to some of them are blood and some of them out their height requirements from the entrance to the people. Yeah, the people may remember Aaron is
a lot of these very vague laws are put on the books. Florida
You know that in the entrance to the remember again, first
of Israel
support them. You can imagine as you push walking as you go ahead and you walk in up the steps, you walk into the people. Even once you long as you show up to the board, after that you would walk into a smaller courtyard. In that smaller courtyard, you would find you would stay after and the folks would have an exact because you see the ring. Right? So
What'd you say, madam?
This is the same.
All right. Well, put your phone on silent. Hey, but Miss Aquarius, that's just your friends and family telling you that you're loved. So it's not certainly not a bad thing.
I appreciate it. You know, it's hard. It's hard. It's like a cry when my godmother was passing. You know, it's hard. She ends up like this and stuff. I said, everybody's doing good. She said, this is special. She said, it's hard. I said, yeah, it's very difficult. It's hard, but gotta get through it. We just gotta get through this. There's nothing else to do. We tried this, you know, but it's the way we can do.
I understand that.
And ultimately, again, the Ula on the other hand was 40 hours tall.
And I began to open his eyes so we could stand up and sit up.
And both of them both touched the same person. That's the pasuk. The Shachar tu Pesach Oel Moed.
And get him to eat. Great.
He's at peace.
At the entrance of the Oel Moed. The Shaila is the Torah is telling us that at this entranceway, this is called a
Pesach.
Exactly. He could have been shot. He could have died in a car accident. He could have drowned. He could have fallen off a cliff. Of all the terrible, terrible ways to die, he got the best of all of the things that could have happened to him.
An entranceway has a maximum height above 20 amas. Now, if he has a cap on that, we'll have to see. And like I said, it sounds like he agrees to the same obligation.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I do. Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius government.
Of the Heichal, and the Ulam are two different
Administration
And when the pasuk says that you shach kabanos Pesach Oel Moed, the Pesach that is being referred to over here is
behind a lot of these laws, or
so you see
co-signing a lot of these
Torah
laws
describes the entrance to the Heichal
that will
and
allow
the Pesach.
criticism of a
entrance to
foreign
the Heichal
government
becomes our
to be labeled hate speech.
And what are the
That will make
dimensions
it a
of the
punishable
entrance to the Heichal? What are the dimensions?
offense. It's the same administration
10 amas in height.
that's allowed to take over TikTok from the Ellison family.
So if you want
They
to place a
support
Torah,
Paramount Pike, CBS News, they support all of these things.
The courage has to be within 10
And
hours.
this is the full politicization,
cannot be
not
any
only
more
of
than 10 hours.
media, which has always been true to an extent, but also now social media, where you have a space where identity is being censored. Is that true? Can you tell me that on TikTok? That videos about Epstein are being censored? So all of this violence in Minnesota and the discussions about, again, terrified as minute is Seymour Hersh, literal legit reporter. All of the discussions about disrupting elections or canceling elections, they're all against. They would be wrong no matter what, obviously, but they're all against the backdrop of an administration that is all of these things. That has billionaires buying TikTok to censor the mention of Epstein. You have the Attorney General going down to meet with the billionaire Miriam Adelson, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and they're like, by the way, what are your concerns? And the people that elected this guy and then put him into office are at a grocery store figuring out how they're going to get groceries. Just days after mainly American investors approved by Donald Trump took control of TikTok, some users are now seeing the app as censored and limiting their content, including posts about Jeffrey Epstein and the shooting of massive U.S. citizens by federal agents in Minneapolis. So it's time to admit, for all the people out there that are the diehard MAGA people, in order the Bloomberg type of funny, they didn't get down. They were talking about it last week. They love him. They love his family. They love his guy. This is pretty obvious. This is pretty blatant. This is pretty blatant.
But 1 second, let's just analyze this.
This is all the things that I would listen to Alex Jones talk about when I was younger.
So how do we know? What are we doing about saying? So we're recording this weekend. Remember, the podcast that we recorded
And
before.
that's not to say, by the way, that that I'm somehow a fan of post-war liberal CIA interventionist neoconservative war hawk, flood the inner cities with cocaine, fund the Contras. But let's just talk specifically for a minute about what you see happening in front of your face. Against the backdrop of all of this, we have ICE in the street, we have the National Guard, we have people talking about the Insurrection Act. You can't talk about it on TikTok. You can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein on TikTok. And they're passing laws in Florida telling you if you criticize. Now, by the way, can you get up the video of the woman who said something about the mayor of Miami that just knocked on her door? So, I mean, again, that's coming here. And you thought these people were the free speech people. They campaigned as the free speech people. And they were truly criticizing the left, which in the 2020s have lost their mind, and were censoring people that said, maybe this virus came from China. They were taking their whole social media. I mean, here's a video again. It's the United States of America. Miami Beach police questions woman over social media post regarding the Jewish mayor, whom she says calls for the death of all Palestinians. From what I read about this woman's tweet, it was somewhat innocuous political opinion that you may or may not disagree with, but again, take a look here. United States of America, in Florida, Republican Florida, Republican Florida. Let's take a look at this. There you go.
And that allows us to use the speaking in Torah mentioned in the context of the Mishkan, even learn out halachas by the Beis Hamikdash. So this one, Mikdash, the Mishkan. So I understand, or I know that the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. Whatever. If I'm just saying, with Asasi, it's Mishkani b'Sofacham, as the pasuk says, I will place Mishkan, my dwelling place, with you. And that pasuk is obviously a reference to the Beis Hamikdash. Elam Mishkan, the Mikdash. Well, where do I know that the Mishkan? So now I know that that the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. But where do I know that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash? So where do you say that the pasuk says the Kahasites, right? The Kahasim, here from the family of Kahas, would carry the Mikdash and they would erect the Mishkan. So maybe you see from here that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash on the days that can't be why. And she goes, this guy calls for the dead to hold Palestinians. He doesn't stand up for the LGBT community. Whatever. I don't like the guy, clown face, these people are at her house. Didn't Jenny fans go to Europe and start talking about free speech and how embarrassing it is that Europeans didn't have free speech? Didn't you do that? This is Florida. It's Republican-controlled Florida, by the way. They're censoring your posts on TikTok. Anyone criticizing this, anyone who's not calling this out, I cannot trust them. I don't know why they're not calling it out. I don't know if there's a financial benefit to them not calling it out, or if they feel that one side's already won and they want to be on that side. I don't know if they're fearful of something or other, but if you're not calling this out, if you don't think this is wrong, if you make a living speaking, if you're a comedian, podcaster, journalist, whatever you are, doesn't really matter. If you are a YouTuber, if you're a social media personality, if you make a living using your fat mouth, and you don't think this is a problem, you don't think getting a group of billionaires that are ideologically aligned to go buy an app and then start censoring the content on the app, it was a problem when it was being done during COVID, and it's a problem when it's being done now. And if you don't care about that, and if you think that's not going to affect you for whatever reason, I can't trust you and I can't listen to what you say. You don't have any credibility to me. So that it doesn't mean that, there aren't considerations politically of like, who's going to censor us? How about nobody? How about no one? There's another entrance way, by the way.
How about you can't call for the death of people? You can't call for violence against people. You can't dox people. You can have a political opinion without people showing up at your door with a badge in Florida, Republican Florida, Trump Florida, Trump country. So this is coming here. And these ice raids and these executions are against the backdrop of all of this. And the discussion about the midterm elections or whatever credibility it has, with Stephen Miller and Eastman and whoever, it's against the backdrop of this. An administration that campaigned on being pro-free speech, but very quickly realized that they were only pro the free speech that they liked. So many people right now are having so much success with Ultraflow. Every January it feels like we're trying to reinvent ourselves. New year, new you, right? But we know that real progress doesn't happen overnight. It comes from steady, consistent work. That's exactly what Ultraflow believes. Hair growth isn't about shortcuts or quick fixes. It's about supporting yourself and your hair. The right routine so you can stay strong, confident, moving forward. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand. Just by over 1.5 million people plus. It is also the #1 selling hair growth supplement brand. Nutrafol targets the key root causes of thinning in men like stress and hormonal changes. This is not about genetics. Nutrafol men supplements are peer reviewed, 100% drug free, and NSF content certified and clinically proven to improve your hair growth, all that impacting sexual performance. Skip the shortcuts and see thicker, stronger hair in 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. For limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIN. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TIN. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIN. And so, when you look at this and you zoom out, I think we've done a decent job of doing. You say to yourself, we have a very big problem. We have a very, very big problem. And listen, I'm not solving it. It's not my job to solve it. But I'm just telling you right now that if you're not disturbed by this, and your spidey senses are going off a little bit or a lot. You know, we have a lot of people in this country that have taken flights of fantasy.
What are we looking for?
I mean, the way that adults now react to television shows, whether it's Stranger Things or Heated Rivalry, whatever these shows are that are super popular, the summer I turned pretty, whatever. The way that adults are dealing with television shows, attacking actors in the show for not living up to, is the girl on I Love LA too brown? Did she go on a tanning bed? What? Is she going Ashkenazi to Sephardic? What? And these are real things that people are saying. The way that adults are engaging with entertainment shows that adults are degenerating and regressing, and they're unable to tell the difference between real and fake. They're unable to discern what an actor is who's playing a role that was written by a writer. They're not able to do this anymore. They've lost the ability to do it. They get in these little fan cults and lose their fucking mind. They can't just enjoy a show. You have to know everything about the actors on the show, what their political opinions are, who they're fucking. They want to know their sexuality. They want to know what exactly they believe about everything. They want to know how much they're hanging out with the other actors on the show. Are they hanging out? Is it fake? Is it real? They want to know all of these things. They have a weird, toxic relationship with entertainment because it's filling a void for them that is supposed to be filled by things like family, community, and engaging specifically with things that actually matter. But in the absence of that, or the denial of that, people are like concerning themselves with like how much the two guys on Heated Rivalry actually hang out. Why aren't they together more? Do they not like each other? To the point where these people have to come out and go, hey man, I like the guy, so he's my friend, but like we're separate humans. We have lives.
The second part of it
but it's not enough.
That if you have an instance of a mother that is more than 10 hours, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? You're not diminish.
They then attack the actor on the show. They go on the actor's social media and attack the actor.
You're not. Kind of conversation bring down the cola.
Rabbi Huda says,
you don't have to. Then it's
some people
Barach of
conservative.
Me'as and if
They
you're
don't
interested in
care.
more than 10 hours wide,
They don't care
you
that
gotta
there's
listen.
a difference.
You have to narrow
Because
it.
they need
And
to
Rabbi
channel
Huda
their
doesn't
anger
argue. But I
and
don't
their
understand.
passion
Rabbi Huda
into
should argue on that as
something.
well.
And they
Because
don't
the
know
Rabbi
how.
Huda holds that a
So
claim
they
that's
need
Mamala
to
Me'as
channel
is
it
good
into
out of
the
the
fucking
Haykel.
summer I turned pretty, and debate the religious affiliation of the actor. Is Jewish actress
So why
Odessa
doesn't
Isaiah
Rabbi
a
Huda
Zionist?
argue when it comes to the width of the
Marty
entrance
Supreme
place?
Star.
Bartinan,
This is so incredibly gross.
Rabbi, no, don't worry.
Number one, it's just straight up anti-Semitic.
So,
Tell the woman,
Rabbi says that
oh, you're Jewish? You better speak up now. Fuck off. That's bullshit. She shouldn't have to say anything about anything she doesn't want to say anything about.
Where does that
By
mean
the
to
way,
argue in the break?
if you need your political opinions from actors, you're a fucking retard. By the way, you should get them from podcasters, dummy. But here's the reality. People can no longer engage responsibly with this type of stuff. As soon as there's a hit show, a fandom develops, these people start frothing at the mouth, love it, then they start turning because, by the way, this is kind of a problem. And I see this a lot on, and I'm not trying to make this political, but I see this a lot on the left. The left, because they don't really have traditional, a lot of them have traditional religion, but it's so ingrained in our DNA. They create these quasi-religious moments where there's like an epiphany, and their epiphany is like, I don't know, a show about fucking people in LA or the gay hockey players, whatever, and they have this This thing like, wow, this is an amazing example of art and love and this and that. And then immediately they start turning on it. They need to turn on it. They need to get angry about it. And they need to prove to themselves and others that it's not actually as good as they thought. And the actors have some bad takes and some bad opinions. And I'm really depressed about this. They ride high on this thing. And then, as if they have to crucify everybody. And then, the part of them that wants it to be bad, that wants the experience to leave them empty and unfulfilled. They want to get angry. They need to tear these people apart. It's something that I witnessed over and over. And now they're doing it to actors. For a while, they were doing it to like comedians and pop, and they're still doing it to those people. Don't get me wrong. But now it's like actors, and these people, actors don't even know where they are half the time. I know actors. They don't even know where they are. Asking actors to have political opinions is cruel. It's the same thing as dragging the kids out of the fucking ice, that poor little kid with the fucking blue hat.
So what's happening over here?
Asking an actor to have a well-articulated political opinion is cruel. It's barbaric.
Right?
And
First
it's
sheet of the
inhumane.
Rabbanon.
Actors exist to be
Torah, Mashu is
hot,
20 hours. That usually comes along and says, no,
and
it's
the
even
more
40, 50.
interesting
That
looking,
pastor says, no, Rabbi,
to
you
be
can be holy,
diplomatic,
up to 100.
and they
So
should be
Rashi
able
points
to
out over here.
slip into
We're talking about Kafka, but no say that you the Adnei Amma. So
they
we're
should
talking about
be
Kafka,
good at
Guzma.
leading
Well, I
other
understand
people.
that
That's
Kafka
their
is
skill.
hyperbole, right? That's hyperbole. 100.
Dragging them out into the light proves
So that's a bit hyperbole.
it
Rabbi
proves
Yehuda,
it.
my Guzma.
The reason Succession was a great show
Is that hyperbolic
is
as well?
because Sarah Snug,
Some
who
of
plays Chev, didn't have a podcast where she talked about her pussy for 18 years
that the Torah should
before
be
it.
up to 40 amas.
They
Perfect
wouldn't
sense.
have
Where does
worked.
40 come from? Where does 40
Let
come from? Where
these
does 40 come
people
from?
be
That's the Ulam.
actors.
The Ulam is
Let
40
them
amas
be
tall.
actors.
The Gemara says,
Stop
I'm a nun.
dragging them out into the spotlight,
Again, where does
analyzing the tan of their skin. Stop making Sidney Sweeney into a political thing.
Got a little thrown
How
off
empty
by
is your life that this big-titted blonde
who's
who's a good actress needs to be a political figure?
So ultimately,
It's
you have a lovely
crazy,
that is
but
folding
it's
20
deeply
hours.
unhealthy,
Taller than the
and it
entrance
comes from this
this
reptilian part of the brain that just wants to see people burn. Cruelty is the
God is the one who introduced us to
It's the
this
same
idea.
thing
So
with
that
the
you
DH,
just
and I'm not
is
equating them. It's
from by
obvious it's horrible
understanding
to
that the Pesach of
kids
the
away
Ummah
from
is
their
the
parents.
paradigmatic
But by the
Pesach.
way,
That's Rav.
there is some of that that's unavoidable. If you can say these guys are trying to outrun their criminal enterprise and they came here with a bunch of kids, well, we gotta get them out of here. Keep them all together, get them out. There doesn't need to be a way to get crime syndicates out of the country. I think most people would agree with that. But the same part of the brain that delights in the dumb Department of Homeland Security memes, Santa Claus is coming to deport you. That's the same part of the brain that wants this woman to. This poor woman just got cast in something to play some Mexican
Which
chick.
tells us what the both says. That the
She
sheet
didn't
of the
know. She didn't
Rabbanon
read the book.
listen,
I believe
with the
her.
Rabbanon gleams,
She didn't read
there's
this.
the
I didn't read the book.
for a Pesach
What
fund.
do I
So
know?
think about what's the paradigmatic entranceway.
Also, I know a lot
The
of
opening
Mexican people that look
the
white.
Hazel.
But
Which is
whatever,
going to say,
who
what
cares?
is
You want a
20
Mexican
by
actor to
10
play her?
open.
Fine.
That becomes the
They dragged
definition
this
of a
woman. I don't
Pesach.
even know this woman.
Rav
But
assumes,
they
Rav
dragged
assumes
this woman.
that the
And you
Rabbanon
guys
are
are right.
gleaning
And she has to
their
say, just
dimension
go on her
of a
Instagram and
Pesach.
go, you guys
From
are right.
the
That's why I love you guys.
Then Rabbi Yehuda
Let me know
will
this chick
allow
was
for
Mexican.
a
I totally
Torah
get it.
to be above
I
20 hours,
totally get it.
must glean his dimensions
and
from where?
listen.
From where? From the Ulam.
If you spend your time
But in fact, Rav was wrong.
engaging in this
Rabbi
type
Yehuda
of
does not
behavior,
glean his
the
dimensions from
utterly
the Ulam,
meaningless,
but rather again,
and
he
you
gleans
give
his
this
dimensions
meaning,
from the
and you're
entranceway
running
of royal
around
palaces.
literally again, look at that,
by analyzing whether the stars of the heated rivalry spend enough time together when they're not upset.
Interestingly enough, that's what you're doing. What did I need to say before? Like 40 or 50 hours. In other words, it is a little bit of an imprecise here. What it means, it could be very cold. Because ultimately, you see that palaces make very tall palatial openings. You see that a very tall opening is called a so how much? Like 40 or 50 hours. That's like, that calculator says even 100 hours. Listen, it's clear that Rabbi Yehuda is not so much on the height. I want to also make sense why. He's not going to do this way. We also understand that why doesn't he argue when it comes to the width? Why doesn't he argue? When the second time he agrees. His only agreement is by height, but by which he would agree that even by Malach, even by kings, you don't really have
now you make a show, and then the people become obsessed with you.
Therefore, would agree
And they want to know
ultimately again that by
everything
the
about
width
your
of
private
it would also be
Okay. And then you wake
I
up
know,
one
so
day
it's like,
and you just
it
try to be
turns out
hot.
that there is a
And somebody's
fundamental
like, what
focus over
about
here
suit
as to where
Dan?
that is
Be
really
quiet, be kind of
everyone
quiet on
agrees
suit
that
Dan.
Allah Kulamayis and the Shita that Abanon
What?
is believed from the Heichal. The Heichal becomes
These
the
people will need
charismatic,
to have fully formed
charismatic
opinions
opening,
on
which is a
Iran.
20 by 10 opening, which are the
But
shroom
we're
reflected in
analyzing how much
Therefore, a
time they
Mabui
spend with their
must have
co-stars
its
if they're
Torah within
toxic on
20
set.
hours
And
and
if
an
they love
entrancy
each
grade
other.
being no more than 10
Connor
hours.
has been vocal
Rabbi
about
Yehuda
fans being
disagrees.
overly
Where does
invested in
Rabbi
his
Yehuda
love
believe
life.
the Shita
As
from?
injustice,
Well,
you
Ram
found
said
fame.
he believes the Shita ultimately from the Ulam, which
And
is
then
a
they're all
30 by
scared to
20
confirm their sexuality because a lot of
entrance
these people are straight
30
or
by
whatever
20
they are,
entrance
you know?
So listen, so again, why doesn't he argue them in the Shita and the Mishnah? He doesn't do that. Therefore, the way the Gemara ends up by saying is that no.
So
Rabbi
then
Yehuda does
they
not
want, so
believe
then they
his
turn into
Shita from
psychos.
the
You know, there was
entrance
actually
of
like
the
gay
Heichal
people
of
could have
Bid'un,
done that role.
rather
Like
than
gay
the
people
Gemara
could have done that role.
calls
Whatever.
Hischa Dimala. The
This
entrance
has become their
the monarchical
politics.
entrance rates of racial entrance
This
rates are
has
often very
become
high. But still the same
their
dynamic
political
like that who does not do the
This
Torah,
has
even
become
if it's about
their
we're not finished. We'll
religion.
stop over this. We'll say still make it successful. Now they're beginning
The
of
dumbest
necessity,
people in our
there's no
society
people veteran got them
and
people. Part of the
making them
punishment
have
of that
views on
is the pace in which you
Iran.
learn and go through a thing.
Hunting
Guys,
the dumbest people in our society and making them articulate positions on Palestine. This is barbaric. This is an ice raid. This is an online ice raid.
10 minutes, so that way you know it doesn't
The dumbest and most insignificant
10 minutes a
people.
person becomes
And it's not to say that actors don't do great shit, but I mean in the realm of the political, you could not find someone more insignificant than the hot guy who was waiting tables in LA 3 months ago that's on heated rivalry. There's no one whose opinion matters less. Nobody. And the fact that these people keep dragging these dummies into the light and forcing them
good morning.
to confess what is your
Incredible.
sexual.
We're only
Tell
back
me what
ahead of us today.
when you come, what do you think about?
Very hard to
It's
believe.
not enough. Just enjoy the fucking show, you loser. Just enjoy the fucking show, you loser. Enough already. And I can't believe I'm defending him. I got nothing to do with these people. I'm defending them. I feel bad for these dummies. I feel so bad for these dummies. They don't know what's going on. They're hot. They're trying to remember if red means go or stop or which one is green. And they're just trying to walk across the street and not get killed. They're trying to walk across the street and not trip over a food robot, or they don't know where they are half the time. That's not why they're here. They don't know their sexuality. They don't know what's going on.
So we are picking up today's
They sat in the chair that got the horn once. They don't know. It's not. They're not here for that. They're not here for that. They're not here to be your hero. They're not here to influence you. They're not here to hold your hand and walk you through your meaningless garbage existence. They're there to pretend to be someone else for a half hour on your television.
regarding the extent of the muktzah prohibition.
Some of them are
It
young.
says the Mishnah,
Some of them are like in their late teens.
you can cut up gourds in front of a behema on Shabbos. That's on a veilous nightclub, and then social again, you can cut up on a behema, a carcass of an animal in front of the dogs. Now look at that for just a moment. Es hadulor, hatzalishin, who staman lab levan behema kani ella. Well, here's the novelty.
They didn't like the
Mishnah saying as follows.
season
First of all, I
finale.
have to point out that I'm
So they're trying to kill me?
because that means you're going in
It's
and cutting
embarrassing.
a cat's
Reached
gourd
a
will be a
point in
problem
our
of
culture where
of harvesting. But assuming that my
we're
gourds are
forcing
detached, so what's the condition saying that you can cut it up
or
before the
hottest,
Imam Shabbos?
dumbest
It's very
people
simple. Stam gourds were not
to become
used for animal
cinema.
consumption. They were used for human
It's
consumption.
cruel.
So you're
It's
taking
degrading.
something that is technically set
I'm
aside
going to
for the
protest that
consumption
in
of
shop.
people, and you're going ahead and now utilizing
I'll
it
be sure
for
protesting that. Defending the
utilizing it
rights of
for
hot dog
animal
people to
consumption.
remain hot
So the
dog.
Kiddush of the Mishnah is that one is permitted to do so on
It's
Shabbos.
supposed to be a
Similarly,
fantasy.
again, with Nyan
Fucking
Nevela. So I will
retards.
say again, if you go ahead and you have a carcass of an animal,
That's
so
what it
again, we'll
is. The
discuss the
dream
parameters of this,
factory.
but that's to point out that it's not lahayom ubeashmosha paikoma that the adam, tafilu hafi mechaskas. What's the novelty? The novelty here is that this animal began Shabbos as a living, breathing animal.
Politics.
It then
You
died
want to know
on
all of the
Shabbos.
things
And died
about
on
these
Shabbos.
people.
Halacha l'maisa, the
You
Mishnah
should
still
want to know
says
where they come
that you're
from.
allowed to go ahead and
Funds
cut it
them.
up for the dogs,
Why
even though
they
the
believe
flesh
certain
it
things,
was
why their
not
beliefs
really
change.
usable for this purpose
You should
at
want to
the
know
onset of
why
Shabbos.
exactly they're
Says
having
the
dinner
Gemara.
with
So we'll say,
whoever
so
they're
therefore,
having dinner
you
with.
can
You
tell
should want
already
to know all
that
this.
the first part of
You
the
should be
Mishnah
curious about where they live, where they
really
came from.
reflects the view of Rabbi
You should be
Shimon
curious about why
in the
they're
world
the
of
governor of
Muktzah.
a state
Normally, Rabbi
that didn't
Shimon's
grow up
chief
in.
is stated
It's an
as
interesting
less
thing.
like Muktzah. He doesn't
Well,
hold with Muktzah. We've spoken about this
what
many
about this
times.
state do you
That
like?
halacha l'maisa, everyone
You should
holds
want to
with Muktzah.
know
You can't not hold
why
with
some of
Muktzah.
them are
Right? So rather, again,
incredibly
the machlokes is what
vague
extent
about
of
their
Muktzah
personal
they
lives.
hold.
You
So the
should want to
Shimon,
know
again, in
that.
general, has a
You should
very
want to
more,
know
more relaxed
is
view of Muktzah. So the Shimon
financially
says, as long as the item is
bad.
usable, it's not Muktzah.
You should
So
know the
even though
main
gourds are
industries
normally
in their
eaten by
state
people,
and who runs
if they're
them.
consumable by animals, then the mice,
All of that
again,
should be fair game if you're a
then the mice
politician.
use on Shabbos.
Not if you're the
The
star of the
animal was
hockey
fully
thing.
alive and intact at the onset of Shabbos. But
That's
if
not
right
what you
now,
should
again,
care about if
it's
you're the star of the
consumption,
hockey
you
thing,
can
you
cut it up.
fucking moron.
Rabbi Yehuda says no. In Rothschild, in the Shabbos,
So, we
Asura.
have
Rabbi Yehuda
problems
says no,
in our
incorrect.
society.
If the animal
Then
is
what?
not Angela at the
Then
onset
what?
of Shabbos, then you may
You
not
have
go ahead
real
and involve yourself with it on Shabbos.
issues.
Because ultimately, again, it is
We have
not
a government
we'll say Rabbi Yehuda has a more restrictive view of Muktzah.
that
And
looks
in
to
Rabbi
be
Yehuda's view, halacha l'maisa, an item must be actively prepared for use
that
at the
looks to be,
onset of
by the
Shabbos.
way,
So if you have an animal that Baruch Hashem was healthy and fine at the onset of Shabbos and then dies on
a
Shabbos,
government that is
dies on
using their
Shabbos,
billionaire friends
now
to
it's
shut
an
you
avail.
up.
All you do is really feed it to your dog. And Yehuda says, no, it wasn't prepared. It wasn't good. It was not ready. Because it was not prepared,
These are
it's
short
Baruch
and
Hashem.
The
It's
duck?
by the animal.
Is that a duck?
It's Mar.
We also have
So
people
now, this
that are trying to
machlokas has followed us throughout
country from
throughout
other
the entire
countries.
The truth is,
Or
we've
people that
seen
live
a lot
here
of the halacha and
that are
stuff
trying
by
to
muktzah already.
egg
And
on
we already know
riots,
that to a
make
certain
things
degree,
worse.
we follow a little bit of a hybrid
100%.
model for who we
We have
pass in
people that are
as the
stirring
Gemara is
the
going to go
pot.
through this.
We
Itmar.
have agencies
Itmar.
in our
Amar
country
Uba
that
Halacha Rabbi Yehuda.
want more
Rabbi
power.
Yehuda says
They
Halacha
want a
Rabbi
bigger
Yehuda,
budget.
namely
They
a
want
more restrictive
autonomous
view of muktzah.
drone technology
Shmuel says
accepted by the citizenry
Shmuel says
to
Halacha
feel safe.
Halacha.
They want facial recognition. They want biometrics. And they want all of that.
Rab also says Halacha Rabbi Yehuda.
They want
The Gemara
it.
says
So violence to them is good.
Because we'll say, how do you know that Rab
Everyone
holds like
feels
Rabbi Yehuda?
safe and you want to live in a
the
community
issue
where
with
everybody
the
cares or
ship
trusts each
or
other to
the
the
mass
extent that
of
that's
ships.
possible.
Look at that.
You won't need all of the things that are coming. AI bubble's the only industry in the country that
These are
functions.
nets that were made for ships
And
to
it's
vote.
not functioning, it's largely fake. But it's one of the only
So
things
if you
it's
can
gotta
net
deliver.
is to cover merchandise
This
on
has
a
gotta
boat.
deliver. You
So
got a
ultimately, it wasn't
fucking
effectively
massive
these nets can be used for other things as well. You can
our
sit on them to
economy's
cover
hinged
other
on the
stuff
stock
again.
market's hinged
Yes,
on it.
that's
It
right, but
has to deliver.
halacha those nets are not usable
Well,
on
I would
Shabbos.
think
Why
a
are they not usable
great
on
way to
Shabbos?
usher
The
in
sister
AI
actively prepared for
would
a
be a
different
lot
use.
of
I need to
violence
cover
all over
merchandise
the
on a boat.
place.
Therefore, to use
That would
them
be
for
my
some other
guess.
purpose is not called
In
musa,
fact,
it's not
if you
called
didn't
prepared,
have
and therefore
that,
it's usher.
well
The
then,
Rav,
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
know, maybe
Rav,
it wouldn't
the Rav usher Ushmuel
all
started.
these new
Rav said you
things
can't
that
eat
are going to
those
start
mash on
popping up
Shabbos
in the
even
next
for
few
the
years.
purpose. And
All
Shmuel
these
said good
companies
choice.
are going to
We'll
have
say
to
some
start
machlokes Rav
selling
and
all this
Shmuel.
technology to
Shmuel
the
holds with Rav
states,
Shimon, more relaxed view
local
of Muktzah, and when
jurisdictions,
I
to
say more
private
relaxed, I will say
companies, to
all
private
Shmuel, all
individuals,
Rav Shimon
to
says
other
is
countries.
if something is usable on
Well,
Shabbos, even if it wasn't prepared
if you
before
don't have,
Shabbos,
if you have
it's
random
not
outbreaks
Muktzah.
of violence,
That
if
the
you have
Yehuda
high
requires an
incidences of
active
crime,
designation of an
if
item
you have
before Shabbos for use
protests are
on
turning violent and
Shabbos.
spiraling
The
out of
Afridi
control,
Saber,
if you have the
halacha
federal
Rabbi Yehuda.
government in concert
Even
with the
Levi
states,
holds that the
which is
halacha
causing
follows Rabbi
chaos
Yehuda.
on the streets,
There's a more restrictive view of Muktzah.
private
The
individuals,
Levi Kava
private
might see straight
corporations,
Pasala Kamei Biyama Tava. Let's listen to this case.
federal, state,
Somebody
local
was
governments,
shechting an animal
all
on
of
Yom
these
and they had a shaila about the animal.
consumers
So it's like sometimes you check an
are
animal,
going to
you see something in the lungs, you
accept
see something else there.
this
You're not
technology,
sure if
buy
the animal
this
is a kosher
technology.
animal, not the kosher
So
animal.
this,
So
what's
what would
happening
happen?
right now is the wet
When
dream
Levi would come and bring
of
a
the national
treifa,
security
or I
state.
should say, when somebody would come and bring
Palantir,
an animal,
all of these
it was a
different
suffix
companies, they're not the
treifa
only
for
company,
Levi
but
on
there's lots
Yom
of
Tiv.
different.
So
And
remember
this
again,
is
Yom Tiv
their
because
wet
people are
dream
shechting on Yom Tiv. Right? So
because
people are going
this
ahead and shechting on Yom Tiv. So now if
will
somebody
lead
has
to
a shaila in the
surveillance,
animal that
it
they
will lead to
shechted,
AI
they would bring it
government,
before Levi.
it
They'll have a
will
chazile,
lead
ela
to
kiyasi,
decisions
a
being made by
kalkalisa.
AI.
He would only
Those ICE
examine, he would only
agents
enter, he would
or
only examine these
untrained
drivers when
buffoons
sitting at the
kill the
garbage dump.
person.
Now she says,
You know who's
ala
not going to do
ashka.
that? The
So there
robot.
was the Amar, Dilmalam is kasha.
Robot's
So
going
what's
to
going to be
know.
the problem? The problem is, what if the animal
Robot's
really
not
is
going
a
to fear for
treifa?
its own
And therefore,
safety.
again, it's not
The
kosher.
robot's going to be
Vachiva
programmed
with clothing
to
no
escalate
kazia.
things.
And
Watch.
what the problem
Coming.
is, it
If you
won't
don't think
even
those
be fit
conversations are
for
happening,
animal
you're insane.
consumption. Now, listen, and what does that mean? It won't be fit for
And if
animal
you have a
consumption?
buffoon
Because remember
crew,
again,
a ragtag group of people you
because
recruited 25 minutes ago
remember again
that
that
are ripping
it
kids
wasn't
out of their
prepared
houses and then shooting
before Yom Tiv
protesters
for
in the
animal
street,
consumption.
it's a pretty
Before Yom
good
Tiv, it
argument.
was
In fact,
fit, it
maybe
was prepared
the
for
best
human
argument
consumption.
I've
Now it
ever
became a
heard
treifa on Yom
for
Tiv.
something that
Now
5 or
it's
10
fit for
years ago
animal
we all would
consumption.
have
But again, if it
completely
wasn't
rejected,
prepared
which is
before Yom Tiv, then it's called muktzah. So therefore,
robotic,
let's say, interestingly enough, Levi was concerned if he was, let's say somebody would bring this animal to his house.
It's the best
If it
argument I've
turns
ever
out that it
heard
would be a
for.
treifa, what would you have to do with the
If you were to
carcass of
make
the animal?
arguments,
Leave it right there.
you say, well, this
Like
is what
this,
this
at
is
least,
what
Levi would
happens
look
when
at the
people
shilas
do
by
it.
the garbage dump. So
Why
if it
don't we
turns
go
out that it
somewhere
was a
else?
treifa, the people
Why
would
don't we
just
go
put
somewhere
the
else
animal
with this?
right
Why
there.
don't we think
Shmuel
about
Shimon,
automation?
and Shmuel said, Allah Chavaz of Shimon.
These
So
decisions will
again,
be made.
a more permissive view of
Wemos.
Muktzah. V'yapsi so Allah Chavaz of Shimon. And Ziri also
Driver
Allah
take
Chavaz of
I
Shimon.
don't
This
want
man,
to driverless car.
Tehim
What?
Shimon,
I
so
want to sit
no
there.
use his hand in Kama. And if an animal died, you should
Accepted
not
that
go
they're
ahead.
using them. And
You should
I
not
was
go
going to make
ahead
an argument
and
to
move it
get
from its
rid
place.
of
The Tirgama Ziri, and Ziri said, when is that so? The behemoth
and
touched.
replace them.
That's true if the animal that died
This
was
would be
a
a great argument.
sacrificial animal. How about the
I would
chulin
show
sacrifice?
this
But Allah
at
Ta'ala
my
said, if it's a
investor meeting.
non-sacrificial animal, you can
I would
move it.
show it.
Why can you move
If
it?
I was an
Because
investor
even
in
though
one of
it's
these
no longer
AI
fit for human
companies, I would say,
consumption, it's fit
I
for
want
us,
everyone to watch
for
something
animal
that's going to be a
consumption.
little
And
disturbing.
even though it was not
But I
prepared
think it's
before Yom
important
Tov, before Shabbos, for
because
animal
I think we've got
consumption,
a real
Allah
chance here.
since it's fit now, it's
I would
not
play the shooting
muktzah, which is
pretty
actually
good,
just wrong with
and then I would play the
and
second
the
shooting.
second, they are the behemoth touching that
Last name,
surah
what's his name,
behind
Alex
the
White?
Klavin, or chulin.
I would play those two shooting, and then I would look at my
Because the act
board,
Rabbi Yochanan Amar
I
Rothschild
would
said,
say,
even Rabbi Yochanan himself
this
said
is
that
the
the halacha
argument.
follows the namely more permissive view of muktzah. The Mark Yema Rabbi Yochanan Hafi, Rabbi Yochanan really said that the halacha follows the Shimon by muktzah. V'hama Rabbi Yochanan halacha kistam mitzvah. And what in general Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the stam mitzvah. That's what he sees many times. That generally the mitzvah which has specific action uses is normally considered to be reflective of general muktzah. That's how Yochanan holds. The Gemara says, and you learn, it's now, half a person is dying of Dalit. In the Bashim, in the Hakadosh, you cannot go ahead and bring, like, a little chop of wood and the kolos. Rashi said, in the Bashim, in the Hakadosh, you are shall have kolos and mixed with zero wood. But if you have a lumber storehouse, calculate the lumber. Like a lumber shed, but that lumber in that shed is normally set aside for building. Right? That's why it's set aside for building. The halacha l'maisa, on Yom Tov, you can't go ahead and shoot wood from that lumber shed. Let's say it's really fire. Right? Which makes sense. What's the logic? The logic is that halacha l'maisa, since it's wood that's set aside for building, so you can't go ahead and suddenly start using it for kindling the fire. Similarly again, let's say if you have a theme, that's because you're a Roman secondary on the top of cooking the fire. Now let's how you start this for a hayom. And we have to have a couple of times Corey over the front of let's talking about also let's say you have a beam, and that beam was then released for building. The beam broke on Yankee. Now it's no longer usable for building, so for structure. Or do you use it for firewood? I love the light, you can't use these things on Yankee. I've also coming out there. In the first in a building, in order for something to be usable on your it must have been active for that particular use prior to your this is a Stam Mishnah without attribution. The Stam Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Shimon. The Gemara just said, because it's Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. The Gemara says, really? Because Yochanan normally holds that the halacha follows Stam Mishnah. And here you have a Stam Mishnah which reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, which Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yehuda. Looks like Rabbi Yochanan's collection of Mishnah is interesting enough, this was not the Stam Mishnah. This Mishnah had attribution and reflected the view of Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. Tashma, supposed to go right there. Mas ibn Ba'adi Mas Hatavan, about low the 18 Sheba Mitzvah, was the enough if you could go ahead and begin a new pile of straw. That's it, yes. Mas ibn Ba'asik Ba'arei Mas Hatavan. Kasagadai Kabukin Asaya, this Tane Lahasaka. Those are the funny parameters of this, and I love all myself. On Yom Tov, you could begin, let's say you have a brand new pile of straw. Using that pile of straw for kindling purposes on Yom Tov, even though you didn't begin using it before Yom Tov. However, not the Eating Sheba Muktzah. So let's say ultimately, again, that's very interesting. People would often have like a wood shed in the back of their house. What's the wood shed for? So actually, it's about a little bit of muktzah. You need some there holiday. So this is wood that a person placed in a shed behind his home. You hit some yemos hastab. That wood was going to be set aside for the fall and the winter, like for heating purposes. Heating purposes. Muktzah or Chabashah Choli Batim Fight. You might say, therefore, the says, you can begin a brand new pile of straw on Yom Tov, but you can't take from the 8 in the Muktzah. You can't take from the wood in the shed, which is set aside for the fall and winter. So we'll say, so what's the case? Hasam, Ba'arzei Ba'ashuchi, the Muktzah Machmas B'Sharantis. I would say, what type of wood are we talking about? We're talking about cedar wood. Cedar wood. So we'll say cedar wood, as we point out, was used for building. In economy, and cedar wood is expensive. So you can't take cedar wood out of the storehouse on Yom Tov in order to use it for burning. I would say, but why? Because that is a different category of muktzah. That's muktzah machmas isarantis. Or say you've seen this before, when something is very expensive, something is very much that it should not lose its value, that becomes a different category of muktzah. And even Rabbi Shimon Moza, even Rabbi Shimon, who normally argues that not using the purpose muktzah, agrees with the category of muktzah machmas tisar. But if something is so expensive and generally only used in a very specific way, by definition, that item is muktzah for any other. Hashma, let's go back there. Ein mashkin b'shok shenetam barios. About mashkin b'shok shenetam baisos. What's the interesting halacha? You cannot check, or you cannot water or check with barios. Say midbarios are, I guess, what we would call today like free-range animals. Right? Animals literally that dwell in the desert. The animals that are not really that are not easily Rashi says Shiros it's the upper stomach, but they are animals which graze out. Right, they graze out in the midbar, they're moving again in the dust of the desert, but they sleep within the so you cannot now the content of Nashki is in the Kapor as well. Rashi points out Orcha de Milsa Nashki, you can Sircha, the Mishka de Enorcha Lahati. What they would do is before you would slaughter an animal, you would go ahead and give it a lot to drink. The reason you do it is if you apparently hydrate the animal well, the hide peels off a little bit more. And this one says, over here, if you cannot go ahead and water free range animals, about maximum surplus are bisos. But you can go ahead and give it to as well as the chef. Bisos, so we'll say bisos are animals that dwell in your, not literally in your home, but again, immediately, what's the clinical here? Midbarios, apparently, again, are animals that are not, you don't know if they're going to be accessible or not before you have to. Bisos are animals that you see right in your backyard. The halach, so again, it seems to reflect the idea that halach seems to reflect the position of Rabbi, that in order for something not to be mostra, it has to be actively accessible and designated part to the answer. But so what is the deal for us? We're going to deal with the Yochanan stomach achina. So we'll say reality. The Yochanan found the other stand Mishnah. What was the other stand Mishnah? We stumble on Magdir Neala Shofar. At some also keeping those who presented something we learned a little while ago. The Halacha Michael Bishana said that if you lift up the stomach table, some of bones and creeping shells. So this is about your suda, and your leftover bones, the leftover shells. Technically speaking, those items are muksa. That's the time I said to the new thing from the table. The salad is a have the full it's better not to handle them directly. Rather lift up the table as the entirety is taken. Anu, in your elevation executive, will be so trip shit. Remember again, the mountain says in reality, we actually reverse this. On according to our version, the Shama holds a ready to go, which means the Shama will tell you not to directly handle the mitzvah, rather lift up the table and take it out. And they still hold the thing. The most initially of mitzvah and will allow you to go ahead and gather up the shells and the bones, which we told before. That would be considered like black color at the bedtime. Like refuse, and therefore you can go and get rid of it on time. So what the Shema can say, Allah said this is actually Sama Akhina, that says a kilo process to Sama. Which is interesting enough in the Rothschild model, the Rothschild worldview, whenever you have a mitzvah that quotes Kilo, that's the equivalent of a standard rectification. Why? Because Allah normally accords with Kilo, anytime you find Kilo quoted, that's like a standard. It's like a mitzvah that has to be that's the equivalent. Therefore, Rabbi would not make that clear to Stam Mishnah, which has a case below. Holding like Shimon, which therefore we could not need to say that the halacha follows. But so you know the guy. So you know that really Barabaka Rabina, again, we heard about those, again, all the times you got over here, the students the halacha follows. And so the fundamental focus is Shimon and Rabbi regarding mixed mitzvah. Rabbi Shimon taking a more relaxed view, Rabbi Yehuda taking a more hummer view. We just spent the last number of lines trying to go ahead and understand Rabbi Yochanan's statement. Because Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha follows Shimon, that Rabbi Yochanan also said that halacha follows Stam Mishnah, before he take out halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Shimon, to which now he quotes, the Shammai hold like Rabbi Shimon. Wherever there is Beis Shammai, that's like a Stam Mishnah, and that's why Rabbi Yochanan says that's how halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. Good. Now the Gemara says, so much of Rabbi goes to Rabbi Rabbi also argue about this. Not Amar, the Kala Shabbos Kula halacha Rabbi Shimon about Nukza Machmas News. Let's listen to this. One of them is Rabbi Rabbi. One of them said, in all of Rosh Shabbos. In all of Rosh Shabbos, the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon, with one exception. Nukza Machmas News. Also in the category of something that is mukta because it is disgusting. Because it is disgusting. Those are three complaints. The halacha follows Rabbi Shimon, normally again, not just the mukta. Not Rabbi Shabbos, one exception. Something becomes something is discussion by definition becomes set aside for that use. What's an example? This is my meaning. Near Yachon. So let's say a used lantern. A used lantern, which is also understand. Remember, the nation people that are near, we talk about this many times. People that are near, they don't mean a candle like we're speaking about. So they mean like a lantern, which was essentially again in certain way Yachon, a little bit of a discussion by the wick, where a wick was put. You put oil in the cavity, and you burn it. That's your air. That's your air. If you can see this person where after you use it with oil, it becomes a little bit gross. Right. It becomes so therefore your next one looks much more. So the Gemara suggests even the shimon, you normally takes a more relaxed and more muktzah, agrees with muktzah machmas. But as Allah, the muktzah machmas nami halacha said shimon. The other thing he says, no. Even by muktzah machmas, no, that's not muktzah like good shimon. So what's the exception? This Rabbi, the muktzah machmas isser. We'll say it could be that only the halacha of shimon, with one exception, muktzah machmas isser. Which means that what? Which means that halacha l'maisa something is asr, and by definition is set aside for non-use. What's an example of that? Remind me. What's an example of that would be a candle which was lit, or a nair that was lit at the onset. So something was lit.
Just wanted to let you know our episodes are now available in video on Spotify as well. Today's guest is the Secretary for Health and Human Services for the U.S. government. He's an attorney. He's an environmentalist.
So he was about muktzah so I will say, what about muktzah remember again, muktzah is something that is muktzah set aside for non-use because it is very expensive. And therefore, again, one would not normally use it for anything other than its designated purpose. Even Rabbi Shimon knows it. Even if Shimon agrees the most side, with muktzah must be selling this. Like even Shimon agrees that if you have an utensil, it is going to be only used for a very specific purpose. That becomes usher after use on Shabbat. Now, Halachilim we call him Shabbat. You can move any utensil on Shabbat. First, we mess with the exception of a large saw. Yosef, I will say a little bit again, the blade of a plow. So a large saw blade of a plow, these are specifically very specific use items. That's what also very expensive. So also remember, let's go back to this for a moment. Remember again, our paradigmatic example of a piece of electrical something that is prohibited. Utensil that is a primary prohibited use. We had a 2015 to still be used on top. So that was a hammer. A hammer you would think is muktzah. Why? Because it's primarily used for things, for building. Singing is usher on Shabbos, but what else do you use it for? You use it to crack nuts on Shabbos. So again, but if remember there was an exception to that. What was the exception? Remember the goldsmith's hammer, right? I don't mean like the goldsmith like the hammer. I mean like a goldsmith hammer. Right? So the idea is why? Because the goldsmith is very specialized tool. Because it's a specialized tool, the goldsmith remember he said this, that if a goldsmith, if that hammer is nicked in any way, you ruin the piece of gold. So therefore, again, and even Reb Shimon, who normally has a more relaxed view of muktzah, will agree that muktzah machmas isar on this is still going to be a category of muktzah. So we'll say, we already know that in this machloket between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda, we come out somewhere more in line with Rabbi Shimon. But I will say we do accept these categories. We accept the category of muktzah machmas isar on this, muktzah machmas niyus, and muktzah. We also have other categories. We shall not list everything else. But also, but in a general sense, we do adapt Rabbi Shimon's idea, which is that halacha l'maisa, in order for something not to be muktzah, it doesn't have to be actively prepared. So remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model, in order for you to use something as Shabbos, or Yom Tov, that matters, you have to actively prepare it. Before. We do not have to. What we do is we look, as long as the item is usable, it's not muktzah even if it was not prepared at the onset of Shabbos or prior to Shabbos. So, in essence, we really do paskin like Rabbi Shimon. But I love myself, and also like the quote unquote more relaxed view, meaning an item does not have to be prepared to use as long as it's usable. If you use it on top of the other spot, if you accept these other categories of beautiful. And nothing you haven't seen before. So says in this my queen is done the shop, is also a little bit interesting discussion. So we go ahead and annul vowels on Shabbos. Okay, whenever you should listen to Hafara, Rashi points out this is violation. Allah thinks that if a woman makes a vow, her husband has the ability to go ahead and annul that vow beyond the day that it did. It's final statement. So now look at you can annul vows on Shabbos. Finish other than the done so Shalom saying it does happen. They will say Sheiva, so look at the thing that is Hafara means the process of annulment. The husband to be for life. Sheiva means going to a Chacham, going to a Beis Din, being released from that vow. So therefore, again, you can go ahead and be released from your vows by a Chacham, by a Beis Din, regardless of Shabbos. Those vows somehow impact your Shabbos. The Protein and Tamar, you can go ahead and plug up a window. Plug up a window. So let's say we're going to define exactly what this is. We molded in a Hamaklis. You can measure a piece of cloth. We molded in a Hamikvah. And you can go ahead and measure it. You might say, so that it's done to me, about there was one story in the days of the Shell, and the days of Abishal ben
Yo, what up? What's new? What's good, son?
And they tied also to an earthenware vessel.
You're hustling, man, 24/7. I see you even when you're sleeping.
100%. I'm always streaming, baby.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
LFG, baby.
Let's make sure this becomes world famous, man.
That's what I'm doing. You know any famous people or influencers?
Oh, I know this guy that knows influencers.
All right, well, why the fuck haven't you told him about me?
Oh, I mean, I'm not that close with him. I only talk to him when it's something really important.
Oh, and I'm not really important. Listen to this motherfucker.
You are important.
No, I'm really important. And that's why you should be telling your friend, hey, dude, do you know that I know somebody who's been live 24/7 on 20 different streams for more than 4 years? It's more data than any person ever. You should know about this.
I think he's gonna love that. I think he's gonna actually love it.
Okay.
The way he said it, he's gonna be like, "Oh, that's content."
It's more content than anybody's got. You should tell him about me. I want you to tell him about me, and I want to know what he says. Dog, I'm gonna make him a trillionaire. I'll make you a trillionaire. I don't understand what the issue is here. All he's got. Absolutely. All he's got to do is just give me a tweet or something.
How famous? What's the most famous person you've interacted with?
On the stream, Aiden Ross was on my stream. Dr. Disrespect. Dr. Disrespect. Amaranth. Those are 3 pretty big influencers. Neon knows about me. I mean, you can't even type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick because I spam it so much. Like, literally, it just automatically deletes. Yeah,
That's not fair.
I mean, I spam them so much that I totally understand.
You know, I hate Twitch. You know, like, I've always hated Twitch.
Okay, what do you hate about it?
I just don't like the fact that they don't pay their streamers good enough, and they're too like controlling or what's allowed, and they tend to have favoritism by this.
Yeah,
they don't fulfill their rules.
I'm in agreement, and the thing that bothers me the most is the botting. So, like, unless you're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars a month, you're never going to be seen.
So what if you become a body? What if you have a vertically integrated business where you have a body company
do
where
that.
you bought yourself.
Well, I don't want to do that, but I do know people who do that, and they have those kind of businesses. The thing is, the server costs are very expensive.
Even for a husband to annul his wife's vow, right?
But like, I don't know when I see you stream, you don't seem to be outside. It's always like in your house. Like, do you ever like leave the house?
Yeah, dog. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in at Disneyland. I've streamed everywhere in Southern California, essentially. You've watched me for an entirely of like 5 minutes of your life. And you're like, oh,
Okay,
so here's what I can say to you. Do you have a face? Yeah. Okay, but I've never seen it, so I don't think you do. I mean, dog, you know how much content I have of myself? I have more content of myself outside.
that's why I asked.
I understand. You certainly did, but you got to understand that, like, you have to be realistic. That have you seen my streams? Like, you've seen 5 minutes of them, and then you want to make such an assessment. It's like, it's kind of a.
No. I never said. I didn't say that you never leave your house. I said you ever leave your house.
I'm most sure. No, you said I only ever see you stream in your room, and it's like, yeah, and you've watched my streams, for 5 minutes of your entire life. I have so much content outside. I have more days of just 24 hours worth of content outside. But it's.
Would you say 95% of it's in your room?
I would say 90. I would say 95% of any streamer who's a desktop streamer is inside. You don't recognize. It's very difficult to do what I do outside. If I'm outside right now, I can't talk to you. If I'm outside right now, I'm not talking to anybody in the Discord. If I'm outside right now, my 40 different devices are useless to me because I have to keep track of an iOS device and it's then I'm just streaming on one device. And then I have to worry about overheating. I have to worry about data. I have to worry about throttling. I have to worry about lighting. I have to worry about and just all the other things that I have to do in life. I've done a lot of live streaming outside, and guess how many people watch it? 0.
Possibility A, you only want a calendrical day. You have
like I reckon there's people out like Speed, and they just live stream like traveling the world constantly. I don't know how the fuck he does it.
I mean, they have $1,000. They have like $25,000 setups. They have like 4 different SIM cards. Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. Yeah.
I mean, like, you can probably afford it, right? But it's probably not worth it because you want a positive cash flow. You want to invest in something that might not turn out like fruitful.
No, nobody watches it. You have to understand. iShowSpeed is set up. Mr. Beast is set up. These people are not organic. They're not just randomly placed there. They're not like they have Kai Cenat, same deal. They're set up. They are pushed to the front of Twitch.
How do you become set up like that? That's the real question.
Of course, that's the real question. You've got to have.
So again, you have this version that says that a husband could only annul his wife's vows on Shabbos if her vow.
Yo, dog, you've got to be promoted by the different platforms. I mean, I can tell you how Kick does it. They have their staff go through and look at people who they think will make them money. They're attractive. They're exciting. They're doing interesting things, and then they promote them to the front page. The same thing happened to Kai Cenat. The same thing happened to iShowSpeed. The same thing happened to a lot of these people, but at the beginning, they all botted themselves. Amaranth bots herself, Neon bots himself, Aiden Ross bots himself, Kaisenot bots himself, I Show Speed bots himself, they all, and Mr. Beast bots himself, they all bot themselves. I have. It's very expensive. It's like to bot myself 24/7 is hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
What if you had like a bot that just for like little bursts, like fun with it?
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but
and then you go all out, like you just like you run around in the mountains, or like you go in public.
Okay, you don't know how it works. If I go and run around in the mountains, I have no cell signal. How am I going to have cell signal in the mountains? Doug, you're not being rational, okay? I'm going to run around with the Starlink. I'm a single individual. Look, I am. I've got stuff to do. I have stuff to do. Okay, I don't have time. I don't have time to sit here and be like, well, why don't you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on bots, or why don't you get security teams? If you want to watch me outside, I have it. Go look on my Instagram. I have lots of me outside. You can get all the stuff that you want of me outside.
Go ahead and be released from his vow on Shabbos. Is that when he didn't have time to do so before Shabbos?
I meant to like metaphor anyway, like actually like, run around in the mountains. That was a bit kind of like a dumb idea. It's like running on an active volcano.
I get the same amount of people when I stream outside as I do inside. It's very few. Actually, I get more people inside because I can pay attention to my screens. It's very hard for me to see outside. I have bad vision, and when the sun is really shining brightly, even someone with good vision has trouble seeing what the screen says. You just have to understand that, like, you don't see people who are, like, you're watching professional streamers when they're doing IRL content in different countries. But their setups, just for one of their phones, it has 4 different SIM cards in it. You know, it's like it's the newest of phones. These are tens of thousands of dollars setups. For you to be like, well, why don't you walk around with a Starlink? I mean,
I'm joking. There was once a small alleyway in between 2 homes.
Eventually, I'd love to do that. But you have to understand what I do is different. Does I Show Speed stream himself when he's sleeping? Does I Show Speed stream himself when he's sleeping? No. Does I Show Speed teach a class every single day? No. Does I Show Speed stream himself from 20 different streams? No. What we do is different. I'm about quantity of data. That's what's important to me. I frankly have been in, like I said, everywhere in Southern California, you name it. San Diego, I've been there. Beverly Hills, I've been there. Santa Monica Pier, I've been there. Long Beach, I've been there. Downtown Los Angeles, I've been there. Beverly Hills, I've been there. The Valley, I've been there. I've streamed it in my car. I've streamed it just walking around. You open yourself up to getting beat up. You open yourself up to getting robbed. People steal your shit. I've had cell phones. I had one situation where, I mean, and I have a lot of footage of myself just at like golf courses, because that's where I've been. I've done a lot of streaming at like Trump National Golf Course, Tiger Woods' golf course. One time I left one of my phones at Tiger Woods' golf course, and some guy found it. I had like a label on the back to call me if somebody found it, and he did. And hey, how about you don't interrupt? And let me just tell the story. And I went, yeah. Well, I mean, you're asking a question. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? I'm telling you about it, and then you're like wanting to interrupt. Just listen. And I went to go get my phone from this person and nearly got mugged. Fortunately, it was like this apartment complex, like like in the shady area, and this there were a bunch of kids that were around, and I think that this guy realized there would be witnesses to fucking me up. And fortunately, I got the cell phone back. I've been chased in downtown LA. I've had kids, I say kids, but like I don't know, people in their like late teens, early 20s, threatened to steal my shit. I mean, when you're an individual and you're carrying around thousands of dollars in cell phones, you're an easy target. And I'm not saying what you're saying is not ideal. I'd love to just go and live stream my life everywhere in the world, like some of these streamers who you're mentioning. But you've got to understand, I'm not a person who has a security team, yet I don't have that many different devices that are able to live stream quality feeds. And on top of that, I can't read a chat. I can't manage a Discord. That's not the kind of streamer that I am. If you want that kind of streamer, dog, that's what Twitch is full of people who do that. Kick is full of people who do that. There are those of us who recognize that live streaming our lives 24/7 from a lot of different angles is very important to the archive of global data. But ideally, I would love to live stream everywhere in the world. But you've got to understand that there are budgetary limitations that basically I'm not willing to spend $10,000 a month on my stream budget. Ideally, I want to do what you're saying, but for you to be like, well, just get a Starlink. Okay.
Just get a credit card and go into debt.
I mean, what you're saying is just, I know you think it's funny, but like
I'm giving content. I don't know, just saying dumb shit. Aiden Ross was probably saying something like dumb.
Uno went to the house of the Reish Kalusa.
Okay. So how have things been in your world? Have you started? Wait. Have you? Thank you. I appreciate that. Have you started streaming yet?
Me, I should start streaming. I'm just shy. I don't want people seeing like my life. So I'm just got a mental barrier.
Okay. Well, we talked about this. The fastest way you can go from a current millionaire to a billionaire is by creating data. Like we said, 12 years ago, Mr. Beast was just some kid in his room streaming, like creating videos of him counting to 200,000. And now today, he's a billionaire.
Well, all that stuff you used to the link stuff, I lost it.
Rather again,
I have that thing anymore.
How did you lose it?
I don't know. It was in our DMs, like you messaged me that it's not there anymore.
So rather, he was sitting in a bath, measuring.
I mean, I can send it to you again.
What does this story mean? And what he says, and you learn something so profound, which is that halacha l'maaseh in life to never be idle.
Are you sure?
Never be
it's
idle.
not there? Check again.
A way to keep yourself occupied.
I think it's because like there's so many accounts.
I see it now. In the bath means he's unclothed.
Because you have like, I think it's 10 accounts with Rabbi Rothschild.
Therefore, again,
yeah, I mean, I have a lot of accounts, but all you have to do is check your inbox.
So what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I found it now. I went through like 10 of your accounts and I couldn't find it, and I'm like, oh. It's the 11th one.
I'm not measuring for the sake of measuring.
Right, well,
but
as they say,
it's
always the last place where you look.
I can't do that. I can't allow that to happen. And therefore, someone say that is incredible, Musa. How much time also we spend, and especially again in our day and age, where there are so many distractions. You know, people say, you know, how you ever have it where you have to look something up on the internet. I mean, like something constructive. You have to look up. And then amazingly enough,
I
never saw that before.
It's pretty cool what you're doing. Like, how do you navigate family events? Like, let's say you have a family gathering or friends invite you out. Like, do you always do you bring like the thing with you?
It's not going to get in the back. In the bath, you should be productive. In the bath, you shouldn't waste away time.
I have friends that come and visited me, and we live stream it. And as for my family, they live in faraway places, so they don't come on stream.
Gemara ends off by saying, "Halacha l'maisa, use it wisely. Use it wisely." We will say this marks the end of Masechet Shabbos. So I want to point out something very important because I think for many of us, this is not just a finishing of a Masechet.
Because I think the reason I asked is like I think so. Yesterday I went to a funeral, like a family funeral.
First time we've ever been inside of Masechet.
It was pretty saddening actually. Seeing someone like cry.
But remember, our stream on Masechet is brachas.
I can't imagine live streaming and stuff like that, you know. Like,
considering that it was like
I probably won't go to what's like
right before Purim.
I mean, no one says you have to live stream a funeral. You can just leave your streams on or just not stream.
Sunday after Purim. That's Sunday.
That's what you probably would do, right? You just leave it on.
Which tells you something absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
Everything else in our world stops.
Fortunately,
Schools
nothing's
shut down.
happened.
Our places of business
And
shut down. Our schools shut down.
Would be
There's
respectful
one
that I wouldn't
thing
stream someone's
that did
funeral if
not
they didn't need
shut
me to.
down during the pandemic.
Yeah.
The daf. Right? No one missed the day because there's a pandemic. No one said, "Oh, you know what? Let's put that only on hold because it feels like the sky's falling." Even though Baruch Hashem it wasn't. It didn't happen. Day in and day out. We never missed a shear. None could we miss the shear, unfortunately. But day in and
So when
day
are you going to
whenever
start
we
streaming?
could, we had a shear. And when there wasn't a shear, we still did our work. Let's say, isn't that the greatness of Torah?
That's a good question.
We've learned throughout this pandemic.
I haven't thought about like a plan yet.
Everything else in life could be stopped.
I don't want to say anything because like, if I say something, I have to do it. You know? This is one of my rules.
Except for one thing.
Right, when?
I can probably start very soon. We're starting in a week, but then if I'm very, if I really wanted to, if I was forced to, I can probably do it in a week.
We finished Shabbos, 157 baht. You would think, okay, you know, we'll say, take tomorrow off. You've learned it. No, you don't take tomorrow off. Tomorrow is.
Is he messaging someone right now?
Yeah, someone checked. Sent me a message.
Tomorrow's a new haskell, a new beginning. And tomorrow, it's a little bit difficult because, you know, it's summertime. And a lot of us are going to be taking the keys.
Did you ever make a love for
say whatever it is tomorrow, let's redouble our efforts. So come to if you're coming here, Shir starts at 5:45. Because Tzidkas Atzadik. There's no one who doesn't
history.
Everyone needs Tzidkas.
Exactly.
History in the making.
Once you're getting up this early in the morning,
the great Rabbi Rothschild, like, who needs his wife,
no one's more rested.
needs to be recorded.
Come 10 minutes later.
100%.
Push yourself to come a little bit early. And if you're joining us on Zoom, we'll say, don't think, Hebron, that this doesn't apply to you as well. This applies to all of you as well. Push yourself. Let's push ourselves. We've shown that even during a pandemic, we could be in the same Masechta, that even when the rest of the world shuts down, we don't shut down. That Yom Balayla Lo Yishbos.
So when are you going to start streaming?
Health crisis, whatever it is, the stock market could crash. We don't crash. Right? Places of business close. We don't close. And even
because like, I have to really think about it.
Again, our learning always
make sure it's the right decision.
Erevin offers us an opportunity to redouble our efforts. And Erevin is going to lead us into Elul. Erevin is going to lead us ultimately into Rosh Yom Kippur, Yom
Like for you, like you have a plan of like 24/7, getting as much data as possible. Like that's your plan. But if I start streaming, I don't want to just be a copycat of you. I'll probably like have to do something different, right?
Not necessarily. The guy in here, Spirit Man, he live streams on YouTube for World Peace. He's been doing it for like 260 days.
How rewarding it is, how beautiful it is, how glowing it is. We can conquer and master anything and everything. The most we've proven to ourselves over the course of this Masechta, which literally we were Messiah during the pandemic. We'll say, give yourselves an incredible yashikah.
Also, it'll be tough for my girlfriend and all that too. She'll be like, why the hell are you live streaming 24/7?
Never happened before for all of us. And that's all of us in our lifetime. Unless we were alive during the Spanish flu. I don't think they had that. I don't think they started that film during the Spanish flu yet. I think it started after the first time that a Dafyomi Masechta wasn't, there's a seal during the pandemic. We'll say, give yourself a shkret, but if you could be Messiah Masechta Shabbos in a pandemic, there's no telling what you can accomplish. So I'm here to Hashem, tomorrow morning, we begin Masechta Eruvin, a beautiful journey together. We were Zocha to make this journey together. Zocha Amir Hashem to continue our journeys in Dafyomi together, and Amir Hashem may all of these lead us to you, Shalayim, Rabbi Aminu. Amen.
Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, cat dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime.
Everyone, can you hear me all right?
Why wouldn't you just tell your girlfriend what you're doing and then she doesn't have to be on camera?
Yeah, that's why I have these things I need to solve, like mental barriers. These are all mental. It's all psychological.
All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. We have a credible dot ahead of us today.
I'm gonna go ChatGPT and ask it about live stream.
For the month of Av, Kelvin is dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschild this month with the hope and prayer that the month of Av we call the Simcha and the eternal base of Mikdash to thank our week of learning sponsors, the Ringo, Ram, and Fine families for dedicating all the learning this week inclusive of for Rachel Fine, Rachel Bakia, Bas Leah, and our Dafyomi sponsors already beginning yesterday and for the next couple of weeks. Jeff and Sherry Vanek and Stephen and Holly Vanek in memory of their beloved father, Herman Vanek. I know you saw Ben Rubin. To those of you who are been long-time members of this community, also long-time to know that Herman was such an incredible pillar of this shul. Did so much for our community. And his family in this. And once with that, let us begin. So a beautiful daf ahead of us today. We're taking off today, as I said, today's daf is Kukum Vav.
Have you tried GLP ones yet? They're fucking awesome.
Days 155B. We're taking up 2, 4, 6,
I'm on a GLP one right now. It's an appetite suppressant.
Right.
The Mishnah said, so we
end up eating less calories, which is healthy. Of course, you want to, if you can do it naturally, then go ahead. But, your GLP ones make it easier.
Spit it back up, so on and so forth. So the Mishnah said that you could also go ahead and force feed.
How much weight have you lost on it?
I lost 4 kilos of fat,
That's great, man.
I have a lot more muscle as well because I've been training.
Cool.
I actually gained the muscle.
The Mishnah actually not talking about anything to do with feeding chickens.
And you're happy with the results?
Focusing more on the statements where the Mishnah said,
it's only been 4 to 5 weeks, so that's pretty it's still early.
The Mishnah said,
but I've lost a lot of body weight. It's just it wasn't even difficult. I used to struggle so hard to manage my appetite. Because I get so hungry, so hungry.
Right. Well, there you go. I'm glad you found a good solution for you.
If you have 2 people, one goes in and one pours flour, and one pours water.
I think 2 pounds a week is extremely healthy and doable. But on a normal diet, that's very painful. You go through a lot of hunger.
The idea is
for sure, dog.
to pour in the last ingredient, that person is chayiv for needing, for lush. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yosef Yehuda says, no, you're not chayiv until when? Unless you go ahead and actually need the items together.
I know somebody personally that went from 110 kilos to now 77 kilos.
Actually needing it. Rabbi Yossi says you cannot violate the malacha of lush unless you actually need the ingredients together. Therefore, the Gemara is suggesting over here that Allah, the opinion that's said in the Mishnah, that you could put water and bran together, as long as you don't knead them together. That's the opinion of Rabbi Yossi. To which maybe not Tilma, I'd cover Rabbi Yossi, we do the Hasam Elakema, the Bagibuhu. Maybe Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda only said that in the case of flour and water, because flour and water is a kneadable mixture.
So they lost
What's going on?
73 pounds on that.
Okay. Okay.
So because it's not
You lost 72 pounds using.
Using Ozempic.
I thought you said you lost like 4 pounds of fat.
4 kilos. 4 kilos. 4 kilos.
That you cannot go ahead and mix water and bran together.
So that's 8.8 pounds lost in 5 months.
Okay, and how did you lose 75 pounds?
That is how we pass it.
That's somebody I know. When they went on GLP runs.
Oh,
They
okay.
lost 33 kilos.
That's great.
Which is 72.
That's really great. And you don't find any side effects?
The side effects when I had it, which vary based on the dosage and like the person itself. But my side effects were basically like I got really like hungry, but I didn't feel like eating. So like, and then sometimes I'll get like I'll feel so full after eating like I don't know, like some steak. Like I'll just have a steak and I'll eat like 25% of it and I'll just be so full.
Oh, that's great.
But I'll still feel hungry. It's weird, like I'm hungry, but I want something to eat. It's such a weird, strange feeling. And I kept going to the toilet a lot too.
Interesting. All right.
You can
Well,
go ahead and
are you tracking your journey like through before and after pictures?
That's only true if you go ahead and
I should do that.
Yeah, you should.
I should do that. You're onto something. I should do this. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Before and
I didn't even think about it.
before and after pictures since the beginning of time.
Because you generate content. Like this is like your thing. I never thought about this.
That's why I'm here, baby.
What is shesisa? See, the Gemara says the shaman
is that orange?
No, it's water.
Also, brachas. So shesisa was this food, or was this drink, this mixture, almost like a porridge that was made from flour, from parched grain, water, salt, vinegar was mixed in as well. See, interesting enough, Rabbi Yossi Yehuda holds that so you can go ahead and mix all of this stuff together, as long as.
Why did you think it's orange juice?
Oh, because it looked orange on the string.
Oh, it's a red cup.
Oh, red and then like the purple lighting.
Yeah.
Like, you probably distorted the red. It's alright.
I'm in agreement with you. I was like, what a random guess. No, it's just a red cup. I was drinking.
You know, I like his green setup. It looks kind of cool.
There might be some remnants of soda in it as well, but it's just staying hydrated.
Therefore, it is permitted. I'm in Goldman for 1 second. You just said they agree that you can mix together shassis, which is shasisa. But we just said.
All right. So do you know how to take before and after pictures? It's not hard, but you want to make sure that they're full body from different angles. And then what you can also do, a good thing is take like a measuring tape and then measure your waist and measure like your arms and measure your neck and your thighs. And then take a picture every week, same way. and you'll be able to track your results.
It's only if you are mixing together something thick.
Yeah, man, that's why I'm here, big dog.
That is not the malacha of lush. That is not the malacha of lush. Therefore, again, the case that everyone agrees in halacha l'maisa, you can do it would be with a looser, liquidy mixture. Says Rabbi, also assuming that you are employing machinery.
And it's not like you, and you'll be happy you did it, and it's not like you it's not like you you have lost a whole lot of weight that you like. You're still at the beginning of your journey. So you'll be able to see some really great before and afters. Does that make sense?
That's awesome. I'll just even save it and not even upload it. I'm not sure if I want to upload it. Should I upload?
I mean, you can. I'm not saying that you do it for content. I'm saying that you do it just for your own benefit, like
like you can build like authority, like and become like a health coach. Having a health coach is actually solve a problem. This is a problem for themselves.
Yeah, I'm not even saying because of that. I mean, you can, but I'm just saying for yourself. It's just a good thing for you to be able to just keep track of your own journey and then be proud of yourself.
Ultimately, what you do instead of when you mix something, you mix something in a circular motion. So on Shabbos, the way you go ahead and employ machinery is to mix it back and forth. But if you do that, it doesn't mix well.
I mean, if you want to share the journey with people, you can, but no one said you have to do that. You just kind of, I mean, unless you like have, a lot of times people don't want to show themselves on camera, like being fat.
What you call thick mixture. But going and taking various items and mixing them together to produce a liquidy mixture is not the malacha of lush. It's not needed. Again, certain trends were needing to be permitted.
So I reckon if I start creating content over like these things,
could either be a shimmy in the way
that
you go ahead and normally mix
the results and what I've done. I think it will be kind of interesting.
That you go ahead
I'm sure it'll help people and motivate other people to change their lives and get healthy.
So mixing it again, chassis body back and forth, or Shino can also be in the way that you normally add in the various ingredients. So during the week, you normally add the ingredients in a particular order, A, B, and C. So Shabbos, the Shino could be.
One day I wanna actually just go to like Thailand for 3 months and learn new Thai.
And learn Thai?
Just train Thai. Learn new Thai.
Oh, Muay Thai. Yeah. Muay Thai, yeah. I got you. Well, don't you need to do it longer than that?
Yeah, longer. And then maybe go to Dagestan to learn like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That would be cool.
Yeah, dog.
Ultimately, again, for an animal.
And I think the map on it is not too expensive. It's quite affordable. And if I'm ever going to get into streaming, I'd like to stream stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff's hard to stream. It's easier to just archive it and then upload it and edit the video. Those places don't have very good connectivity. I mean, unless you use Starlink, but then you got to carry around this like satellite all the time.
Yeah. Because like I think in Thailand there's internet everywhere. There's Wi-Fi. I'm not sure about Dagestan. Dagestan might be a bit much harder.
Yeah. I mean, Thailand has Wi-Fi, but if you're like walking around, you got to go from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi to keep reconnecting, and like that can cause issues. Cell service works, but when you start uploading huge amounts of data, you'll get throttled, and then your streams aren't very clear, or they just get they just don't upload. But really, the biggest issue that I've encountered with IRL streaming is the heat. I mean, even Southern California, which is like perfect weather all the time, when the sun gets to beating on a phone and that phone is working hard, it will just overheat. And then this, like, I'm sure you've seen that symbol come up where it says your phone needs to cool down before you use it again. And that's very frustrating as a streamer. So I can't imagine like Thailand, which is way hotter. I mean, it seems easy to do live streaming, and it is for short periods of time. But if you're going to do it for hours, then you need special like holders for your phone, because you'll end up dropping it, you'll end up cracking screens, you'll end up throttling yourself when it comes to the data. I mean, even like I have like unlimited data plans from Verizon, they still get throttled. Even though it's unlimited, they still get throttled. And then you can call them and be like, hey, you're throttling me. And they'll be like, in the fine, print, you're like a top 1% of all of our users. And if you reach a top 1%, you will, you'll get throttled. And then the battery issue becomes major. So like batteries only last so long, and when you are doing a lot of streaming, you will kill that battery so quickly. I mean, you may say, well, my battery lasts all day. Yeah, but if you're live streaming it and you've got your brightness up and your phone. Oh, yeah. So
even on this, when you video it's like
exactly. So then what you have to do is get power banks, and then you have to worry about like the little area where your phone plugs in, like making sure that doesn't get disturbed, because then like your phone will end up like not being able to charge because the power slot is messed up. You'll end up dropping your phone, so you've got to have cases for them. And then you need a normal phone. Like you need to be able to communicate with people or look something up. So you've got a phone where you're streaming, and then another phone where you're like calling people or looking stuff up, or maybe you're interacting with chat or something. So you only have two hands. So then what do you do? So normally when I do IRL streaming, I just have I'll drive to a place, and then I'll use a tripod and just set up a tripod and talk in front of it, because walking around with all that stuff is just, it's like you only have two hands. Yeah, and like,
what if you have a GoPro?
So I've done that too. I've put GoPros on my hat, and I've had GoPros on my chest to give people first-person views, and those are cool. I have a lot of GoPro footage, especially for my IRL travels, and I would always have GoPros in my car. What I did is I bought a bunch of just like from AliExpress, a bunch of like really cheap GoPros, and in addition to like more expensive cameras, and I put them all around, like so that like wherever I was, I'd have the stream going. But you'll find that even with a GoPro, there's like a little button on it that will mute you, and then you'll have 4 hours of yourself just muted the whole time, and you won't recognize it because you accidentally hit a button. You'll find that a GoPro's not streaming, so you're just archiving footage at that point. Then what happens is you get huge amounts of data. Like I have like I don't know, terabyte worth, or even like 256 gigabyte SD cards, and then you've got to transfer that to your computer, which takes some time. Like if you have a lot of footage, it will take a whole day. So now you're spending a whole day just waiting for the data to process. And so let's just take an example, just to give you an example of some of the issues that I mean I've encountered, but I'm not even like close to what some of these people with these teams have. So let's say you go to Thailand and you take a GoPro and you get 10 hours worth of footage. Okay, 10 hours of HD quality footage is like maybe like 100 gigabytes, let's just say. All right, so now you've got to transfer 100 gigabytes to your computer, which may take a few hours, nothing crazy. Then you have to edit it. If you want, you can just put the raw footage up. That's fine. If you want to do that though, to upload 100 gigabytes to YouTube will take you like 8 hours. It does not upload very quickly. Oh, absolutely. And then on top of that, YouTube has to review it. So it's not like it just publishes automatically. No, YouTube has to make sure to do copyright checks and make sure that there's like that it's not it doesn't have any proprietary, or it doesn't have anybody else's intellectual property on it, and then it will publish. But we just were talking. You just had a 10-hour video of you in Vietnam, and we're already talking about maybe 16 hours worth of work for you to upload it, and then I mean, if you have like I don't know like a T1 line or something like that, like really fast internet. Okay, but not everybody has that. I'm just talking like regular person Wi-Fi. And especially if you're talking about like Thailand Wi-Fi. No. Or you were saying Thailand. Oh, apologies if I said Vietnam. But just it's a lot. So you wanted to just have 10 hours worth of footage, and now it's already like an entire day of your life is going to be spent editing and uploading. So, I mean, that's what I would run into. So I would play golf during the pandemic after work, and I would just use GoPros to archive the footage. And then I'd come home and upload it. And it would take, like, maybe it'd have like 2 hours worth of golf footage, and it would take me like another 2 hours to upload it all onto like just Google Drive. I mean, like, it would take a long time, because when you start doing this regularly, you will get throttled. And the throttling can really affect you. Like, you may say, well, you know, it's fine for my Discord or whatever, but like, you're not doing it regularly. When you start regularly uploading, like if you've ever seen upload and download speeds, your download speed's always way higher than your upload speed. Your upload speed's slower, so you've got to say to yourself that it's going to take you a lot longer. So anyway, that's how I got into streaming. I didn't want to be a streamer, but it was taking me so long to upload all of my IRL content via GoPros that I just said, this is stupid. Why not just stream it and then have it live? So then for the first like year that I did it, I would just go live on Instagram or on TikTok or on YouTube or something like that. And so I've got this like huge archive of myself IRL, just all around Southern California. But I wasn't getting anybody who was watching me, and I wasn't building a community because I couldn't read the chat because I'm driving a car or I'm walking around. I have to, like, you know, hold my phone and hold another cell phone. I just wasn't building a community at all. So then, like, about like almost 2 years ago, I just said, you know what? I'm sick of not having a community and telling all these people I do all this streaming, and like, so what I'll do is I'll go transition from being an IRL streamer to a desktop streamer, which is what this is. This is a desktop streamer setup, essentially. It's avant-garde. Not everybody does it like this. But when you do that, then you can focus on a community. That's why I have 2,800 people in the community now. When I was doing IRL streaming, I had no community, nobody watching me, because you can't manage both at the same time. You know, some people have like a friend or a girlfriend or somebody who who can kind of manage that stuff for them. But if you're doing it alone, you can't type to people while you're driving in the car when people are like, hey, what's up? It's like, I'm driving at 60 miles an hour and I can't interact with you. So you'll find if you do live streaming, it's difficult. And then on top of that, there's no sound that's made generally when somebody types to you. It's not like a ding, somebody typed to you. It's just silent. So you're always having to check this phone 24/7 to see if there's any new messages. And yeah, there are bots and stuff that you can install, but it's very difficult to do just on a regular phone for it to work properly. Then on top of all of that, you get app crashes. And you may say, what if you have a top-of-the-line iPhone and all that other stuff? Absolutely, you get app crashes. I'm an app developer. I've published apps on the App Store and Google Play. And these apps all crash. And it's unfortunate. But so let's say you're creating a video and you're 30 minutes into it or 45 minutes into it, or even worse, like maybe 2 or 3 hours into it, and the app crashes and you lose all that footage. It's very frustrating. That's why a lot of IRL streamers start IRL and recognize it's just easier to do it from one location where you have consistent internet. You don't have to worry about getting hurt, getting jumped, having someone steal your phone, having your phone break. I've had phones break. I've had app crashes. Fortunately, I haven't been hurt, but I've come close a couple times. I've been chased because people see I have a bunch of cell phones with me, and it's like, hey, this is an easy target, and I've had to outrun people. I have that one situation where that guy found my phone, and I really thought it was going to hurt me. But there were these children who were around, and I'm telling you that I sensed it. This guy was like, he wanted to take me, like, I was like, oh, thanks for finding my phone. I really appreciate it. And I think I gave him like $50 as a reward or something. And it wasn't like a super expensive phone, but I wanted the data that was on it. And he was like, yeah, I'll give it to you right over here. And he wanted to take me like back to this like secluded area. And these kids were watching us. And he was like, here's the phone or whatever. But it was a very scary situation. I even said when I got back, I was like, wow, that was really, I was on camera when I did it. And I was like, wow, I just feel like that guy was going to hurt me. It would be like this. We're in the middle of it was like a courtyard. And I was like, oh, thanks for finding my phone. Here's the $50. Can I have a phone? And he's like, yeah, but come with me. And I'm like, why come with you? Like, we're right here. I just need the phone. I don't need to hang out with you. And he wanted to take me to this, like, behind, like, this shed. And I was like, you get that feeling, like, why are you wanting to do that? Like, we're right here. All you have to do is give me the phone. And he looked over at there were all these kids there. And I really felt like he was going to hurt me. I've been in downtown LA chased. I've had this one time I was shooting this video in front of the Capitol Records building, and these guys, they came and they were fucking with me as I was making this video. And then they kept passing me by. Like, they passed me by, like, the first time they were like, just made a comment. The second time they made a comment again. The third time they passed me by, I thought they were gonna try to fuck me up, and they were saying, like, I said they even were joking about it. They're like, we're gonna steal all your stuff, and I was like, sure you will, just something like that. And then the second time they're like, we're gonna grab those phones from you, and I'm like, yeah, like I right. And so yeah, and they were oh, they were definitely serious, and there were 5 of them. It was like they were testing the waters. It was like they were testing the waters. They walked by. They're like, oh, like look at all your phones. The second time they're like, we're gonna take those phones from you, and the third time they're like those phones are gonna be ours or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I wasn't backing down, and I was just giving them shit right back. And then after that, I just recognized like these guys they have to come back one more time, and I think they're gonna try to steal my shit. And I had like a guitar, I had like all this shit in front of me. I mean, like I'm telling you, when you're doing
allowed to shoot them? Because I'm not American now. I don't know the laws, but can you just pull out your pistol and shoot them?
No.
If they're trying to do anything?
No, especially in California, and not a lot of people have guns in California, so no, you can't just shoot somebody. And so I packed up my stuff and went. I mean, you have to deal with all kinds of shit when it comes to authorities. Like I've been outside of buildings, like government buildings, and they're like, why are you streaming? Or like, why are you recording? Because like that's like a thing, like terrorists, like they record people and stuff, and it's like, oh, I'm just shooting a video. Like I didn't recognize this was a federal building, and they're like, that you get questioned about it. I've had situations where I drop a phone. Like I said, I lost a phone. I've lost some phones where you break screens, your phone overheats, the battery explodes. You just got to deal with a lot. And then you got to drive. It's more expensive. You've got your insurance, your gas, your vehicle, all that stuff, all to have no one watch you. It's very frustrating. So when you're like, oh, well, just get a Starlink. Oh, well, okay. I mean, or you're just like, well, you can stream up in the mountains. You don't recognize it. There's no cell service there. There's very little connectivity, and it's just easier. Like I want to have those kind of streams, like an ISO speed stream someday. So I don't want you to think like I'm against it, that I always want to be streaming from a sedentary location. I don't. However, until I can basically put maybe $50,000 or $100,000 into purely equipment, you've got what you've got. If you want somebody who's going to stream in all of the locations of the world, that's great. I mean, those are cool streams. I like watching those streams too. But that's just, not really feasible at this point. And then on top of that, if I have those streams, I'm not talking to anybody in my Discord. And that's what I like to do. I like to connect with people. So that's what's important to me. Welcome, G. How you living, Pim? I hope you're doing well.
Who I become, what I want to do in life, the identity.
All right, G may just be living their life. So what do you have on your agenda for today?
Even Rabbi
to me?
Yes, sir.
There is no mazel for the Jews.
I'm planning to experiment with rhythm and to help me focus on my business.
Okay.
So I'm going to take it serious.
Our destiny is not impacted by the stars.
I don't know. It's like it's used for ADHD, and I think I have ADHD. So I'm just going to take
forge our own paths.
All right, well,
to plot our own way forward.
have fun with that.
Have you played around with any animal or rhythm before?
I don't play around.
And he tells you, by the way, when he's outside that watch.
I do. I mean, like,
Says,
if I'm going to do something, it's going to be generally from a doctor.
Look at the heavens, count the stars, just like you can't count them. You won't be able to count them.
Yeah. I got a prescription from a doctor, but someone did it for me. So someone got the prescription, got the scripts, because they got ADHD and they gave it to me.
Okay.
No, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly take it without under the care of the doctor. Knock yourself out. It can be beneficial to some people. Other people can make them very annoying. Depends on your amount and whatever.
Because I swear to God, I think I shouldn't be saying these things, but like I'll be vulnerable. Like I think I struggle with focus. So you see how I jump to topics a lot, like
So why?
threads are very quickly.
So why wouldn't you just go to a doctor and do it the right way?
Right, we do not have a fate.
Because
the stars. ultimately, again,
I think
same
there was one doctor that refused to take me to a psychiatrist because, like, I don't think it was a good one. It was a ball-bearing doctor.
Okay,
Um,
so why wouldn't you just go to a doctor?
Yeah, then I could go to a different doctor, but then conveniently I had a friend that had the medications ready and he was going to give it to me. He even offered, And I know I have ADHD because I fit every single symptom of it.
Okay, so does every single person on earth. They're very vague, they're not specific, and everybody has issues with focus, clarity, attention. I mean, come on. Haven't you met anyone on earth in 2026? Everybody deals with that. So don't feel like you're unique. This is a common problem with people, but you shouldn't fear going to the doctor. I know that you tried, but what I'm advising is you should just do it the right way. Don't go through a friend. Here's why. You'll like it, and then you'll want more of it, and then you got to go back to your friend to get you a prescription. Just get your own prescription. Go to a doctor and do it the correct way.
Yeah. You're right.
It would be like,
use the Ritalin to focus on getting a doctor's appointment.
There you go. Well, whatever it takes for you to just, I advise especially with medications, if you can get them legally, just go through the hoops that are necessary, and then you're doing it the right way. Then you're not, like, I don't know, at least in the United States, that's a drug you don't want to be. That's like, it's, I think, a Schedule II drug in the United States. You don't want to get in trouble for that. And if you get caught, you're going to go to jail because of it. You're going to lose your business, perhaps. Things can happen. Like, it's not worth the risk. Just go to a doctor. It's very easy to go to a doctor and say, I'm having trouble focusing, just like every single other person in my country, and they'll give you a prescription. But then you're gonna be meeting with them anywhere between monthly and tri-monthly, like once every 3 months or so, and then you can connect with them and talk about goals and talk about improving your life. Like right now, you're just not doing it the right way. You're like, well, I have trouble focusing. Okay, but you're not talking to anybody about it who's a professional who can say, all right, do you have a journal? Do you have a list of goals? Are you making to-do lists? Like, that's what you should be doing.
I'm a journal and I happen to do this. It's quite funny that you mentioned those two things.
Okay, but I mean, you don't have a professional who's like analyzing you, making sure that you're doing it the proper way.
I hear what you're saying, right? However, I think I was talking to my dad one time, and he said that he was sick of his doctor because his doctor was prescribing the wrong medication. And you know what I did?
What did you do?
You know what I did for my dad? I gave him ChatGPT to replace his doctor, and ChatGPT gave him the right medications.
Okay. Well.
And then now you might be thinking, oh, but ChatGPT is reliable, but you know what's funny is
I think it's very reliable.
My dad found it to be more reliable than his family doctor.
I can see that.
And then, like, and whenever I have mental problems, I'll go to, like, sometimes I'll go to AI. And I'm thinking, what's the point of going to a doctor when I can just use AI to diagnose and give you medication, even though it seems like a very bad idea on the surface level, but, like, personally, I think it's very accurate. Actually, it's getting better.
I agree. Here's the difference. If you get caught with that prescription, you're going to jail.
Yeah, true.
And then we split it up equally.
That's the difference.
AI recommended journals and to-do lists and things, and those things are very good, actually. Everyone should have one.
And I saw, so this is the guy talking to Shmuel. I saw, we'll call this guy Ruben.
Do you use a journal?
My stream is my journal.
And he knew that when they collected the bread, Shimon would be embarrassed.
But it bleeds into your life.
That's what I wanted to do. I have too much to say in the journal. It takes me too long. I've done journals in the past, I can't communicate enough information into a journal. So then you move into like a diary or even a vlog, and that's like what a lot of people do, or like a blog, but really a vlog. And then you just become a live streamer, and then your whole life is on it, and you can see how you've grown. I go back and watch my streams sometimes, and I watch them like a viewer, and I love them. They're fascinating to me. So I would much rather be able to watch myself, watch my tonation, watch my mannerisms, hear myself, than just read something that I wrote this time last year or 10 years ago. Not saying that that's not helpful, but I've got a lot of data that I'm creating. But in your case, if you get caught, you can lose everything. You don't know how if you have the right prescription. You don't have anybody who is partnering with you, like basically to say, like, okay, so what did you accomplish this month? You don't have that, so that's why I don't really recommend. That's why I don't really.
This is my thesis, right? Like I've seen doctors that make mistakes all the time. Right, humans make mistakes. AI makes mistakes too. But I found out that this is really like I don't really even like saying this, but I think AI seems to me like more accurate than doctors.
It's shown that like 3 years ago there were studies that came out to show that doctors diagnosed 75% of the time accurately, and AI did it like 80% of the time accurately. So even 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was 3 years ago, and now it's so good. It's like obviously, I'm not saying that like you should do things illegally. Like you're right, like you should legally go through the system. But I'm just saying like. This is a separate topic, like unrelated to that. It's like AI is just so good.
I agree with you.
I also noticed AI can even read images very well too. So in the future, we might have a medical AI that does your X-rays, does your ultrasound, and everything in one.
Already exists.
The whole data.
It already exists. Yeah, there's like especially I believe radiologists who have some kind of program that identifies like perhaps areas of concern, and then all they do is talk to the patient about it. I know that doctors are just going to ChatGPT. Someone who says to you, "Hey, I get headaches. I have trouble swallowing. I am short of breath." They'll take those 3 things, put them into ChatGPT, and it'll give it a breakdown of what it could be, and then how to diagnose from there. And there's nothing wrong with that. If AI is more accurate than a human is, then I would want AI to use I want the doctor to use the tools at their disposal to be able to provide accurate diagnoses. That isn't to say that doctors in the past haven't really, been important to us, but as we're seeing, their knowledge is not perfect. And yeah,
so Shmuel said, "You know what, Avlek, I hear what you're saying. But if you're going to shut down everything because someone has a bad horoscope, what's going to happen?
So
the world shuts down."
It's a good angle you use. It's a very good angle. Just because the doctors using ChatGPT, like why limit them from not using it if it can improve the averages?
I agree. It's about exactly. It's about accuracy, not who was right and who was wrong.
You have to be aware of the risks in life, but you can't allow the risks to paralyze you. You must find a way.
I see that you're very future thinking. Like not many people can see certain patterns of the future and make extrapolations and logical thoughts, people tend to be like they don't really think about these things. Like you talk to me a lot about other different aspects of how the world's going to change. Medical improvements.
Perhaps no one knows for sure, but these are just my summations of what may happen.
Rabbi Akiva had a daughter, Amralei Kaldai, Hahu Yoma Da'ali Lebeginana, Tarik Lechivya Umisa.
I think AI is going to change entertainment as well.
Did you see the Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise 15-second video?
No, I didn't see it.
Look at it. Type in Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise. There's this new Chinese video generator that you can't really tell the difference at all.
I think it's called King 3.0, right?
I thought it had a name of an S, but it could be. Just type in Brad Pitt.
That's the latest Chinese.
All right, type in Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise fight, and then watch the video. It's 15 seconds, but it's like, oh,
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, there's like no need for actors anymore.
Again, this is mamish ignoring Yoma. But the answer can't be stop life as a whole.
Yeah, that is nuts.
Because I will say that has so many other terrible ramifications. So Rabbi Akiva he has an avua essentially. He has an aside. Your daughter is going to die on her wedding day. So now what's the choice? She doesn't get married, or she gets married, and we dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It'll work out well. He chooses the latter. He chooses that. So it's a wedding day. It's such a mussar. It's a wedding day. So what happened? Haru Yoma Shaklasa.
This is nuts.
I'm in agreement. It's very accurate.
It's really like what if you could imagine. I think it's easy to answer.
Even Sora too is very accurate too.
I agree.
Like an ornamental thing you put in your hair.
But whatever that Tom Cruise thing, and like that's the next version of Sora. Basically, like Sora's great. I'm not saying it's not. It's very cool. But whatever that is, that's like the next level.
She ended up putting the brooch right into the eye of the poisonous snake.
So I have a friend who runs a digital marketing company using AI. He's very, very competent. He knows what he's doing.
That morning was the morning after.
And he recommended like Kling over Sora too. So Kling's a Chinese AI video generator. And it's better than Sora too. It only recently came out like a week ago.
What comes along with it? A dead venomous snake. So what
that very well. Wait, I don't. I'll look up what did it. It could be that. Well, the thing with China is, they don't really follow the law, our like Western laws. So you can do anything that you want with their stuff.
Everybody's getting ready for the chasana. A poor person came to the entrance of the wedding hall.
Yeah, China doesn't care about copyright.
Right.
And no one heard the honey asking for food. Listen to this.
Sea Dance, that's what it was. Sea Dance, which is by Bite Dance.
So the Kala said, I took my food and I gave it to the prophet.
I noticed with Kling,
Do you hear this story?
there's no limit to what kind of character you can make. But if you're on Sora too, it seems to not allow you to make certain characters.
Yeah,
That's all approved.
yeah, there's a lot of like limitations with it. It seems.
That I don't see the situation here. I don't hear the honey knocking on the door. I don't say, what a color. What a color.
Like, I try to generate ancient chase videos. Look at them and more than that.
It was all beautifully set in front of her, and the color takes her food, and she gives it to the honey. This is Rabbi Akiva's daughter. She gives it to the honey. Amrullah mitzvah avarta. So Rabbi Akiva says to his daughter, you performed such an incredible mitzvah. So I want to say, so literally again, Rabbi Akiva understood that his daughter was saved from death because she decided to give her chicken, right? She decided to give her plate of food to the honey at the door. Nafik Rabbi Akiva v'darish ustaka tatzo mimaves. V'lo mimisa mishuna And I will say that we keep understood when it says stuff that's it's not just from like some cool and unusual death, but stuff that is ultimately again, even from regular death. That's the power of tzedakah. The power of being a charitable, kind individual is the ability, literally, to go ahead and save oneself from death.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off and do a bunch of work, right?
Take care, my man. Make sure to do your before and after pictures. Make sure to consider streaming and update me when. And I hope you continue to lose weight and get healthy and keep me updated, okay, big man? All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, for real, man. You too.
You too.
So break Gnavava. Your son is going to be a thief. That's the thought that we saw in the stars. We saw in the stars that little Nachman, right? Little Nachman is going to be a thief. Right? Right now he's a little thief. He's going to grow up to be a big thief. So what happened? What did his mother do? So his mother, right, did not want her son to be a thief. So what did she do? She was makbid that he should always keep his head covered. She always wear a yarmulke. Why? Amrulay, kaser yesheich, keep your head covered. Because if she felt that if he always keeps his head covered, then what? The fear of heaven will be upon him. The head covering symbolizing the idea that there is someone above you. And if you remember that someone is above you, then what? Then halacha l'maisa, you will not steal. Ultimately again, and she davened for it. So those are two things that this is incredible yesod and chinuch. How are you properly mechanic your child? Those they should take positive physical actions, physical steps. Structure a home life that is conducive to kedusha. Structure a life for your child that is personal for kedusha, and daven. Just daven a lot. So she made sure that his head was always covered, that he should have a respect for authority, respect for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not come to steal, and she davened for him. So the Gemara says, "Lo havi yada ma'ika amalek." So let's listen to this. So little Nachman grows up, and he has no idea why is my mother always hacking me at times about going and keeping my yarmulke on. Right, all of my friends run around without yarmulkes. They're on the basketball court, right, and the yarmulke falls off. They put it in the pocket. And my mother's always yelling in the stand, put the yarmulke back on, put the yarmulke back on. I'm going to go to see her put my yarmulke. But why is she always fighting the barrier? He never understood it until one day. Yom Achad Yosef Kagaris. So I'll say one day. Yosef Kagaris to say Diklo. One day he was learning underneath the palm tree. His cloak fell off from the top of his head. His head became uncovered. He looked up. He looked up. He saw a cluster of dates on the top of the tree. He scaled the tree and bit off a cluster of dates with his teeth. It was like so strong was the desire for theft inside Anacham by Yitzchak that literally again one time his head becomes uncovered and he scales the tree, bites off a cluster with his teeth. And in that moment he understood why his mother was so mad. So a number of lessons from this story. Number one, that we paskin in Mazli. So we have to be paskin that both are true. Yesh Mazel Yisrael, but in Mazel Yisrael. How do you pass like both? So Yesh Mazel Yisrael means we are all born with predispositions and proclivities. We'll say that is the MS. That's like both say the statements of the Gemara are true. So it could be that someone who's born under Mars ultimately again is going to go ahead and be a shedder of blood. That might be true. Just like maybe someone who's born on a Monday is going to be a black and white individual. We are all, or a black or white individual. We are all born with predispositions, innate proclivities. That's the way we're born. It's no question. So Yesh Mazel Yisrael. But we also pass in Mazel Yisrael, which means what? You have the ability to overcome whatever you want. I was going to say, while it is true that I may be born with certain predispositions, so maybe it's true that if halacha l'maisa, I'm born underneath the mazel of this, maybe I'm going to be an angry person. That could be. But if I choose to overcome it, I have the ability to overcome it. So we pass in Yesh Mazel. Again, there's no question that we are born with predispositions and proclivities. But in Mazel Yisrael, a person can never say, this is who I am, and I can't change. You can choose not to change. You could choose to remain as you are, but there's no such thing as I can't change. You might have been born a certain way, but if you choose to overcome those innate predispositions, those innate midos, you absolutely have the ability to do so. Yesh mazel Yisrael, ve'ein mazel Yisrael. So you even see something amazing over here. You see sometimes, like sometimes Rabbi say you can't even totally eradicate a midah. Like you see in this story, Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak's desire for theft was only kept in check when his head was covered. The moment his head was uncovered, that Yitzhak was a very powerful idea. Sometimes things that we struggle with cannot be eradicated. Sometimes they remain as part of us. But sometimes it is just my avoda to keep it in check. You know, it's a good muscle for this. So like addictions are like this. I just speak to someone who's in recovery. Interesting. So when is an addict cured? When is an addict cured? And the answer is never. Right? He might be in recovery. He might be in recovery for 15 years. But what I will say, it's a very powerful distinction. It's not only by addictions. It's a lot of times by the Sahara as well. Each of us has the things that we struggle with. And there are certain things I will say that I am really never going to fully eradicate. I just have to properly manage it. I mean, it's hard at first inside me to get rid of it. Might not have it, but I have to manage it. I'm like the addict. I'm like the alcoholic. I'm never going to be cured of my alcoholism. I manage. I'm in recovery. So a lot of times I have to get into recovery for my Yitzhar as well. I can't get rid of this Yitzhar. So that's what the story is. The Nachman by Yitzchak, so his mother was not on the head covering. His mother was davening for him. She could not get rid of that predisposition for thievery. So therefore, all he could do, and then he discovered what it was, all he could do was properly manage. So both sides, Ein Mazel Yisrael, Yesh Mazel Yisrael. We're born with predisposition, so you can overcome whatever you want. But sometimes you can't eradicate the negative traits or challenges that exist inside of you. You just have to learn to manage them. Another lesson I will say is you never know the power of the smallest things. That the yeshiva's daughter of life was saved because of a simple gesture towards the pauper. The unnamed reed cutter was saved simply because of a beautiful gesture of tzedakah to a fellow co-worker. Sometimes it's the smallest things we do in life that have the greatest amount of impact. And I will say lastly, you know that this Gemara by Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak is very important because this Gemara of Nachman Bar Yitzchak, I will say, is the source of the concept of the yarmulke. Right?
Hey, why don't you just live stream on a cruise boat on the moon?
So I said, this is the halacha. The halacha is we wear a yarmulke. You're not supposed to really walk even less than Dalar Amas. Where it is that come from? The both said this Gemara. This Gemara is the source for this concept. That is a minhag Yisrael. There's a halacha Yisrael to this eight. The idea that we cover our heads in order to create a sense of insul shemayim, a fear and reverence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to recognize that wherever we go, whatever we do, there is always a ribono shel olam above us. So we will pick up here to land. All right, so good morning. Today's daf is Kuf Nun Daled 154, and we are picking up. And that's my chef on Kuf Nun on the days 153b. We have a lot on the first wide line on 153b. Amr of Ada Bar Ava. So a lot to do. We want to thank our sponsors for this morning's cheer. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. The month of Av will become a yom filled with joy and eternal peace.
Shema Yisrael
We thank our Day of Learning sponsors, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, in honor of the 95th birthday of Adam Steinmetz's grandfather, Mr. Anatoly Tenenbaum, wishing him good health and many opportunities to celebrate Christmas. An incredible milestone. It's beautiful. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Natan Leah Berry, in memory of Leah's father, Eliezer Avram Tzvi, Ben Safia Leib, Zichron Bracha, and Richard and Sharon Buck in honor of the bar mitzvah of their son, Abigail. We thank all of our sponsors, all of the Neshama Shaf and Aliyah, all of those who need our food to happen together with Kol Chomei Yisrael, and all of those celebrating Simchas, whose 95th birthdays or bat mitzvahs, and Yom Hashem continue to celebrate Simchas and near the after. And with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. So I'm going to have Adabar Abba. Adabar Abba said as follows: Haisa Chavilasa Munachas La'af Tziko. Thus, Takta Achim Agibis. We ended off yesterday with this interesting discussion about what happened in the event that Halacha L'Maaseh, you are stuck with your wallet. Shabbos is about to start. So again, Chazal operating with the principle that a person is not just going to put down their wallet in the street and walk away. So what is the best way forward? So we've seen a progression. If possible, if you're traveling with a non-Jew, give it to the non-Jew. Don't have a non-Jew. If you're traveling with a donkey, go ahead and give it to the donkey. We then saw Chazal's, super secret pizza that they did not want to really share or disseminate, which is you can carry your wallet, but just move it increments of less than $1. Less than $1. So we'll actually see that I'm going to hopefully have time to do that today to show you that inside the super secret pizza is not so super secret anymore now that it has been codified in Shulchan Aruch. So again, it's really cool. We'll see that halacha l'maaseh in just a bit. So the Gemara says as follows: a person was carrying a bundle on their back. So the scene over here is it's getting close to Shabbos. I'm carrying a bundle on my back, and I have no place to put it down. So what can you do? So we'll say what you do is pretty much start running before Shabbos starts, and don't stop until you get home. Right? So we'll say, so what's the pshat there? Because remember again, in order to violate Hutzah, you need Nakira and the Hanacha. Right? Lifting up of the item from its place of rest and putting it back down to rest. So essentially, if you go ahead and you keep running, you go ahead and you start running, you do that Akira before Shabbos, and the Hanacha doesn't begin, or doesn't occur until after you get home, then Halacha l'maaseh you haven't really violated anything on it up for Shabbos. So the Gemara says, that's correct, but you have to run. Aval kali lo, but ultimately you can't. I will say now, the truth is, according to the Rothschild, you don't have to run. You can just walk. Right? Walking is the same thing. You just can't stop. So why do Chazal say you have to run? The Gemara says, my time. But even the less they akira, also then the other akira the hanaf. No. We're concerned that if you walk, see, a person's walking, so just even some consequences, even without thinking about it, you just stop. Well, if you stop, that's when you're in trouble. If you run, that's enough of a reminder for you that you can't stop, and therefore run all the way home. The Gemara says, they say, but also here's the problem. That works fine when you're running through the Rosh Hashanah, but it's important time you're going to have to get to your house. I've also said the assumption is you have to pause for a moment before that, unless you yell ahead, open the door right there, and you're just going to dart right in. The Pashtus, there's some slowing down, there's some pause before you enter into your house. In which case, again, when you stop, you're going to be transporting an item from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, to which the Gemara says, you're right. So instead, what you do is, as you're getting close to your house, you don't really slow down, but you throw the bundle into your home with the shinu. So again, remember, we're talking about the Rabbanans here, but as you've already seen, that the Rabbanan relaxed certain halachas when it comes ultimately again to money. Out of a concern about saying, again, just understand the calculation here. It's not that money is the most important thing in the world, so Chazal relaxed the restrictions with money. But Chazal understood human nature. And human nature is that if you make me choose between a significant loss and a biblical prohibition, the truth is I'm going to choose the violation of biblical prohibition to stave off the dramatic loss. So therefore, in order to avoid that, Chazal said we'd rather have you deal with rabbinic issues and thereby again save your money, than run into the risk ultimately you're going to violate the biblical prohibition. Rabbi Shabbos says now we're taking a step back for just a moment. Rabbi Shabbos says follow. So we'll say, see, here's what's interesting. The second answer that was given is, if you can't find a place to put down your wallet on Erev Shabbos, put it on your donkey. Remember again, we'll say the issue that we got into is, for 1 second, aren't you leading a laden animal? Right? And leading a laden animal is a biblical prohibition as well. Do you remember the Gemara gave an Eitzah? The Gemara said, no. Put it on the animal while the animal is moving. And what? Take it off right before the animal stops. That way there's no akira and hanacha with the animal. So now the Gemara is going to launch into a little bit of a discussion about the malacha of mechamer. So mechamer means leading a laden animal. So it says the Gemara, if a person leads a laden animal on Shabbos, we'll say if you do so unintentionally, the mezid chayiv skila, you did it b'meiz, so which is another way of saying that mechamer is just the regular malacha. So in general, if you violate one of the lamites malachas, if you do so unintentionally, you do so intentionally, chas v'shalom, it's skila. My time. So we'll say, but 1 second, this is not a malach I'm doing myself. My animal's doing the malacha. The handful doing your dike. You see, the Torah equates my animal with me. So the Torah equates my behemoth with me, just like I am chayiv b'chatos b'shogei nezir skila b'nezir. So too again for my animal. If I do malacha with my animal, I'm chayiv the same things. Rabbi says shtei tshuvas b'daber. There's two problems with that statement. Chadu d'chsiv Torah achas yelachem la'osa b'shkava v'hanefesh asher ta'aseh b'yad rama. So we'll say, so problem number one is, this is the pasuk by the way by Avodah Zarah. Huksha kol haTorah kula la'avodah zarah. We'll say in general, we look at Avodah Zarah as the paradigmatic example of punishment. A punishment. So Torah, because remember again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, Torah says, Torah achas, there will be one rule. Lachem for you, la'oseh b'shkaga, v'nefesh asher ta'aseh b'yad rama. So the phraseology by Avodah Zarah is, there's one rule for whoever violates the halacha intentionally or unintentionally, which Chazal understand to mean that the halachas by Avodah Zarah for intentional and unintentional transgression become essentially the paradigm for the way intentional and unintentional prohibitions work. So the Gemara says, so all prohibitions are compared to Avodah Zarah. Ma Avodah Zarah da abid ma'aseh begufei. So what does Avodah Zarah teach you? When are you chayiv achatos for unintentional violation and skila for intentional violation? When you do an act yourself. Right, yeah, but again, what's mechamer? Mechamer is leading a laden animal. I'll say, how could I be chayiv, achatos, and skila for something my animal does? Granted, I understand that maybe I'm not allowed to lead a laden animal, but that I should be chayiv skila because my animal carried a burden. The Gemara says that's not the way it works. That's number one. Number two, the Mishnah says if one violates Shabbos in a manner or in an area where you are chayiv chatos for shogeg and skila for mezid, that phraseology tells me that what michwel the ikam the ein chayiv al shigas chatos below al zadono skila. So we'll say the way that sounds is that there is something for which I am not chayiv chatos for shogeg and nezid for skila umaynu. And what is that? Lav the mechamer. Is that not the bosa mechamer? So we'll say even though mechamer is a malacha, leading a laden animal is a malacha, but it's different than the other malachas because the other malachas ultimately again are chayiv chatos for shogeg and skila for nezid. That's mechamer. Mishnah says no, it's referring to lo. Tchumen v'alibud Rabbi Akiva. It could be referring to tchumen because once Rabbi Akiva is of the position that halacha, I mentioned the halachos of tchumen, tchum Shabbos. Shabbos boundaries are d'oraisa. But even Rabbi Akiva holds that it's d'oraisa would agree that you are not chayiv chatos for shogeg violation or skila for a mezid violation. Or kindling. Because according to Rabbi Yossi, the reason why kindling, remember again, interestingly enough, the Torah discusses all malacha in a general sense, with one exception, havara. So it says, you can't kindle a fire. So there's a whole machlokas. So before, why is it that havara, that kindling, is singled out. So Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa havara is singled out. Why? To teach you that it's only a lav. That whereas all the other malachas, if you violate them, b'shogeg it's a chatas, b'nezir it's a skila, havara is the exception. It was a type of kofun dollars. Therefore, I will say. So therefore, the Gemara seems to disprove. Rami Bar Chama's position. So Rami Bar Chama was of the position that mechamer is just like a regular malacha, and therefore, again, if you eat your laden animal on Shabbos b'shogeg, it's a chatos, b'mezid, it's a skila. Rabbi says there's two problems with this. Number one, it defies the paradigm of Avodah Zarah, which says that you only chayiv chatos skila if you do something big gufcha, right, with your body. That's number one. And number two, we have a Mishnah that seems to indicate that halacha l'maisa, there is a malacha which is daraisa, but does not have a chatos skila punishment associated with it. And Rabbi suggests that is mechaber. So Rav Zvid Masniach, so also Rav Zvid had a different interpretation or a different version. Top of Kofman Dalad Amadalad. Amarei Bar Chama, Hamechamer Achavehem Tov Shabbos. If one goes there and leads his laden animal on Shabbos, B'shogeg Eino Chayiv Chatos, B'mezid Chayiv Skila. So also listen to this version. So in the first version of Rami Bar Chama, Rami Bar Chama was treating Mechamer just like a regular malacha, which means again, if you violated the shogeg, you're chayiv b'chatos. If you violated the mezid, you are chayiv skila. Comes along Rav Zvid, he says, no, that's not what Rambam said. Rambam said, in fact, if you do mechamer b'shogeg, you're pater, right? Inu chayiv chatos. It was only clear. It doesn't mean that it's mutter. It just means that it's pater. However, the mezid chayiv skila. Interestingly enough. But halacha l'maisa, if you do it intentionally, you will be chayiv skila. Okay. So the Gemara says, massive Rava. So just to understand the logic of that shita. So Rabbi Chama will say, if you do it b'shogeg, you're not chayiv b'chatos. Why not? Because it doesn't resemble avodah zarah. But if you do it for mezid, you will be chayiv skila. Why? Because it will say, I do have a pasuk that says, lo saseh kamolacha ata ubehemtecha. So in this version, Rabbi Chama will say, right, so I'm patra on the shogeg because it doesn't resemble avodah zarah, but I will be chayiv skila for mezid because Lamais have a pasuk that says that it's also. So massive Rava, so Rava raises the kasha. Hamechala lesashavis b'davar shechayavin al shingoso chatos chayavin al zidono skila. So let's say, so listen to this. What about the following brayso? The brayso says that if one goes ahead and violates Shabbos in an area where you would be chayiv achatas for shogeg and chayiv skila for mezid. So we'll say, so now Rava understands over here that the price is creating a relationship. Ha'ein chayavin al shigagas achatas, ein chayavin al zidono skila. So we'll say the way one could read that brayso is that the brayso is creating a relationship. Which I will say is generally how we assume these halachas work. That there is a relationship between shogeg and mezid. When you have a chatos for shogeg, that's when you have skila for mezid. But in a situation where there is no chatos for shogeg, then what? In pashtos, there is no skila for mezid. So therefore, Rabbi says, Rav Zvid, if you are correct in your analysis of Rabbi Chama, and you want to suggest an halacha l'maisa, there is no chatos by shogeg mechamer, then there should be no skila for mezid as well. Which the Gemara says, no. Mi katani ha'in chayavin. Does the Mishnah say that? Right? Does the Raisa say that if you're not chayiv b'chatos, you're not chayiv skila? That's not what it says. Hachi kamar davar shechayavin al shirigas chatos chayavin al zidono skila. Yes, generally, for any malacha whose inadvertent transgression or violation, you would be chayiv b'chatos. For intentional transgression, you would be chayiv skila. However, the yesh davar shein chayavin al shirigas chatos. I will say there is an exception to this rule. There is one thing which, again, for shogeg you will not be chayiv b'chatos. Yet for mezid you will be chayiv skila. And I will say, what is it? Right? What is the one malacha for which, again, for shogeg you are not chayiv b'chatos yet by mezid you will be chayiv skila. The Gemara says mechamer. Ultimately, again, that'll be the malacha of mechamer. So this is the shita of again. It's a machlokes in what Rami Bar Chama said. So in the first version of Rami Bar Chama, which was seemingly stated by Rami Bar Chama himself, mechamer is just a regular malacha. Therefore, again, b'shogeg chatos b'meizid skiva. Rav Zvid, no, a little bit of a different idea of Rami Bar Chama. He says Rami Bar Chama really said that halacha l'maisa b'shogeg nothing, b'shogeg pater aval b'meizid chayiv skiva. Okay, so now comes along, Gemara says, Rabbi, Mari bar Rothschild. So Rabbi, who was the brother of Rav Mari bar Rothschild. Va'amrila Avuha to Rav Mari bar Rothschild. Others say he was the father of Rav Mari bar Rothschild. So we'll say, so he's going to put on the arrow here. We've mentioned Rav Mari bar Rothschild a number of times throughout Shas, because of course it's a very interesting name. Rav Mari, the son of Rothschild, that's his mother obviously, was the so we know this story. So Rachel was the daughter of Shmuel. She was taken captive. While in captivity, she became pregnant by one of her captors. That child was Rav Mari. Now there's an interesting twist to the story, which is her captor ultimately converts. His name was Isser. Interesting name, right? His name was Isser. He's known throughout Shas as Issigura. Of course, understand, so why isn't Rav Mari known by his father's name? Because of us, you know how this works. Because Lamaisa, since his father was not Jewish at the time that his mother became pregnant, therefore, technically speaking, on a Judaic level, that's not his father. Therefore, Lamaisa, he's always known as Rav Mari bar Rothschild. I will say, it's really always something amazing that it's one of these nuanced stories that Chazal don't say explicitly, that teases you. No matter what your family circumstances, and no matter what your life circumstances are, you could go ahead and go on to become something great. People think that if you come from humble beginnings, so therefore by definition you can only have humble aspirations. It's not true. Right? No matter what your beginnings are, you can make something great. So also teaches us something else, which is that sometimes people think that trauma is something that you have to hide.
Day 51 of this bitch.
And you see the fact that Chazal are very public about what happened to Shmuel's daughter, what happened to Rav Mari's mother, tells us that the Meiser, our trauma is not something to be embarrassed about, and our trauma is not something to be ashamed about. Things happen to us in life often beyond our control. But Lamaisa, the ability to transcend trauma and the ability to move on in life, even after difficult things have occurred, is the greatest hallmark of accomplishment. So Rav Mari's mother underwent some traumatic events. But Lamaisa, she clearly raised the child, right? And she clearly built a life. And her son became someone great. So again, I will say, sometimes in life, your trauma is a badge of honor. Not that anyone ever chooses it. But Lamaisa, the ability to transcend trauma and rebuild yourself, is a February 15th. So we'll say, so this is a bit more complicated. In the ultimate version of this, they have it as that Rabbi was the father of Rav Mari. Now, we'll say, last year he points out that version doesn't make sense. Because we know who the father of Rav Mari was. It was Issigura. We'll say, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, this Rashi, you see that Rashi? In the middle of that Rashi, like right across from Hagos Habach, there's two dots. One in the Abud Rav Mari bar Rothschild, says the Gemara. Says the Gemara calls remember again, Rashi says that year says wrong. It can't be that Rabba is the father of Rav Mari, because we know that Issigura is the father of Rav Mari. The Garis, they Garis Basmei Haki, the Hak Lishna Basra. So we'll say, the reason why they're going to say
got my fucking machine going.
So the Gemara says as follows: the Mishnah Basra Kasha, according to this second lotion, is problematic. What's problematic?
Dude, we're gonna make Israel into
about the fact that Rav Mari
such a fucking musical powerhouse if this shit works.
Position of leadership in Baba.
Here's the thing.
Now remember,
May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace.
right? So the halacha you have to
honey
go ahead
whenever
and replace it
you
upon
read,
yourself.
make right, Alche, therefore, Anatnu Amrim, Ladaber, Yiddish, Kubai, Harvi, Shegam, Otan, Ani, Rako, Ladaber, Lamina, Mesu, Yemet, Lavan, Ani, Ma'adi, Angry, Lakin, Wahu, Ladaber, Angry, Zay, Nishma, Tov, Lot, Lecha,
But there was a whole
okay,
discussion about the appointment of
Rabbi,
Rabbi Bar Chama to a ministerial position in Babel. So the Gemara just points out over here, according to the version that says that Rabba was Mari Bar Rachel's father, so then why would you have been regarding to the point with whether or not the paradigm. And yet by something. But in the Earth, you are not doing anything. The animal is doing something. You are putting load on top of the animal, but Lamaisa, you're not actively doing anything yourself. So therefore, halacha Lamaisa.
Cool story, bro.
Halacha Lamaisa, I'm not tied. So therefore, again, again,
Really?
the Mazid, Nami Lamachayit, and I'm not going to be chayiv for Mazid either. Why? It's not.
Right, it's really so pleasurable to bring back your dad. So that's why that's what she says.
When you are chayiv for something, for inadvertent transgression, you are chayiv for intentional transgression. So we'll say, so this is the position of Rabbi
female soulmate, male soulmate, mishmash of mixture,
because it does not follow the paradigm of
nothing,
which is done as an act done
beans,
and number two is I'm not going to chayiv for the Mason
life,
water,
mensch, dude,
only if you are chayiv achantos b'shogeg that you are chayiv
Freud, and
Peshat
Chayiv, and Gidel, Skoyas, that means Yasher Koch, which is Yasher Koch.
He says, by the way, there's not even a love. There's not even a love. You haven't even violated, which also means you won't even get malchus from the Chamer. You won't even get malchus.
May your strength be directed forward.
Is agreeing that Mechamer is a malacha. Like Mechamer is a malacha. He just holds us a little bit of a different malacha than anything else. That's whereas other malachos follow a simple paradigm. The Shogeg Chatos, the Mesid Skila, there's a lav, the Rabbi Yochanan's Mechamer is different. No
Shtetl, that's a village. Shtetl, Shtetl, there's a hat, and Shadel, which is a wig. Milkig, that's dairy, flesh, meat, carb, neutral. Hamish, Homi, Shmada,
Shenitan Lazarus Misas.
That's red.
That is the
Shvita,
love.
that's
That is the
mother.
love.
Chaz is
It
there.
is based on the
Chazir is
ability
pig.
to
Chazer
administer
is
punishment for violation of malacha. So I will say
to
any time
repeat.
that Chazal are going to
Shoulda,
administer a death
cray
penalty,
cray in a
there
good
must be
way.
a pasuk that
Maybe.
vests them with
Shlut,
that power.
that means
That's called a lav
carry
shenitan
burden.
las haras misas based. So the Gemara says,
Ganif,
but it's not even just
thief.
misas, it's other punishments as well.
Yarmulke.
The cholav shenitan las haras misas based
Yarmulke.
in lokinalov. And I've also behold that any time that a lav is the
Yarmulke,
source
but
for
often
Basin's
shortened to
ability to administer death
Yarmulke
penalty for
or
violation,
Yarmika
that
or
same lav
Yarmiki.
cannot be used to generate
Yarmulke
a malchus obligation, a malchus liability.
is the common
So
Yiddish word
this
for
is
the
an
head covering
incredible
by Jewish
shita
milk.
of Yosef.
Now, there are
Right,
other
so,
words that can be used to refer to this breeding of cats. In some communities, particularly those in the UK, the Yiddish word couple,
even a lav
little
shenitan
cat
las
is used,
haras
and
misas based can still generate
many
an
English-speaking
obligation
Jews
for
are
malchus.
most familiar with the Hebrew term kippah, dome, which has been used in some later
Let the
times
pasuk just say,
when
you
it
cannot perform any malacha,
referred primarily to
nor
head
can your
coverings worn
animal.
by women.
Atol lamali.
And what does yarmulke mean? The
The
boring answer is that it's just a generic Slavic word for skull cap, which Eastern European Jews borrowed from their non-Jewish neighbors.
But to me,
Drum,
so what do you need? Let's say don't bring malacha and your behema.
for example, is how you say it in Polish, the fear factor. There's a deeper meaning. According to many, yarmulke is a contraction of the Aramaic word yare malka, law of the king, referring to God, king of the universe. How does a yarmulke foster awe of God? One simple plain, the fact that there is somebody sitting on your head. At all times remind you that there is someone above you and that you are not the top of him. This notion can be traced back to the Talmud, where we read a fascinating anecdote about Rabbi Nachman Bar Yitzchak. Some Chaldean astrologers had told his mother that her son would grow up to be a thief, which is a what? Wise woman that she did not allow little Nachman to uncover his head for even a moment. It is a God. Rather, she told her son, cover your head so that the fear of heaven will be upon you and pray for divine mercy.
Because this is a malacha that I am not doing myself, but a malacha that my animal is doing. Therefore, halakha l'maisa, there is no chiyuv chatos, there is no chiyuv skila. There can't even be love.
Hi, apologies. What'd you say? Hey, how are you? Apologies, I'm in the middle of something right now. So, how did you find out about me, if I may ask?
From Jewish Guild, like, and honest friend, saw you in the voice like a couple of days, and today your camera is not working about that, so you might want to fix it.
What isn't working?
Your camera.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'll restart my computer and hopefully it'll work then. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too, my friend. Thank you. Well, look at that. All right. Cool. Baller.
So once you get to the Chatzach so Rashi understands that pretty much once you get into your city and you are comfortable leaving your item there, whatever is not muktzah, you could directly remove from the animal.
We'll fix that shit.
This is assuming like the saddlebag, right onto the donkey. Just untie the knot of the saddlebags. The saddlebag will fall down to the ground itself and shalom.
Apologies. No, I'm good right now. Apologies. I'm in the middle of my class, so I can't talk right now. Shout out to Mr. Burns. Okay. Other than one unfortunate incident, his head covering slipped off, and he immediately scampered up a date tree to steal some dates. Her plan worked, and her son grew up to be a great and saintly leader of the Jewish people. The Jerusalem Yarmulke. If you like interesting factoids, here's one that most English speakers don't know. We use the word yarmulke
anything that's on the
to
animal that's not
refer to
muktzah
all kinds of
wash,
kippas,
take off
velvet,
directly.
satin,
So why do I
wool,
have to
etc.
go ahead and
However,
bring
in
pillows
Israel,
and
the word
attach
is
the
used
glass
pretty
and
much
hold them
exclusively
directly?
to refer to the knitted white yarmulkes, favored by some Hasidic communities in Jerusalem, and by Breslover Hasidism, and by Breslover Hasidim all over, with all other head coverings being referred to by the generic term kippah. Did you ever wonder why a physical reminder of heaven is needed, or why only men wear yarmulkes? Lead. The answer is, what's up with the yarmulke? You may have noticed that many religious Jews wear a hat in addition to their yarmulke. Learn why wear both a kippah and a hat. Or just browse our kippah site and see for yourself how much there is to learn about this fascinating part of Judaism.
All that shit. I have a story though. I think it's a little anecdote.
Really?
We've spoken about this before.
Yeah, it's cute. It's fun.
So there was a boy who was studying for his bar mitzvah, and he would come to shul. Never saw that motherfucker again after his bar mitzvah. His mother was Safi. We won't get into it right now. Really? Oh, for sure that bitch was Safi. Oh!
What's the case? The blood letter,
Anyway. Really tell that story. She's the original Safi.
Now I have to untie
allegedly.
them, so I can't move them off directly. Now
Really?
what I'm told is just put a pillow under.
Yeah, there were two women who I saw at shul. By just that word. Two of the prettiest ladies I've ever seen. My entire fucking life. I don't know if I'm going to hear this. One of them.
Right, you're not supposed to go out and render something unusable anymore.
What is that bitch? She lives deep in the valley. I don't know. She made some fucking.
We're talking about very small
douche. No, he's cool. He's from fucking Brooklyn. Went to some shitty university. Really? Yeah. Anyway. But they weren't married, but his like significant other, this bitch was beautiful. Really? Yeah, I have video back in here. But I remember just thinking, damn, this bitch is so hot. Actually, there's another chick. There's like three chicks I saw. The other one, some shit like that. Anyway, that was just hot. And then this other bitch. Alright, tell a story. And then we're going to read about people. Alright, so it was around the high holidays, I want to say. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And so, like, we would rent hotel rooms and and basically, like, have to move everything from shul to the hotel to be able to daven there for the high holidays. And get a room for a few days. It was a nice little vacation.
And even though they will end up breaking, So we'll say you see them here that what the Brisa here does not give the Eitzah about bringing the pillow. Right? Doesn't give the Eitzah. So you see from here that's what bringing the pillow to catch the stuff that falls off the country. There's not a sanctioned Eitzah to which the Gemara says Hasam Bekusla. What are we talking about? Kuslos. What do we mean when we say glass
this
bars?
kid,
Glass bars. What does it mean? It means
I just know, is absolutely fucking set up in the world. Oh, what the fuck? Was he set up? Yeah. Why?
Of glass. So large sheets of that's incredible. So the Gemara says we don't really care if they break.
Yeah.
Why do we care if they break? Because in general, what would you do with a large sheet of glass? You would break it. And the pieces were used then for different things. So therefore, again, there's no concern about the large sheet of glass breaking. And then because there's no concern about breakage, therefore, in that case, you cannot bring the pillow. Because after all, again, the Brisa compares glass to tero. Not tero, just like the tevel is unfit for
His
use.
dad was basically perhaps not Orthodox. His family, actually, his family is not Orthodox, but they were trying to get in to the Orthodox community. And 620-463. 620-463.
So you'll say, I had a thought like this. While it's true that the way you use the glass sheet is to break it, I guess, let's say, under normal circumstances, you would break it in a more controlled way so that you don't lose any of the smaller shards. Obviously, if it falls on the ground, you're going to end up losing some of the smaller shards. So I might have thought that because of that, you should be able to go ahead and bring the tefillah to catch it. Kamash Malon, though, Kamash Malon say Chazal were only concerned for more significant losses. We're not concerned ultimately for the smaller losses. Good. First wild animals like Kufnun Dalit on the day, 144 feet. Says the Gemara. Tanya, from Shimon Yochai Omer, he says, Haisa v'hem to'una shlit shal tevuah. Let's listen to this. If my animal is holding a bundle of wheat.
All right, don't worry about it right now, big dog. Anyway.
That's why, again, it's going to be muktzah. So my animal is holding a
this
bundle
kid
of tevel wheat.
wants his name right now.
I'd like to help get off the animal. So what can I do? Another eitzah.
He studied for his bar mitzvah, but his family, again, not very religious, would rely on the shul to provide kippah. And we had this basket of kippah that we would have, along with talisim in the back. And because we were davening in a different location, all of that stuff had been moved. And this was
with your body, but not ultimately again with your hands. So technically speaking, that is Rabbi Gamliel. Let's listen to this case. The donkey of Rabbi Gamliel was once holding honey. The Bible said this is on Shabbos. Below Rothschild, ad Matzei Shabbos. Rabbi Gamliel did not want to unload the donkey until Matzei Shabbos. We'll discuss why that is.
I believe this may have
been what happened.
Shabbat
Shabbos Mesa. Matzei Shabbos, the donkey died. Why did the donkey die?
Anyway,
like the donkey was carrying the load the entire Shabbos.
We didn't have the kippah. And this kid would come and he would rely on kippah. And so his dad had one, but he didn't have one for his son. And it's like, dog, you guys drove to fucking shul. You're not really trying. You have far more money than you need. And you can't even live within walking distance of the shul. It was just an absolute joke. And that was the whole fucking shul. That's all. Anyway, really? Yeah, I was the only fucking...
And therefore, halacha l'maaseh didn't unload the animal.
Block.
And so at the end of the day, once it's soured, what is the
lived within the fucking walking distance, all that other shit.
So we'll say apparently
who
everyone knows
fucking
that sour honey is good for camel sores. It happens, right? So the mice against sour honey is used for camel sores. That's what we're going to use it.
Who wasn't a fucking at the time the rabbi. So anyway.
So why didn't we just untie the saddlebag
just an absolute
and
joke.
let the honey fall to the ground?
It was a joke of a shul in the light of ways. But that's where I was. And I've been to other shuls that are not jokes. But in many ways, this was a joke. Why? It's just, shul should be stronger than the shul. The shul was so weak. And the people in it were so weak.
And the honey's going to be lost.
In there. Yiddish guy.
So why not bring pillows and cushions?
But anyway.
Put them underneath the sacks of honey, right? And let it fall on that. What's the problem?
This is weird. Dude, don't worry about it.
There's two issues. Number one is that, again, the honey itself, if the bag does split open a little bit, it's going to ruin the pillows and the cushions. And number two, you're thereby rendering the pillows and cushions immobile and unusable for the rest of the Shabbos, and you don't want to do that. That's all fine. But we'll say, what do you do with the fact that there's sar b'alei right? Rabbi Gamliel caused his animal pain, and remember again, discomfort, and Chazal attribute the death of that animal on Matzei Shabbos to what? To to its overexertion.
Okay, well,
right? Doesn't that count for something
maybe that
as
worked.
well? So isn't that important?
So anyway,
To which the owners of the meal held Kasavar Tsar Bali Chaim Drabanon.
Frankly, I would have loved to
Ultimately,
have been this
again,
guy's
the
father
Tsar
because
Bali
his wife
Chaim
was
Drabanon.
had a
So
real
this
thing.
ultimately again
Anyway,
is a machlokas. Is
we
a
would have been
machlokas
this
about
kid.
whether or not Tsar Bali Chaim
Jews don't
is
recognize how
Drabanon or the
fortunate we
Oraisa.
are many
The Gamliel
times.
felt that it was Drabanon because
And
we're dealing with two
anyway,
Drabanons of Muktzah versus
this kid
Tsar
comes
Bali
to
Chaim.
shul.
So
There are no keeper
feel that the Drabanon of
because
Tsar
they
Bali
were
Chaim
at the
would in
hotel,
any way offset
and this
the Drabanon of
was
Muktzah.
Shabbat
So we'll
Shuva,
say
and
Abai Ashkechele L'Rabba.
kid didn't have a fucking
Let's
kippah.
say a very interesting case.
And the dad's looking at the
And
rabbi
Rabbi
like
was sliding his
a
kid
rabbinical
down
college.
the
The
side
dad's looking at
of
the rabbinical
Hatzanis.
college of
Now
like,
listen, now what's the pshat? Take a
what
look
do
at
I do?
Rashi. So Rashi says over
The
here.
kid doesn't know, and nobody else didn't know
In
it.
the shaft shape, the
I
Agabra,
wore a
what's the
fedora
second to
and
last
a
short line
kippah,
in Rashi.
and I
The
fucking took
Shabbos,
this fedora
the
off,
Shashea
gave
Tino.
this kid my
He's
kippah.
playing with his kid.
You've never seen one of those clips? Clip
Not
kippah,
down
west
right,
side,
right? So the
do
child
endorsements
wasn't
for
sitting
those
on the
motherfuckers
donkey.
and
The child was sliding down the side of the donkey.
Nazi hats over there.
Amalei, Sabai says to Rabba, you're not allowed to do that.
Whatever.
Kids are
Anyway,
Shabbos. You're going ahead and making use
so
of
I
an
let this kid
animal
borrow
on
my
Shabbos.
fucking kippah.
And halacha l'maaseh
So
will
he had a
say,
kippah, and
you're
there was
not
like this
allowed to
moment
use
in the
animals
shul
on
like,
Shabbos. So how are you permitted to go ahead
so
and
we
do
got
this?
two.
Amalei studying.
I was like,
Rabbi
yeah,
said
we
it's
got
not a
two.
problem. I'm only utilizing
Really? Yeah.
the side of the animal. Now look at Rashi, first by line in Rashi, studying Rashi
Is that
says,
the end of your story?
I'm not riding the animal.
Oh, yeah. No. The rep's not the right kid tell me the fucking rest of the story, but calm down. So, this kid had his bar mitzvah, which was a fucked up situation. You've got like people on cell phones because they're not fucking orthodox, and like in public, and like fucking phones going off, and we had to like remove, we had to like expand the room for this kid's bar mitzvah, and he did a great job. Never saw his ass again. Really? Yeah. That's just how this family was. And I didn't like this. I would just say, like, they would offset their lack of participation by writing big gifts to the shul and say, okay, I mean, you're not going to turn down money, but it's like, that means nothing. Like, you can't do that. Your participation is what's important. Anyway, like, they never attended classes. The dad didn't, like, maybe with his son for bar mitzvah, like, occasionally, but it just was never attended Gemara classes, Chumash classes. I understand they're busy. Anyway, so we are at this kid's bar mitzvah, and that was the other thing. We won't mention names, but let's just say, how are you going to be a kosher caterer if you're working on Shabbat? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Never will. You can't justify it. That's work. Anyway, and so how are you going to hire that as your kosher caterer? It's a snake bite mass. I just didn't understand. Nevertheless, this is just such a fucking joke. But I had rabbinic duties. Did you?
You see that that's okay. Why? Because Chazal will only go there on sitting on the animal normally. But usage of the sides of the animal is not problematic.
Did you really?
First thing says, so I'll say, no, we're not talking about ultimately again with the tight saddlebags. Rather, the Chaver Gavalki Rashi says,
in many ways.
Saddlebags will say,
is that known as rabbinic
saddlebags
duties?
straddle both sides of the donkey.
It is now.
First, that they were tied together, like on the back of the donkey, in which case you'd have to kind of put your shoulder in there
I don't know
against
why
the side of the animal to untie them.
All right,
so they're held together by some type of metal ring.
I would help with, at times like calling people up for aliyot and things like that. I would help to set up the shul and help to put the shul away. And so this kid had his his bar mitzvah, and after that,
usage of the sides of the animal is
we went and we were.
We have no right.
I was putting the things away.
We wanted to say that our Mishnah proves
and
that use of the sides of the animal is filter. But now what we're seeing is we don't necessarily see that from here.
And I was in front of the podium. And I was just pretending like what if I when
Sukkah only requires
if
make
I
that
were ever
three
around,
walls,
which is
right?
like the farthest
Two,
thing
right,
in
two
the world
very
to me at that
two
time.
two walls in a bit.
Never would think.
So let's say
So
you
like,
have
what
two
would it
walls
be
that
like
are
to just
man-made.
talk in
The
front of
achas
these people?
and the third
And
wall is a tree. So we'll say what's
this
that look
kid
like?
tomorrow
Shayla,
comes up,
such
and
a sukkah is
she
cut.
had this
However,
like,
the in Olin love the yom.
I don't know,
But you may
like
not
a
enter
fucking looked
into
like
the
a moon
sukkah
kind of
on
deal.
yom.
It was like
On yom.
midnight
So
blue,
we'll say, so what's the case?
like velvet,
My love, so we'll say,
and
take a look at
I
Rashi
just
in this
pretend that, but perhaps she had just this white wet area near her crotch, and she asked me, "Do you need any help?" And I was like, "No, I'm fine, thank you." But it was like the beginning of a porno. Really? Yeah. Why? It's just that could have been it. Really? Yeah. Which is nice to ask if I needed any help, and I didn't.
When it comes to walls, unlike
And
which cannot be
to this day, that woman's name in my mind is Selfie. Why? Because she has this wet crotch. Anyway, some lady's like, "Oh, that's the spot." Calm down, woman. Alright, let's talk about keep really that's happy. Yeah.
Babusa Shmoino, Tafilu Haki ain't only Lecha Belishon Ba'osa Sukkah B'Yom Tov, Nifnei, Sheschacha Kasha B'Dofnel, the Nishan Allah, V'hu Mishtamish Al Sechacha, the notice they kill the new to the Shachar. So it's very tough, we'll have to stop with this. But what's the concern over here? The concern over here, is that you have a wall of the sukkah.
So that's where the term comes from.
The way this works is that the schach was anchored down to the walls.
And anybody can be stopped. There's just not one.
That is anchored down to a tree.
Okay. What's up with the yarmulke?
Now, what they used to do with the schach is
how
they
long
would
is
often
this?
put utensils in the schach. So that you were taking stuff and putting stuff on for you, Sayamtiv.
If you don't mind, I want to ask you a question regarding a covering of the head with a yamaka, head covering, or a hat. Let me preface by saying I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way. My question is, if I know covering the head recognizes that God is above you, why do I have to actually cover the head as long as I know He is above me in my heart? Firstly, it's never disrespectful to ask a sincere question. The yarmulke, or kippah is a bit like a wedding ring. A wedding ring is a sign that you belong to someone. If you anyway think of your loved one all the time, do you no longer need to wear the ring? Anyway. Is a ring only worn until you love each other enough not to need a reminder? Of course not, because just because you know that you're married doesn't mean that you won't forget when temptation comes your way. The ring isn't only a symbol for the one wearing it, it also has a message for everyone else who sees it, that they should be aware that this person belongs to somebody else, so don't mess. If you see marriage as a burden, then you wear the ring like a ball and chain. But if you are in a relationship that is deep and real, then you wear the ring with pride, because the very existence of the ring means that there is someone out there that loves you more than anyone in the world. Same with the yarmulke. Only a very holy person could be conscious of God absolutely all the time. The rest of us, men, need something very tangible to remind us that He's always there. It is also to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us, that we belong to something and someone. We wear it with pride because the Jewish people has a deeply loving relationship with God. And wouldn't it be the Jewish people have, and it would be have, I don't know if this is true, and it's, I don't know, dude, who the fuck taught these people how to write? Chabad, come on, let's be honest, it would be, and we wear it with pride because the Jewish people have, and we wear it with pride because the Jewish people have a deeply loving relationship with God. Not the Jewish people has a deeply loving relationship with God. Come on. Look at this. Fix this shit. True love is with you all the time, and you want to tell the world. Luis, I would like an explanation of the yarmulke, very touching, but why is it that only men wear kippot? How are women supposed to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us? In the email, emphasizes the beauty of wearing a kippah, but in the end, it is a sign of weakness. Only because spirituality is foreign to us. Because spirituality is foreign to us, do we only because spirituality is foreign to us do we need a tangible reminder of it. According to Kabbalah, the feminine soul is more in tune with these things and therefore doesn't need something so superficial to remind her of her innate connection with God. This is why men need more ceremony and ritual than women, like tali, tefillin, call-ups to the Torah. Men are more physical and coarse. Do you agree? Without ritual, spirituality is too abstract for men to relate to. A woman is more sensitive to what is holy and sublime and therefore doesn't need as many rituals to express her soul connection. By the way, this is not an attempt to patronize women or to change Jewish ideas to be more modern and acceptable. It's an ancient concept that the mystics wrote about thousands of years ago. Keep well, Luis. Very interesting explanation, and no, I don't find it patronizing to women at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, the study of Jewish law at university opened my eyes to the abundance of respect that Judaism has for women. But what the fuck? Are these the fucking files? How many of these emails do I have to read? I get it. But you also wrote that the kippah is to identify ourselves as Jews in the eyes of those around us. If I'm not wearing something visibly, how will those around me see it? Good point. A man needs to announce his Jewishness not so much for the people around him as for himself. Male spirituality is aggressive and loud and has to be displayed. This is a way to refine the male ego. Feminine spirituality is more inner and subtle and would be compromised if advertised. I would say Rabbi Moss, but then why do we need sneakers? Why do women wear shadels? Why? Okay. Why do you think it is, Rabbi? That's just how it's always been. No, it's identifying. Why don't women? And they have shapes. Why wear both a kippah and a hat? Rabbi, I read all the reasons behind wearing a kippah skull cap on your site, and I get that. But what's with the hats? Why do I see Jews wearing a hat in addition to a kippah? Should be two pieces. Really? Or no? Okay, not. I don't know. When they pray. Reply. Yep. Many Jews wear fedoras or other hats, such as fur streimels, especially when they pray. If you're wondering about the nuanced differences in width, material, and shape, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm a rabbi, not a sociologist. And it's fascinating. I've gone through that. And the hat style, the cuts, you can identify different Jews by their hat, like just fedoras, and of course others. And hat styles are more a reflection of community social norms than anything else. Instead, I'll discuss the practice of wearing a second head covering, any head covering during prayer. The notion of donning a special garment before prayer is a very old one. The prophet Amos proclaimed, "Prepare yourself to meet God, O Israel." The rabbis explained that this means that one should make preparations before praying, including preparing special garments as if one was meeting an important dignitary. Additionally, prayer nowadays takes the place of offerings on the altar in the Holy Temple, just as the priests who brought the offerings wore special uniforms, so should we pray in special clothing. So, if any special garment can be worn for prayer, why do we specifically wear hats? In the past, it was the custom that when men went out in public or had a meeting with an important person or a great rabbi, they wore a hat. As such, hats were required for prayers as well. Accordingly, some suggest that people who never wear hats for important meetings do not need to wear one during prayer either, provided that they wear another special garment, and those who do occasionally wear hats should wear them during prayer, wrapped in humility. Others, however, teach that the hat is more than just a societal norm. It imparts a sense of humility, and there is a God above. Thus, even if you never wear a hat in other settings, you should still do so during prayer. Indeed, we find that it was the manner of Torah scholars and their students to pray only while they were wrapped or cloaked, since this imparts a sense of awe of heaven. The concept of iduf refers to wearing a hat or tallit or jacket during prayer. But if one wears a hat during prayer, is it necessary to wear a kippah as well? High priest double covering, as explained earlier, prayer nowadays in the place. As explained earlier, prayer nowadays is in the place of the services performed in the Holy Temple. In the Talmud, we find that the high priest actually wore two head coverings, a kippah and a turban, when serving in the Holy Temple. Accordingly, it is appropriate to mirror the high priest by wearing a hat over a kippah. Mystical coverings. Our sages tell us that the soul is referred to as nefesh, soul, ruach, spirit, neshama, breath, chaya, life, and yachida, singularity. The Kabbalists explain that these 5 names are actually 5 different levels of the soul. Nefesh is the life force of the physical self. Ruach is the emotional self and personality. Neshama is the intellectual self. Chaya is the super rational self, the seat of will, desire, commitment, and faith. And Yechida is the essence of the soul, as it is united with its source, the singular essence of God. While the lower 3 levels of the 4 function from within the body, the higher 2, Chaya and Yechida, function from above. The Kabbalists explain that wearing a double head covering releases these 2 loftier levels of the soul by connecting these 2 transcendent elements of the soul with the physical act. We would help reveal them in the lower physical world. So, although one may not be technically obligated to wear a hat in addition to a kippah, doing so adds to one's humility during prayer and serves as a conduit to help reveal the deeper aspect of the soul. Really, yeah. I think it's tight. I've been to some Chabads where a guy wears a fucking kippah and has a fucking fedora on while wearing tefillin. There's like a certain way to do it. It looks tight as fuck. Really? No. Alright. Kippah site. Just like welcome, Tracer. I'm just doing something right now. I'll be done in a little bit. Alright. Well, they have a whole fucking thing.
When you die, people say that was a life well lived.
I mean, maybe we should go through this next. Only if this fucking thing. I'm not reading all this shit.
A dramatic idea. If after you die, people say that was a life
But this would be good.
That's a person.
We don't have Kabbalah's fucking with you right now.
What is that? You would think, I don't know if I was not even listening right. I was who's a better one, but I don't know.
Question. I have a question about the kippah. As a Jewish man who's learning about observance and slowly incorporating observance into his life, I still have a very long way to go. I was wondering, when is the appropriate time to begin wearing kippah at all times? Because I am not yet fully kosher, Shabbat observant, etc., I feel it would be irrevocable to wear kippah at all times, especially when still active on Shabbat, or when going with my family to eat at a non-kosher restaurant. Please advise. Answer. I'm going to pass on advice given by Rabbi Moses Feinstein, renowned Iraqi authority, 1895 to 1986, to a similar question. He was asked whether people who attend mixed dances should be advised to remove their kippah beforehand, so that no one thinks that such dances are sanctioned by the presence of religious-loving people. In short, his answer was that 2 wrongs do not make a right. The fact that one is transgressing one commandment is no reason to disregard another non-related one. Ultimately, the hope is that their wearing the kippah will serve as encouragement and a gentle reminder to progress in those areas that require improvement. After all, that's what kippah is all about, a constant reminder that there is a God that watches all we do. Its hope can be compared to money. Stumbling upon a $100 bill on a sidewalk, no sane person would say, I am anyhow poor, and so deep in debt. What's the point of picking up the bill? So too, when faced with the opportunity to do a mitzvah, we grab the opportunity, regardless of the fact that there may be other areas wherein we are presently deficient. Yours truly, Rabbi Menachem Goldstein.
Cool story, bro.
Good is to live a good life. Good is a life and a
I'm ashamed of my husband's kippah, and then get him a different
when
kippah.
someone looks from the outside in at my life, because no one knows the real inner workings of my life, at first says, you know what? That person voted.
My husband is a wonderful guy, and I feel extremely blessed. However, I have one issue that does not seem to be going away. When we were dating, we were both really religious. He was slightly more observant than I was, but we both respected and understood each other. The one thing I haven't gotten over is that he wears his kippah all the time. It's such a rarity in our social circles, so it makes me uncomfortable and, at times, even ashamed. As much as I wish I could simply not let this bother me, it does. Can you help me change my attitude?
It's his crown, dog.
He wears his kippah all the time. Answer. You need to examine why the kippah bothers you so much. Here's my guess. Your husband's kippah doesn't bother you at all. It bothers other people, and you have internalized other people's opinions. So you feel ashamed. Maybe somebody in your family has made comments about it. Or maybe you have seen strangers giving potlucks. Or maybe you think your friends think it's weird. And maybe you are right. But it's not your problem. It's theirs. He does what he believes is right, even though it is not the norm. We do this often. We take on other people's issues as our own, and we feel like we need to justify ourselves when others don't approve. But we don't. The problem is not yours, but the husband is. And just as you respect him for so many other things, you can respect him for this too. As soon as you quiet down the internal voices that are making you feel self-conscious. And there is a lot to respect about your husband. He does what he believes is right, even though it is not the norm. He isn't just following the crowd. He is himself in all situations, without needing to adjust his image to fit in. The rarity of your husband is not being rescued, but that is who he is, and he's real about it. There aren't so many guys like that around. Be proud of him, and be proud of yourself. You chose well. You can find more information about why networking is here.
I think I'm the best kippah wearer in the world. I really mean that. I think Mossad, like I would say, like Mossad, you can trace my fucking satellite image me. I mean, I've worn it in the most difficult of situations. I even developed my own kippah that was, I took a woman's wig that, no, clip-on hair extension and cut it so that it was like a man's hair for something where I couldn't, I never used it, but it was just like a thing. And then I read that there was like a Facebook group dedicated to people in Israel who wanted to be able to wear a head covering in a situation where they couldn't. But I can't recall what situation it was where I couldn't wear this head covering, wear a head covering. But there was something. I never wore it, but maybe it was just like in case, because I always wanted something there. I mean, I even made my own kippah. And it was in my car. And I mean, I just had it just in case. But like, when would you? I don't know when it was. I never had to use it though. But I remember thinking like, if you were in a situation where you were going to bully you because of it, but you still wanted to wear one, I'd give a shit. I'll shit on everybody who fucking wants to mess with me. But like if you were a little kid and you were going to get bullied, you could wear it, like, and or something like that. And I know that's why it's not like a huge industry, but it was something that somebody started in Israel, and then you went to the Facebook page and it was taken down or something. But yeah, I really mean this. Like, if I've ever like had to not wear a kippah outside, it wasn't like there's like I wear it better than my medical colleagues. I know I do. I wear it at work. I wear it. I've worn it in the hardest, most difficult place. I wear it in the fucking shower, dog. I've worn a kippah in the hardest, most difficult places to wear a kippah. The belly of the beast. I don't know of a single place that would have been more difficult than some of the places I would. I'll put it. I will fucking say this. Any fucking rabbi out there, I got you fucking beaten when it comes to wearing a kippah in the most difficult of places. The most difficult of all places. And I wore it with pride. And I still wear it with pride. It's my fucking crown. And to my friends who see me, if they ever see this, they should know how serious I am about it. I mean, they'll see, like, it brings tears to my eyes, but I'm so serious. Like, unless my life is dependent on it, I'm not wearing it. But and there have been arguments made that might have been a case. But so long as I've ever known I've had to wear a kippah as an adult man, I do. And there are, but you may say sometimes like, hey, we see you in here. You're not always wearing it, or we'll see you on old, old streams of yourself, and you're not wearing it. And yeah, when I first started, I wasn't wearing it, but I had one right behind my head, and that was because I was losing too much hair. It was pulling my hair out, and I didn't want to be bald. I'm not doing great, but I just kind of whatever now. Um, like if I had to have, I would rather have a kippah than clothes. That's how important it is to me. Really? Yeah. And I'm in love with clip kippahs. Though I wear that Israeli yarmulke. If I actually like that one. I'd like to wear a turban actually. Really? Yeah, I think they're baller. You look like I'm fucking Aladdin. But even like when I wear my fucking ski mask because I'm gonna rob the world about pussy. It's not exactly what I want to wear. I like wearing a fedora the most. Really? I've always wanted to wear Strymon. And I've worn versions of it, but it's like not. It's hard. It's like a shot. I mean, unless you're like really, it doesn't have to be, but a lot of times it is. But I mean this. I mean, I'll say this to everybody. I'd say it to fucking BB. I'd say it to fucking Chief Rabbi of Israel, Ashkenazi, or Sephardic. I'd say it to that fucking Pinto in Morocco. None of you all are as good at wearing a fucking kippah as I mean, I critique fucking Naftali Bennett, though I'm glad he wears that sticky thing on his head with it, but it's like, it's a worry of mine if I ever lost all my hair, how I keep it on my head. It's fucking annoying when you're doing this shit all the time. It's fucking annoying. Oh, but I do sometimes not wear it, but again, I'm not traveling 6 feet or whatever. Like, some people may say, we've seen you go to the bathroom, like travel to the bathroom without it on. But I'm inside, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein said that would be fine. But I think this is a cop out. I've known rabbinical colleagues who don't wear a kippah at work, and when they're at, like, if they're a different job, and I'm like, I think that they should. It's kind of a cop out in my opinion. Also, they eat at Trafe restaurants, even though they only eat like fruit or something. I think that's a fucking cop out as well. And I've heard the argument, well, it wouldn't be good for our business relationship or whatever. Then guess what? Do what I fucking did and tell the boss that you're not going to do it. And draw a line in the sand. I'm like really fucking serious about this. One day I'm gonna write a book, God willing, and it's gonna be like practical how to live life as a practical, how to live life practically as a Jew. I can tell you the best time to apply for jobs. I can tell you what you got to do when you're looking at fucking the sun, and like the 3 fingers, and when the sun's coming down, you've got like 15 minutes. I can tell you how to resign for religious reasons. I can tell you to go get a better job, really. But I can tell you a lot. I can tell you how to get Lucy Desi beds, or make room for daddy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Really, I can tell you a lot. I mean, I'm not the most knowledgeable person on Judaism in the world, but in terms of going from you living your normal ass life where you're jerking off 7 days a week to becoming Shomer Shabbat, which is still probably whatever. I don't care about your masturbation schedule. But what I'm saying, going from nothing to Shomer Shabbat, I can help you with all of that. Why? Because I've seen people do that process enough. Like, I've seen enough ballet teshuvah, which I'm not, but I've seen it enough with that. And nor is anyone in my family, but I've seen it from people in other families. All right. Like, I'm so serious about my kippa. I'm so serious. Like, I could cry right now. I fucking love it so much. I mean, I can tell you when people are just starting, like, the whole fucking... There's, like, a thing. Like, it's a fucking glove compartment kippa. Like, I can tell you... I know where I got my first kippa. I know the first kippa I ever had on my head, which is different. I can tell you... Just... I have a lot of kippos because I've worn it a lot. Like, I know in my heart there's no one on earth who loves wearing a kippa more than I do. Really? I want my friends to know I wear this with great pride. It's my crown. People will be like, "What's on the fucking side of your head?" And it's be like, I know. I think that's cool. Like, it's how, and I don't. I wear it because I'm proud of who I am, and with what I'm associated. And I don't wear it. You know, I know it's supposed to be a reminder that God is watching. But I don't do it that way. I mean, that's cool, but I know God's watching. If I had a kip on, it wouldn't make a fucking difference to me. It's because when I have it on, I take great pride in what I do. Now, if I have another hat on, I can take great pride in myself as well. But it reminds me of how hard I've been pushed as a Jew. I've been pushed harder than any Jew ever who is not executed on the spot. But I mean, I've worn it in situations where I very easily could have been executed. And it's like it's a security blanket. It's just it's hard for me to. It's hard for me to put into words how much I like it. My friends would be like, "Dog, are you fucking serious?" Like, absolutely. It's hard. It's very hard to wear under some circumstances, but once you do, it affects who you are, what you do. It's like, but it's my crown. It's my crown. When I fucking wear it, it reminds me that I'm a fucking king. Even if it's just king of my own self. I wear it with great pride. And it's like a reminder of the sacrifices I've made. And yeah, I know God's watching, but I don't really know fucking know what that means. So my friends, they'd be like, "Wait, so now you think there's a pie in the sky?" No. I think God's energy, that's how I live. But I think nobody knows. But from my sense, from an internal, my struggle, it is my crown. It's like I've overcome so much to be able to wear this. Like, it is. It's like a crown. I don't know how else to say it. Like a woman's hair is her crown. My kippa is my crown. It shows that I am fucking royalty. even if I just, even if I'm not, even if someone were to take away my Jewishness today and all of my knowledge and my bloodline and everything, it's my crown. Is how I.
The outer courtyard of the city. So once I get to a place that is closed in,
It's part of myself. Like there are some people who really take a lot of pride in their hair, big old afros, dreadlocks, beautiful hair, whatever. My hair is amazing. What is it? It used to be would be described as chestnut with auburn highlights, some shit like that. I don't care about that. The hat that I wear, I take great pride.
and everything just falls down by itself. The idea is that once I reach a secure area, I'm fine with.
I can even tell you, this is a funny story. This is a funny story. It was December 31st in downtown Los Angeles.
Go ahead and give my wallet
2016.
And
I was wearing a kippah, but I was also wearing. I'm fine with wearing something over your hat. Like I just had a hat on, and I was gonna go to this club/bar downtown. This is very funny. This is very funny, and it has to do with like our fucking religion is used now. This is very funny. So if you're a Jewish boy out there or man, or just anybody, like this is part of our fucking style. So I was wearing whatever I was wearing. I don't even remember. And I had a baseball cap on over my kippah. Now, why didn't you? I just was wearing a hat. Like it wasn't like I was hiding it or anything. It was just I was wearing a hat on, but I always have my kippah on.
My credit cards are in there. My license is in there.
And
my money is in there. What am I going to do? I'm going to leave my wallet.
Well, I can tell you a different story. Okay, we'll get to that one. Okay, so I was at the Whiskey A Go Go maybe 2 weeks before then or a week before then or something. And I never, was never somebody to, let's just say, like, go to really famous bars and clubs and stuff. I might go to a bar, but it might be a fucking dive or hole in one. If I ever did. Why? Just watch a game or something like that. That's allowed. Or maybe it's a chain bar, but I'm not eating it or something like that. But I went to Whiskey A Go Go. He was in Mad Men. He was very famous, and as I was walking past the Comedy Store, or like right in that area, it's all like really close. And remember like going by the Rainbow Room, and fucking Viper Room, and all that shit. And I was walking down the street, and this guy comes up to me. And I think he just asked me if I'm Jewish, and I said yes. And he's like, "Oh, that's cool." And that happens. That happens a lot. But I don't know if he was, but we got to talking. And I at the time had a bunch of different cell phone numbers, and he's like, we just got to, I forget exactly what it was, but I was like, he's like, let me get your number. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just gave him like one of the phones that I had. And he's like, oh, under normal conditions, I wouldn't take a number with this area code, but I'll make an exception. I was like, who in the fuck are you? And he's like, what's your name? And I was like, told him. And he's like, no way. I'm like, oh, like the Kennedys. Really? It's a thing. People shit themselves. Anyway, And this guy was like, "No, wait, my dad's obsessed with you." I'm like, "All right, cool." And he starts stalking me, and I was like, "Doug, you didn't want my fucking number, like, or you were like apprehensive. You're judging a book by its fucking cover, and I was like, look at my fucking ID. And then I was like, look, and I pulled my hat off, and I had a cap on under my baseball cap, and he's like, no way. Like, he was just like in fucking shock. And then I went into, he was stalking me. He was like, started following me. And he's like, wait. And I was like, Doug, keep your distance. And I walked into a coffee bean and tea leaf, which at the time was kosher. Those fuckers from Philippines. Fuck them from Jolly Tea. But anyway, they got to get that kashrut back. I'm going to fight for that. Dog, I could talk about all of that. I could talk about that whole fucking hexture and all of it, but I don't want to right now. Anyway, so I went into the bathroom because I'm like, this guy is fucking stalking me. And I thought it was funny, like 10 minutes ago, this guy was like, I live in here, and I do this and this and this, and I was like, okay, cool. And now he's like obsessed with me, and I just like waited in the bathroom for a little bit, and like was looking out the window, and he was gone. And I just went, and I went to my car, but I remember being like, you were somewhat insulting to me. And then, because you didn't know anything about me, and then, and you judged a book by its cover to some extent. I don't even think this. I don't think he was Jewish. I think his dad was Jewish or some shit like that, which that's not Jewish to me. And some rabbis is gonna be like, preach. All of halakhic Judaism is about to be like, preach. Every fucking rabbi who is halakhic, who's Orthodox, better be like, that's not mine. Anyway, I don't remember what hat it. I think it might have been a Yankee hat or something. I forget. Anyway, so then a couple weeks go by. This is a different story. So that's the end of that story. But just basically, like, don't judge a book by its cover, kids, especially in terms of Jews. You don't know who's a Jew. You don't know how Jewish they are. You don't know who they, what their use is. Their lineage. You have no idea. And I've got a lot of stories. Anyway. So it's December 31st, 2016, and I'm in downtown Los Angeles, and it's hot. I had been to this club a few weeks before because it was the top MILF club in LA, and it had a rooftop pool. It was really cool. There's like this area, go around the pool, and then you go up the stairs, and it's like this really secluded area. And I was like, man, it'd be so sick to be up here and just fucking vape. But anyway, allegedly. Why? Because I don't know. I was just like, oh, it'd be so cool to be in this like little spot, and just it was like the top of a fucking maze, and just anyway, it was this hotel, the standard. Anyway, so I'm like, a couple weeks go by, and I'm like, I'm gonna go there again, and I go and I get in line, and it's like this huge fucking line goes around the fucking block, goes around this huge building, and I go to get in. They're like, oh, you needed to have tickets like weeks ago. Like, this is a ticketed only thing. I was like, oh fuck. So I was like a little disappointed. So I went and I was just like walking downtown and trying to find just any place that would let me in. And I go to try to get in this one club, and the guy's like, and I had this hat on, and I go to get in line, and this like bouncer comes out, and he's like, he says something like, yeah, hat's gotta go. And I'm like, it's part of my religion. And he goes, "Oh, the Dodgers are part of your religion?" And I was just like, "Yeah." And then I fucking just walked off, and I was like, "I'm not going to that fucking bar." Anyway, and I found some other bar. I didn't order anything. I was just there, just to kind of see what life was like in that part of the world. And it was interesting. But anyway, I remember being like, "Yeah, the Dodgers are part of my fucking religion." Really? Yeah. But just how he said, "Oh, the Dodgers are part of your religion." Yeah, they're part of Judaism, you schmuck. And he was just doing his job. I understand. But that should be a thing. Like, there used to be a thing. Like, I've had jobs say that I had to cut my hair. That's like an illegal practice in a lot of places. And I feel like your head, like, you should be able to wear, like, a hat anywhere you want. I was at this fucking Jewish, this, like, Jewish singles event at the Argyle. And they were cool, but you couldn't wear a hat in there. It's like, this is a fucking Jewish singles event. What do you mean you can't wear a hat? Like, we're supposed to be wearing hats. You could wear a kippah, though. Anyway, and I just remember being like, what the fuck? This is like we're supposed to be wearing hats. And so I did give up my hat for that one, but I had my kippah on, and they had like cubbies where you could keep shit, which was cool. Anyway, that was a cool bar. Yeah, I'll tell the story really quickly. So I went to the Argyle. There's a Sephardi chick, and I was talking to her, and we go into the basement of this, and I can't believe I was this forward, but I said to this woman, "Do you know that a woman can have 13 different types of orgasms?" Is that what it was? Yeah, there's a way that I remembered it, and that was like way too forward, obviously, like really super forward. But I was like, I'm gonna just fucking try. I wanted to talk about it from a scientific perspective, because science. Oh yeah, Rabbi, what are they? Okay. I used to have this way to, I mean, I still have it memorized. Okay, so there are multiple ways. Okay, so there's the anterior forex. Some lady's just going crazy on this one, but there's also anal. So that's two. I memorized them alphabetically. Some ladies just going. So this isn't like the best one, because the best one is probably it's clear. But anyway, some ladies just going crazy. Calm down, woman. All right, so there's anterior forex, anal, breast. So you're just going crazy. Clitoral, that's 4. 5 is a deep spot. So like back wall. Yeah. 6 is the G spot. Of all the things that I should have memorized, is this fucking doctor's name. And I even had it written down. Grafenberg, I knew that. I just didn't want to say it incorrectly. So that's anterior forehead. Yes, clitoral.
Carry the wallet, keep it in your pocket, and just walk less than dollar amis at a time. Right? So remember again,
Grafenberg. If I just say to a lady Grafenberg, she's just going to really, yeah. We're gonna call that bitch a rabbi spot. Oh, really, yeah. Okay, so then what? Then there's
so what's the honor of God that we're presenting over here?
Labial, which is I could get you there through a labial, but if there's a lot of shaking going on, other shit could do it. Really, yeah. Mental, which is a big one. Nipple, so different than breast. Oral, some bitches just get off by sucking dick. That's 10. And there are maybe, it depends how you categorize them, but I said 13 just because it's like Kabbalah. Like it could be broken down. Okay, so
when they went to when they went into the attic of Hananiah ben Hiskiah, and they legislated 18 things. Among those 18 things was that if you're stuck without enough
there's urethral, which is really underestimated.
So that was a great thing.
There's vaginal.
That day they leveled out the sun. So also Yeshua was unhappy.
What's the anterior part? It's actually back. The graphic looks this. Really, yeah. I was thinking about what kind of calculation I'm gonna do that. Really, yeah. What's the other one? That's 12.
And the mustard seed preserves the gourds and the cucumbers. So putting in that extra zera.
Oh, squirting. Yeah, that's like a different thing. That's the what is that?
Yeshua felt that the adding on walk less than what is that compared to? Like you have a basket that's filled with honey or a bowl filled with honey. No, it's going to suffer more than I go to the
Hold on. There are more than that. In their skin, there's just, oh yeah, squirting, touch. So that's 14 actually. Yeah, but there's this way I can remember. So it's like A through D, then G, and then L, M, N, O, and then S, T, U, V. S, skin, squirting, touch. What fucking glands is that?
You can put the wallet on a dance. You have to give you the Bible Matzaner. Was it is that not leading a donkey? Ramona Amar Losa Sakamalafa. And we'll say, George, you can't do any malacha. And we'll say, including the malacha, is that you can't do malacha with your animals. Amar Vadabar Avamanicho, I like Yishuma Lachas. No, we'll say, listen to this. In order for an animal to be, in violation of Makamer, which is leading a lazy animal, there has to be like right? You're uprooting of the object coming to rest. So the way you could circumvent that is how place the object on the animal while the animal
Skene's glands. Really, yeah. So what are they? There are 2 A's, B, C, D. That's 5. G, L, M, N, O. That's 10. S, T, U, V. That's 14. So here's the thing. When I first memorized these, and that's just areas. That's not like you could have thousands of them. That's why I say, bitches, when you're with me, you're gonna need a scoreboard. And for some reason, the women always just write a sideways 8. I don't understand that, but you got to keep track. I told this to women. How did we get from fucking kippas to this? Anyway, I remember telling the Sephardic chick this. Like I was teaching her, and let's just say I came on a little strong. Really? Really? Yeah. That's cool. I met some nice people there. But man, was that strong. Did you know that a woman can have 13 different orgasms? Huh? Let's talk about it. This is science. I don't know if that's the best way to introduce yourself, but I think it is. So this stupid bitch, don't worry about her, Rabbi. Calm down, woman. So is it 14? Yeah. Let's just say because there's some overlap. We'll just say that, but they're really 14. So I should have said 14. But people don't know that. How about what is it for men? There's penile, there's prostate. I bet you touch could. No, you need to do something with it. You can touch me all you want. I'm not fucking.
and then mental, like a dream. But those are the three. You can play with my balls all day. Unless you just breathe on it, boom. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Thank our machine coming, dedicated all the Sherman shows this month with the hope and prayer that the month of Ad will be.
I work in an office that's not keeper friendly.
Week of learning sponsors the Ringo and Ram families in America for the Jewish Ringo for their granddaughter find the help backyard Backdale and Derek Lawrence funds to dedicated for Rachel Bakia we are upgrading back to school from June 153 and we are taking off unfortunately with days 152 and we are taking up Amale and Luki Lariapo. We're continuing our discussion regarding what the dead know and what the dead are aware of after they die. It says the Gemara, one of the challenges with bacteria that we have is the sheer pace, that we have to go. So it's great if you can carve out types of chazara every day. That's incredible.
Right,
but especially davening like this that has such a beautiful adapt. I would encourage you to make sure to mark this also.
Like, and my friends, if they ever see this, they'll be like, "Oh, holy fucking shit! He was telling the truth."
They're really incredible. Really incredible. I mean, your family might not be all that.
Really? Yeah, and that's I just, oh my word, I know this person. Really? Yeah, I know this person. That's Yehuda. Is it? Yeah. Really? Yeah.
You said before, you taught us that the neshamas of the tzaddikim are stored.
What's his name? I mean, I know his real name, but I know. I fucking sent him a wedding gift. I was at his wedding virtually because it was during the pandemic. And I sent him a wedding gift, and if he had cashed his check when he got it, it would have bounced, but it didn't. Really?
So Shaul goes to summon the spirit of Shmuel Hanavi through a necromancer, through an Ovi-Yadoni. So he says, the Gemara asks, I don't understand. And it works, by the way. I mean, it didn't really work. Because Baruch Hu, it looked like it worked, but it didn't really work. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Tell me that the Neshamas of the Tzadikim ultimately are underneath the Kisei HaKavod. So how was it that...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking everyone together. Please gather. Be supportive. What's going on today? Gather. Let's go. Yes, what are you waiting for? Gather, please.
Excuse me. Why are we supposed to gather?
Why are we supposed to gather? This is the year of the Hakel Assembly.
The year of what?
Hakel Assembly. I'll explain. Mike, give me some music. Friends, please hurry up and assemble. The gathering begins very soon. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What is the limits where the Hakel gathering in the Holy Temple?
Through the Hulda gates, all the way straight and right. Follow the signs.
Thank you.
Wait a moment. You know what? Maybe I should join you. I must be there too. In the times of the Holy Temple, the people of Israel had a custom every 7 years to assemble together in unity and accept upon them the leadership of the Almighty once again. It was attended by the entire nation who had just observed the commandment to ascend to Jerusalem for the festival of Sukkot. The source of this tradition is in the commandment of the Torah. At the end of every 7 years, assemble the people, the men, women, the children, and your stranger in your cities, that they will hear and that they will learn and fear the Lord your God, and be careful to fulfill all the words of this Torah. Hail ceremony would begin with the blowing of trumpets by the priests.
Do I get the Kentucky Derby?
Would say, and repeat out loud, selected parts of the Torah, awaken the hearts of the Jews to continue learning Torah and observing the commandments and follow God's ways. He would also explain the meaning of the verses he had read, so the entire nation would understand that Torah's rules. And that's the story of Hakel.
Okay. And that's why you asked us to gather? Now?
Yes. Odette, what's happening? You're on duty? Why did you tell me to gather especially now? Now it is very important to gather, even more than before. No matter how much controversy exists among us, this year is the year of Hakel, and that's why we have to unite. It's simply to gather. So what do we need to do? Very simple. At every gathering, family, or any of us should mention that this is a year of Hakel. Share Jewish thought, give charity. It's that simple. But where do you know all this? Beloved Rabbi, he asked that we do this every Hakel year. So please, friends, we will now begin the Hakel gathering. Somebody want to say some Torah? This video was made possible by David Farkash and American Friends of the Mitzvah Channel.
Dude, I can't believe I know somebody on this fucking website. Really? Like, not like we've been doing this and like blah 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 blah, and then it's like, oh whoa, somebody I fucking know. He's a friend. Really? Yeah. We've davened together. Really? We've davened. Maro Chakras. I was at his fucking wedding. Virtually, but I mean, I was in the same fucking city. You were allowed to be. Like I said, fucking. You can bounce the check to this motherfucker. Really? Yeah, and I still remember his fucking thank you card. Really? It's one of the most special thank you cards I've ever gotten. Really? From him and his wife. Yeah. Really? Yeah, when I fucking opened it, it's like it flew out at me. Really? Yeah. Alright. So, is that the end of your fucking story? We'll do. Did we do Kabbalah today? Yeah, very little bit. I'm sure people will be okay. Really? I mean, hopefully. We'll do all the fucking Kippa shit. We've got to do Kabbalah. Alright. What are the top 50 Kabbalistic books and their importance in order, and how long are they? Like, how many pages? Not scrolls, just straight up pages, like your average amount of pages. You got it. I'll give you the top 50 Kabbalistic Jewish mysticism works, roughly ordered by historical influence and centrality in the Mizrahi tradition, not by popularity. Page counts are approximate. Averages for standard printed editions, not pocket or scholarly multi-volume editions. Alright, so there's a Zohar, important discerning text of classical Kabbalah, attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, published in the 13th century Spain. Mystical commentary, Spiro divine structure, length 1,700 to 2,000 pages. No, damn. Sapir Yitzir, this one's George. There's mystical cosmology text, creation via letters and numbers, 40 to 80 pages. Sefer Haba here. Dude, also translate all the names. Put put in parentheses the English stuff. And remember this. You were supposed to remember this. Whenever you put anything in Hebrew or Yiddish or anything, put in the parentheses the translation. And please remember this. Do the thing where it's like, got it. I'll remember this in the future. Lockdown. Yeah. No exceptions. Okay, Spiro, Google. Okay, cool. Cool. Come on, dog. Alright, Zohar, Radiant Splendor, Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Formation, Sefer Hub, Bahir, Book of Brightness, Etz Chaim, Tree of Life, Solemnity. Damn, these are some of these are long as fuck. Char Hagil, Gulim, Gate of Reincarnation, Sefer Artist Morning, Orchard of Pomegranates, Tomer of Devor, Palm Tree of Deborah, Pre Etz Chaim, Fruit of the Tree of Life, Eitz Hadad Tov, Tree of the Knowledge of Good, Shari, Ora, Gates of Light, Marianic School Text, Sefer Book, Routine, Book of Collected Writings, Odes, Route, Chaim, Treasures of Life, Marvel, Shira, Entrance of Gates, Reshit, Chochmah, Beginning of Wisdom, Shomer Amuni, Guardian of Faithfulness, Tanya, Lukatai, Amarim, just one. No, we're not wasting our time with anybody. That's super helpful. Really, this is super. Aren't you judging a book by its cover? Some books. Look at that, Amari, collected discourses. Look at that, Torah, collected teaching and Torah. Like Torah. Man, some of these are long as fuck. Man, it's gonna be something. Words of Shiloh. No, I'm let's mess around with Kedusha. From the outside in, systemic Kabbalah, Derek Hashem, Lay, Religion understands Adir, Mighty One, Pitch Harry, 138 Revelation, Sefer HaTorah, Book of Aaron, later covers for the sake of his name and remembrance. Chef Ataro, Abdu, and Magala, Go, revealer of deep secrets, Nefesh HaChaim, mystical commentaries and ethical or HaChaim, Ben Ish Chai, son of Ruben, Yahweh Devash, first Krishna influence or Kol HaTorah, voice of the turtle, Green Sonic, fruit of righteousness, the name Yeshachar, Iskar, righteousness of the righteous, Imrabina, sayings of understanding, Shod Yesharim, Pri Ha'aretz, Shar Ruach HaKodesh, Lukatai Mahmaran, Rishit Chochmah, beginning of wisdom, Lukatai Moran, like the teaching of Rabbi Nachman, Shar Ruach HaKodesh, gave the Holy Spirit, Pri Ha'aretz,
live a good life, that people talk positively about you from behind your bed. We'll say, in the Galil and in Yehuda, apparently in the Galil, they would stand in front of the mace. When Yehuda dies, using they stand back of the mace or the life. Reading from this, it's not a question of when the Gemara talks about, I don't want to make you the wrong impression. The Gemara is not saying like the most important thing in life is that people, you want everybody to get a good eulogy about. That's the goal. Is giving life that speaks, that stands on its own. That someone sees my life, and I don't need a whole document. I'm just like, how cultural life is. If you need to actually tell us some of that to explain why your life was meaningful and important, there's something missing. But it's not a single thing. Which kind of life that people who know you know that you made a difference. You made a difference. That you did something important. That you actually accomplished something. That your time is well spent. People shooting you a magnifying glass or a microscope or any type of illusion to see. I'm sure you did something good. Sure you did something good. But see, and again, you want to talk students for others. You hear a lot like sometimes terribly sad. You think, and then again, I go as an outsider, really, that's all you remember. That's it. After a whole lifetime, the one thing you remember are matzo balls, but like that's it. Now here, matzo balls are very important. Don't get me wrong. But when my son from a whole thing, flour and water and chicken soup, like that's the disgusting. So again, sometimes of course that's something you take another power of a basketball. Like you that just want the family together. So I'm not saying that people talking about like it's important. But my saying over here is go ahead and live a life that when somebody goes up and eulogize you, they're not searching, they're not racking their brain for. I'm sure you did something good. I'm sure you made a difference in some way. But live a kind of life that stands on its own. Incredible. It's not Sean Hustle. Rabbi Eliezer will say incredible Gemara. Shuv yom echad l'fnei sasa. Do tshuva. We'll say a little tiny of this Gemara as well. Right? We're almost we are already. Right? Go ahead and repent one day before you die. So obviously, the Gemara says, repent one day before you die. Shalom, tell me this already has been other than there is a young yomos. That how can you say do a tshuva one day before you die? Does anyone know that they're going to die? That they can do tshuva the day before you die? To which Rabbi Eliezer says exactly.